Chapter 1. Is cultivation just fuel for the fire? Cackling in the recesses of his mind in the southern domain, Pung City. System, check in, before an elegantly quaint tavern. A young man clad in white, with striking features, numbly uttered these words while lounging in a recliner. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Rewards have been issued. Sigh. System. I have already been in this world for 3 years. It's always about cultivation methods. Where are the disciples you promised? Ye Nan lamented with exasperation. Yet, no answer was forthcoming. Indeed, Ye Nan had traversed from Earth to this realm of immortality. 3 years had swiftly elapsed. Through his modest efforts, he had acquired a reasonably decent courtyard in this small mortal town, and, in order to make a living, had opened a tavern. Since then, he had never left Pung City. Life had been quite comfortable for him, that why Ye Nan harbored no interest in the rewards the system offered. Neither did he feel the slightest thrill of being a transmigrator. Initially, upon discovering the system upon his arrival, he was quite elated. He had envisioned rising to greatness, becoming invincible in the realm of cultivation, and traversing the cosmos. Perhaps he might even discover a way to return home. However, right after his arrival, the system presented him with a shocking surprise. Upon glancing at the system panel displaying his information, Ye Nan's expression turned ashen. Damn it. Each time I look at this, I feel compelled to curse you, you wretched system. I have already reached over 1,000 layers of chi refinement. His countenance was indeed grim. Having been in this world for 3 years, he had gained some understanding of the cultivation ranks within this realm. The ranks were classified as follows: chi refinement, spirit gathering, essence gathering, valley breaking, solidification, earth profound, and heaven profound. Calm down, I must not lose my temper. Ye Nan reassured himself, shaking his head to dismiss the unpleasant thoughts. Where's Ling Long? Why hasn't she returned yet? He suddenly exclaimed. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. A person meeting the host's requirements for discipleship has been detected nearby. Please proceed to recruit them. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Nan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He understood that his system was a remarkable disciple recruitment system. Yet, it had been silent for 3 years, leading him to suspect that it was a false system. Now, hearing the system's prompt, he instantly felt invigorated. Ye Nan straightened up and scrutinized the crowd around the street. Soon, his gaze locked onto a girl dressed in a blue dress, ethereal and seemingly around 16 or 17 years old. Her alluring figure drew the attention of many, particularly the men nearby, who could hardly tear their gazes away, nearly drooling. Yet, the girl in the blue dress appeared oblivious to their stares, striding forward with poise. Is it her? Ye Nan pondered. Indeed, host. The system confirmed, and the system panel materialized before Ye Nan. Blue Ling, the reincarnation of the Empress. Ye Nan thought, somewhat astonished. Without further hesitation, he swiftly approached and positioned himself directly in her path. Upon seeing someone obstructing her way, Blue Ling furrowed her attractive brows. Why do you block my path? She inquired, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Miss, I have an opportunity for you. Might you be interested? Ye Nan gazed earnestly at Blue Ling upon hearing his words. Blue Ling smirked internally. To her, Ye Nan was no different from the other men nearby, merely seeking an excuse to flirt with her. Nevertheless, she was curious to hear what he had to say. Oh, an opportunity? Pray, what sort of opportunity? Blue Ling's lips curled with disdain. Who was she? She was the Empress Blue Ling, a pinnacle cultivator of the entire continent, having reached the peak of cultivation. What opportunity could possibly compare to hers? Countless techniques resided in her mind, and she herself cultivated imperial techniques. Merely presenting 2 top-tier cultivation manuals would incite chaos across the continent. I wish to take you as my disciple. Will you accept? Ye Nan looked at Blue Ling with anticipation. Hearing this, Blue Ling laughed a cold laugh. How audacious of someone to seek to take her as a disciple. No need. I must attend the entrance examination of the Wujizong. With that, Blue Ling elegantly sidestepped Ye Nan and continued on her way. Seeing the somewhat displeased Blue Ling dismiss him, Ye Nan was perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Nonetheless, he shouted after her. Miss, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. Blue Ling scoffed at his words as she walked away. Had she been her former self, She would have long since slapped Ye Nan into oblivion. To think he would dare seek to take her as a disciple was utterly laughable. She could see through the aura Ye Nan exuded at a glance. Although she had just regained her memories, her perception remained intact, and she had effortlessly reached the spirit-gathering stage. A Chia refinement failure daring to recruit her as a disciple was nothing short of comical. Watching Blue Ling fade into the distance, Ye Nan furrowed his brow as he turned back. He hadn't anticipated that his first attempt at recruiting a disciple would end in failure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Clapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "Ah, I see. As a mere Chi refinement cultivator, it's only natural she wouldn't believe me. Had I known, I should have presented some treasures." In his moment of excitement, he had completely overlooked that detail. And when he turned to look back, Blue Ling's figure had already vanished. "Brother Nan, where have you been?" Just as Ye Nan felt regretful, a young girl's voice reached his ears. Upon recognizing the voice, he snapped back to reality. It was a little girl of 7 or 8, clad in a short dress and a white tee, her hair styled in twin pigtails, donning a pair of white sneakers. "Oh, you're back. That outfit suits you quite well." Ye Nan smiled at Ling Long. These garments were gifts from the system during his initial check-in. Initially, upon receiving these items, he found them perplexing and had considered discarding them. However, after some contemplation, he decided to keep them. After all, they were remnants from Earth and held sentimental value. 2 years ago, while out hunting, he had encountered Ling Long, a girl who was begging and had lost her memory. In this chaotic realm of cultivation, he could not bear to abandon such a young child. After all, he too was a person far from home and felt a deep sense of empathy. Furthermore, the system had informed him that she would be his future disciple. Yet, Ling Long was not yet ready to become his disciple. Thus, he had taken her in early and named her Ye Ling Long. From that point on, the two had relied on each other for support. "Brother Nan, Uncle Wong didn't have any beef, so I bought a fish." Ling Long handed a basket of vegetables to Ye Nan. "No worries. Tonight, he'll prepare braised fish for you." Ye Nan affectionately ruffled Ling Long's hair. "Yay, that sounds great." Ling Long beamed with joy. Originally, Ye Nan had wanted her to address him as master, but she persistently called him brother instead, which he eventually accepted. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, Ye Nan skillfully prepared the fish and ingredients. Meanwhile, Ling Long adeptly approached a room, opened the door, and entered. Moments later, she emerged carrying a large pile of scrolls to the stove. Many of the scrolls emitted a faint, luminous glow. In no time, the flames blazed brightly. One by one, the cultivation scrolls were tossed into the stove by Ling Long. Previously, she had inquired about these scrolls, curious about their contents. They were filled with intricate symbols that she could not decipher. Ye Nan had informed her that they were all garbage. As someone who remained at the Chi refinement stage, these techniques were indeed useless to him, for he could not cultivate them, if it weren't for the years he had used this place. As firewood, this house would have long since been inadequate for him. This also reflects the sole value of these cultivation techniques, which brings a modicum of balance to Ye Nan's heart. At the very least, they could be used for boiling water and cooking. His cultivation level, exceeding 1,000 layers, sounds daunting. Yet, it serves little purpose. He cannot fly, nor can he release or absorb spiritual energy. Apart from possessing a relatively strong physique and considerable strength, there is nothing particularly extraordinary about him. It was only later that the system informed him that all his cultivation was constrained. The restrictions would only be lifted once he received his first disciple. The levels of cultivation techniques and magical treasures range from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Beyond that, it is said to include heavenly, kingly, imperial, noble, and sacred levels, along with the legendary emperor level. Zizi. The oil in the pan began to sizzle. Without hesitation, Ye Nan placed the fish into the pot. In an instant, a delightful aroma filled the air. "It smells wonderful." Ling Long quickly fetched a small stool and perched herself in front of the stove, watching Ye Nan cook the fish. "You little glutton, are you hungry? It will be ready soon." Ye Nan chuckled at Ling Long. Chapter 2. A failed attempt at taking disciples. Another one arrives. Before long, the fish was ready. Ye Nan also stir-fried a few vegetable dishes. The two then settled down at the table to enjoy their meal. "Ling Long, tomorrow, I will be going out for a while. You need to stay home, understood?" Ye Nan said while picking at the food. "Brother Nan, can I go?" Linglong gazed at Ye Nan with wide eyes. No, it's not just for fun. The journey is a bit long, and I don't want you to get tired. Ye Nan replied. Brother Nan, am not afraid of tiring out. Linglong insisted earnestly. She had only 2 years of memories. In her world, there was only Ye Nan. No matter what he did, she wanted to follow him. Bigedo returned in the afternoon. For lunch, you can eat at the restaurant across the street. You know where the money is kept. Ye Nan looked at Linglong. Okay. Linglong pouted and replied. Ye Nan pondered for the entire afternoon and ultimately decided to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony at Wuji sect the next day. He was aware that Wuji sect held this recruitment once a year. Tomorrow marks the official day for Wuji sect to accept disciples. After all, it was his first time recruiting disciples, and he wanted to make an effort. He had waited 3 years for this task to trigger. Therefore, he intended to seek out that Lanling again, that if he faced rejection once more, he would prepare to give up. After all, 1 chance and 2 chances, but not a third. He had gone to such lengths to recruit a disciple. If Lanling still refused, he would not take her as his disciple. At worst, he could wait for the next disciple. He had his principles. He was not desperate to take one. After a satisfying meal, both of them fell into a deep slumber. At dawn the next day, Ye Nan set off. The distance from Peng City to the Wuji sect's recruitment site was approximately 3 hours. To save time, he rented a horse-drawn carriage at a low price. Soon, Ye Nan arrived at the designated area for Wuji sect's recruitment. It was a vast square surrounded by various roads. He had come from one of those paths. On the other roads, many people and carriages were bustling about. At this moment, the square was already filled with a multitude of people, all young, some accompanied by their parents. How nostalgic. It reminds me of when I used to start school. Ye Nan dismounted the carriage, feeling sentimental. However, he quickly refocused on the matter at hand. He began scanning the area and soon spotted Lanling. Seizing the opportunity before the assessments began, he approached her directly. Miss, we meet again, Ye Nan said, attempting to present a gentle demeanor. Upon seeing Ye Nan, Lanling froze momentarily. Then, her expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Ye Nan would audaciously track her down here. What? Do you still wish to take me as your disciple? Lanling looked at Ye Nan with a hint of mockery. What do you say? Would you be willing to take me as your master? As long as you do, you will not regret it. Ye Nan spoke gently. I already told you yesterday that I have no need. Moreover, you lack the qualifications. Lanling's expression turned frosty. A dignified empress who had the right to be her master. The reason she sought to join Wuji sect was merely for resources. Even if she became part of Wuji sect, she would not take anyone as her master. Ye Nan, initially calm, had intended to present a special cultivation technique to astonish Lanling. The sudden activation of the disciple recruitment task yesterday had left him a bit too excited, causing him to forget this detail. Thus that he had specifically brought a special technique with him today. However, as he reached into his robe, he heard Lanling's scornful words. If you're unwilling, then so be it. Ye Nan slowly withdrew his hand, replying nonchalantly. He felt no anger and chose not to engage further in conversation. He simply turned to leave. Watching Ye Nan walk away, Lanling smirked dismissively. System, can I refuse to take in disciples? Ye Nan returned to the carriage. No, but this time you can. Hearing the system's response, Ye Nan sighed in relief. He had feared the system might impose some punishment. On the way back, Ye Nan felt quite disheartened. As time passed, he arrived back at the shop. Upon seeing Ye Nan return, Linglong, basking in the sun on a chair, brightened up. Brother Nan, you're back? Linglong hurried to Ye Nan's side. Ye Nan replied. Noticing Ye Nan's lack of cheer, Linglong cautiously inquired, Brother Nan, what's wrong? It's nothing, just some unhappy matters. Ye Nan shook his head. Brother Nan, I'll go make you some tea. Linglong, understanding his mood, dashed off to prepare tea for him. Seeing Linglong's earnestness, Ye Nan couldn't help but smile. Soon, he cast aside his earlier frustrations. After all, life must go on. It was nothing to fret over. However, just as he lay there soaking up the sun, a young man clad in black, around 16 or 17 years old, approached him. Boss, I'd like to buy some wine. The young man in black looked at Ye Nan. Upon seeing the young man, Ye Nan was taken aback. The boy reeked of alcohol. His complexion was pale, and there seemed to be dried blood at the corner of his mouth. All right. Ye Nan nodded, not thinking much of it. He was merely selling wine to someone who wanted to buy it. Yet, just as Ye Nan stood up, the system's voice echoed. Detected. An individual who meets the requirements for you to take on as a disciple nearby. Please proceed to recruit. Ye Nan paused, his gaze shifting suspiciously to the young man in black. Noticing Ye Nan looking at him, the young man offered a polite smile, albeit a strained one, clearly showing signs of injury. At this moment, Ye Nan felt a surge of excitement. He had thought he would have to wait another 3 years. To his surprise, it had only been a short time before he had the opportunity to recruit again. Ye Nan was now certain that the young man in front of him was the one that the system panel had automatically appeared before him, displaying the young man's information. Nevertheless, Ye Nan maintained his composure as he accepted the wine jug handed to him by the young man. Here, Ye Nan returned the filled jug to the young man. The young man took the jug, paid, and prepared to leave. Wait, Ye Nan quickly called out to him. Is there something you need? The young man turned back to face Ye Nan. I think we are destined to meet. Why not sit down and share a drink? Ye Nan smiled at All right. The young man considered for a moment and did not refuse. He had nowhere else to go but to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Ling Long, bring out a table. Ye Nan called into the house. Ling Long, who was boiling water, heard Ye Nan's voice. Okay, she replied promptly. Soon, Ling Long brought out a table. The table was modest in size, reminiscent of the small tables from his previous life on Earth. Nevertheless, for a 7 or 80-year-old girl, it remained quite heavy. However, Ling Long effortlessly lifted it with a single hand. The sight of Ling Long carrying the table with one hand astonished the man in black. To him, Ling Long appeared to be an ordinary person. Such strength would be expected only from a practitioner. Ye Nan had long since become accustomed to this revelation. When he first took Ling Long in, he gradually discovered her remarkable strength. There had been an occasion when she had hurled a stone weighing several hundred pounds with a single hand. Brother Nan, aren't you having tea? Ling Long inquired, casting a curious glance at the man in black as well. No, I'm in a good mood now. I prefer some wine. Ye Nan replied, affectionately ruffling Ling Long's hair. Witnessing the warmth between the siblings stirred an uncomfortable sensation within the heart of the man in black, akin to being pierced by a blade. He chose to ignore Ye Nan this time, seizing a jar of wine and drinking deeply. Chapter 3. The formal acceptance of a disciple and the bestowal of an extraordinary skill. Ye Nan did not intervene, but quietly observed. Until the man in black had consumed several jars of liquor. His face had turned crimson, and one could even see tears streaming down the cheeks of the man in black. Ye Nan Sikit. Even Ling Long, who was beside him, pouted her lips, seemingly on the verge of tears herself. She did not understand why this brother in black was suddenly crying. Yet, she sensed that he must be very pitiable. It was not until the man ceased his lamentation that Ye Nan's voice broke the silence. Do you feel any better now? I apologize. I have drunk too much. I must have embarrassed the proprietor. The man in black composed himself and replied, It is nothing. Everyone has their burdens, especially someone like you who is all alone. Ye Nan said with a hint of compassion in his gaze. Initially, the man in black, still under the influence of alcohol, paid little heed to Ye Nan's words. However, moments later, he abruptly rose, wariness etched across his face as he questioned, Who are you? With a crash, the jar of liquor he held shattered on the ground. Ye Nan had invited him to drink, and they were strangers. Coupled with the man's intoxication, he had not thought much of it. Yet, the moment Ye Nan referred to his solitude, the gravity of those words struck him differently. In recent times, his family had been annihilated while he had been away training, narrowly escaping death. Even so, he was relentlessly pursued. The injuries he bore were the result of such a harrowing experience. This was also why he felt a pang of discomfort witnessing the closeness between Ye Nan and his sister. It was not jealousy, but rather a deep sorrow. He loathed his own inadequacy, his inability to protect his kin. He feared that soon, he too might fall victim to the same fate. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the man's hand, pointed menacingly at Ye Nan, as if awaiting his response. Observing the man brandishing his sword, Ling Long interjected, stepping protectively in front of Ye Nan. You shall not bully my brother Nan. Gu Chun, hailing from a clan of cultivators, had seen his family extinguished. Ye Nan did not respond to Gu Chun, but instead recounted his own background and experiences. Upon hearing Ye Nan's tale, Gu Chun was taken aback. However, the shock was fleeting. In his eyes, Ye Nan was still there to kill him. "Do not look at me with such eyes. If I intended to kill you, would I not wait until you were satiated?" Ye Nan added, "And who are you? What do you want?" Gu Chun, now seeing the logic in Ye Nan's words, remained vigilant nonetheless. "I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you accept?" Ye Nan revealed his intentions. Gu Chun was momentarily stunned. "Wish to accept me as your disciple?" He looked at Ye Nan incredulously. He had already sensed the fluctuations in Ye Nan's cultivation level. Even he himself was at the gathering spirit realm. What could a mere chi refining stage practitioner teach him? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chun sheathed his sword, realizing that Ye Nan was not here to kill him. Moreover, Ye Nan seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his circumstances. How could he know so much in such a short time? Even his own city had not yet fully spread the news. He had traveled for half a month without food or rest, fleeing to this very place. "What say you? Will you accept?" Ye Nan fixed his calm gaze upon Gu Chun. In truth, he was anxious. He genuinely feared that Gu Chun might refuse. From his brief observations, Gu Chun appeared to be a person of loyalty and honor, unlike the previous one, Lan Ling. "What do you teach me?" Gu Chun hesitated, still inquiring. What if there was an opportunity he might miss? Rumors spoke of ancient beings who suppressed their realms, hiding away from the world. If Ye Nan truly possessed such abilities, becoming his disciple would not be a poor choice. Otherwise, he would be endangering Ye Nan as well. He did not wish to involve any innocent parties. "What level is that sword you just wielded?" Ye Nan asked, gazing at Gu Chun. "A third-tier, treasured weapon." Gu Chun replied, "Then give that sword to me." Ye Nan commanded. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Gu Chun furrowed his brow. However, he quickly came to terms with it. If Ye Nan was indeed stronger than him, possessing that sword would not change their fates. The same applied in reverse. With a swift motion, Gu Chun retrieved the sword from his spatial ring and handed it to Ye Nan. Ye Nan examined the sword, then slowly remarked, "This is truly subpar." With a slight exertion of his hands, before Gu Chun could react, the sword was effortlessly snapped in two. Gu Chun was left dumbfounded. A third-tier treasured weapon, so easily shattered by Ye Nan? Though angered, he was simultaneously astonished by Ye Nan's might. He had never encountered anyone capable of breaking a third-tier treasured weapon with their bare hands. "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Ye Nan smiled at Gu Chun. Gu Chun attempted to speak, but was abruptly cut off by Ye Nan. "I know what you wish to say. As long as you become my disciple, your enemies will be my enemies. A true man must not cower in fear." At Ye Nan's words, Gu Chun felt a tremor in his heart. With a thud, disciple Gu Chun pays respects to master. He knelt down, bowing several times. "Ha! Good disciple. Rise quickly." Ye Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart brimming with joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Reward, 10,000 levels of chi refining, and the host restrictions have been lifted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the extraordinary skill, Eye of Nullification, and activating disciple Gu Chun's special constitution, Diamond Body, along with unlocking the extraordinary skill, 123, Wooden Man. Ding! Due to the host's first successful acceptance of a disciple, all disciples' cultivation speed is doubled, currently at 200 times. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ye Nan's expression darkened as he thought, "Goodness, this is indeed extraordinary. I've directly gained 10,000 levels. The special constitution I can comprehend, but what in the world is this 123 Wooden Man?" In response to the host, simply shout the incantation, "Remain still," and you will enter a state where no attacks can affect you. What? So incredible. System, you are biased. Hurry. Give me 1 too. Ye Nan's heart raced with excitement. After calling for a while, the system remained silent. Seeing the system's lack of response, Ye Nan could only curse inwardly, "Damned system. I spit on you." Yet, in the next moment, Ye Nan felt a slight pressure in his eyes. However, it was merely fleeting. Observing the myriad of expressions on Ye Nan's face, Linglong had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Gu Chun appeared somewhat puzzled. "Master, what is wrong with you?" Gu Chun waved his hand before Ye Nan's face. Ah, it's nothing, just pondering some matters. Since you are my second disciple, I have nothing to give you. So go ahead and select some techniques and weapons for yourself. Ye Nan hastily shifted the topic. This is your senior sister, Yi Linglong. Ye Nan turned to Linglong, saying, Linglong, please take your junior brother to have a look. Upon hearing Ye Nan mention techniques and weapons, Gu Chun felt a spark of excitement. However, upon seeing the utterly ordinary dwelling before him, his spirits dampened. In his mind, valuable items would always be kept on one's person, especially techniques and weapons. Casually placed within the abode of mere mortals, it surely cannot be anything of worth. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Having already pledged himself to his master, he had no choice but to accept. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Linglong, albeit reluctantly, guided Gu Chun inside. She was acutely aware that just moments ago, this fellow had brandished a sword at her esteemed Nan Ge. Wait a moment, I almost forgot. Allow me to impart another secret. With an air of mystery, Ye Nan approached Gu Chun. Please, master, instruct me, Gu Chun replied respectfully. In the future, should you encounter an adversary beyond your capabilities, simply shout, 1, 2, 3, wooden man, and then stand still without moving. Ye Nan revealed this extraordinary technique. Chapter 4. It shocked Gu Chun. What on earth is this? Gu Chun stood there in bewilderment, having anticipated that Ye Nan would impart genuine skills to him. Instead, he found himself confronted with a game of red light, green light. His expression darkened instantly. He began to question whether his master might be somewhat misguided. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and respectfully expressed, Thank you, master, for your teachings. Now, go and select your cultivation techniques and weapons, Ye Nan replied, nodding with satisfaction. He returned to the reclining chair at the entrance of the shop. Then, Linglong led Gu Chun to the chamber where the techniques were stored. However, as they entered the tavern, Gu Chun casually glanced at the stove where water was boiling. Gu Chun halted, approaching the stove. His attention was not on the stove itself, but rather on the burning object atop it. It was a scroll, shimmering with a radiant glow. Furrowing his brow, Gu Chun felt a sense of familiarity with the scroll and cautiously drew closer. Upon closer inspection, he understood why it seemed familiar. This was a scroll used by cultivators to store their techniques. Moreover, the scroll currently ablaze, along with the luminous aura it emitted, left him utterly astounded. Techniques that glimmered with such brilliance were undeniably formidable. Even his former family had never possessed scrolls of this caliber. He had once been fortunate enough to witness a royal-level technique, yet it lacked the sparkling aura of this one. This is terrible. How can it be burned? Gu Chun hurriedly extracted the half-burned scroll from beneath the kettle, burning his hand in the process, yet he paid it no mind. He carefully laid the scroll on a table. Meanwhile, Linglong looked on with a perplexed expression. What a waste. Gu Chun's face was a picture of dismay, yet when he unfurled the charred scroll, he was rendered speechless. There he beheld the words holy level technique. The name that followed seemed to have been scorched beyond recognition. This is a holy level technique. Gu Chun sank to the ground, his complexion pale with fury. To think a holy level technique was used to boil water. What sort of person could conceive such an atrocity? If this technique were to be revealed to the outside world, it would incite a bloodbath. Furthermore, acquiring it was no easy feat. He longed to curse, and even to exact vengeance. However, after a lengthy moment, he could only sigh. This technique did not belong to him, nor did he possess the authority to dispose of it. Yet, he couldn't shake off his indignation. He believed Ye Nan to be ignorant of its value, having stumbled upon such a prestigious technique. After all, holy-level techniques were revered and seldom encountered. The mere appearance of one would provoke slaughter. What are you doing? Linglong furrowed her brow at Gu Chun. Nothing. Please continue to lead the way, senior sister. Gu Chun replied weakly. Before long, they arrived at a door. It's right in here. You can choose for yourself, Linglong said, glancing at Gu Chun. Oh, Gu Chun responded glumly. Having witnessed the holy level technique earlier, he now found Ye Nan's other techniques to be of little interest. As he opened the door, a startled scream erupted from within. The sound echoed as if someone had encountered a terrifying sight. Ling Long, who had been about to turn away, stumbled back in fright and burst into the room, visibly irate. "What's all this shouting about? You nearly scare me to death," Ling Long exclaimed, revealing her small teeth as she glared at the dazed Gu Chun. At that moment, Gu Chun was utterly oblivious to Ling Long's words. He stood in shock, gazing at the mountain of techniques before him, most of which radiated brilliance that nearly blinded him. Thud! His legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. "Hey, are you all right?" Ling Long asked, frowning at the perspiring Gu Chun. "Huh, I'm fine." Slowly, Gu Chun turned his stiff neck toward Ling Long. "Senior sister, are all of these masteress?" "Indeed, we use them for boiling water and cooking." Ling Long nodded earnestly. "What? Used to boil water and cook?" Gu Chun's jaw dropped in disbelief. No wonder he had seen a holy level technique being used to boil water earlier. It was evidently commonplace. The sight before him utterly shattered his worldview. So many techniques. Where had they all come from? He cautiously opened a scroll at his feet. 1, 2, 3, 10. He couldn't fathom how many scrolls he had seen. Some even radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the holy level techniques. He dared not imagine what sort of techniques those could be. With trepidation, he opened one more. Imperial level technique. And there were so many. Gu Chun's sweat poured down like rain, his hands trembling as he held the scroll. Only now did he comprehend Ye Nan's extraordinary might. Holy level and imperial level techniques piled high, without a soul to contest them. He had mistakenly thought Ye Nan lacked discernment. In reality, Ye Nan simply did not care. Even an emperor would not possess such a fortune. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of gratitude for encountering Ye Nan and becoming his disciple. A flicker of hope ignited within him. With these techniques, revenge was no longer a mere dream. "Have you finished selecting? Once you're done, I'll take you to choose weapons," Ling Long said, observing Gu Chun. At her words, Gu Chun snapped back to reality. I'll select right away." He was eager to discover what caliber of weapons awaited him. Ultimately, he chose an imperial-level technique. He refrained from being greedy, knowing that one could not digest too much at once. After making his choice, he prepared to leave, only to see Ling Long carrying a pile of scrolls past him. In an instant, he realized her intentions. He hurriedly followed to intervene. "Those techniques cannot be burned," he implored. "Why can't they be burned? If we don't burn them, how will we eat or drink? Are you foolish?" Ling Long shot him a glare. Then, amidst Gu Chun's dismayed and pained gaze, the scrolls were tossed into the furnace. "No, I must find a way to stop this madness, or it will all be lost." Gu Chun's mind raced in desperation. Soon, filled with anticipation, he arrived at another chamber. This was the weapons room, and the two rooms were adjacent to one another. The door was even unlocked. Creak! As he opened the door, Gu Chun stood frozen in disbelief, mouth agape, staring inside. So many treasures. Gu Chun stammered. Each artifact within stimulated his senses. A thought crossed his mind, to take everything. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. "What's wrong? Can't choose? Let me help you." Just as he swallowed hard, Ye Nan entered the room. "Master." Gu Chun quickly bowed. You don't seem suited for a sword. Your fist would serve you better," Ye Nan remarked, rummaging through the items as if sifting through refuse. "Very well, master." Gu Chun respectfully nodded. In truth, he was not particularly fond of swords. It was merely that the martial arts of his family predominantly favored the sword path. He had no choice but to wield a sword. He found it. Soon, Ye Nan discovered a pair of transparent, ultra-thin gloves, seemingly crafted from diamonds, tucked away in a corner. They were exceedingly exquisite. Chapter 5. Assistance in Slaughtering Pigs. "Here you go." Ye Nan handed a pair of gloves to Gu Chun. As he observed the gloves shimmering with brilliance, Ye Nan couldn't help but swallow hard. He was unaware of the extraordinary nature of this treasure. While the cultivation methods bore annotations indicating their levels, these magical artifacts appeared increasingly formidable. "Thank you, master," Gu Chun exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to receive them. However, as soon as he grasped the gloves, he found himself crashing to the ground. "What? Why is it so heavy?" Gu Chun lay in astonishment. Truly, it was a supreme artifact. I forgot to mention, you must first drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. Otherwise, it's quite weighty," Ye Nan said a bit awkwardly. A moment later, Gu Chun pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall, and soon the gloves acknowledged him as their master. Holding the transparent gloves once more, he found them surprisingly light this time. "Let me try them on," Ye Nan suggested. "All right, master." Gu Chun hurriedly donned the gloves. Upon wearing them, he was taken aback by an overwhelming sensation. "Master, I feel as though I could obliterate anything." "What are you thinking? It's merely an illusion. True strength must come from within, not from external objects." Ye Nan replied. "Disciple will heed Master's teachings." Gu Chun promptly tucked away the gloves. After the three finished dinner, Ye Nan arranged a room for Gu Chun. There were quite a few rooms, a preparation made in anticipation of future disciples, as he foresaw a multitude of students after acquiring the disciple system. Little did he know, 3 years would pass before he received another disciple. He even began to question whether the system was malfunctioning. The night passed silently until the next morning. The earliest riser was Gu Chun. Seeing Ye Nan and Ling Long still asleep, he refrained from disturbing them and ventured to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As a cultivator, he undoubtedly possessed some culinary skills from his time spent in the wilderness. Before long, breakfast was ready. Noticing that Ye Nan and Ling Long had yet to arise, he decided to summon them, considering the sun was already up. However, as he approached Ye Nan's room, he inadvertently glanced at the other doors. Initially, it was just a casual look, but unexpectedly, Gu Chun's steps halted. He gazed at a room adjacent to the one containing the cultivation weapons. There was nothing particularly interesting about it. His curiosity stemmed from the fact that while all other rooms were unlocked, this one was securely locked. Driven by intrigue, he prepared to investigate. Creak! The sound of a door opening interrupted him. "Oh, you're up so early?" Ye Nan remarked, surprised at Gu Chun. I was just about to call master for breakfast." Gu Chun replied with a grin. "You can cook? I'd love to taste it." Ye Nan was even more surprised to hear that Gu Chun had prepared breakfast. I'll set the table." Gu Chun eagerly began to prepare utensils. Ye Nan directly went to Ling Long's room, rousing the little sloth from her slumber. Reluctantly, Ling Long awoke, still yearning for more sleep. The three gathered around the table to enjoy breakfast together. Not bad, but there's ample room for improvement. Ye Nan nodded after taking a few bites. "Thank you for the praise, master." Gu Chun responded, a bit flustered. "Master, I have a question I wish to ask." After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chun voiced his inquiry. "Ask away," Ye Nan replied, nonchalantly continuing to eat. "Last night, while I was cultivating, I found my speed of advancement had increased exponentially compared to before." Gu Chun recounted his experience from the previous night. He was astounded. He had only recently reached the gathering spirit realm. Yet, after merely an hour of cultivation last night, he had directly ascended to the 3rd level of the gathering spirit realm. He understood this pace was abnormal. Cultivation should be akin to consuming food and drink, requiring a gradual approach. A cultivator in the gathering spirit realm, even with relentless effort, would typically take months, assuming they had decent talent. Some might take even longer. Fear not. Just focus on your cultivation. Your innate talent is already exceptional, and I've enhanced your physique, enabling you to cultivate at a faster rate than before. Ye Nan reassured him. "What? Enhanced?" Gu Chun gasped. When did Ye Nan perform such a transformation? He felt nothing amiss and was awestruck by Ye Nan's might. No wonder he sensed his cultivation speed was so extraordinary. Who would believe it if he spoke of it? "Master, what realm of power do you possess?" Gu Chun asked, his disbelief evident regarding Ye Nan being merely in the Qi refinement realm. "Qi refinement realm? What of it?" Ye Nan replied coolly. Nothing. I was just curious." Gu Chun chuckled sheepishly, clearly skeptical of Ye Nan's claim. How could someone in the Qi refinement realm wield such capabilities? Not wishing to elaborate further, Ye Nan left it at that. "Master, after breakfast, I wish to venture into the myriad beast mountain range for some practical experience," Gu Chun stated, reminding himself of the blood feud he still bore. Remaining idle was not an option. "Very well, just be cautious." Ye Nan nodded, not refusing his request. He understood Gu Chun's sentiments. Though he could easily assist in avenging him, it was better for Gu Chun to handle this himself. Mishandling such emotions could lead to lingering issues. "Thank you, master." Gu Chun had anticipated that Ye Nan might decline. Return promptly. Ye Nan nodded in affirmation. The myriad beast mountain range was not far from Peng City, merely about 100 miles away. The primary concern was that the most powerful beasts resided deep within. After breakfast, Gu Chun diligently washed the dishes before departing. Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction. He had expected Gu Chun to solicit his assistance in seeking revenge. Yet surprisingly, Gu Chun had not mentioned it at all. "Oh, Xiao, Anan is at home?" At that moment, a woman approached him. "Aunt Wang, here to buy some wine?" Ye Nan smiled at Aunt Wang. "Indeed, I came to purchase some wine, and, by the way, my family is slaughtering pigs. Would you assist in holding the pig down?" Aunt Wang spoke familiarly with Ye Nan. "Oh, slaughtering pigs? Sounds good." Ye Nan did not refuse. After all, they were neighbors, and when he first arrived in this world, these neighbors had aided him considerably. "Ling Long, watch the shop. I'm heading out to help." Ye Nan prepared the wine for Aunt Wang, changed into an old outfit, and set off with her. "All right," Ling Long responded casually, then promptly reclined on Ye Nan's chair, engrossed in a small book. These books were rewards from the system, and over the years, Ye Nan had spent his time perusing them. Meanwhile, Gu Chun, bloodied and weary, knelt by the river to drink. Beside him lay a beast resembling a wolf, its blood staining Gu Chen's body. "This method of enhancing my cultivation is too slow. It seems I must delve deeper," Gu Chen remarked as he wiped the water from his lips. Here, one could occasionally spot the silhouettes of other cultivators, all hunting beasts. With a stroke of luck, one might even stumble upon some spiritual herbs. Selling these could yield a decent number of spirit stones. Chapter 6. Dare to bully my brother Nan? I shall vanquish you. Spirit stones are not only excellent resources for cultivators, but also serve as currency in this world. They are classified into 3 grades: high grade, mid grade, and low grade. The higher the grade, the more effective the cultivation. Without further hesitation, Gu Chun grasped the sword in his hand and ventured deeper into the mountains. This sword was selected from the warehouse, as he was currently too weak in cultivation. The boxing gloves he possessed were far too formidable for casual use. Otherwise, encountering a cultivator of the same realm would pose no issue, but facing greedy and powerful cultivators alone would certainly lead to trouble. Nevertheless, the sword he wielded was remarkable. It was a black long sword, marked with numerous rust spots, giving it the appearance of an ordinary iron weapon. However, its sharpness was truly fearsome. The severed beast on the ground bore testament to the sword's lethal edge, which was precisely why Gu Chun had chosen it, as it would mitigate potential troubles. He planned to begin practicing his boxing techniques upon returning. Shortly after Gu Chun departed, 2 young individuals arrived at the scene. They were spirit beasts of the gathering spirit realm. The young man observed the beast's carcass on the ground, exclaiming, "It seems there is a master at work." This beast was slain with a single strike. "Let's go." "There's nothing to see here," the young woman interjected. If Ye Nan were present, he would surely recognize her. She was none other than Lan Ling, the girl who had failed to become Ye Nan's disciple. "All right, junior sister." The male cultivator nodded respectfully at Lan Ling, though a flicker of longing briefly shone in his eyes. At around 16 years of age, Lan Ling was a gathering spirit cultivator whose assessment had once drawn the attention of the sect leader, who had wished to take her as a disciple, only to be rejected by her. Even so, the Wuji sect had made great efforts to nurture her. Among the two, the male cultivator, though the most accomplished, was already in his 20s, rendering his status incomparable to Lan Ling's. They had both come for training, especially Lan Ling, who understood that only through combat could she rapidly enhance her skills. With a swish, the two swiftly vanished into the depths of the mountains, heading in the same direction as Gu Chun. Meanwhile, Ye Nan was at Aunt Wang's home, enjoying a communal feast, alongside several others who had come to assist in butchering pigs. Ling Long was also present, seizing the opportunity for a grand meal. The table was filled with laughter and conversation. "Xiao Nan, you're not so young anymore. Why don't you find a partner? Should I introduce someone to you? I think the girl from old Chen's family is quite nice." Aunt Wang beamed at Ye Nan. "I think it's a good match. That girl seems to have a favorable impression of you." Old Chun, who was assisting, also expressed approval. "Everyone, please don't tease me. I'm not considering that at the moment." Ye Nan replied, somewhat exasperated. "All right, I won't say more. If you truly have thoughts about it, just tell Aunt Wang." and I'll help you. Aunt Wang looked at Ye Nan earnestly. With no other choice, Ye Nan could only nod in acquiescence. Meanwhile, Ling Long paid no attention to the conversation, instead devouring her meal from the largest bowl with great enthusiasm. After a satisfying feast, Ye Nan left with Ling Long. As they departed, Aunt Wang insisted on giving Ye Nan some meat. Ling Long was overjoyed, knowing they would have meat to eat for the next few days, as previously they could only enjoy it once every few days. Additionally, business at the tavern had been poor until recently. Suddenly, Ye Nan sensed something amiss. What is going on? Why is there an aura outside the city? As he leisurely made his way home, he noticed two figures clad in black cloaks, stealthily loitering in front of his shop. One of them held an object resembling a compass, with a spinning needle atop it. Hey, what are you doing? Ye Nan frowned and called out to them. Upon hearing his voice, both figures turned to face him. He has encountered Gu Chun before, one of them observed, the compass needle pointing directly at Ye Nan. Upon hearing Gu Chen's name, Ye Nan's eyes narrowed instantly. He suspected these two were adversaries of Gu Chen, here to eliminate him. Without wasting any more words, the other black-clad figure swiftly approached Ye Nan, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kid, tell me where Gu Chun is. The man demanded, his tone chilling despite his gentle grip. How dare you bully my brother Nan? I shall vanquish you. Ling Long, witnessing Ye Nan being threatened, rolled up her sleeves, ready to intervene. It's all right, Ling Long. Ye Nan quickly stopped her, conscious that they were in a city filled with ordinary people, and any disturbance could have dire consequences. Reluctantly, Ling Long complied, though her small face remained puffed up, glaring fiercely at the two men in black. Gentlemen, I know where Gu Chun is. I will lead you there. Ye Nan maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the two. Their surprise was palpable at witnessing a Qi refinement cultivator remaining so composed in the face of two gathering spirit cultivators. However, they dismissed it, thinking, what trouble could a mere Qi refinement cultivator cause? Moreover, this was a remote and desolate area where even slightly stronger Qi refinement cultivators seldom ventured. The Wuji sect was also far removed from this place. Judging by his demeanor, Ye Nan did not appear to be affiliated with the Wuji sect. Even if he were, they believed they could eliminate their target without the sect's interference, as their own backing did not fear Wuji sect. At least you are sensible. But don't attempt any tricks. Otherwise, the black-clad man's tone was threatening. All right, I will take you there. Ye Nan nodded in agreement. As he followed the two men out of the city, Ling Long found the situation peculiar. Brother Nan, come back soon. I'll head back first. Okay, make sure to prepare the tea for me. Ye Nan casually responded. Observing the two men chatting as if nothing were amiss, the black-clad figures became impatient. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Without hesitation, Ye Nan led the way toward the city outskirts. Do you think you'll return alive? The man holding Ye Nan's shoulder sneered inwardly. Moments later, the trio arrived outside the city. To be cautious, Ye Nan walked a bit further away. Once they distanced themselves from the town, he halted and turned to the two men, inquiring, Are you here to kill Gu Chun? Oh, you know this? It seems you have a good relationship. Such matters are shared with you. The elder with the compass spoke in a gravelly voice from beneath his hat. Indeed, you are correct. Ye Nan's voice turned icy. And if so, what will you do about it? Both men burst into laughter. Very well. I was concerned about mistakenly targeting the wrong person. It now appears these individuals truly deserve their fate. Chapter 7. The Third Grade Elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Nan extended his hand and struck at the head of the nearest figure clad in black. What a joke. Seeing Ye Nan, a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator, daring to attack him was laughable. The black-clad man released a sudden burst of energy. Buzz! A spiritual energy shield manifested around him, as he intended to crush Ye Nan. When he envisioned Ye Nan's blood splattering everywhere, a resounding bang echoed. His head exploded like a watermelon, rendering the so-called spiritual energy shield utterly ineffective. Blood splattered onto the nearby black-clad individual. Witnessing the headless corpse of his companion, another black-clad man trembled in fear. To have one's life extinguished by a mere slap from a Qi refinement realm cultivator made him realize he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Without further ado, he turned and fled. You think you can escape after making a scene? Ye Nan. He swung his hand toward the fleeing black-clad man with decisive force. Boom! The man had scarcely made it a few steps when a massive hand of spiritual energy struck him, observing the deep crater left in the ground. Ye Nan withdrew his palm, murmuring to himself, Not bad. Although I am merely at the chi refinement stage, my strength is commendable. Alas, how I wish I could fly. He had deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, the pit would have been far deeper. His intention was to kill, not to lay waste to the city. Sigh, I wonder how my disciple is faring. I never imagined that enemies would track me down to this place. With his hands clasped behind him, Ye Nan strolled into the city. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, Gu Chun had already hunted numerous demon beasts. He had also collected a significant number of demon cores, and through relentless battles, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of the gathering spirit realm. He had not even trained. His breakthroughs came solely from combat. Truly, the methods of my master are astonishing. As Gu Chun sensed his own aura, he couldn't help but marvel at Ye Nan's prowess. I wonder if my master enjoys demon meat. I should bring some back. Gu Chun glanced at the corpses of the demon beasts around him, muttering to himself. Without further thought, he hastily began to gather his spoils, slicing some choice cuts of meat to store in his spatial ring. Just as Gu Chun was collecting his bounty, several cultivators hurried past him. What was happening? Gu Chun observed the panicked expression of the surrounding cultivators. Brother, what has occurred? Gu Chun quickly asked a chi refinement realm man. I heard there is a 3rd-grade elixir not far ahead. We are all going to witness the commotion. The man initially intended to be angry, but upon seeing Gu Chun drenched in blood, he refrained from hiding the truth. A 3rd-grade elixir? Gu Chun's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although his cultivation speed had significantly increased, who wouldn't desire more treasures? Moreover, this elixir could enhance one's cultivation. Without further ado, Gu Chun made his way toward the gathering crowd. Before long, Gu Chun arrived at his destination. He spotted a white flower blooming halfway up a mountain, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Many individuals had gathered at the foot of the mountain, yet none dared to ascend and pluck the flower. Even Gu Chun did not act rashly, for powerful demon beasts often guarded such spiritual herbs. Most of those present were at the chi refinement stage, with few in the gathering spirit realm. Junior sister, shall we take action? A young male cultivator asked a female cultivator. These two were Lan Ling and her companion. Let us not rush. First, let's ascertain the level of the guarding demon beast. Lan Ling squinted her eyes. She had initially intended to merely gain some experience, but had not anticipated such a fortunate find. Though her expression remained calm, her heart brimmed with excitement. Even though the Wuji sect had no shortage of 3rd-grade elixirs and possessed even higher-grade ones, this particular flower was of profound significance to her. While 3rd-grade elixirs may seem unremarkable, this ice attribute elixir was precisely what she needed. Previously, she had thought the Wuji sect would possess it, only to be disappointed. Such attribute-based spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, they were essential for awakening special physiques. Indeed, Lan Ling possessed a unique physique, and to awaken it, she required specific medicinal materials, with this flower being one of them. It seems my fortune in this life surpasses that of my previous one. Lan Ling felt a surge of pride. In her past life, she had been an emperor, but that was all through her own efforts. Her fortune had been decent overall. However, she lacked a special physique. In this life, she discovered that she had awakened one. Perhaps, in this life I can strive for the non-existent realm. Lan Ling's emotions were in turmoil. What a beautiful girl. Gu Chun also noticed Lan Ling not far away. It seemed she sensed someone observing her. Lan Ling slightly furrowed her brow and turned to look at Gu Chun. Upon meeting her gaze, Gu Chun offered a gentle smile. Seeing the aura emanating from Gu Chun, which belonged to the gathering spirit realm, Lan Ling was mildly surprised. After all, Gu Chun appeared to be around her age. To reach such a realm at this young age astonished her. Of course, she was an exception. The male cultivator beside her also noticed Lan Ling's gaze and curiously glanced over. Upon seeing Gu Chun, his eyes narrowed. He too sensed Gu Chun's realm, and an uncomfortable feeling surged within him. Gu Chun was far too young. Jealousy arose within him. Lan Ling had never looked at him this way. So why Gu Chun? He was already 25 and still only in the gathering spirit realm, which was hard for him to accept. Junior sister, should I teach that brat a lesson for daring to meet your gaze? The male cultivator's demeanor softened as he turned to Lan Ling. No need. I actually find this quite interesting. If he could be brought under my wing, he might prove to be a valuable ally in the future. Lan Ling candidly expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, the male cultivator's fists clenched in frustration. Lan Ling had not even considered him as a follower. Yet she showed interest in this brat. The male cultivator's unease was noted by Lan Ling, but she paid it no mind. Little did she know of his true thoughts. To her, he was merely a clown. Were it not for their shared sect, which required his assistance in gathering resources, he wouldn't even be worthy of standing beside her. In fact, she might have disposed of him long ago. Roar! Just as everyone was on the verge of action, a fearsome beast's roar resonated throughout the surroundings. Look, what is that? Someone exclaimed in surprise. All eyes turned toward the source of the roar. When they beheld the massive beast halfway up the mountain, resembling a giant elephant, all were struck with fear. It was an enormous, ferocious tiger. Such formidable aura. I cannot stay. You all can contend among yourselves. Some individuals were already retreating. Indeed, it was powerful, seemingly at the 8th layer of the gathering spirit realm. Lan Ling narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 8. The contest for the precious herb. She was merely at the 5th level of spirit gathering. However, she quickly regained her composure. The 8th level beast was still within her capability to slay. After all, she was the reincarnation of a great emperor, setting aside her myriad of skills. Her combat awareness and cultivated techniques would suffice to vanquish this beast. Perfect. The creature's flesh appeared robust. Her master would surely appreciate it. Meanwhile, Gu Chan pondered how to procure the meat. Yet, he did not forget about the precious herb beside the fierce tiger. He intended to seize it as well. Roar! The fierce tiger bellowed once more at the crowd below, seemingly attempting to intimidate them with its sheer presence. This herb had long caught its eye, having only recently bloomed. It would not allow anyone to take it. Although some were at the spirit gathering stage nearby, their levels were too low to dare to snatch it. Sister, I shall assist you in retrieving it, a male cultivator declared confidently. He saw this as an opportunity to impress Lan Ling. He was aware of the tiger's might, but, as a genius of the Wuji sect, he believed he could fight above his level. Previously, he had defeated someone 2 levels higher than himself. Being at the 7th level of spirit gathering, he felt assured of victory. Then I shall rely on you, senior brother. Lan Lang deeply et sin. And no worries. It's what senior brother wishes to do. The male cultivator was elated to hear Lan Ling's gratitude. Without further ado, he drew his sword, his blood coursing with fervor, and charged directly at the fierce tiger, akin to one invigorated by a potent elixir. Why does he seem so familiar? Someone in the crowd mused, observing the male cultivator with intrigue. Don't you know? He is a genius of the Wuji sect, came the response. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Gu Chun, meanwhile, remained still, merely observing. I have a feeling this fellow won't stand a chance, Gu Chun remarked with a strange expression. Boom! As the crowd watched, the battle at the mountainside erupted. The onlookers grew increasingly perplexed. The male cultivator was being pushed back, sustaining numerous injuries. Even he himself was bewildered. Could he truly fight above his level? What was happening? The mighty tiger was easily repelling him. Unforgivable. I will fight you. The male cultivator seethed, especially with Lan Ling watching from below. Yet, the next moment, a cry of despair echoed from the mountainside. Sister, save me. His plight was dire. Even his trousers were shredded by the tiger's claws. Upon hearing his cries, Lan Ling remained expressionless, showing no intention of rescue. The crowd stared at her in astonishment. Even Gu Chan frowned at her. No one stepped forward to assist. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Until the battle at the mountainside ceased, the male cultivator's voice fell silent. Only the mighty tiger remained, feasting heartily. Oh, this is the fate of a sycophant, sighed a male cultivator beside Gu Chun. Gu Chun turned to Lan Ling, his frown deepening. He had just praised her beauty, but now, Upon closer inspection, he felt nothing but disdain. To so easily abandon one's companion, neglecting even their remains, was utterly heartless. Yet, Lan Ling remained unfazed by the gazes around her. In her eyes, these individuals were mere ants, unworthy of comparison to a reincarnated great emperor. Roar, as if sensing the taste of flesh. The fierce tiger let out a roar and charged towards the crowd below. Panic ensued, and everyone fled in haste. With the tiger's strength, a single bite would surely leave one bruised and battered. All fled, save for two, Lan Ling and Gu Chun. Whoosh whoosh. The two moved simultaneously, not towards the fierce tiger, but rather to the precious herb on the mountainside. Such speed, Lan Ling was taken aback by Gu Chen's swiftness. Yet, as the reincarnation of an emperor, her own abilities were far from lacking. Soon, both displayed their prowess as they raced toward the herb. The rampaging tiger noticed their movements. Roar! With a mighty roar, it disregarded its meal and sped back. Just as their hands were about to touch the herb, a massive shadow loomed behind them. They instantly halted and turned to defend themselves. Boom! The force exploded outward, raising a cloud of dust. Even trees toppled in the wake. Roar! The fierce tiger once again roared at them. Witnessing this, Lan Ling swiftly retreated. Upon seeing Lan Ling flee to safety, Gu Chun was momentarily stunned. Then, his expression darkened. Lan Ling intended to reap the benefits while they clashed. Observing Gu Chen's grim countenance, she could not help but smirk disdainfully. Though she was merely in her teens in this life, her intellect was that of an ancient being. How could Gu Chen's youthful mind compare? Lan Ling's strategy was simple. She would wait for Gu Chun and the tiger to inflict mutual destruction before stepping in to claim the spoils. Even if Gu Chun were to falter, she would leverage her rescue to compel him to submit to her. Between life and servitude, she trusted he would choose wisely. In her estimation, Gu Chen's talent, while not on par with hers, could still yield some accomplishments with proper guidance. Having him serve her in the future would be most gratifying. She perceived herself as a child of destiny, reveling in her own cleverness. Roar! The fierce tiger lunged at Gu Chun. With no time for other thoughts, Gu Chun met it head-on with his blade. Upon witnessing the rusted black sword in Gu Chen's grasp, the tiger's eyes seemed to reflect a hint of disdain. Slash! Their weapons clashed. Crack! The collision lacked force, resembling the act of chopping vegetables. The tiger, now with only half a paw, was momentarily stunned. Roar! Then came the tiger's anguished cry. That sword! Lan Ling gazed at Gu Chun, astonished. More accurately, she was fixated on the sword he wielded. Roar! The fierce tiger, though pained, was now filled with fury. It aimed to flay Gu Chun alive, crush his bones, and devour him whole. It seemed the tiger had also taken note of the sword in Gu Chen's hand. Rather than charge directly, it hurled stones toward him, even uprooting trees to hurl them as well. Gu Chun evaded the incoming stones and timber, slicing through each projectile with ease, transforming them into mere fragments. Moreover, he pressed ever closer. As Gu Chun advanced, the tiger began to panic. After hurling a massive boulder, it turned to snatch the precious herb, intending to flee with it. Beast, prepare to die. Gu Chun quickened his pace, charging toward the tiger. Vile creature, how dare you? Lan Ling was alarmed and rushed to thwart the tiger's escape. Swish! A blue sword appeared in Lan Ling's hand. In an instant, their simultaneous assaults arrived. The fierce tiger, caught unawares, was instantly slain. Chapter 9. The confrontation between Lan Ling and Gu Chun, the actions of the two, did not cease with the fall of the colossal tiger. Their hands simultaneously reached for the precious herb. With a swift motion, Lan Ling swung her sword toward Gu Chun. Anticipating her move, Gu Chun responded without hesitation, meeting her attack with a sword of his own. The clash was inevitable, and to Lan Ling's shock, her sword shattered into two pieces. In that instant, she was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about Gu Chen's weapon. Astonishingly, her sword was a third-tier spirit sword, yet it had been cleaved in two by Gu Chen's blade. What caliber of sword was that? A wave of panic surged through Lan Ling. The worn and rusty appearance of Gu Chen's weapon had even evaded the discerning eye of a great emperor like her. Despite her astonishment, her movements did not falter. In the blink of an eye after her sword was severed, Lan Ling clenched her fist and launched a punch toward Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen met her attack with a fist of his own. The impact resonated through the air, and for a brief moment, they were locked in a stalemate. However, Lan Ling was soon sent hurtling backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Gu Chen with disbelief. For one who had always been invincible among her peers, to be defeated by a mere punch today was utterly unfathomable. Seeing Lan Ling being thrown back, Gu Chen was equally astonished. Have I truly grown this powerful? He stared at his own fist in shock. Unbeknownst to him, he possessed a unique physique, the diamond body. Previously, he had only felt his cultivation speed increasing, but now he realized that his physical strength was formidable as well. His master is truly terrifying, Gu Chen thought, attributing his newfound strength to Ye Nan's transformation of him. How infuriating! I refuse to lose. My defeat lies solely in my weapon. Lan Ling glared at Gu Chen, her earlier composure dissipating. She blamed all her misfortunes on her weapon. Gu Chen, however, paid her no mind and bent down to claim the precious herb. Upon seeing the spirit herb in Gu Chen's grasp, Lan Ling finally regained her senses. Release that. It's mine, she screeched. Gu Chen remained indifferent and turned to leave. I told you to let it go. Lan Ling rose to her feet, her hair billowing as her complexion paled. Yet, her aura began to surge. Feeling the powerful surge of energy behind him, Gu Chen was taken aback. With a tremendous force, Lan Ling's aura ascended to the gathering Yuan realm. Such a reckless enhancement of strength must come at a significant cost, Gu Chen observed with a furrowed brow. And what of it? For you, it may be a great cost, but for me, it is inconsequential. Surrender the herb, and I shall let this matter rest. Lan Ling proclaimed with unwavering pride. This herb is without an owner. How can you claim it as yours? And do not think that just because you've reached the gathering Yuan realm, I fear you. Gu Chen stood resolute, unyielding. One does not shed tears until facing the grave. If that is your stance, then let us see. As soon as Lan Ling's words fell, her figure darted like a phantom, arriving before Gu Chen in an instant. She unleashed a powerful punch, determined to subdue him and force him into submission. She could not accept defeat. As Lan Ling charged at him, Gu Chen met her with equal seriousness, striking back with a punch of his own. The two forces collided, and once again, they found themselves in a stalemate. Yet, Lan Ling was sent flying once more. Blood erupted from her lips, while Gu Chen staggered back several paces. This aura belongs to a unique physique. This time, Lan Ling's expression shifted from anger to astonishment as she gazed at Gu Chen. In their previous clash, she had noticed a golden radiance emanating from his fist. No wonder I am no match for you now. Realization dawned upon Lan Ling. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback by her astonishment. Physique? Are you suggesting that I possess a unique physique? He looked at Lan Ling, understanding that those with special physiques were typically formidable individuals. He had initially believed that it was Ye Nan's modifications that had granted him strength, but now he discovered that he possessed a unique physique without being aware of it. Physiques come in various tiers. I offer you another chance. Surrender to me, and I shall teach you how to harness your unique physique and awaken it fully. Lan Ling's lips bled, yet her thoughts remained fixated on subduing Gu Chen. Even in her earlier moments, she had failed to discern the nature of Gu Chen's physique. However, she dismissed it as inconsequential. Throughout history, unique physiques had appeared, yet none could rival the most primal of them all. Those with special physiques were indeed powerful, but only in comparison to those without. As she had stated earlier, unique physiques varied in strength. Even her own physique in this life was among the most formidable, one of the oldest and strongest. Thus, Lan Ling concluded that Gu Chen's physique was perhaps a new and insignificant variant. I do not require your guidance. I already have a master. You wish for me to submit to you, only to entangle me in a web of ruthlessness and betrayal. Gu Chen regarded Lan Ling with disdain. How laughable! Your master, in my eyes, is merely a mediocre figure. With my guidance, you would fare far better than with anyone else, Lan Ling declared with confidence. Are you finished? If so, I shall take my leave. Gu Chen's patience was wearing thin. At Gu Chen's words, Lan Ling's anger flared. Think carefully. To receive my guidance is a privilege. Unwavering, Lan Ling pressed on, knowing that gaining a subordinate with a unique physique would bring only benefits. As Gu Chen prepared to depart with the precious herb, ignoring her completely, Lan Ling could no longer contain herself. Can you not spare the herb? I'm in dire need. Absolutely not. Gu Chen rejected her outright. What's your name? Lan Ling realized that retrieving the herb was futile. She could expend more effort to subdue Gu Chen, but it was not worth it for just one herb. Though rare, such herbs were not extinct. They could still be found in certain special locations. They merely delayed her awakening of the unique physique. She wished to remember Gu Chen's name, intending to return once she awakened her unique physique to dominate him. Gu Chen. Gu Chen revealed his name without hesitation. Gu Chen? Lan Lang Mumu. Having not heard of him before, she assumed he was not one of those sect members. In her eyes, the master he mentioned held little significance. To her current self, he might seem powerful, but in her prime, he would be of no consequence, and she would undoubtedly return to her pinnacle, perhaps even surpass it. Just then, as the two conversed, a beastly roar echoed, imbued with immense power. Both of them struggled to maintain their footing. This is a beast far exceeding the gathering Yuan realm. How could it appear on the outskirts? Lan Ling gazed warily toward the source of the sound. As the roar approached rapidly, she cast a glance at the massive tiger's corpse beside her. Surely not. We dealt with the young one, and now the elder arrives? It seems this one is quite formidable. Gu Chen thought, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, a giant tiger, twice the size of the previous one, materialized before them, moving with such speed that they barely had time to react. The colossal tiger emanates an aura of terrifying ferocity. Chapter 10. 1, 2, 3. Wouldn't man this. This situation seems rather difficult to handle. Gu Chen swallowed hard as he spoke. He was capable of engaging in battles beyond his level, yet even with his robust physique, surpassing several major realms was simply unfeasible. Beside him, Lan Ling furrowed her brow deeply, her steps gradually retreating. She possessed the ability to kill, but the price for such an action was far too steep. With a swift motion, she dispelled her hesitation and turned to flee. Gu Chen had previously witnessed her cunning, and this time he would not lag behind, closely following Lan Ling. However, the giant tiger would not grant them an opportunity. With astonishing speed, it closed the distance, blocking their path. Roar! The giant tiger could no longer contain its fury. It yearned to shred these two humans to avenge its offspring. Boom! The tiger, wielding immense force, lunged towards the duo, its might sweeping across dozens of meters. As Gu Chen beheld the colossal paw descending upon him, he realized that no matter how swift he was, evasion was futile. Clearly, the tiger was intent on obliterating everything within a vast radius to prevent their escape. Just as Gu Chen found himself at a loss, Lan Lang Su Den Li Sao Det. In an instant, her figure vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away. Her previously improved complexion now turned pale once more. She had activated a secret technique to escape. Indeed, I'm still too weak, Lan Ling lamented bitterly. As for Gu Chen, she paid him no heed. Utilizing such a technique to flee alone was already her limit. If Gu Chen had no means of escape, then this was his fate. Without further hesitation, seizing the moment Gu Chen diverted the giant tiger's attention, she swiftly departed. The tiger, enraged by the sudden loss of one target, became even more frenzied. However, its paw had already descended. One less target was inconsequential. It would first crush the remaining one. The overwhelming force bore down upon Gu Chen, causing his body to bend under its weight. Damn it! Gu Chen's eyes filled with blood. He summoned all his strength to resist. Yet, it was to no avail. Even the corners of his mouth bled. I cannot perish here. I have yet to exact my revenge. Gu Chen howled in desperation. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a figure flashed in his mind. Ye Nan? Damn it! I must go all out. After all, death is inevitable. Gu Chen snarled. He ceased to resist, lowering his hands. In that instant, he shouted, "One, two, three, wooden man!" His body became immobile, without any power to defend. The tiger's paw came crashing down. Boom! An explosive sound resonated. Gu-chan glanced at the nearby grove, now reduced to rubble, swallowing hard. At that moment, the giant tiger was momentarily taken aback. Had it missed? Nevertheless, it soon raised its paw once more, preparing to strike again. In that moment, it realized that as its paw approached Gu-chan, it would automatically redirect its course, even the force within it circumventing Gu-chan. My goodness, this is incredible. My master did not deceive me. Gu-chan was astonished. He had never heard of such an extraordinary technique. Roar! Seeing both of its attacks miss, the giant tiger unleashed its full power, launching a barrage against Gu-chan. Boom! The sounds of explosions echoed continuously as trees fell one after another. Moments later, the tiger's legs quivered from exhaustion as it glared at the unscathed human before it, filled with rage and frustration. How could it not strike this wretched being? Noting the tiger's sudden halt, Gu-chan breathed a sigh of relief. You're not attacking anymore? If not, then I shall take my leave. With that, he quickly took a few steps away. Seeing Gu-chan attempt to flee, the giant tiger swiped at him once more. One, two, three, wooden man. Gu-chan became immobile again. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted, and yet another section of trees fell around him. Witnessing the tiger's unwillingness to let him escape, Gu-chan's expression darkened. There was no way he could remain in this state indefinitely. The giant tiger seemed to recognize its inability to harm Gu-chan and merely kept its gaze fixed upon him, refraining from further attacks. Damn it! Is it going to guard me indefinitely? Gu-chan felt a surge of frustration. He had initially believed that the technique his master taught him was quite formidable. However, he soon realized a critical flaw. There was no means of escape. Thus, they stood in a stalemate, each too fearful to blink. One human and one tiger exchanged stares until the dawn of the next day. Both bore bloodshot eyes from strain. Gu-chan, feeling utterly uncomfortable, exclaimed, "You must be out of your mind. It was your child that attacked me first. Do you expect me to let it devour me?" He spoke to the tiger with a grim expression, unsure if it could comprehend him. Regardless, he felt it necessary to vent his pent-up frustration. The worst part was that he wasn't the sole perpetrator. Damn it, that wretched woman. I shall make her pay. The thought of Lan Ling made Gu-chan grit his teeth. Despite his numerous words, the giant tiger remained unresponsive. Damn it, this is it. Gu-chan steeled himself and dashed away a few steps. Boom! As Gu-chan moved, the tiger's paw descended yet again. One, two, three, wooden man. Gu-chan shouted hastily. Indeed, the tiger's paw was once more absurdly redirected. Seeing this, Gu-chan felt a glimmer of hope. Last night, he had been so frightened that he had seemingly forgotten this tactic. With renewed determination, he dashed forward again. Boom! The tiger's paw fell again. One, two, three, wooden man. Gu-chan shouted the incantation once more. Then, amidst the tiger's furious onslaught, Gu-chan meticulously employed this method, gradually making his way toward the mountain's edge. Time passed without him realizing it, and finally, Gu-chan arrived at the mountain's brink. The thrill of escape surged through him. Yet, the increasingly agitated giant tiger followed closely behind. No matter how ferociously it attacked Gu-chan, it proved futile. The most pressing concern was that they were nearing the mountain's exit, a realm not belonging to the beasts. Once outside, Gu-chan could be hunted down by powerful cultivators, sealing his fate. What is this? You intend to follow me out? Gu-chan cast a disdainful glance at the giant tiger. Roar! The tiger, looking at him, emitted a reluctant roar, seemingly debating whether to charge out alongside him. Just as it prepared for a confrontation, a roar echoed from the depths of the Wanyao mountain range. Hearing this sound, Gu-chan narrowed his eyes slightly. The roar lacked oppressive force, but carried an intangible sense of pressure. Upon hearing the beast's roar, the giant tiger, albeit unwillingly, retreated. Yet, it turned back repeatedly, still intent on ending Gu-chan's life. Seeing the tiger depart, Gu-chan wasted no time and swiftly made his exit. Whoosh! At last he returned. After several hours, Gu-chan spotted the familiar town in the distance and exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 11. The eerie laughter before long. Gu Chen arrived at the tavern's entrance. "Oh, you're back." Ye Nan also spotted Gu Chen. "Indeed, master, I have returned. I even brought some beast meat for you. I wonder if you will like it." Gu Chen replied respectfully. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Ye Nan's eyes brightened. "Well done. It seems my decision to take you under my wing was not in vain." Previously, he had only been able to hunt ordinary beasts, and he had never tasted the flesh of demonic beasts. Once a disciple, forever a son. This is the duty of a student. Gu Chen promptly responded to Ye Nan. "Good, good. Quickly, bring out the meat." Ye Nan had long heard that demonic beast meat was a prized delicacy. "Certainly, master." Gu Chen waved his hand, and from his spatial ring, a substantial amount of meat tumbled out. With a clatter, a large pile landed before them. "Wow, so much meat?" The newly arrived Ling Long was taken aback by the sight. She had nearly finished the meat that Aunt Wang had gifted them earlier. "Xiao Chenzi, well done. What kind of meat is this?" Ling Long asked, gazing at Gu Chen with curiosity. This is tiger meat." Gu Chen's face darkened at Ling Long's casual address, but he chose not to dwell on it. "Oh, tiger meat. Look how tender it is," Ye Nan remarked, poking at the meat with his finger. "Master, all this meat is from the prime cuts I selected," Gu Chen quickly added. "Indeed, very perceptive. Just right for a barbecue on such a hot day." Ye Nan's excitement was palpable. He then commenced the preparation of the meat, while Ling Long and Gu Chen busied themselves alongside him. Despite her small stature, Ling Long had learned a great deal over the past 2 years from Ye Nan, primarily due to her industrious nature. "Ling Long, go fetch the grill. I will prepare the seasonings," Ye Nan instructed. "Oh." Ling Long obediently went to retrieve the grill. For Ye Nan, who relished barbecued food, preparing the seasonings was a trivial task. In no time, the seasonings were ready, and Ling Long skillfully set up the grill. Meanwhile, Gu Chen appeared somewhat dazed, as he had never encountered such tasks before and was uncertain how to assist. "What are you staring at? Let me teach you." Ling Long, unable to bear it any longer, glared at Gu Chen. Being chastised by a girl of merely 7 or 8 years left Gu Chen speechless, even though she was a senior. Nevertheless, he earnestly began to learn. Ling Long patiently instructed him on how to cut the meat, skewer it, and manage the fire, explaining everything in detail. Gu Chen observed Ling Long with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Although he could master these skills quickly, he found himself touched by the sight of the little girl, who behaved with such maturity. How thoughtful, Gu Chen mused internally. Ye Nan had previously informed him about Ling Long's situation. As preparations reached completion, an enticing aroma wafted from grill. "It smells divine." Ling Long nearly drooled at the scent. Gu Chen was also swallowing hard at the delightful fragrance. Observing their reactions, Ye Nan felt a swell of pride. "If I were to open a barbecue stall on Earth with these skills, I would surely make a fortune," Ye Nan thought to himself. As soon as the meat was grilled to perfection, both Gu Chen and Ling Long devoured it eagerly. However, most of it ended up in Ling Long's belly. Gu Chen felt somewhat exasperated, as he could only indulge in small morsels each time. Yet he did not mind. He relished this new sense of belonging. With the loss of his previous home, he was determined to cherish and protect this new family. After a delightful feast, they all retired for the night, leaving Gu Chen still practicing his cultivation in bed. As time passed, his cultivation level soared rapidly, progressing from the 5th to the 8th level of gathering spirit. He finally ceased his efforts around midnight, realizing that such rapid advancement could not be sustained without proper consolidation. "I almost forgot to ask Master about tomorrow," Gu Chen thought as he prepared to fall asleep. Just as he lay down, he heard a strange sound. Could it be that I'm too exhausted? Gu Chen dismissed it, turning over to continue sleeping. However, the sound grew increasingly distinct, resonating directly in his mind. It was an eerie laughter. Upon hearing the laughter, Gu Chen was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The sound, devoid of any oppressive force, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Disturbingly, it also conjured some malevolent thoughts. "What is this?" Gu Chen exclaimed in terror as he scanned the room. He could hear the laughter echoing around him, seemingly imbued with some sinister magic that robbed him of physical control. Yet, his consciousness remained intact. He just could not command his own body. He watched in horror as his body moved toward the door. Gu Chen desperately wished to cry out for help, but no sound escaped his lips. Panic surged through him. He was truly frightened. Before long, he found himself outside the door, realizing the direction his body was headed. It was toward another locked room. The sight of the locked door startled him. He initially feared that a formidable foe had infiltrated the tavern or that someone had come to kill him. However, he knew that with Ye Nan's strength, those who sought to harm him would meet their demise. Thus, he speculated that an extraordinary being had entered the tavern, one that had possibly evaded Ye Nan's notice. To his astonishment, the laughter emanated from the very room he had noticed earlier. What could possibly be inside? Gu Chan fought to reclaim control over his body, but it was futile. Meanwhile, in the other room, Ye Nan remained blissfully asleep, grinning as if caught in an indescribable dream. Linglong, however, was curled up in her blanket, trembling in fear. Apart from the soundly sleeping Ye Nan, both Linglong and Gu Chun could hear the terrifying laughter. Overwhelmed by fear, Linglong leaped out of bed and rushed to Ye Nan's room. "Brother Nan, something is wrong. That dreadful entity is laughing again," Linglong exclaimed, shaking Ye Nan awake without regard for his peaceful slumber. Still caught in his dream, Ye Nan was reluctantly roused by Linglong's insistence. "Huh, Linglong? Why aren't you asleep in the middle of the night?" Ye Nan mumbled sleepily, looking at her with annoyance. "Brother Nan, that ghostly thing is laughing again," Linglong replied, her face pale with fear. Upon hearing her words, Ye Nan rubbed his eyes and finally noticed Linglong's frightful expression. "What is laughing?" he inquired, now fully alert but momentarily confused. "It's the room you locked up. Listen closely," Linglong urged him. "What on earth?" Ye Nan finally comprehended, and his memory was jogged. He listened intently, and although the sound was faint, he could still hear it. Chapter 12. "If you laugh again, I shall bury you." Instantly, Ye Nan's expression darkened. "Damn it. It turned out to be this wretched creature. I thought after giving it a beating last time, it would behave. How dare disturb my sweet dreams." Ye Nan was furious. He had been wondering how Linglong, who was so obedient and sensible, could possibly wake him in the dead of night for no reason. Without further hesitation, Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves and got out of bed. As he stepped out of his room, Ye Nan was taken aback. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Ye Nan looked at Gu Chun with a puzzled expression. It seemed that his words had some magical power, as Gu Chun instantly regained his freedom. Upon realizing he could move again, Gu Chun hurried to Ye Nan's side. "Master, what on earth is locked inside? It's terrifying. I just lost control of my body." Gu Chun recounted the unsettling experience to Ye Nan, still shaken. "What? How audacious! My disciple dares to take action." Ye Nan was infuriated upon hearing this. He rushed to the door, pulled out a key, and unlocked it. Linglong and Gu Chun cautiously approached the doorway, hesitant to enter. They could only stand at the threshold, peering inside with trepidation. Gu Chun even shielded Linglong behind him, with one hand resting on his spatial ring, ready to draw a weapon at the slightest hint of danger. Upon opening the door, Gu Chun was greeted by the sight of a massive wardrobe, which was also locked and appeared quite formidable. The room contained nothing else but this wardrobe. The eerie laughter had ceased the moment Ye Nan arrived. "You dare laugh again? Enjoy it, do you? You relish in that cackle?" Ye Nan did not bother with the lock. Instead, he began to kick the wardrobe violently. It was unclear what material the wardrobe was made of, as Ye Nan possessed great strength. Yet all that could be heard were the thudding sounds of his kicks. There was not a single mark of damage. Gu Chun and Linglong were left dumbfounded by this scene, especially Gu Chun, who had always regarded his master as refined and elegant, now witnessing such brutish behavior. What astonished him most was the realization that whatever was locked inside seemed to fear Ye Nan, for it did not dare to laugh again. After a prolonged bout of kicking, Ye Nan finally paused, seemingly exhausted. "Damn it! In the middle of the night, can't anyone get some sleep? If you dare to cackle again at this hour, I shall bury you." Ye Nan growled menacingly at the wardrobe. Ye Nan felt helpless. After all, this thing was a reward from a system. "All right, you two return to sleep. It's all over." He glanced at Gu Chun and Linglong before locking the door once more. Ye Nan, unfazed, returned to bed. Gu Chun, momentarily lost in thought, stumbled back to his room, his mind in disarray. Meanwhile, Linglong, having previously experienced such a fright, quickly regained her composure and soon drifted back to sleep. As for Ye Nan, he fell asleep, albeit with a grimace on his face. As if he had consumed something foul, his teeth clenched, and his hands occasionally twitching, muttering in his dreams, "I shall smash you, you wretched creature." It was unclear what nightmares plagued him. The next morning, Gu Chan awoke early, as was his routine, and prepared breakfast. However, as he passed the locked room, he kept his distance, feeling a chill at the memory of last night's events. He had wanted to inquire with Ye Nan about what lay within, but ultimately refrained, knowing that when the time was right, Ye Nan would reveal what he needed to know. As breakfast neared completion, Ye Nan and Ling Long rose, both appearing rather unrest, especially Ling Long, who bore dark circles under her eyes from the fright she had endured. Gu Chun busily set the table, grateful for having a disciple to assist him. Having a disciple is indeed a blessing, Ye Nan mused. While they shared breakfast, Ye Nan suddenly recalled something. He turned to Gu Chun. "I forgot to tell you. After you left yesterday, 2 men in black came to kill you, but I dealt with them." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun froze, fury flashing across his face. But he quickly suppressed it. After all, Ye Nan was present, and he could not lose his temper before his master. "Master, I apologize for the trouble I caused you." Gu Chan felt somewhat guilty. Why say such things? You are my disciple. After enduring such experiences, who else would I care for if not you? Ye Nan replied dismissive. Gu Chan felt a lump in his throat. He struggled to find words, for nothing he could say would truly convey the depth of his gratitude. He would forever imprint Ye Nan's kindness in his heart. "By the way, master, do I possess some special constitution? And will my rapid cultivation speed result in any side effects?" Gu Chun gathered his thoughts and posed his questions. "Ah, you have that so-called diamond body. I forgot to mention it earlier. As for your cultivation, you may train as you wish. There are no drawbacks. However, experience in battle is paramount. Merely increasing your power is not beneficial," Ye Nan explained, addressing each of Gu Chun's concerns. With Ye Nan's reassurance, Gu Chun felt a sense of relief. With his current cultivation speed, vengeance would soon be within reach. "By the way, master, I found a precious herb in the mountains yesterday. This is for you." Gu Chun retrieved the third-tier herb he had acquired and offered it to Ye Nan. "No need. Keep it for yourself. Such things are of no use to me." Ye Nan shook his head. The system had long informed him that only cultivation rewards from the system held value. He needed neither to train nor consume rare herbs. "Well, if you say so." Gu Chun reluctantly accepted the herb back. He understood that Ye Nan had no need for such third-tier materials, but felt compelled to offer it out of filial piety. After the three finished breakfast, Gu Chun diligently began to clear the dishes. Ling Long stood before the locked door, hands on her hips, swaying as if lost in thought. Gu Chun's heart raced at her boldness. He had experienced the terror firsthand and had no desire to endure it again. Ye Nan lounged in a chair by the door, occasionally observing the bustling Gu Chun as patrons arrived to purchase wine, all of which Gu Chun attended to. Having a disciple is indeed a joy. At last, I need not wash the dishes or serve customers myself. Ye Nan watched Gu Chun with satisfaction. As afternoon approached, while Ye Nan continued to recline in comfort, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Detecting individuals nearby who meet the host criteria for accepting disciples. Please proceed to recruit. More. Ye Nan's eyes lit up at the system's announcement. He straightened up and surveyed the street. However, as darkness fell, the streets were nearly deserted. Ye Nan glanced around. Apart from some familiar residents, there were no other notable figures in sight. System, are you jesting with me? Or my disciples? Ye Nan pondered with suspicion. Chapter 13. Successful apprenticeship again. Come and strike me. Just as he began to doubt the system, a sudden explosion resonated, creating a deep pit right before Ye Nan. What on earth is happening? Ye Nan exclaimed, startled. Hearing the commotion, Ling Long and Gu Chun rushed out. Upon witnessing the gaping hole at the entrance, all three were rendered speechless. In the pit lay a ragged young woman, approximately 16 or 17 years old, gravely injured. No wonder I couldn't find anyone. She must have fallen from above, Ye Nan thought to himself. But why does she look so wretched? Gu Chun surveyed the injured girl with curiosity. The woman coughed weakly, lifting her head to find three faces peering down at her. What do you want? She stammered. Taken aback, grasping her sword, She struggled to her feet, eyeing them warily, particularly Gu Chun, whose aura she sensed was the strongest among the trio, rivaling her own. Ye Nan and Ling Long were dismissed from her consideration. Disciple, fetch me a glass of water, Ye Nan instructed Gu Chun. Yes, master. Gu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The girl's surprise grew upon overhearing their exchange. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? She glanced back at Ye Nan, astonished that a cultivator of the gathering spirit realm would refer to a chi refinement cultivator as master. Do not be so on guard. Be a little more amiable. Please, have a seat, Ye Nan said nonchalantly, pulling a chair to her side. Thank you, she managed to reply, though her grip on her sword remained firm. In the realm of cultivation, treachery was rampant. She could not afford to be swayed by Ye Nan's outward demeanor. Despite her aloofness, she still maintained basic civility. Here is some water for you. Gu Chun chimed in, offering a cup. Thank you. The girl accepted the cup, holding it without drinking. Ye Nan observed this and thought, this girl is not only aloof, but also incredibly vigilant. However, he chose to disregard it. Miss, how did you come to fall from the sky? Ye Nan inquired curiously. I was being pursued, the girl responded, realizing she could no longer conceal her predicament. Pursued? Ye Nan blinked, glancing around. No need to look. I've already shaken them off, she assured him. Her name was Bai Ling, the chief disciple of a prominent sect, endowed with an ice attribute spirit root. Yet, she had been persecuted by the sect leader's daughter, who forcibly transferred her spirit root and subsequently expelled her from the sect. Having lost her spirit root, she thought she had at least secured her life, but shortly after leaving the sect, she was hunted down, fleeing for her life. She was uncertain if it was divine intervention that allowed her to escape. However, her injuries were severe, confining her to the ground, where she managed to subdue a flying demon beast of the chi refinement stage. Tragically, while soaring over Peng City, her injuries caused her to lose consciousness, resulting in her fall. What a tragic tale, Ye Nan sighed inwardly. Information about Bai Ling appeared before him. Miss Bai, would you consider taking me as your master? Ye Nan asked directly. Gu Chun gasped at this, having previously sensed Ye Nan's kindness towards the girl. Ling Long's eyes sparkled with interest. If Bai Ling became Ye Nan's disciple, she would have a sister apprentice to share her journey. Bai Ling was taken aback, for Ye Nan had just addressed her as Miss Bai. It was her first encounter with him, and she had not even disclosed her surname. As for the possibility of him being her pursuer, she dismissed that notion immediately. Anyone intent on killing her would not bother with pleasantries or fetching chairs and water. I ask you again, will you be my disciple? Ye Nan pressed when he saw her hesitation. At this moment, the aloof girl found herself at a loss for words. She hesitated because, on the surface, Ye Nan appeared to be merely a chi refinement cultivator. Yet, his ability to casually disclose her surname indicated he was far from ordinary. Moreover, with a gathering spirit stage disciple like Gu Chun by his side, she began to suspect Ye Nan was indeed a hidden powerhouse. Miss, my master is exceptionally formidable. Should you choose to apprentice under him, you shall undoubtedly count yourself fortunate. Gu Chun eagerly explained. Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction, growing increasingly fond of Gu Chun as his disciple. Very well, I am willing. After much deliberation, Bai Ling finally acquiesced. After all, she had nowhere else to turn. Furthermore, her cultivation was in decline, and she risked becoming a waste. Not to mention, with Gu Chun's level of cultivation providing a protective shield, she felt reassured. The prospect of Ye Nan being a hidden master was an added bonus. Thus, it seemed she had everything to gain. Excellent. You shall be my third disciple from this day forth. Allow me to introduce you to your senior sister and brother, Ye Nan said joyfully, gesturing towards Ling Long and Gu Chun. Bai Ling performed a formal bow of respect before turning to Ling Long and Gu Chun. Bai Ling greets senior sister and senior brother. However, she regarded Ling Long with some confusion, for she appeared quite ordinary, yet was recognized as the senior sister. No need for excessive formalities, junior sister, Gu Chun quickly waved off. No need for formalities, junior sister. Ling Long adopted a playful demeanor. The three found her antics amusing, but chose not to dwell on it. In the world of cultivation, age did not dictate status. Ling Long, please show Bai Ling to her room, Ye Nan instructed. In truth, Ling Long had already taken Bai Ling's hand and led her inside without needing any prompting. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a disciple. Reward: 10,000 layers of chi refinement. Beep. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the extraordinary skill, golden right hand, and awarding disciple Bai Ling with a special spirit root, Xianbing spirit root, and unlocking the skill. Come and strike me. Beep. As the host has successfully taken on a disciple for the second time, the cultivation speed of all disciples has increased, currently at 300 times the normal rate. Golden right hand? What in the world is that? Ye Nan's expression darkened upon hearing the system's announcement. Chapter 14. Sparring and the melancholy of Guchun. However, Ye Nan raised his right hand and observed it. System, it seems there are no changes. He thought to himself, please, host, concentrate your power in your right hand, and you shall see. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ye Nan hurriedly focused his strength into his right hand. Indeed, as he channeled his energy, his right hand transformed into a brilliant golden hue, resembling something crafted from pure gold. System, what is the purpose of this golden hand? Ye Nan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ding. The golden hand counters all forms of evil. Oh, is that so? Then why did Bai Ling attack me? What is that about? Ye Nan felt that the system was rather frivolous. As for the reward of an additional 10,000 layers of chi refinement, he was too lazy to inquire further, for he knew it would be futile. Ding. Simply utter the phrase, come and strike me, and you will reflect the attack back to the assailant with absolute certainty. Is it truly that formidable? System, grant me one as well. Ye Nan was astonished. Yet, his question was destined to go unanswered by the system. In light of this golden hand, I shall refrain from scolding you this time, Ye Nan muttered to himself. Before long, Bai Ling emerged, having changed her attire. Upon seeing her after grooming, both Ye Nan and Guchun were taken aback. Previously, her disheveled appearance had concealed her beauty. Now, she resembled a sacred snow lotus atop a millennia-old ice mountain, so pure and untouchable. How does her body feel now? I have just made some modifications. Ye Nan remarked at Bai Ling. Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. Observing her confusion, Guchun could no longer contain his curiosity, for he knew that Ye Nan's alterations to her body must possess unique qualities, akin to his own peculiar ability. Do try it out quickly, Guchun urged, eager to discover the secret's effects. Feeling the insistence of her companions, Bai Ling, albeit puzzled, began to sense her body. What is happening? She exclaimed, as she immediately felt something different about herself. She continued to explore this newfound sensation. In the next moment, she gasped, my spiritual root has been restored. It seems even more powerful than before, and my cultivation has ceased its regression. Bai Ling was taken aback. Master, what is happening to me? She asked, her eyes wide with astonishment, knowing this was undoubtedly related to Ye Nan. Did I not just inform you? I have modified your constitution, Ye Nan explained. Modified? Bai Ling's eyes widened. When did Ye Nan alter his own physique? Moreover, can one's constitution be casually modified? It was simply unheard of. She felt she had encountered a hidden master. Thank you, master, Bai Ling exclaimed, her excitement compelling her to kneel. Ah, please do not kneel so often. Quickly rise. Ye Nan promptly assisted Bai Ling to her feet. Furthermore, allow me to teach you another secret. In the future, if you encounter a formidable enemy, simply shout, come and strike me. Ye Nan added, what on earth? Bai Ling was left bewildered. However, she understood that Ye Nan would not speak without reason. Since it was a secret, it must hold some significance. Master, may I challenge my junior sister? Guchun could no longer restrain himself. He was eager to test the nature of Bai Ling's secret. Certainly, Ye Nan responded with intrigue. He had yet to witness such an unusual skill. Excellent. Bai Ling was also keen to try out her newly restored body. Let us proceed to the backyard. Ye Nan led them to the rear of the estate. However, as they passed a locked room, Bai Ling glanced curiously at it but paid little heed. Upon reaching the backyard, Ye Nan declared, all right, you may begin. Showcase your secrets. Yes, master. Guchun replied first, addressing Bai Ling, junior sister, allow me to demonstrate. Please come at me. Bai Ling hesitated slightly. Fear not. You may attack him. I shall observe from the side. Ye Nan reassured her. With Ye Nan's encouragement, Bai Ling nodded, knowing that with Ye Nan present, their limited power would not pose a threat. "Brother, forgive me," Bai Ling declared, and in an instant, her figure darted toward Gu Chun like a wraith. She wielded no weapon, simply extending her palm toward him. Being comrades, she did not wish to harm Gu Chun. As Bai Ling lunged at him, Gu Chun immediately took a stable stance, shouting his mantra. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Bai Ling paused momentarily at his words, yet she pressed on with her assault. As her palm approached Gu Chun, she noticed his lack of defense and prepared to retract her strength. But the next instant, boom, her hand, nearing Gu Chun, was inexplicably deflected, leaving cracks in the ground around them. What? Bai Ling stood dumbfounded. Narrowing her eyes, she unleashed another palm strike. Boom! This time, her palm was again bizarrely redirected. What is happening? Bai Ling stared incredulously at Gu Chun, glancing doubtfully at her own hand. If the first strike had been a mere miscalculation, the second could not be so easily dismissed. Junior sister, how do you find my technique? Gu Chun beamed with pride as he looked at Bai Ling. Even Ye Nan was left in awe. Wow, is this how one fights? Ling Long observed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Junior sister, let me test your secret. Gu Chun eagerly turned to Bai Ling. At his words, Bai Ling froze momentarily. Ye Nan had just imparted a secret to her, yet it was somewhat difficult for her to articulate. After all, she was an ice-cold beauty, and uttering such a ridiculous phrase was rather challenging. Seeing Bai Ling's hesitation, Gu Chun appeared puzzled. Junior sister, what troubles you? Prepare yourself. I am about to attack. Gu Chun assumed an attacking posture. Ah, right, master. What category does my junior sister's secret belong to? Gu Chun suddenly recalled something and curiously glanced at Ye Nan. Why not give a try and find out? Remember, apply a bit more strength. Ye Nan replied with a mysterious smile. Feeling the oddity of Ye Nan's expression, Gu Chun sensed something was amiss. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought. Begin. There is nothing to be bashful about. Ye Nan urged Bai Ling. Hearing Ye Nan's command, she could only shamefully shout the phrase, Come and strike me. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Very well. Gu Chun wasted no time and launched a punch at Bai Ling. He had heeded Ye Nan's advice and exerted considerable force. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward. Chapter 15. It is time for a stroll. Ah, the anguished cry of Gu Chun echoed. Just moments ago, his fist had approached Bai Ling, yet the force of his strike rebounded entirely back upon him. Ouch! That hurts! Gu Chun lamented as he lay on the ground, wailing in agony, casting a resentful glance at Ye Nan, who appeared oblivious to his plight. Nevertheless, Gu Chun was astounded. He had discerned the nature of Bai Ling's secret technique. It was one that reflected the attacker's damage, an absolute rebound. How extraordinary! A tinge of envy washed over Gu Chun, for he could only endure blows without being able to retaliate, while Bai Ling had the power to reflect harm. At that moment, Bai Ling stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the flying Gu Chun, her shock palpable. What kind of miraculous technique is this? She exclaimed in disbelief. Such a technique was one she had neither witnessed nor even heard of before. Thus, both Bai Ling and Gu Chun turned their eyes to Ling Long, the senior sister, pondering whether she possessed any extraordinary abilities as well, especially Gu Chun, who had never considered this possibility before. Ling Long, caught off guard by their scrutiny, was momentarily bewildered. All right, that is enough for now. Ling Long does not have a secret technique yet. We shall discuss it later, Ye Nan declared before returning to his reclining chair outside. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, the group dispersed. Junior sister, allow me to accompany you in selecting your martial arts techniques and weaponry. Gu Chun rose and addressed Bai Ling, his tone tinged with a hint of lingering resentment. Bai Ling, however, remained unaffected, still lost in her astonishment. Following Gu Chun into a room filled with martial arts scrolls, she was rendered speechless. Do not be shocked. These are all the master's collection. Choose quickly. The weapons are in the next room. You can explore them later. Gu Chun urged before departing. Is this the pinnacle of martial arts from across the continent? What manner of person is our master? Bai Ling trembled as she clutched a scroll. Her demeanor mirrored that of Gu Chun upon his arrival. After selecting a technique suited to her, she proceeded to the armory. After a moment of awe, she chose a white longsword. "Thank you, master," Bai Ling said, bowing deeply before Ye Nan after selecting her items. "What are you doing? Rise. You are my disciple. These items are meant for your use," Ye Nan said, assisting her to her feet. Bai Ling felt deeply moved by Ye Nan's words. Without him, she would not have regained her spiritual roots, let alone her cultivation. She might have perished at any moment. "Master, I wish to venture out and train. I have a great vendetta to settle," Bai Ling respectfully stated, a fleeting coldness flickering in her eyes. "Ah, very well. Be cautious on your journey. By the way, Xiao Chun, give that flower to your junior sister," Ye Nan suddenly recalled, addressing Gu Chun. "Flower?" Bai Ling was puzzled. "Yes, master." Gu Chun produced the precious herb he had obtained, offering it to Bai Ling, originally intended for his own use. He realized this flower was far more suited for her. Upon seeing the ice-type herb that matched her so perfectly, Bai Ling finally grasped the situation. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, senior brother." She expressed her gratitude hastily. Before long, Bai Ling departed slowly. Observing her retreating figure, Gu Chen's expression darkened. "When will I have my chance for vengeance?" He pondered aloud. With his current strength, he was no match for his adversaries. Though endowed with the extraordinary techniques bestowed by his master, he could only evade attacks and remain motionless. If others discovered his limitations, they could easily restrain him using mere physical strength or special artifacts, leaving him in dire straits. Had it not been for the low intelligence of that tiger, he would not have escaped. Do not rush. All things in this world are bound by cause and effect. The time simply has not yet arrived. Ye Nan discernet Guchen's tots. Indeed, master, it is my lack of resolve. Gu Chen immediately bowed in apology. Seeing Gu Chun's timely self-reflection, Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction. "Alas, Sister Bai Ling has left, and I am left all alone." Ling Long, nearby, produced a small recliner and imitated Ye Nan, reclining upon it while holding a cup of tea. Observing Ling Long's antics, Ye Nan's expression darkened. Days of leisure passed by, and Gu Chun's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering stage. Although a 200-fold increase in speed sounded rapid, each level of cultivation required the passage of time to solidify. Gu Chun and the others merely shortened their wait, yet the further they progressed, the more daunting the time required became. One morning, noticing Gu Chen's distracted demeanor, Ye Nan inquired, "Disciple, you seem preoccupied. Are you still brooding over vengeance?" "Master, while purchasing groceries, I learned that several major sects in Yin City are hosting a martial arts competition for the younger generation, and I wish to attend." Gu Chun revealed his intentions. "Oh, a martial arts competition? Why would you want to attend? Can you even participate?" Ye Nan questioned. "I'm uncertain, master," Gu Chun admitted, feeling a sense of longing to compare himself with those prodigies. He did not wish to join a sect. Rather, he desired to gauge the strength of those talented individuals and test himself to enhance his capabilities. "Very well. Go on your own, but exercise caution," Ye Nan replied, somewhat resigned. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Gu Chen's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, master." After breakfast, Gu Chen set out. As he watched Gu Chen's figure fade into the distance, Ye Nan contemplated, having been in this world for quite some time, perhaps I should venture out as well? Since his arrival, he had not stepped outside, except for that one time when he had gone to recruit disciples, only to be met with rejection. However, he had long since moved past that incident. Previously, he had refrained from venturing out due to his lack of strength. Now, although he remained in the qi refining stage, he possessed an impressive depth of cultivation. He wished to ascertain the extent of his abilities and what caliber of opponents he could confront. "Ling Long, prepare yourself. We shall also go out and have some fun." Ye Nan instructed Ling Long, who was reclining lazily. While he had wished to accompany Gu Chun, he ultimately decided to grant him some personal space. "Outing? Oh yes, yes," Ling Long exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Ye Nan's words. Having spent 2 years with him, she had never been allowed to leave the city. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, her excitement was palpable. In a flash, they prepared to leave. By midday, Ye Nan and Ling Long followed suit, having acquired a modest donkey cart nearby. A golden ring adorned Ye Nan's finger, a space ring bestowed by the system, vast in capacity beyond imagination. To prevent theft, he had brought along all his martial arts techniques and weaponry. While these items may have seemed inconsequential to him, their theft by those with ulterior motives would be decidedly unfortunate. Ling Long, too, wore a silvery ring, a gift from Ye Nan. She had grown accustomed to his possession of such peculiar items. Thus, the two individuals, one large and one small, journeyed away from the city. Chapter 16. Unaware of the calendar. Just as Ye Nan and his companion departed, an unexpected visitor arrived at Ye Nan's residence. Clad in black and wearing a mask, the figure held a compass in hand. Was this the final place where the two had vanished? The masked man surveyed his surroundings, while the other houses appeared ordinary. Devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, Ye Nan's abode piqued his interest. After scrutinizing the dwelling for a moment, he concluded that it was unoccupied and cautiously ventured inside. With a resounding bang, he forcefully opened the locked door without a second thought. Upon entering, he found the interior to be quite mundane, which left him perplexed. Though there were indeed traces of spiritual energy, they were faint. He meticulously inspected each room until his gaze fell upon a locked door. Without hesitation, he approached and easily unlocked it. Inside, he encountered what seemed to be an ordinary wardrobe. Sensing no anomalies, he cautiously drew closer, aware that those capable of eliminating two formidable spirit-gathering realm cultivators must possess significant power. Just as he was about to touch the lock on the wardrobe, a surge of black mist unexpectedly erupted from within. Startled by the sudden occurrence, the man had no time to react as the mist enveloped him entirely, accompanied by eerie laughter emanating from the wardrobe. In that moment, the masked man realized he had attracted grave trouble. Despite his attempts to exert his strength, he found himself unable to dispel the swirling black mist. His voice was silenced, and his body grew increasingly rigid, his eyes now filled with terror. In an instant, he was reduced to dust within the dark fog. Once the masked man perished, the black mist retreated back into the wardrobe, and even the previously damaged door swiftly closed. As if nothing had transpired, the tranquility returned, and meanwhile, Ye Nan and Ling Long were blissfully munching on hard, stale pancakes in their donkey cart, oblivious to the near theft of their home. "Brother Nan, this pancake is rather tough," Ling Long remarked, though she ate with gusto, fully aware of the value of food from her days of begging. Even cold and hard rations would not go to waste. Ye Nan, however, was less appreciative, gazing at his pancake with dismay. "Why does it taste so awful when it's cold?" With that, he tossed the pancake into the donkey's mouth. The donkey, unfazed, devoured it eagerly. "Ah, it's almost mealtime. We need to find somewhere to eat, or perhaps catch some game." Ye Nan glanced around at the barren surroundings, feeling somewhat frustrated. He had not considered the lack of provisions when they left, and this marked his first true venture outside of Punk City. The outside world was still foreign to him, and to make matters worse, he was directionally challenged. At this point, they had traveled quite a distance, at least 100 miles from Punk City, yet they had yet to encounter any habitation or town. "Alas, Ling Long, it seems we shall have to spend the night outdoors." Ye Nan sighed as he observed the darkening sky. "As long as Brother Nan is with me, I can endure anywhere," Ling Long replied, her sentiment warm and reassuring. Ye Nan paid little mind to her flattery and parked the donkey cart by the roadside, gathering some dry twigs to start fire. The sky quickly darkened, leaving only a flickering flame in the shadows. Gurgle. Ye Nan, who had been dozing beside the fire, suddenly sat up. "I can't take it anymore. I must hunt for some game." He had thought that falling asleep would stave off his hunger, but his stomach had other ideas. "Ling Long, stay here. I'll be back shortly," Ye Nan instructed, confident in Ling Long's abilities to fend for herself. Go on," she waved him off casually, engrossed in a novel he had written during his moments of boredom. With her nonchalant response, Ye Nan departed, entering the forest where finding game should not prove difficult. As he ventured deeper, the enveloping darkness did not faze him. "Perfect opportunity to utilize my void eye." Ye Nan's eyes widened, and a glimmer of golden light flashed as the darkness transformed before him. "My goodness, this resembles thermal imaging from Earth," Ye Nan thought, intrigued. However, it was distinctly different. As he surveyed the trees and plants, it was as if he could deconstruct them. He could discern every intricate structure, yet the disassembled elements remained incomprehensible to him. Oh dear, this is astonishing. Ye Nan marvelet. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate further at a later time. For now, he needed to satisfy his hunger. The gnawing sensation quickly snapped him back to reality. After searching for a while, he found no sign of wildlife. Logically, a forest such as this should be teeming with beasts, perhaps even demonic creatures. How peculiar. Did I neglect to check the calendar before venturing out? Ye Nan gurumlet. Pulling out a small notebook that the system had randomly gifted him during his sign-in. Had I known, I would have delayed my departure by a day. His expression darkened as he read the note inscribed for today. Avoid going out. Just as he contemplated returning home to endure his hunger, he heard a commotion approaching rapidly. Could it be a demonic beast charging my way? His eyes sparkled with excitement as he tucked away the notebook and waited eagerly. Roar. Sure enough, the next moment, a wild boar the size of a bull barreled toward him. Oh my, it's so plump. Ye Nan nearly drooled. The boar was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, seemingly fleeing from something. Yet, Ye Nan had no time to ponder the matter further. Upon seeing the boar, various strategies flashed through his mind. The creature, sensing a weak human obstructing its path, accelerated, intending to trample him into pulp. It charged closer and closer. The wild boar, with its massive tusks, was now directly before Ye Nan. Without hesitation, he raised a hand, channeling his strength, and with a swift motion, he struck the boar. Slap! And then there was silence. Gazing down at the lifeless boar, Ye Nan wore a triumphant expression. Just as he prepared to haul the boar away, two figures appeared before him at incredible speed. Chapter 17. Come, let me treat you to a feast. Before Ye Nan stood a male and female, both in their mid-teens, who paused momentarily upon encountering the deceased wild boar beast. However, their surprise quickly dissipated. Although the beast was a spirit-gathering realm creature, it was clearly at the brink of death, heavily wounded, and its demise was merely a matter of time. They immediately discerned Ye Nan's cultivation level from the aura of chi refinement that emanated from him. It was an undeniable truth. In their eyes, Ye Nan had merely stumbled upon an opportunity. Upon noticing their arrival, Ye Nan was taken aback, but soon adopted a cautious demeanor. This boar was to be his sustenance for the past 2 days, and he feared they might lay claim to it. You insolent brat! That severely injured beast is our target, not someone of your chi refinement level. The young man regarded Ye Nan with disdain. Hearing his words, Ye Nan's expression darkened. Even if it was wounded by you, it ultimately fell to my hand. What? Are you unwilling to reason? He replied defiantly. Presumptuous. The young man was incensed by Ye Nan's retort. He stepped forward, ready to teach Ye Nan a lesson. Lan Feng, stand down. The girl commanded sharply. Xiangya. This fool is unaware of his own limitations. Lan Feng grumbled, clearly displeased at being halted. Ye Nan, overhearing Lan Feng, was equally unyielding. If you're not satisfied, then come and strike me. Lan Xiang frowned at Ye Nan's audacity. She found it absurd that a chi refinement cultivator dared to provoke 2 spirit-gathering cultivators. She pondered how one like Ye Nan had managed to survive thus far. Lan Feng, radiating hostility, was held back by Lan Xiang's reprimand. Indeed, this beast is severely injured by us, and we only wish to claim its fangs and demon core. The rest is of no interest to us. She sought to end the dispute. She harbored no fondness for Ye Nan and believed that such arrogance would ultimately lead to his downfall. Little did she realize that they were the ones displaying arrogance, perhaps driven by a sense of superiority over someone weaker. Upon hearing Lan Xiang's words, Ye Nan's eyes brightened. While he had no use for the demon core, he coveted the flesh of the boar. Very well. Help yourselves. He waved his hand dismissively. Lan Xiang and Lan Feng exchanged glances, surprised that Ye Nan seemed to genuinely invite his own demise. However, they paid little mind to it. After all, how could a mere chi refinement cultivator compete with them? At least you recognize your place. Lan Feng sneered at Ye Nan. How dare you take me for granted? Ye Nan's temper flared, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to confront them. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the boar, his expression soured. Hey, don't touch my pig-ass trotters. If you take those away, they won't be fresh later. Ye Nan exclaimed, "Ekaspiratit." Lan Xiang furrowed her brow at Ye Nan's protest, but continued her dissection. Though she claimed to want only the fangs and core, she had already removed many vital parts from the beast. Seeing this, Ye Nan's irritation grew. They were being excessively greedy, carving his meat into pieces, all while going back on their word. However, considering the beast had indeed been injured by them, he chose to endure it. Even if the meat was in pieces, it would not hinder his consumption. All right, let us depart. Lan Xiang surveyed her spoils with satisfaction. Good. Lan Feng note that, casting a final glare at Ye Nan as they prepared to leave. Ye Nan, however, had no time to concern himself with them. He busied himself with the boar meat on the ground. Having assisted in butchering pigs before, he was quite adept at it. Since the girl had already done the initial work, he simply took the opportunity to gather some prime cuts. After tidying up and packaging the meat, he made his way back home. It was not long before he returned to the campfire. Linglong, look what I brought back, Ye Nan exclaimed as he unveiled the beast's meat. Linglong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the meat. Without hesitation, Ye Nan set up a grill and began roasting it. He had brought all the necessary items with him. He was particularly fond of this meat. Before long, the aroma filled the air, though the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. It did little to diminish their enjoyment of the meal. A sip of wine accompanied each bite of meat, an exquisite delight. Sated, the two soon fell into a deep slumber, having brought their bedding along. A sheer refinement cultivator like Ye Nan was susceptible to both cold and hunger. They slept soundly until the next morning. By then, Linglong had already awakened, tending to the fire while reclining in a small chair, one hand cradling tea and the other engrossed in a novel. Ye Nan found the sight amusing. After a hearty breakfast, they continued their journey with the donkey cart. As noon approached, they finally caught sight of town. Oh dear, how difficult it is to venture outside, Ye Nan mused with a hint of nostalgia. Brother Nan, let's find a place to eat quickly. I'm starving, Linglong exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the town up ahead. Ye Nan found her reasoning sound. They hastily entered the town and sought out a station that monitored incoming and outgoing vehicles, paying a small fee to secure their donkey cart. They then ventured into the heart of the town. Not bad. Though it pales in comparison to my world, it possesses its own unique charm, Ye Nan remarked, reminiscing about Earth. As for Linglong, she eagerly explored every nook and cranny of the bustling town. Having spent most of her time in the relatively small Peng city, which felt more like an oversized village, she was in awe of the grandeur of an actual city. Before long, Linglong's hands were filled with an assortment of treats. Ye Nan had never begrudged her spending. In fact, the household finances were primarily managed by her. While they perused the streets, Ye Nan's gaze fell upon an opulent inn. The patrons entering and exiting were clad in fine garments. Recognizing it was an establishment of repute, he noted the grand sign that read Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Brother Nan, does this place serve exquisite food? Linglong inquired, her nose twitching with anticipation. Even Ye Nan could detect the tantalizing aromas wafting from within. It seems quite costly, he mused, stroking his chin. Oh, then perhaps we should skip it, Linglong responded, demonstrating her understanding. How can we do that? When faced with culinary delights, retreat is not an option. Ye Nan insisted earnestly. Come, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. With that, they confidently stepped inside. Their attire, courtesy of the system, was presentable enough to pass through without hindrance, and Ye Nan's demeanor exuded an air of distinction, provided he refrained from speaking. They easily made their way in. The inn spanned 3 floors, and as they ascended, they noticed the upper levels were increasingly less crowded. However, upon observing the bustling first floor, Ye Nan frowned, for there were no available seats. Chapter 18. Can techniques cover the cost of a meal? Come, let us ascend, Ye Nan said to Linglong. Upon reaching the second floor, it was evident that the crowd had diminished significantly, yet a certain level of noise still persisted. Ye Nan continued his ascent, swiftly arriving at the 3rd floor. Observing the two of them making their way up, both the patrons on the 1st and 2nd floors regarded Ye Nan and Linglong with astonishment. Brother Nan, why are they all staring at us? Linglong inquired, perplexed. Let them be. Our priority is to find a place to dine, Ye Nan replied dismissively. Indeed, upon reaching the 3rd floor, Ye Nan's eyes sparkled with delight. The upper floor was remarkably serene, with only one table occupied. The ambience was exquisitely refined. complemented by a stage where several young women were performing melodiously. The two diners present, upon catching sight of Ye Nan and Ling Long, were momentarily taken aback, gazing at them with expressions of intrigue. At the table sat a middle-aged man and a stunning young woman clad in a red dress, who appeared to possess considerable status, as indicated by their attire and demeanor. "Do you recognize him?" the middle-aged man asked the beautiful woman. "He is the lord of this city, Yuan Lin. This place is known as Ming Yuan City," she replied. "I presumed you would know him," Zhu Lan, the owner of the restaurant, remarked, her interest piqued. The third floor was typically reserved for the elite of Ming Yuan City, making the current situation quite captivating. "Aren't you going to greet him?" Yuan Lin teased Zhu Lan, aware that Ye Nan was a customer of Tianxiang Tower. The cultivators of Tianxiang Tower were seldom seen, given the establishment's enigmatic origins, with branches in various cities. Although Ye Nan was merely at the qi refinement stage, he was still a practitioner, prompting suspicions that he might be a scion of an affluent family. Zhu Lan cast Yuan Lin a sidelong glance. Despite her youthful appearance, she was of equal standing with him, and even the city lord dared not overstep. As a woman approached them, Ye Nan remained oblivious, surmising she was the proprietor of the establishment. "Young master, may I inquire who you are?" Zhu Lan purred, her movements enticing. "I have come to dine," Ye Nan replied candidly, without hesitation. Both Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin were momentarily taken aback by his frankness. Zhu Lan's lips twitched in disbelief, pondering the audacity of this young man. Dining on the third floor was not merely a matter of presence. Reservations and approval were prerequisites. "Bring forth the dishes," Ye Nan commanded, disregarding Zhu Lan's thoughts entirely, barely sparing her a glance. Yuan Lin, who had been sipping wine, abruptly coughed, spraying it forth. Zhu Lan's expression darkened. It was unthinkable that Ye Nan would not even glance at the beauty standing before him. Most men would readily comply with her every whim. "You should know that dining on this third floor comes at a substantial cost." Zhu Lan maintained a professional smile while suppressing her rising frustration. "Costly? How much?" Ye Nan inquired, turning to Ling Long. "Ling Long, how much do we have left?" Ling Long, scratching her head in contemplation, produced several pouches of coins that appeared on the table. Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin exchanged bewildered glances. It was uncommon for qi refinement cultivators to afford spatial rings, and yet both of them possessed one. Zhu Lan's curiosity was piqued, particularly by the violet golden spatial ring Ye Nan possessed, which she had never encountered before. Just as they pondered this, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Ye Nan and Ling Long began counting the copper coins within the pouches. Unable to contain herself, Zhu Lan's expression twitched. Young master, dining here requires spirit stones, not mere mortal currency." "Spirit stones?" Ye Nan and Ling Long exclaimed, as if the sky had fallen upon them. What spirit stones did they possess? Each day, their rewards consisted of inexplicable items and various techniques. "Indeed, I possess techniques. Might they suffice to cover the meal?" Ye Nan contemplated. He felt it would be quite embarrassing to leave without partaking in a meal after coming this far. "I lack spirit stones. Can technique suffice?" Ye Nan inquired of Zhu Lan. Zhu Lan's patience waned, her expression darkening. However, she held little interest in the techniques Ye Nan mentioned. A technique that could be used to offset a meal's cost held little value in her eyes. She had never encountered anyone daring enough to attempt dining without payment at her establishment. Just as she prepared to expel Ye Nan, a voice interrupted her thoughts. It is merely a meal. Today, I am in good spirits, so allow me to treat you," Yuan Lin announced, approaching them. Zhu Lan stared at Yuan Lin in astonishment. Ye Nan's eyes lit up, yet he shook his head earnestly. "That would be rather inappropriate. I cannot accept charity. I shall offer you a technique instead." Young friend, there is no need for such formality. I insist on treating you." Yuan Lin smiled graciously, clearly harboring no expectations regarding Ye Nan's technique. Today marked Yuan Lin's inaugural day as city lord, and he had chosen Tianxiang Tower to celebrate. He enjoyed a warm reception from the townsfolk. As Yuan Lin spoke nonchalantly, Ye Nan produced a scroll, revealing a fourth-tier technique. Though Ye Nan was indifferent to the techniques, he believed that a fourth-tier technique should suffice for a meal. Upon revealing the technique, Ye Nan was touched by Yuan Lin's earnestness. Really? Oh, how embarrassing, he said, sensing Yuan Lin's unwavering conviction, prompting him to retract the technique. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan's eyes glimmered with anticipation and their breaths quickened. They recognized the extraordinary nature of the technique. As Ye Nan prepared to reclaim the technique, Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan simultaneously exclaimed, "Wait." Surprised, Ye Nan looked at them quizzically. "What is it?" Yet, upon witnessing their fervent gazes, Ye Nan understood. While the technique may seem trivial to him, it held significant value for them. I believe I should graciously accept your gift. It signifies our affinity," Yuan Lin declared, his hands fidgeting with eagerness, nearly reaching out to seize the technique from Ye Nan's grasp. Chapter 19. Selling Techniques. In my perspective, it is otherwise. The young master dining at our Tianxiang Tower signifies a fortuitous connection with us, and thus, this meal should be our treat. Zhu Lan was equally undeterred. A fourth-tier technique holds little significance for her, yet it could be auctioned for a handsome price, surely worth more than a mere meal. Coincidentally, Tianxiang Tower is affiliated with an auction organization. Yuan Lin, however, held a different view. He himself had only cultivated a third-tier technique. A fourth-tier technique could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Zhu Lan resided in the Zhu Lan Tower and lacked for fourth-tier techniques, so why compete with me? Yuan Lin's expression darkened as he voiced his thoughts candidly, his previous warmth evaporating. Zhu Lan, seemingly oblivious, continued to smile at Ye Nan. No need to quarrel. Let us each have one. Hurry and serve the dishes. My sister is nearly starving. Ye Nan expressed his impatience, gesturing towards Ling Long, who was observing the commotion. Ling Long, taken aback by Ye Nan's gesture, thought to herself, clearly, it's me who is starving, yet he points at me. Swoosh! Before either could respond, another fourth-tier technique appeared in Ye Nan's hand, which he casually tossed to both of them. Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan were momentarily taken aback by Ye Nan's nonchalance in gifting two fourth-tier techniques. However, their joy remained undiminished. Simultaneously, they were curious about Ye Nan's origins, speculating which powerful faction he hailed from, as he could afford to give away such valuable techniques. Zhu Lan was also somewhat astonished. Although she was not in need of fourth-tier techniques, parting with two so easily was still hard for her to fathom. At that moment, a thought crossed their minds. Ye Nan must belong to a formidable faction. Yet, Ye Nan's cultivation level left them puzzled. Could a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator carry such significant items without protection? They scanned their surroundings, suspecting that a guardian might be accompanying Ye Nan. Yet, their search yielded no results. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and serve the food. Ye Nan, noticing their daze, expressed his dissatisfaction. All right. Zhu Lan was the first to snap back to reality, quickly giving orders. Young friend, may I ask if I could take a seat? Yuan Lin inquired cautiously, eyeing Ye Nan. Feel free to sit. Ye Nan responded nonchalantly. Thank you. Yuan Lin sat down promptly, while Zhu Lan took a seat beside Ye Nan. Before long, the food and drinks were served, and they exchanged names. Zhu Lan even poured wine herself, occasionally leaning closer to Ye Nan with deliberate intent. Ye Nan remained unfazed, while Ling Long observed in silent disapproval. Although young, she was quite perceptive. Yuan Lin, too, felt his lips twitch at the sight. May I inquire about your faction, young Master Yi? Zhu Lan gazed at Ye Nan with a smile. I have no faction. It's just my sister and me. Oh, and I have two disciples. Ye Nan replied while enjoying his meal. Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin were skeptical of his claims. As for disciples, how formidable could a Qi refinement realm disciple truly be? The meal satisfied Ye Nan, and Ling Long patted her small belly contentedly, observing their mannerisms. Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin pondered. They did not seem like scions of a prominent family. Could they be fortunate individuals blessed with rare opportunities? Zhu Lan Mu said, acknowledging that such individuals existed, albeit rarely, like 1 in 10,000. She was more inclined to believe that Ye Nan had powerful backers given his ability to casually offer forth fourth-tier techniques. Yuan Lin shared the same sentiment. Is there any other technique in your possession, young master? I could assist in auctioning it for a mere 10% fee. What do you say? Zhu Lan shifted her tone, her eyes sparkling with charm as she gazed at Ye Nan. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Ye Nan clapped the table in realization. He understood that the currency of mortals held little value in the eyes of cultivators, much like this meal. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Zhu Lan thought, as expected, this handsome lad must possess more than just these two techniques. You need not auction. Simply name your price, and I will pay you directly. Yuan Lin interjected eagerly. Zhu Lan's eyes narrowed dangerously at Yuan Lin's words. Yuan Lin, however, Ingot Zhu Lan en Di Li. Young Master Yi, do not heed him. If you auction it, it will surely incite a frenzy. Selling it outright would be a significant loss. Zhu Lan quickly interjected. Ye Nan nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Zhu Lan's words. He was indeed in need of spirit stones, making an auction more suitable. Very well. I shall entrust it to you for auction. Ye Nan produced a 5th-tier technique this time, while he considered offering higher-tier techniques. He opted against it to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, the proceeds from one 5th-tier technique should sustain him for a while. Should he run low, he could always sell another, as he had no shortage of techniques. Witnessing this, both Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin gasped in astonishment. Yuan Lin wished to speak, but restrained himself. He had already received a technique. He knew better than to be greedy. As for competing, setting aside Ye Nan's identity, he had no desire to engage in such antics. Worst case, he would simply exhaust his resources to secure it. Young friend, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall not disappoint. Yuan Lin spoke earnestly. Certainly, Ye Nan did not decline. He had gathered that Yuan Lin was the city's lord through their earlier conversation, which might be advantageous in the future. A moment later, Yuan Lin departed, determined to prepare spirit stones to secure the 5th-tier technique Ye Nan planned to auction. Simultaneously, he resolved to curry favor with Ye Nan, disregarding their cultivation levels. Ye Nan's ability to nonchalantly present a 5th-tier technique for auction indicated that his background was anything but ordinary. Even Zhu Lan shared this sentiment. Although her own status was somewhat distinguished, it was now a relic of the past. Burp, are you full, Linglong? If so, let us head out. Ye Nan exclaimed, burping again and turning to Linglong. He intended to find a place to stay while awaiting the auction, having already entrusted the techniques to Zhu Lan. As for whether Zhu Lan would abscond with them, Ye Nan was indifferent. After all, in his eyes, these techniques were mere trifles. Even if they were misappropriated, he could simply topple Tianxiang Tower. As Ye Nan and Linglong prepared to leave, Zhu Lan called after him, Young Master Yi, why not stay at our Tianxiang Tower? I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied. She added a flirtatious glance for good measure. Upon hearing Zhu Lan's proposal, Ye Nan's eyes lit up as he inquired, Is it all-inclusive? Zhu Lan responded, albeit a bit flustered, of course. Young Master Yi is a distinguished guest at our Tianxiang Tower, and there happens to be an auction tomorrow. How splendid. Then I shall stay with you. Ye Nan expressed his satisfaction with the food at Tianxiang Tower. Linglong, too, appeared thrilled, clearly pleased with the cuisine. Accordingly, Zhu Lan arranged for 2 luxurious rooms. Typically, Tianxiang Tower did not provide lodging, but given Ye Nan's lavishness, exceptions were made. Ye Nan and Linglong each received a room. Meanwhile, Zhu Lan made her way to the nearby auction house. Upon entering, she promptly convened a meeting. Before long, a lavish private room filled with a diverse assembly of individuals, men and women, old and young, had gathered. These individuals are all from the auction house and the upper echelons of Tianxiang Tower. Chapter 20. The snack purchase Linglong, a trusted confidant of Zhu Lan, was present along with others who were not entirely trusted and thus excluded from the gathering. Miss, what urgent matter brings us together? Inquired an elderly gentleman who stood at the forefront. Zhu Lan regarded the assembly with utmost seriousness. I have convened you all today because I encountered an individual of seemingly remarkable origin who may very well represent our opportunity for resurgence. The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in, and their expressions turned solemn. Who is this person, miss? The same elder queried, his stature within the group lending weight to his words. Zhu Lan's most trusted ally, Zhu Minghai, was a figure of great repute among them. Truth be told, I am uncertain of his identity, yet his generosity is unparalleled, something I have never witnessed in my lifetime. Zhu Lan recounted the day's events, revealing several volumes of profound techniques and presenting them to Zhu Minghai. As Zhu Minghai perused the scrolls, astonishment washed over him. These techniques are extraordinary, far superior to any of comparable rank we have encountered, he remarked, passing the scrolls along to the others, who were equally taken aback. Thus I assert, this individual's background is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even my former Zhu family could not afford such extravagance. Zhu Lan continued, indeed, should this person truly be unconcerned with these techniques, his lineage must surpass that of the Zhu family. This could indeed be our chance for redemption. Zhu Minghai's spirits lifted. However, I find myself troubled about how to solicit his assistance. Zhu Lan's brow furrowed in contemplation. Did you not mention that he travels with a young lady? We could first approach that girl. As his sister, she must hold considerable significance, Zhu Minghai suggested, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. Zhu Lan's face lit up in realization. Of course, how could I have overlooked that? Excellent. Prepare for tomorrow's auction. I shall attend to this matter immediately. With resolve, she departed. In truth, her errand was not of great consequence. She merely sought to procure some delightful snacks, particularly those favored by young girls. From their previous meal, she discerned that the siblings Ye Nan were quite the food enthusiasts. While she felt too shy to address Ye Nan directly, Linglong was much easier to communicate with. Moreover, despite her attempts to flirt with Ye Nan, he seemed utterly oblivious to her efforts, leading her to suspect he might not be interested in women at all. Accompanied by 2 attendants, Zhu Lan purchased a variety of renowned delicacies and items suitable for young girls. She had previously observed Linglong in a short skirt, a style she had never encountered before. But in the realm of cultivation, one could find all manner of peculiar attire. After completing her shopping, she returned to Tianxiang Tower, heading straight to Linglong's quarters. Zhu Lan approached the door of Linglong's room, but hesitated upon noticing Ye Nan's adjoining chamber. She decided to knock on Ye Nan's door first. Creak! Ye Nan opened the door to find Zhu Lan standing there with a warm smile. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? He inquired. No particular matter. I simply wish to present some specialty snack from Yun City to you and Miss Linglong. Zhu Lan replied with a gentle demeanor. Oh, snacks? That is very thoughtful of you. Thank you. Ye Nan noted the numerous bundles held by Zhu Lan's attendants. At her signal, one attendant deposited the goods into Ye Nan's room, which seemed to brighten his mood. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Lan resolved to speak with Ye Nan. Engaging in subterfuge with a young girl felt inappropriate. Noticing Zhu Lan Lingyo, Ye Nan asked, Miss Zhu Lan, is there something else? Young Master Yi, I have a request, Zhu Lan said, bowing slightly. Although she was a few years older than Ye Nan, they appeared quite similar in age, with the only difference being her more mature figure. Intrigued by her earnestness, Ye Nan invited her inside. Don't linger at the door. Come in and let us converse. His lack of aversion encouraged her, as it was only natural to seek assistance after such generous hospitality. Eagerly, Zhu Lan entered, accepting the offerings from her attendants. Following an engaging discussion, Ye Nan learned of Zhu Lan's plight. Once a second miss of a powerful clan, she had been cast out due to familial rivalry and her perceived lack of talent in cultivation, which left her trailing behind her siblings. Her family, not wishing to harbor a perceived weak link, had exiled her while bestowing upon her a lackluster tavern and auction house, now known as the establishments in Yin City. Her mother had long since passed, and her father, with many concubines, showed no concern for her well-being. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Zhu Lan, Ye Nan reflected on his own solitary existence, which had only improved with Linglong's companionship. However, he was fortunate to possess a system that eased his burdens, sparing him from constant vigilance against others. I understand your situation, but I truly possess no influence. I have merely a sister and 2 disciples. Furthermore, this is a matter concerning your family, and as an outsider, I cannot intervene, Ye Nan expressed, grappling with the dilemma. Zhu Lan's demeanor shifted as she processed his words, disappointment flickering across her face. She perceived him as someone who had merely stumbled upon fortune. Contemplating the situation, Ye Nan suggested, "Seek out my sister next door. She has certain items that may prove beneficial to you." Zhu Lan's spirits lifted at this suggestion, realizing that even if Ye Nan lacked a powerful lineage, he still possessed techniques that might be coveted by those in influential positions. If she could acquire some, it could pave the way for her to regain her rightful standing. "Thank you, young Master Yi," Zhu Lan expressed, bowing deeply. Ye Nan waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further. Zhu Lan then carried the gifts next door, noticing that the door was slightly ajar, which struck her as odd since she had seen it closed upon her arrival. Nevertheless, she entered without concern. Upon stepping inside, she found Linglong reclining on a soft bed, her little feet swinging playfully as she clutched a book in her hands. Chapter 21. The Auction. "Sister Linglong, I brought you some delicious treats," Zhu Lan exclaimed with a charming smile as she settled beside Linglong's bed, placing her offerings on the bedside table. Upon hearing the mention of food, Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? What delectable delights have you brought?" she inquired, glancing eagerly at Zhu Lan. "Only the finest delicacies, renowned for their taste. I even picked out some lovely clothes for you," Zhu Lan replied, unwrapping each parcel with enthusiasm. As Linglong beheld the contents, her eyes brightened even more. Without hesitation, she perched herself on the edge of the bed and began to indulge in the treats, disregarding the clothes for the moment. After all, her ring was already filled with garments gifted by Ye Nan. Observing Linglong's voracious appetite and sheer enjoyment, Zhu Lan couldn't help but feel a bit bemused, thinking to herself how this pair of siblings could consume so much. Linglong, might I say," Zhu Lan began, but Linglong interrupted. "I know why you're here. I overheard you." Caught off guard, Zhu Lan felt a tinge of embarrassment, but chose not to press further, patiently awaiting Linglong to finish her meal. Zhu Lan even thoughtfully handed her a towel and some water. After about half an hour, Linglong had devoured all the treats. Just as Zhu Lan was about to speak, Linglong waved her hand dismissively. "Hold on, let me search for something," she declared, scattering various items across the bed. Zhu Lan's expression shifted to disappointment as she surveyed the mess. There were no martial arts techniques among the clutter, only some wooden carvings, truly perplexing objects. The techniques were all with Ye Nan. "Here, take this," Linglong said, handing Zhu Lan a wooden carving. It depicted a bald figure clad in a cloak. These carvings were left in storage by Ye Nan, and one day, Linglong found them appealing and selected a few. Initially, she thought they were merely ordinary carvings. Until one day, while being chased by a large dog, she hurled one of the carvings in frustration, expecting to hit the dog. Instead, the carving transformed into a person, who then swiftly dispatched the dog with a single punch. Zhu Lan accepted the wooden carving in a daze. She felt a sense of disappointment, as she had hoped for something truly valuable from Ye Nan, but instead received a simple carving. She tucked it away, reflecting on her own inadequacies in impressing Ye Nan. Noticing Linglong busily tidying the disarray on the bed, Zhu Lan lost her motivation to linger, exchanged a few more words, and then departed. Time flew, and before long, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Ye Nan and Linglong were escorted to the auction house by a servant. Zhu Lan's absence was due to her commitments on a busy auction day, necessitating her presence. Under the servant's guidance, Ye Nan and Linglong arrived at the auction house, which was already bustling with attendees entering in an orderly fashion. Zhu Lan had previously arranged for them to be taken directly to a luxurious private room on the top floor. Ye Nan wasn't particularly interested in purchasing anything. He merely wished to broaden his horizons, having felt somewhat reclusive in the confines of Peng City. Soon, the auction commenced, dazzling Ye Nan with the extravagant display of wealth. As time passed, the event approached its climax. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final item of the day, a 5th-tier martial arts technique. The starting bid is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000. Zhu Lan announced loudly. Traditionally, it was the auctioneer who presided over such events, but today, it was she who took the stage to honor Ye Nan. The crowd buzzed with excitement upon learning of the 5th-tier technique. "I bid 20,000. A middle-aged man's voice rang out from a private room. Ye Nan recognized the voice with a hint of surprise. It was none other than the city lord, Yuan Lin. However, The onlookers paid little attention to the identities of those in the private rooms. For in auctions, the highest bidder prevailed. Bidding escalated rapidly, soon reaching 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, in another private room, 3 figures were filled with anticipation. "Elder, should we place a bid? It's a 5th-tier technique," Lan Feng urged, gazing eagerly at the elder among them, who was the leader of the Lan family. "Indeed, but 30,000 is substantial," the elder replied, furrowing his brow. He recognized Yuan Lin's voice among the bidders and understood the stakes were high. "We can earn more, but acquiring a 5th-tier technique is no simple feat." Lan Xiang chimed in, equally fervent. "Very well," the elder conceded. 40,000 low-grade spirit stones," he declared, hoping to suppress the competition with an assertive bid. To his surprise, it worked. Many bidders fell silent, including those from families of comparable status. 50,000. Yuan Lin's voice cut through the air, laced with a hint of frustration. The crowd gasped collectively at the staggering amount. While the 5th-tier technique was indeed extraordinary, 50,000 was a price that could also secure it from certain sects, albeit at a steep cost. The members of the Lan family exchanged glances, realizing they should withdraw. "Is Yuan Lin mad?" the elder pondered, troubled by the implications of such a bid. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones equated to several years' worth of their family's total income. Meanwhile, within the private room, Ye Nan reveled in the moment, sipping his tea with unrestrained joy, nearly choking as he swallowed the leaves along with the liquid. Linglong shot him an annoyed glance. Unimpressed by the auction's proceedings, she preferred to lounge on her own small chair rather than sit on the provided seats. Ultimately, the 5th-tier technique was secured by Yuan Lin. Just then, a figure clad in black and wearing a mask dashed towards the auction stage, causing a stir among the attendees. "How dare you!" shouted the auction's guardian, Yu Minghai, as he lunged at the masked intruder. "You're asking for death." The masked figure sneered, effortlessly sweeping his hand toward Yu Minghai. With a resounding crash, Yu Minghai was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. The pinnacle of the gathering Yuan realm. He gasped in disbelief, realizing he was no match for this adversary. Chapter 22. Celestial Level Techniques. As the figure in black drew closer, Zhu Lan's face turned pale in an instant. She retreated hurriedly, having just entered the gathering spirit realm. She was no match for an expert at the peak of the gathering Yuan realm. Even Yuan Lin, witnessing this scene, halted his advance, knowing he too stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. He was only at the 3rd level of gathering Yuan and understood the futility of his efforts. Only the 3 members of the Lan family wore smiles, watching the unfolding drama with glee. Should this black-clad individual seize the scroll of techniques, Yuan Lin would pose a diminished threat to their clan. They welcomed the prospect with delight. "How dare he attempt to steal my belongings? This is akin to severing my means of livelihood." In the private room, Ye Nan seethed with anger. Without further hesitation, he pressed his hand against the wall of the suite. Then, a faintly visible hand formed from condensed spiritual energy surged through the room toward the black-clad man. Just as the man raised his palm, preparing to strike Zhu Lan, a thunderous force descended upon him. A piercing scream echoed as the auction stage disintegrated into dust, creating a deep crater. The man was instantly reduced to a puddle of goo. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes wide with shock. Even Zhu Lan, standing at the periphery, was drenched in sweat. She had narrowly escaped a similar fate. Simultaneously, she felt a profound shock within her. She had not anticipated the presence of such a powerful being at this auction, capable of effortlessly dispatching a peak gathering Yuan expert. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction concludes here for today. Please disperse," she announced, keenly aware that the mysterious figure's intervention would instill caution among the various factions present, preventing similar incidents in the future. Just as she had hoped, the attendees now speculated that the recent display of power was the work of a hidden expert associated with the auction. "It seems this auction is far from ordinary," sighed the elder of the Lan family, who had expected to witness a grand spectacle. With that, the crowd began to disperse, save for Yuan Lin, who remained. He shared a decent rapport with Zhu Lan and was somewhat informed about her circumstances. He knew there were no hidden experts at the auction. Yuan Lin hastily retrieved the scroll of techniques, but rather than feeling elated, he turned to Zhu Lan and inquired, "Is the esteemed figure still present?" "I'm not sure. I paid close attention to those who left, and there were no particularly noteworthy individuals," Zhu Lan replied, still somewhat shaken. She had considered summoning the mysterious individual, but was uncertain of their motives. Thus, she opted for a respectful acknowledgement of their presence. "Esteemed one, are you still here? I am grateful for your timely intervention." "Ah, it's nothing, merely a trifle." At that moment, Ye Nan emerged from the suite. Upon seeing him, Zhu Lan's expression darkened. She had previously suspected that Ye Nan might be the one responsible. However, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from him, she was somewhat disillusioned. As his aura did not seem feigned, it appeared that the esteemed figure had already departed, leaving Zhu Lan with a sense of regret. Yuan Lin shared similar thoughts. "Young Master Yi, the spirit stones will be delivered to you shortly." Zhu Lan informed Ye Nan. "Very well, I shall take my leave then." Ye Nan remained indifferent to the thoughts of Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin, directly taking Linglong's hand and departing. Zhu Lan rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat agitated, especially after the day's unexpected events, which left her in a daze. After exchanging spirit stones with Yuan Lin, they parted ways. Zhu Lan had been significantly rattled and needed to rest. The following morning, Ye Nan's door was knocked upon. Upon opening it, he found Zhu Lan smiling brightly outside. "Here, so early? Have you come to deliver the spirit stones?" Ye Nan asked eagerly, gazing at Zhu Lan. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Lan's mouth twitched, but she maintained her smile. "Yes, young Master Yi, I have come to deliver the spirit stones." "Then please come in." Ye Nan quickly stepped aside to allow her in. Linglong, hearing the commotion, also approached. Zhu Lan was not empty-handed. She had brought food along. Ye Nan and Linglong did not hesitate to enjoy a meal while chatting. "Young Master Yi, all the spirit stones are contained within." Zhu Lan presented him with a spatial ring. "Excellent. Thank you." Ye Nan gratefully accepted it. "By the way, do you know the way to Yin City?" Ye Nan had decided to visit Guchan, as he had nothing pressing to attend to. "Yin City? I'm not sure." "What business do you have there, young Master Yi?" Zhu Lan asked, puzzled. "Ah, I have a disciple who has gone to Yin City, and I wish to pay a visit." Ye Nan replied jandidly. "I see. It's quite a distance to Yin City. Even by carriage, it would take several days." Zhu Lan et lai. "Really? Is that so?" Ye Nan felt challenged by the prospect of such a lengthy journey. However, the next moment his eyes lit up. I have spirit stones now. I could purchase a beast mount." Seemingly anticipating Ye Nan's thoughts, Zhu Lan similed charmingly. "Young Master Yi, our Tianxiang Tower has some low-tier flying beasts available for taming. Allow me to gift you one." "Really? That would be splendid. Thank you so much." Ye Nan beamed at Zhu Lan. Afterward, he reached into his spatial ring and produced a scroll of techniques, handing it to Zhu Lan. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at this gesture. She accepted it cautiously, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Zhu Lan expressed her appreciation, initially expecting a scroll of lower-ranked techniques. Yet, she felt no disappointment. These techniques would enhance her future prowess and serve her well in her cultivation. What she desperately needed were techniques and treasures. Driven by curiosity, Zhu Lan opened the scroll. However, as she beheld its contents, she froze in shock. Celestial-level techniques. Her hands trembled in disbelief. She had only ever practiced a 7th-tier technique, one she had secretly cultivated before her exile from her family. She had been careful not to expose it, lest she be discovered. Her family possessed only one 8th-tier technique, and that was reserved for the exceptionally gifted direct descendants. Even she was not deemed worthy of its practice. Now confronted with the celestial-level techniques presented by Ye Nan, Zhu Lan was utterly astounded. "Calm down. We've finished our meal and must take our leave," Ye Nan said to Zhu Lan. "Thank you, young Master Yi. Should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would face any hardship without a second thought." Zhu Lan bowed deeply in gratitude. She could not find the words to express her appreciation beyond this single statement, for celestial-level techniques were exceedingly precious. She was astonished at the extraordinary fortune Ye Nan had encountered, bestowing upon her what many would fight tooth and nail to possess. "Ah, it's merely a scroll of techniques. It's no great matter. If the opportunity arises, just treat me to a fine meal in the future. Ye Nan waved dismissively. Young Master Yi, I believe it is prudent for you to refrain from casually revealing such treasures to avoid drawing unwanted attention, Zhu Lan advised. Understood. Ye Nan replied, casually brushing off her concern. What a joke. Who would dare to steal from him? He would welcome it. Chapter 23. I will be gentle soon, under Zhu Lan's guidance. They arrived at a courtyard specifically designed for the breeding of mystical beasts. Upon seeing dozens of these creatures, Ye Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want that one, he exclaimed, pointing at a larger-than-life eagle. Very well. Zhu Lan quickly instructed her attendants to bring forth the magnificent flying beast. Thank you. Ye Nan expressed his gratitude to Zhu Lan. Then, Ye Nan and Ling Long mounted the giant eagle's back. Whoosh! The siblings soared away on the mystical creature. As for the donkey, it was inconsequential, easily replaceable. Just as they departed, Yuan Lin hurried over to Zhu Lan. I wish to thank you, but it seems I am too late, he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By the way, you appear to be in high spirits, Yuan Lin remarked, glancing at Zhu Lan. I'm doing all right, she replied with a smile, covering her mouth before taking her leave. With her newly acquired celestial-level techniques, she knew that with time, she could contend with her family. Meanwhile, she etched Ye Nan's figure deeply into her memory. Once she avenged herself, she would seek him out, willing to serve him in any capacity. Oh my, the sensation of flying is exhilarating, Ye Nan exclaimed, filled with excitement, for this was his first experience of flight, albeit upon a bird. Even Ling Long gazed in wonder at the sprawling landscapes below. Brother Nan, when will we be able to fly? She asked, her eyes filled with longing. Well, you might be able to soon, but for me, it seems unlikely, Ye Nan replied, feeling a pang of frustration. Having cultivated to over 20,000 layers of qi, the notion of flight seemed like a distant dream. Damn it, this cursed system, Ye Nan muttered under his breath. The giant eagle flew swiftly, but soon a beastly roar echoed through the air. Roar! The eagle began to thrash about restlessly. What's going on? Don't move around. Ye Nan and Ling Long were both startled. Yet the eagle was unyielding, frightened by the roar. It veered off course and began to fly back, tossing Ye Nan and Ling Long off its back. Hold on to me, Ye Nan yelled, wrapping his arms around Ling Long. Boom! They plummeted from hundreds of meters above, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Ouch! That hurts! Ye Nan's face turned pale. Fortunately, Ling Long landed atop him, sustaining no injuries. Brother Nan, was that beast responsible for scaring the eagle? Ling Long furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Let us find it and roast it for skewers. Ye Nan, covered in dirt, rose to his feet, brimming with indignation. Now, without a mount in this desolate wilderness, how long would it take to reach Cloud City? Thankfully, Zhu Lan had provided him with a map. Otherwise, as a directionally challenged individual, he would have been utterly lost. Meanwhile, a group of individuals clad in white, riding mystical beasts, were laughing heartily. Haha, did you see that? My mount's roar scared off that bird. A young man said to the leader of the group, Junior brother, you should be cautious. I believe I saw someone fall off that flying beast. Mubai cautioned the young man beside him. Understood, senior brother, the youth replied, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. In his view, his senior was overly cautious. He had seen no one. Mubai, aware of the youth's thoughts, shook his head and said nothing more, continuing onward. They were disciples of the Yuhua sect, one of the 4 major sects alongside the Wujizong. Their elders and the sect leader had already set off, wanting them to hone their skills along the journey without accompanying them. How boring. I thought we might encounter some mystical beasts or bandits. If I had known, I would have followed the leader, a spirited girl near Mubai complained. Oh, allow me to entertain you. A voice suddenly rang out ahead of them. Who? Mubai quickly reacted, looking forward, as did the others. There! They spotted 2 figures, one clad in white and the other petite and charming. It was none other than Ye Nan and Ling Long. However, upon realizing Ye Nan was merely in the qi refinement stage, their interest waned. Friend, why do you obstruct our path? Mubai inwudit, Gunanjink Atyanan. Why? Was it not your beast that roared and caused my fall? Ye Nan's expression darkened. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. Mubai remained composed. while the rest erupted into laughter, especially the young man responsible for the incident, who clutched his stomach in mirth. My apologies. My junior brother was discourteous. Please forgive us, Mubai said, tossing in a pouch. It contained mundane currency, as those who had not reached the stage of fasting still required money for everyday needs, such as meals. Though spiritual stones could also be used, few would be so extravagant. Smack! Ye Nan casually tossed the pouch aside. I want a personal apology, and I demand that you relinquish your mount. It scared away my beast, and if I were an ordinary person, I could have easily been killed in that fall. A mere pouch of coins cannot settle this. Ye Nan narrowed his eyes at them. Indeed, Ling Long chimed in, hands on her hips, glaring at the group. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Mubai frowned. Friend, this seems unwise. We are disciples of the Yuhua sect, and we are pressed for time. He invoked his status, hoping Ye Nan would back down. I care not who you are. Follow my demands, or do not blame me for being impolite. Ye Nan retorted, unfazed. Senior brother, why waste words on him? Let me handle this. The spirited girl interjected. Such a weakling. Why should my senior sister intervene? Allow me to teach him a lesson. The young man cracked his knuckles, looking down on Ye Nan. Very well. Remember, do not harm him severely. Make it quick. Mubai nodded in agreement. Hearing their exchange, Ye Nan simulkit. Kid, I intended to scare you, but now you insist on coming for a beating. Why bother? The young man sneered at Ye Nan. Whoosh! The young man charged at Ye Nan with incredible speed. Seeing Ye Nan still standing there, seemingly frozen, the young man assumed he had frightened him. Do not worry. I will go easy on you. He scoffed. Good. Then I shall take it easy as well. Ye Nan raised a hand and struck toward the young man. Smack! The young man was sent flying, embedding himself into a nearby mountainside. Chapter 24. A itchy palm, seeking a place to release. A piercing scream echoed from within the mountains, leaving the others utterly astonished. In that moment, Mubai and his companions realized that Ye Nan was not quite right. With a single strike, he sent a fifth-tier gathering spirit realm cultivator flying. No wonder he dared to obstruct their path. Sir, this is excessive. Mubai shouted at Ye Nan. Excessive? I have far worse in store, Ye Nan declared, waving his hand once more. Instantly, the air filled with swirling sand and stones, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power engulfing the surroundings. Mubai and his companions found themselves unable to resist, losing their balance entirely. As Ye Nan's hand moved left and right, Mubai and his companions were tossed about, colliding with their surroundings. Cries of anguish filled the air. Senior, please cease. We understand our mistakes, Mubai quickly pleaded. He had never imagined that Ye Nan, appearing to be merely a chi refinement realm cultivator, was actually a hidden powerhouse. Only when he saw the others battered and bruised did Ye Nan finally withdraw his hand, satisfied. With a swift motion, he summoned the playful girl and the young man who had previously sought to reprimand him, along with Mubai, directly before him. The remaining individuals stood trembling in place, too frightened to utter a word. Are you still going to teach me a lesson? Ye Nan inquired, gazing at the three, whose faces were swollen and bruised. Senior, you are using your strength to bully the weak. The playful girl attempted to retort, but before she could finish, Ye Nan's oppressive aura surged forth. The ground beneath them erupted. Thud! The sound of three individuals kneeling echoed. This sight terrified the playful girl. Senior, it was our rudeness first. Please overlook our transgressions. Mubai hastily sought to explain. Were it not for your lack of murderous intent, I would have already dealt with you. Ye Nan scoffed at Mubai. Upon hearing Ye Nan's intent to dispose of them, the playful girl and the young man trembled uncontrollably. Only Mubai retained a semblance of composure, though fear lingered in his heart. Are you headed to Cloud City for that sect competition? Ye Nan had overheard Mubai's earlier remarks. Yes, senior. Mubai nodded fervently. Very well. I shall accompany you, Ye Nan stated, looking at the trio. Their bodies trembled at the prospect of such an unexpected encounter. All right, senior. Mubai dared not say more, hoping their sect leaders could handle Ye Nan later. However, as they passed the previously arrogant young man, Ye Nan shot him a sidelong glance. Slap! Without hesitation, Ye Nan delivered a resounding slap, sending the young man staggering, his face instantly resembling that of a pig. Even Mu Bai and the playful girl were taken aback. "Senior, why are you hitting me again?" The young man protested, feeling wronged, having lost all his previous bravado. An itchy palm seeks a place to release. Ye Nan responded, not bothering to look back as he and Ling Long approached the young man's steed, sitting down comfortably. With his mount now gone, the young man felt even more aggrieved, left with no choice but to squeeze in with others. The group then began their slow journey toward Cloud City, with everyone speaking in hushed tones, fearful of incurring Ye Nan's wrath. However, the steeds moved swiftly. Yet, as non-flying beasts, they still required time to reach their destination. Soon, night descended, and the group halted to rest. Ye Nan wasted no time, pulling out a grill and the meat he had prepared earlier, beginning to roast it. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Moments later, the aroma wafted through the air, causing even the beastly mounts to stir restlessly, while the others swallowed in envy, too timid to ask Ye Nan for any. Initially, they had been content with their own rations, but upon seeing the skewers sizzling on Ye Nan's grill, their own provisions seemed less appealing. As Ye Nan grilled, Ling Long indulged heartily, occasionally casting glances at Mu Bai and the others. "Brother Nan, should we offer them some?" Ling Long whispered in Ye Nan's ear. Ye Nan glanced at Mu Bai and the others, then tossed them some raw meat and a few grills. "You may prepare it yourselves," he instructed. Though these individuals were not inherently bad, they were somewhat cunning and possessed a sense of superiority. Otherwise, Ye Nan would have already eliminated them. Upon hearing his words, Mu Bai and the others hurriedly approached to claim the raw meat and grills. "Thank you, Senior." Mu Bai expressed his gratitude with a hint of politeness. Ye Nan nodded and tossed them some seasoning they had never encountered before. The aroma was irresistible. Before long, the group began grilling their meat. Though their efforts did not match Ye Nan's skill, the seasoning made it far superior to their previous rations. As night fell, Ye Nan waved his hand, producing a bed, and even Ling Long joined in. Witnessing this, the others could only shake their heads in disbelief. Had it not been for the dense forest, they would have assumed Ye Nan and Ling Long were on a leisurely vacation. Yet they were astonished. Such a spacious bed, an abundance of meat, and grills indicated that Ye Nan and Ling Long's spatial rings must be vast, likely exceeding even that of their sect master. "Senior brother, who exactly is this person?" The playful girl, Mu Shui, inquired curiously as she munched on grilled meat. She and Mu Bai were both direct disciples of the Jade Blossom sect's master, Yuxian. The other young man merely maintained a close friendship with them, though he too was a disciple of an elder. "I do not know. He does not seem to belong to any known sect. I have never seen him before. Perhaps he is a powerful outsider," Mu Bai mused, puzzled. "But how can he only be at the Qi refinement realm?" The young man lamented, feeling humiliated at the thought of being beaten black and blue by someone he perceived as weak. Mu Bai also felt perplexed. Initially, he believed Ye Nan was merely suppressing his cultivation. Yet both in battle and now, he exuded the aura of a Qi refinement realm cultivator, not indicative of any suppression. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps our master will know." Mu Bai urged his companions to refrain from further speculation. Ye Nan, however, paid no heed to their conversation. Having set up his bed, he lay down and fell asleep, with Ling Long mimicking him beside him. The others, lacking such comforts, could only meditate and cultivate on the ground. The night passed quietly, without any further disturbances. At dawn, the rising sun cast its rays upon Ye Nan's face, compelling him to rise. Ling Long, however, remained sound asleep. Ye Nan chose not to disturb her, instead taking his toothbrush and cup to freshen up. Though cultivators benefited from spiritual energy that gradually purged impurities from their bodies, making brushing unnecessary, this was a habit Ye Nan cherished, a solitary link to his earthly existence. He feared the day he might forget he was once a denizen of Earth. Chapter 25. Do you wish to strike me as well? Despite the brevity of their acquaintance with Ye Nan, Mu Bai and the others had grown accustomed to his peculiar antics. Upon Ling Long's awakening, another round of tidying ensued, and the group set forth once again. It was not until nearly noon that the shadows of the city began to emerge on the horizon. Soon, they arrived at Yin City. "Senior, we have reached Yin City. We shall take our leave now." Mu Bai addressed Ye Nan with respect. "Very well." Ye Nan nodded in acknowledgement. After speaking, he prepared to depart with Ling Long. However, as they approached the young man from earlier, Ye Nan delivered another resounding slap across the youth's face. The young man was on the verge of tears. Woof! Woof! At that moment, a dog nearby barked at Ye Nan. With a swift motion, Ye Nan sent the dog flying with yet another slap. The onlookers could only twitch at the corners of their mouths, and even Ling Long placed her hand on her forehead in disbelief. This senior truly is a remarkable individual, Mu Bai thought, his lips twitching as he gazed at Ye Nan in the distance. They found it utterly inconceivable to reconcile Ye Nan's ethereal appearance with his outrageous behavior. Upon entering the city, Ye Nan's first order of business was, naturally, to indulge in food and drink, after which he sought out a comfortable and luxurious inn to stay. Meanwhile, Mu Bai and the others stood quietly in the lobby of an inn, heads bowed. Seated around them were numerous elders, both male and female, while at the head of the table sat a beautiful matron, her figure graceful and her age appearing to be around 30. However, the expression on Yu Xian's face was far from pleasant as she regarded Mu Bai and his companions, who appeared as though they had been thoroughly beaten. I intended for you all to gain experience, yet I never anticipated such an incident. You have utterly disgraced our sect. One elder stepped forward, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Mu Bai and the others. Though Yu Xian's expression was also displeased, she refrained from verbal chastisement and instead turned to Mu Bai, inquiring, Mu Bai, would you care to explain what transpired? She was well aware that her disciple would not provoke trouble without cause. Master, Mu Bai recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing his account, the others fell into contemplation. Had they not known that Mu Bai was incapable of deceit, they would have deemed his tale a jest. How could a mere qi refining stage practitioner reduce a genius like Mu Bai, who had reached the 9th level of spirit gathering, to such a state? Strangely, the young man's master, who had just been slapped by Ye Nan, remained silent, not uttering a word. You just mentioned that he has also entered the city? Yu Xian turned her gaze back to Mu Bai. Indeed, master. Mu Bai nodded earnestly. Very well. You all should return to your recovery and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Moreover, keep today's events to yourselves to avoid further embarrassment. Yu Xian glared at the group. The others would certainly refrain from speaking out, especially Mu Bai and his companions. If word got out, their lives would be forfeit. After issuing her warning, Yu Xian gracefully exited the inn. This inn was a branch of the Tianxiang Lu, but it had no ties to Zhu Lan. Instead, it was a division of Zhu Lan's family. It was the finest inn in the city. Ye Nan had noted this before, and after his previous interactions with Zhu Lan, he was somewhat averse to the Tianxiang Lu's operational style and chose not to stay there. Instead, he opted for an inn that was slightly inferior. At this moment, Ye Nan and Ling Long were each in their respective rooms. Sigh, I wonder how to find my disciple. It matters not. The sex competition begins tomorrow. I shall surely see him then. Ye Nan mused to himself. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a graceful figure entered the inn below. It was none other than Yu Xian. Ye Nan had not concealed himself and was accompanied by a young girl. Based on Mu Bai's descriptions, she quickly located the inn where Ye Nan was staying. Let me see who you truly are, daring enough to strike my disciple. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, she entered the inn and swiftly found Ye Nan's room. The inn staff remained oblivious to her presence. Knock, knock. Rather than barging in, Yu Xian knocked on the door, as she was still unaware of Ye Nan's strength and identity. Should he be a person of significant stature, she would certainly be in trouble. Upon hearing the knocking, Ye Nan was momentarily taken aback. It was nearing dusk, and he wondered who might be seeking him. I have no acquaintances here, he thought, puzzled. If it were Ling Long, the girl never knocked. She simply walked in. Ye Nan opened the door, and upon seeing the stunning beauty before him, he was momentarily stunned. Yu Xian, too, was taken aback, for Ye Nan appeared exceedingly youthful. Although she had heard Mu Bai's descriptions, witnessing him in person still elicited surprise. Who are you? Ye Nan inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. I am Yu Xian, the sect leader of Yuhua sect. She replied without disguise. Easygoing Hua sect. Ye Nan murmured, feeling a sense of familiarity. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Oh, Easygoing Hua sect. Are you here to avenge your disciples? Ye Nan asked, somewhat excited. After all, a sect leader would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Perhaps he could ascertain the caliber of opponents he could face at present. "May I enter?" Ye Nan asked, her brow furrowing as she regarded Ye Nan. Everything about him resembled Mu Bai's depiction of a mere chi refining practitioner. "Huh? Yes, please." Ye Nan s'était put aside. He observed the woman before him, who had yet to make any aggressive moves, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Ye Nan wasted no time and took a seat at the table in the room. Once inside, her gaze remained fixed upon Ye Nan. "Do you also wish to strike me?" Ye Nan retorted, looking at Ye Nan with mild irritation. "Esteemed one, you have struck my sect's disciple. Do you not have anything to explain?" Ye Nan regarded him sternly. "Explain? What is there to explain? They had it coming, and they were fortunate to encounter me. Otherwise, they would have long been beaten by someone else. If you're dissatisfied, you are welcome to strike me." Ye Nan replied unabashedly. "You do not overstep your bounds." Ye Nan finally lost her composure. Seeing her anger, Ye Nan, though outwardly composed, felt a surge of exhilaration within. "Come on, strike me. This way I can test my limits." Ye Nan thought excitedly. Noticing that Ye Nan displayed no signs of trepidation, Ye Nan narrowed her beautiful eyes. She wondered where Ye Nan derived his confidence, remaining completely unafraid in the presence of a sect leader. "Regardless of who you are, on my territory, you shall submit." Ye Nan thought to herself. She resolved to test Ye Nan's capabilities, for she could hardly believe that a chi-refining practitioner possessed such strength. She sensed the fluctuations of energy around Ye Nan, which did not seem to indicate a concealed realm. Even if he were hiding his level, it would surely be revealed upon making a move. As she pondered this, a wave of pressure surged towards Ye Nan, causing the furniture in the room to tremble. Ye Nan skillfully controlled her power, ensuring that nothing within the room was damaged. Chapter 26. Oh no, I lost control. As the oppressive force bore down upon him, Ye Nan's eyes brightened with intensity. Boom! He unleashed his full power, believing that the first-generation sect master must be immensely strong, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. In that moment, Ye Nan assumed a serious demeanor, preparing to release his own aura without reservation. Boom! However, in that fleeting moment of gathering strength, Ye Nan's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she summoned all her might, yet it proved utterly futile. Boom! She collapsed to her knees. Not only that, but Ye Nan, who had been on the second floor, found himself plummeting to the first floor as the structure was shattered by the force of his power. The overwhelming might rendered Ye Nan completely immobilized, forcing her from a second to the first floor in an instant. The building trembled, and in that moment the tavern crumbled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ye Nan knelt, creating a pit in the ground beneath her. Blood oozed from her knees, yet she paid no heed to the dust covering her, gazing at Ye Nan in shock. Cough, cough. I haven't even begun yet. And it has come to this? Ye Nan, equally disheveled, felt a twinge of anxiety. For the entire tavern had vanished. How much would this cost to compensate? Damn it, who could be so heartless? Previous patrons of the tavern began to voice their complaints. Fortunately, most of the occupants were cultivators. If they had been ordinary people, the consequences would have been dire. Who did this? Step forward. Ye Nan exclaimed, his eyes darting around. Not far from him, a dirt-covered girl glared at him with gritted teeth. Brother Nan, Ling Long called out angrily, though she understood the need for restraint. So her voice was merely a shout. I couldn't control it. I couldn't control it. Ye Nan rushed over to Ling Long. Speaking softly, he then glanced at Ye Nan, who remained kneeling nearby. I thought you were formidable. You seem rather weak. Ye Nan's interest waned. Ye Nan had assumed this woman was strong and had thus unleashed all his power. Predecessor, Ye Nan, stripped of her former grace, was now at a loss for words, her face a mixture of astonishment and fear. She had never expected that as a powerful practitioner of the bigger realm, she would lack even the capacity to resist. Ye Nan had subdued her merely with his aura. Had she known he was merely gathering strength and had yet to truly strike, she would have been petrified. All right, I can see you bear no ill will. It's simply a matter of pride, so I shall not make things difficult for you. Ye Nan waved his hand, eager to depart before the tavern owner sought him for recompense. Though the tavern had collapsed in an instant, no one could pinpoint him as the cause. But what if? Thus, fleeing was imperative. Yet, as he emerged from the ruins of the tavern, he was left dumbfounded. The sight before him was one of disarray, with structures leaning precariously and the ground marred by cracks of varying severity. It's over, this time I've gone too far. Ye Nan felt a pang of panic. He realized that his momentary loss of control had wrought this devastation. He had only intended to spar with Ye Nan and had not anticipated his own strength. If innocent lives had perished due to his actions, the guilt would be unbearable. Though the city was not vast, it was populated. If viewed from above, the entirety of Cloud City appeared slightly sunken within the affected area. However, no one seemed to take notice of this anomaly. They merely felt a tremor, and aside from a few fallen buildings, nothing else seemed amiss. Primarily, Ye Nan's power had yet to fully manifest. He had simply begun to gather strength when he fell to the first floor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ye Nan quickly surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no reported casualties, just some collapsed structures. Thank goodness, no major incidents had occurred. He finally let out a sigh of relief. The most pressing concern was the presence of numerous cultivators in the city. How much would this cost to repair? Ye Nan sat down heavily on a nearby stone, gazing at the surrounding destruction. He could simply flee, but such an act was beyond him. If he ran now, he would carry a burden of guilt in his heart. As he contemplated finding a place to sell his techniques, Ye Nan's voice rang out. Predecessor, I can send some funds to them. This way there will be no issue. At that moment, Ye Nan struggled to rise. Upon hearing her words, Ye Nan's eyes lit up. Really? You're not just trying to deceive me? He quickly turned to Ye Nan. Predecessor, please do not jest. This sum is trivial, and I hope you do not hold my impudence against me. Ye Nan replied anxiously. If it were spirit stones, they would indeed have to part with some wealth. However, providing a little more money to ordinary folk would suffice. To them, the funds were merely a number and held little significance. As a fifth-level bigger realm practitioner, she had been utterly crushed. Even if her sex ancestor were to arrive, they might not stand a chance. The power Ye Nan had displayed was evident. Seeing Ye Nan's sincerity, Ye Nan nodded in agreement. After all, this situation had arisen from the actions of the Yuhua sect. He felt justified in accepting her offer. Very well, I shall thank you in advance. With that, Ye Nan prepared to depart with Ling Long. Predecessor, Ye Nan called out, pondering for a moment before stopping him. Is there something else? Ye Nan inquired, turning to her. May I ask, has the predecessor come to Cloud City for a specific purpose? If there is anything I can assist with, I would be glad to help. Given the circumstances, Ye Nan was eager to seize this opportunity. Ye Nan could possibly be of the same caliber as her sex ancestor, and she wished to forge a connection, even if she could not fully win him over. Establishing some familiarity could yield benefits, making the other three major sects wary. If Ye Nan were indeed to be aligned with them, the advantages would be immeasurable. Taken aback by Ye Nan's inquiry, Ye Nan paused. Indeed, how could I forget you all? I came to find my disciple. Have you heard of a young man named Gu Chun? Though he held little hope, he still wished to inquire. Gu Chun? Ye Nan furrowed her brow in thought. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. Predecessor, aside from the competition among the younger generation, our four sects are also recruiting new disciples. I believe I saw a name on the newcomer list. Gu Chun. I am not certain if it is the disciple you seek. Upon hearing her words, Ye Nan's eyes sparkled with hope. He had indeed guessed correctly. He could see Gu Chun during the sect competition. Predecessor, now that this tavern has been lost, might I invite you to stay at my establishment? Ye Nan noticed Ye Nan's expression and realized she had stumbled upon a fortunate chance. Very well. Ye Nan sighed, seeing no alternative. Hearing Ye Nan's agreement, Ye Nan was overjoyed and promptly led the way respectfully. It wasn't long before the three arrived at the Tianxiang Tower. Upon seeing the undamaged Tianxiang Tower, Ye Nan was taken aback. Truly, a stronghold of great power. Wait, aren't there four sects? Why has only your Yuhua sect arrived? Ye Nan inwarded. Curiosity piqued as he glanced at Ye Nan. Predecessor, we came a day early to train our disciples. The other sects will arrive tomorrow. Ye Nan replied earnestly. Chapter 27, Gathering of the Sects. Upon hearing these words, Ye Nan nodded in acknowledgement. His curiosity had merely prompted a casual inquiry. Soon, Yuxian arranged for Ye Nan to have a room adjacent to her own. The other elders and disciples remained unaware of Ye Nan's arrival, and had they known, Mu Bai and others would likely have been taken aback. After ensuring Ye Nan was settled, Yuxian returned to her own quarters. Once there, she immediately shattered a jade slip. "Master, I wonder what matters require your disciples' attention." Upon receiving the message, Mu Bai hurried over, oblivious to any unusual demeanor from his master. Upon her return, Yuxian quickly changed her attire and tended to her injuries. Inquire about a young cultivator named Guchan. He is also participating in this newcomer competition. If you manage to find him, it would be best to recruit him into our Yuhua sect, regardless of the conditions. Yuxian's gaze was serious as she regarded Mu Bai. Understood, master. Mu Bai did not linger with questions and promptly departed. Internally, however, he was quite shaken. This was the first time his master placed such importance on a newcomer. He was determined to discern what made this newcomer so exceptional. Although Mu Bai was generally grounded, he too possessed the youthful spirit of competition. He was eager to see what qualities warranted such esteem from his master. In Yuxian's view, even if they could not recruit Ye Nan, securing Guchan would equate to bringing Ye Nan into the sect. Time passed swiftly, and soon the following day arrived. All the disciples and elders of Yuhua sect were gathered downstairs, awaiting Yuxian. They were curious, for their sect leader was not one to sleep in, and cultivators of the transformation stage typically did not require rest. Unbeknownst to them, it was not Yuxian who lingered in slumber, but rather Ye Nan and Ling Long. At that moment, Yuxian was standing before Ye Nan's door, patiently awaiting his awakening, choosing not to disturb him. After waiting for about half an hour, the crowd below grew anxious, for the sect competition was fast approaching. Only Yuxian maintained her impassive demeanor at Ye Nan's door, remaining calm. In the past, she would not have treated such a significant event with such casualness, but the value of Ye Nan surpassed that of the competition. Creak! As Ye Nan opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback. "My apologies. I overslept," he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he noticed Yuxian. He was well aware that today marked the grand competition of the major sections. He hurriedly tidied up and roused Ling Long from the next room. Moments later, Ye Nan and Ling Long followed Yuxian respectfully down to the ground floor. Upon seeing Ye Nan and Ling Long trailing behind Yuxian, everyone in Yuhua sect was momentarily stunned. The elders exchanged glances, puzzled. It seemed that in just one night, they had transformed into a family of three. Only the disciples wore expressions akin to having swallowed something bitter, especially the young man whom Ye Nan had previously bested multiple times, who covered his face in dismay. The elders contemplated inquiring about Ye Nan and Ling Long's identities, but Yuxian swiftly interjected, "Enough. Let's proceed." After speaking, she stepped aside and respectfully gestured to Ye Nan. "Senior, please." Witnessing this scene left everyone utterly astonished. The disciples were aware of Ye Nan's formidable strength, yet they had not anticipated that even their sect leader would appear subordinate. "Let's not make a fuss. I prefer to keep a low profile, especially since today is your stage. I am merely here to observe," Ye Nan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Yuxian took the lead, understanding that some powerful individuals preferred to avoid the spotlight. Thus, the group set off in grand fashion. As they traveled, they observed the surroundings where ruined structures were beginning to be rebuilt. The onlookers bore no signs of sorrow, but rather wore smiles. Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Yuxian had indeed addressed these concerns. His assumption was correct. After returning home yesterday, Yuxian had promptly taken action regarding these matters. Seeing Ye Nan's pleased expression brought a small joy to Yuxian's heart. It would be even better if she could secure Ye Nan's allegiance. Before long, under Yuxian's guidance, the group arrived at a vast plaza. Surrounding the plaza were 4 opulent towers. At that moment, 3 of the towers were already filled with attendees, while the direction Yuxian and her party headed was toward the lone, unoccupied tower. Yin City had no lord. It was jointly governed by the 4 sections. In essence, it served as a convenient venue for recruiting disciples. Among the 3 occupied towers, an imposing figure sat at the forefront of each. These men were the leaders of the other three sects. However, they appeared deep in thought, their faces etched with seriousness. Even the late-arriving members of Yu Hua's sect went unnoticed. "Esteemed master, please take your seat." Yu Xian promptly gestured toward the main seat. "I said no need. You may sit," Ye Nan explained. Hearing his words, Yu Xian reluctantly took the seat of honor, though she seemed somewhat restless. For the esteemed Ye Nan was seated beside her. Bang! The sound of a drum resonated, pulling the various sect leaders from their reverie. "Why has Yu Zongzhu arrived so late today?" inquired a dignified, middle-aged man from the left tower, looking at Yu Xian with a smile. He was the leader of the Sharp-Blade sect, Yu Shan. "Indeed, it is usually your Yu Hua sect that is most proactive. What has caused the delay this time?" inquired another stern, middle-aged man from the right tower, who was the leader of the Coal Mountain sect, Han Tan. In response to the inquiries from both sides, Yu Xian remained composed. "I was delayed by some matters. I apologize for making you wait." The three sects exchanged pleasantries, while the leader of the opposing Wuji sect, Qin Wu Dao, remained silent. The other two sects were accustomed to this dynamic, well aware of the rivalry between Wuji sect and Yu Hua sect. "Is it him?" exclaimed a stunning woman in blue beside Qin Wu Dao, her surprise evident. "Linger, what is it?" Qin Wu Dao inquired, glancing at the blue-clad beauty. It was none other than the woman who had previously rejected Ye Nan's offer to take her as a disciple, Lan Ling master. "Did you notice the white-clad man beside Zongzhu Yu?" Lan Lang vi mak do gin u zhao. "Yes, I have noticed him. What is so peculiar about a qi refinement cultivator?" Qin Wu Dao responded, somewhat puzzled. "Master, you are unaware." Lan Ling proceeded to recount the incident when Ye Nan had expressed his desire to take her as a disciple. "Oh, this is quite intriguing. A qi refinement cultivator wishing to take you as a disciple?" Qin Wu Dao regarded Ye Nan with newfound curiosity. In truth, Lan Ling herself was somewhat baffled, having not anticipated that Ye Nan was affiliated with Yu Hua sect. However, it remained mere curiosity, and she did not dwell on it further. After all, he was just a lowly qi refinement cultivator. The other two sects had also taken note of Ye Nan, recognizing that anyone seated beside Yu Xian must possess some significance. Yet upon sensing Ye Nan's cultivation level, their interest waned. Many even began to speculate that Ye Nan might be Yu Xian's young paramour, for he indeed possessed striking good looks. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the world of cultivation. Chapter 28. The dazzling Gu Chun. Now that everyone is gathered, let's first recruit disciples. The martial competition can wait. Qin Wu Dao spoke up, and no one voiced any objections. Boom! The gong sounded once more. Outside the square, a considerable crowd had already assembled, some to spectate, others to participate in the sect recruitment. Soon, under the arrangement of the four sects, many young individuals had taken their places in the arena, all fitting the age criteria for testing. Among them stood a young man clad in black, none other than Gu Chun. Yet, he appeared lost in contemplation. He realized that in order to spar with these sect disciples, he must first join a sect. However, his intention was merely to compete. He had no desire to be part of any sect. The competition was a mere pretext. His true aim was to confront that woman, Lan Ling, to settle an old score. He had not forgotten their previous encounter. Through his inquiries, he had learned that Lan Ling would also be attending the competition. Thus, he raised his head, surveying the four pavilions, pondering how he could slip through unnoticed. As he scrutinized the surroundings, suddenly, Gu Chun was taken aback, convinced he was imagining things. He quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. When he looked again towards the Yu Hua sect, a smile broke across his face. He was overjoyed to see Ye Nan. Why is my master here? And why is he with the Yu Hua sect? Gu Chun felt a rush of excitement. Without further hesitation, he dashed towards the recruitment area of the Yu Hua sect. Meanwhile, Ye Nan, perched in the pavilion of the Yu Hua sect, brightened at the sight of Gu Chun. Yu Xian had been closely observing Ye Nan's every move, anxious that she might not provide adequate hospitality and thus displease him. When she noticed Ye Nan gazing excitedly at the square, her curiosity was piqued. She soon spotted a black-clad youth emerging from the Wuji sect's testing group, heading straight for her Yu Hua sect's recruitment area. In an instant, she understood. This black-clad youth must be Ye Nan's disciple. The night before, she had sent Mu Bai to search for Ye Nan's disciple, but he returned empty-handed, which had frustrated her. Yet now, a smile graced her lips. However, the crowd was vast, with people bustling about, and aside from the attentive Yu Xian, the other sects remained oblivious to Gu Chen's actions. Nevertheless, the recruitment process for disciples would take some time. Master of the sect, are you aware of the commotion from yesterday? I suspect a powerful outsider has arrived in our 4 sects. Yushan remarked gravely. Even the representatives from the other 2 sects were all ears, as they possessed some influence and intelligence in Yin City. They had received news of the peculiar event from yesterday, and had even taken a look this morning. This had been a matter of contemplation for them all along. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian discreetly glanced at Ye Nan, but maintained her composure as she replied, I am uncertain. Nothing significant has occurred. What if the person was merely passing through? Passing through? Who passes through and causes destruction? This statement left everyone speechless. Indeed, who would casually pass through and wreak havoc? However, it was true that no major incident had ensued, and soon after, silence returned. They speculated that the passing outsider was merely indulging in mischief. The most reassuring aspect was that no one had been harmed. That was a relief for their sects, as they feared encountering truly malevolent individuals they could not contend with. Only Ye Nan maintained a composed demeanor, appearing unfazed by the unfolding situation. As the discussions among the sects continued, a sudden flash shot towards the heavens. Everyone turned to gaze at the source of the brilliance. It was the talent stone for testing new disciples, with levels denoted by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The ascending light was unmistakably violet. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the atmosphere shifted. Excitement surged, particularly among the 4 major sections. Is it him? I can't believe he managed to escape. Lan Ling's eyes narrowed in surprise. This phenomenon was indeed triggered by Gu Chen. As the violet light soared, the leaders of the 4 sects rose to their feet, especially Qin Wudao, who had heard Lan Ling's voice. Linger, do you know him? He inquired, looking towards her. Yes, if possible. I implore the sect master to spare no effort in accepting him. He will bring only benefits, no detriments, Lan Ling replied earnestly. She did not disclose the nature of Gu Chen's unique constitution, nor had she revealed her own to anyone. In her eyes, Gu Chen's abilities were not to be feared. Yet leading the Wu Ji sect into the ranks of the powerful was no mere claim. If Gu Chen were to join Wu Ji's sect, she would have a greater opportunity to win him over. Hearing Lan Ling's words, Qin Wudao furrowed his brow. He trusted her judgment. He recognized her remarkable abilities, despite her youth. Her insight and intellect were unparalleled. Is it possible that I can achieve such results without the aid of a special constitution? Gu Chen lamented, feeling a mix of despair and astonishment. He merely wished to join discreetly, yet the situation had spiraled out of control. Alas, his master's enhancements to his constitution were indeed formidable. At that moment, Gu Chen had become the center of attention. Violet. It had been years since a disciple with violet talent had appeared. Yushan exclaimed. As he shouted, a figure leaped from the high pavilion, making a beeline for Gu Chen. Witnessing this, Yushan was momentarily stunned, his voice trailing off. His expression darkened, and he erupted in fury. Han Tan, you scoundrel. How dare you act without honor? Without hesitation, he too leaped from the high building, closely followed by Qin Wudao. Only Yu Xian remained calm. Sectmaster, we must hurry. If we delay, other sects will snatch him away. Some elders from the Yuhua sect, noticing Yu Xian's lack of urgency, grew anxious. What is there to rush? That young man already has a master. He cannot be taken. Yu Xian's words instantly quelled their restlessness. Has he a master? Who is it? Some elders were puzzled. Cough, cough. His master is none other than I, so rest assured, he will not join another sect. Ye Nan intergested. Upon hearing Ye Nan's declaration, the crowd was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. The younger disciples, having been well educated by Ye Nan, accepted it with ease. Yet the elders were filled with uncertainty, although they ultimately chose to trust Yu Xian. Anyone whom Yuxian regarded as a senior must possess exceptional qualities. However, they had long seen through Ye Nan's capabilities. He was merely at the Qi refinement stage. The most outrageous part was that a Qi refinement cultivator could attract a disciple with violet talent. These elders were unaware that Ye Nan had already demonstrated his prowess before their disciples. Yet, since Ye Nan was always present, the disciples dared not report him. Thus, the elders remained oblivious to the fact that Ye Nan was indeed the one who had bested their disciples. Mu Bai and the others had witnessed Ye Nan's might. These elders would undoubtedly be no match for him. If a confrontation occurred, they might find themselves at his mercy. The most daunting prospect was that, by then, even these elders might find themselves lining up to receive a slap from Ye Nan. Young man, would you care to join my Hanshan sect? Should you agree, I will take you as my personal disciple. Han Tan was the first to reach Gu Chun. Do not listen to him. If you join my Jiandao sect, not only will I accept you as my personal disciple, but you may also choose from the treasures and techniques in our treasury. Yu Shan chimed in. If you join my Wuji sect, I will match whatever they offer you, and furthermore, I will instantly make you the deputy sect master. Qin Wudao asserted, unwilling to be outdone. He had initially intended for Lan Ling to take over the Wuji sect. However, as time progressed, he recognized that Lan Ling was not an ordinary individual. The mere presence of the Wujizong could never contain her essence. Keeping her within the confines of the Wujizong would only serve to restrain her spirit. Previously, he had discreetly assessed Lan Ling's innate talents, and the aptitude stone had shattered under her overwhelming prowess. In contrast, Gu Chun was far more suitable at a tender age. He had already ascended to the 9th level of spirit gathering, possessing a rare purple aptitude. Chapter 29. Have I misjudged? Upon hearing the words of the 3 sect masters, Gu Chun felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he earnestly stated, esteemed seniors, I already have a master. My apologies. The 3 sect masters were momentarily taken aback. Who dares to compete with us for a disciple? Andanza expresión derkanat. Gu Chun lifted his gaze towards the pavilion of the Yuhua sect. Following his line of sight, the 3 sect masters also looked, and their expressions soured. No wonder. I wondered why Yuxian arrived so late. It turns out she had already snatched him before us. Han Tan's face turned ashen. Gu Chun was somewhat speechless at the sect master's remarks. He was actually looking at Ye Nan, not anticipating that it would lead to misunderstandings among the other sections. However, he chose not to clarify anything. Gu Chun disregarded the 3 sect masters and walked directly towards the Yu Xian sect's pavilion. The 3 sect masters did not relent and promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the pavilion, the 3 sect masters cast unfriendly glances at Yu Xian. Just as Gu Chun was about to pay his respects to Ye Nan, Qin Wu Dao interjected, Master Yu, might you consider allowing him to join our sect? Name your price. I shall meet it if within my means. A purple talent. Even Lan Ling praised him. If he could accept Gu Chun, he would be willing to pay a price. Master Qin, he is not my disciple. His master is someone else. Yu Xian replied coolly, her tone tinged with impatience. Upon hearing this, Qin Wu Dao and the others furrowed their brows. If you refuse, why make such excuses? Qin Wu Dao's expression grew cold. Master Yu is not deceiving you. I am his master. Ye Nan stepped forward at this moment. The 3 sect masters were stunned by Ye Nan's proclamation, their expressions darkening. A Qi refining stage cultivator, able to take on a 9th level gathering spirit talent? As they pondered this, they witnessed Gu Chun bow deeply to Ye Nan, declaring, Disciple pays respects to master. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Qin Wu Dao and his companions wore grim visages. They had not anticipated the truth in Ye Nan's words. Are you sure you want to think this through? Following a Qi refining cultivator, you will learn nothing and only be hindered. It would be wiser to join my sect. Qin Wu Dao sensed an opportunity. The other 2 sect masters also pressed forward, their arguments escalating. The disciples observing the competition were filled with envy. Esteemed Signor, I shall have but one master in this life and will not seek another. I hope for your understanding. Gu Chun politely interrupted their bickering. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, the 3 masters gritted their teeth in frustration. However, Seeing his unwavering resolve, they had no choice but to temporarily concede, retreating to devise another plan. They turned to leave, casting a glare at Ye Nan as they departed. Noticing Qin Wu Dao's frown upon his return, Lan Ling's expression was equally displeased. She had witnessed the entire exchange and was taken aback to learn that Gu Chun was the disciple of the one she aimed to recruit. Could it be that this person is different? Have I misjudged? Lan Ling squinted, scrutinizing Ye Nan. Yet, no matter how she examined him, he still appeared merely as a chi-refining cultivator. Her exceptional intellect prompted her to ponder further, unlike Qin Wu Dao and the others. She understood that a genius like Gu Chun could not be foolish enough to follow a chi-refining cultivator without cause. Lan Ling shook her head, dismissing the thought. Even if I have misjudged, what of it? Can he compare to me? As time progressed, the recruitment of newcomers concluded. The next phase was the competition among the most talented disciples from the 4 major sections. The various sects dispatched their strongest talents to determine supremacy, a long-standing tradition. Originally, Yuhua sect intended to send Mu Bai into the fray. However, considering Ye Nan's presence, they had to yield this opportunity to Gu Chun. Moreover, Gu Chun's strength was also at the 9th level of gathering spirit, not inferior to Mu Bai's. Everyone in Yuhua sect was eager to witness Gu Chun's prowess, especially since he was merely in his teens, managing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top talents of the 4 major sections. Go on, don't embarrass yourself. Ye Nan ain't get Gu Chun. Rest assured, master, Gu Chun replied confidently. Before long, the 4 young talents ascended the stage, representing the pinnacle of each sect's genius, including Lan Ling. Upon seeing Lan Ling, Gu Chun's expression darkened. Even Ye Nan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but soon dismissed it. The higher-ups of the various sects were astonished that Yuhua sect had directly sent Gu Chun onto the stage, even without Mu Bai. Did this signify their immense confidence in Gu Chun? Aside from Lan Ling, who was a female, the others were all male. Naturally, Lan Ling regarded the other 2 competitors with disdain, instead directing her attention towards Gu Chun. I did not expect you to still be alive. I thought you had perished beneath the giant tiger. That was due to my own prowess. Gu Chun retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Lan Ling. Unfazed by Gu Chun's words, Lan Ling continued. Although our previous encounter was unpleasant, I still hope you will reconsider. Follow me, and your future will be extraordinary. Staying with that chi-refining cultivator, you will learn nothing. Lan Ling sought to win over Gu Chun. Uft, do you truly comprehend the strength of my master? Furthermore, I have no fondness for someone as cunning as you. Gu Chun offered no quarter. Strength? If you knew my identity, you would not regard a master as strong. In such circumstances, survival is paramount. I do not consider myself ruthless, Lan Ling declared with pride. Enough. I have no interest in indulging your bravado. Gu Chun expressed his disinterest in continuing the conversation. After a brief interlude, the competition commenced. The first match featured Lan Ling from Wu Ji sect against the top genius of Han Shan sect. The other 3 sects were aware that Wu Ji sect had recently recruited a remarkably talented individual, although they had never witnessed their prowess until Lan Ling took the stage. As anticipated, Lan Ling swiftly defeated the genius from Han Shan sect with just a few moves. Despite being in the same realm, her combat experience and battlefield control utterly crushed Han Shan sect's talent. This woman is extraordinary, Han Tan observed Lan Ling with a grave expression. The next match was between Gu Chun and the genius from the Sharp Blade sect. The 2 exchanged no words and charged toward each other. The Sharp Blade sect's genius wielded a large blade, while Gu Chun approached unarmed, having abandoned weapons to focus solely on martial arts. Seeing Gu Chun face the opponent's large blade with bare fists, which was a 3rd-tier treasured weapon, Master Yuxian glanced anxiously at Ye Nan from the high platform. Does your disciple not utilize treasures? Not at all. Just watch. Ye Nan dismissit her concerns. Engrossed in a discussion with Ling Long about what to have for dinner that evening. Witnessing Ye Nan's demeanor, the onlookers were left speechless. Even the other sects frowned in disbelief. They certainly did not perceive Gu Chun as a mindless individual. Just when everyone assumed Gu Chun's hand would be severed, a resounding clash echoed as Gu Chun's fist collided with the opponent's large blade. Instead of bloodshed, sparks flew. What? A mortal body contending against a third-tier treasured weapon? Hanten shot to his feet, joined by the others who were equally astonished, all rising in shock. Chapter 30. The three major sects in unease. No wonder. The elder shows no signs of concern. Yuxian cautiously glanced at Ye Nan. He has grown stronger once again. Lan Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, while Qin Wudao's expression darkened. If Gu Qian were to join another sect, it might be bearable, but his decision to align himself with the opposing Yu Hua sect ignited a simmering rage within him. His fists clenched tightly. The more extraordinary Gu Qian became, the more anxious Qin Wudao felt. He even contemplated whether to take decisive action against Gu Qian before things escalated further. How had Gu Qian cultivated such a formidable physique? Antang whispered perplexed. They had no inkling that Gu Qian possessed a unique constitution, one that was unattainable for them. Only some ancient texts contained references to such special physiques. In the southern region, they appear to hold high status. Yet in the face of truly formidable powers, they were utterly insignificant. It was possible that he had trained in some esoteric physical cultivation techniques, Yushan pondered. The battle raged on. Gu Qian engaged directly, employing sheer force rather than flashy tactics. His King Kong body was exceptionally powerful, and as his cultivation progressed, so too did his physical capabilities. At this juncture, he could withstand the might of a third-tier magical artifact. Faced with the enhanced Gu Qian, the youth opposite him could no longer endure and ultimately succumb to defeat. After a brief respite, the final battle commenced. Upon seeing Lan Ling before him, Gu Qian's spirit soared. He yearned to avenge previous grievances by delivering a sound thrashing to her. Sensing his intent, Lan Ling smiled softly and declared, "I concede." The arena fell silent at her words. "Ling, what are you doing?" Qin Wudao's gaze turned sharply toward Lan Ling, laced with discontent. "Master, I'm not his match." "At least, not at this moment," Lan Ling explained nonchalantly. Even if she were of the same cultivation level as Gu Qian, he had already awakened his special constitution, while she had not. In her normal state, she was undoubtedly no opponent for him. She had tested this before. Though she possessed her own methods and was confident in her ability to triumph over Gu Qian, she did not wish to reveal them with so many witnesses present. To her, the outcome was not of paramount importance. Lan Ling's decision stunned everyone, including Gu Qian, who was momentarily taken aback by her concession. This left him with suppressed frustration and no outlet for his anger. "What I said before still stands. You should consider it well. There will be no opportunities to follow me in the future." With that, Lan Ling turned and departed. Gu Qian dismissed her words as inconsequential and quickly returned to Ye Nan's side. "Master, I have not disgraced my mission." Gu Qian bowed respectfully to Ye Nan, who was engaged in light banter with Ling Long. It's over? Then let's celebrate with hot pot tonight." Ye Nan seemed entirely unconcerned about the match, still engrossed in his conversation. To him, Gu Qian's victory was a foregone conclusion. Hearing Ye Nan's words, the crowd fell silent, bemused by his absurdity. After everything, he was still preoccupied with food. They had never seen such a ridiculous master. Regarding Ye Nan's hot pot invitation, they were somewhat perplexed but could at least understand it was a type of meal. With the match concluded, Yu Hua sect emerged as the clear victor, while the other sects departed disheartened, particularly Han Shan sect and Jian Dao sect, who left with solemn expressions. This tournament had been a complete disaster for them, and they began to worry about the future. With Gu Qian in the Yu Hua sect and Lan Ling in the Wu Ji sect, their factions were left in a state of turmoil. Previously, they had sought to recruit Gu Qian, but it appeared their efforts were in vain. The days ahead promised to be challenging for them. Qin Wudao of Wu Ji sect also departed with a scowl. Witnessing Ye Nan preparing to leave with Gu Qian and Ling Long, Yuxian hurriedly approached Ye Nan, bowing respectfully. "Elder, may I invite you to our sect for a visit? I also wish to apologize for our previous rudeness." Yuxian was keen on not missing the opportunity to engage with such a powerful figure. Apologize? No need, I've long since moved past it. Ye Nan waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Upon hearing his words, Yuxian felt a surge of urgency. She had not anticipated Ye Nan's outright refusal. Watching him depart alongside Gu Qian and Ling Long, she stomped her foot in frustration. The sight of their sect leader acting in such a manner left the others from Yuhua sect in shock. When had they ever seen their leader like this? Meanwhile, Yuxian's mind raced with various strategies to retain Ye Nan. However, before she could devise a plan, Ye Nan suddenly halted. If I remain in a sect bustling with prodigies, wouldn't it be much easier to recruit disciples? With this thought, Ye Nan appeared to have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall agree. Ye Nan turned back to face Yuxian. Witnessing the stark contrast in Ye Nan's demeanor, the onlookers were left speechless. Only Yuxian quickly regained her composure and approached Ye Nan with renewed respect. Thank you for your graciousness, elder. The joy on Yuxian's face was unmistakable. If the ancestor were to learn that I brought a powerhouse of comparable strength to him into the sect, what would his reaction be? Yuxian mused internally. Soon, a bird larger than the one Ye Nan had previously ridden appeared before them. I shall return with the elder first. You may follow behind. Yuxian disregarded the disciples and elders, swiftly leading Ye Nan and the others away on the flying mount. As they watched their sect leader depart, the disciples were fine, but the elders were visibly distressed. They had arrived together. Yet now only Ye Nan and the three were leaving, abandoning the rest. In truth, it was not that Yuxian disregarded them. She feared Ye Nan might change his mind. She hurried to bring him back to the sect, hoping to stabilize his free-spirited nature. She had come to understand that Ye Nan's greatest passion was food. With remarkable speed, they arrived at the sect in about 2 hours, demonstrating Yuxian's eagerness. Along the way, she remained anxious, dreading the possibility of Ye Nan suddenly declaring, I no longer wish to go. She had witnessed Ye Nan's character. Though his strength was formidable and his demeanor ethereal, he seemed to lack a sense of propriety. Fortunately, Ye Nan was relatively approachable. In the realm of cultivation, individuals of great power who were also so affable were exceedingly rare. Wow, how beautiful! Ling Long exclaimed, gazing at the resplendent sect teeming with birds and fragrant flowers. Her eyes sparkling with wonder. Guchen remained more composed, feeling indifferent. It's nice. My little shabby hut can't compare. Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the finest place he had encountered since arriving in this world. Elder, I have prepared accommodations for you. Please follow me. Yuxian had already communicated with the sect in advance. Ye Nan nodded and promptly followed Yuxian to a towering mountain peak. To his astonishment, there was even a waterfall and several clean, well-kept wooden houses. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of nature, resembling a celestial paradise, even more akin to a hermitage for the powerful. Seeing Ye Nan's contented expression, Yuxian felt a surge of joy. She had anticipated that these reclusive strongholds preferred understated yet comfortable environments. However, she still needed to maintain a facade. Yuvin respectfully adressed Ye Nan, elder. Are you satisfied with this place? Indeed. This place is absolutely delightful. Ye Nan nodded vigorously in affirmation. Chapter 31. Astonishing. The wardrobe has followed us. As the group engaged in conversation, a youthful figure swiftly ascended to the mountain peak, presenting a spatial ring to Yuxian with great respect. Yuxian accepted the ring, signaling the young man to withdraw. Senior, this contains various types of beast meat and other ingredients. Should you require anything else, feel free to seek me out. Yuxian promptly handed the spatial ring to Ye Nan. Why are you being so polite? Ye Nan exclaimed as he accepted the ring, taken aback by Yuxian's thoughtful hospitality, which included provisions. It is an honor for me to assist a senior. Yuxian responded eagerly. While conversing with Ye Nan, the communication jade slip nestled in her arms suddenly illuminated. Without needing to look, Yuxian knew it was a message from her ancestor. Noticing something was amiss with Yuxian, Ye Nan remarked, if you have matters to attend to, please do so. I will seek you out if needed. Very well. I shall take my leave, Yuxian replied respectfully before hastily descending the mountain. Once Yuxian departed, Ye Nan and the others began to survey their surroundings. Linglong, having never encountered such beauty, flitted about like a joyous little bee. Xiaochun, why don't you pick a room? Ye Nan suggested to Guchun. Okay, master. Guchun complied eagerly. Ye Nan chose the largest and central room, while Linglong decided to share a room with him, which he did not mind, as the house contained multiple chambers. As for his humble abode in Peng City, it could wait for now. Suddenly, as Ye Nan tidied up the room. Gu Chen's voice pierced through the air in terror. What happened? Ye Nan was startled by her cry. Ling Long hurried over, only to see Gu Chen scrambling out of her chosen room in panic. Xiao Chun, what on earth are you doing? Ling Long frowned at Gu Chen. Master, that wardrobe has followed us. Gu Chen exclaimed, her complexion pale. Wardrobe? What wardrobe? Ye Nan blinked, momentarily puzzled. Only Ling Long, realizing what Gu Chen meant, gasped. It was the very cupboard he had locked away in Peng City. Gu Chen hastily reminded Ye Nan. What nonsense! Wasn't that in Peng City? How could it have come here? Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves and strode into Gu Chen's chosen room, the nearest to him. Ling Long and Gu Chen cautiously followed, maintaining a safe distance. Indeed, upon entering, Ye Nan saw a wardrobe sitting in the center of the hall. After assessing it, he confirmed it was the same one he had locked away before, though it appeared subdued this time. Seeing it was no longer animated, Ye Nan decided to ignore it. Turning to Gu Chen, my disciple, choose another room. This troublesome thing likely wishes to inhabit this one as well. Fine, I suppose I have no choice. Gu Chen lamented. However, this was merely a minor hiccup. Ye Nan had not forgotten his intention to prepare hot pot. He made his way to the river beneath the waterfall, where he had previously noticed an abundance of sizable fish, likely prepared in advance by Yuxian. Tonight, we shall feast on hot pot fish, he declared, rolling up his trousers and wading into the water to catch fish. Once Gu Chen selected a different room, she emerged to find Ye Nan fishing in the river and eagerly joined him. Meanwhile, Ling Long, carefree as ever, lounged on her chair, engrossed in a novel. With everything set, Ye Nan began to prepare the pot. Gu Chen assisted him, and as they busied themselves, two figures arrived at the peak. Yuxian, accompanied by an elderly man with an ethereal presence, undoubtedly the ancestor of the Yuhua sect. Curious after hearing Yuxian's words, he had come to investigate. Yet, both were taken aback at the sight of Ye Nan clad in an apron, resembling a chef. However, the old man was not one to judge by appearances. Ye Nan, noticing Yuxian and the elder, greeted them. Greetings, I am Ye Nan. You have arrived just in time. Please join us for hot pot. Delighted to oblige. The elder responded promptly. Merely a small affair, just a meal. Please wait outside for a moment. The kitchen is quite smoky. Ye Nan kindly informed them. This person is rather amusing and possesses a pleasant demeanor. The elder mused as he sat at the stone table in the courtyard, smiling. Ancestor, can you discern his cultivation level? Yuxian inquired of the elder. Alas, I cannot. I have just scrutinized him closely, and he appears to be merely a qi refining cultivator. The elder replied, perplexed. What? Even you cannot perceive it? Ancestor? Yuxian was astounded. There is nothing remarkable about it. Some cultivators possess treasures or techniques that conceal their true level, and certain powerful individuals even evade my detection, the elder analyzed. Upon hearing this, Yuxian's heart raced. Which category does Ye Nan fall into, in your view? She pondered. She secretly hoped Ye Nan belonged to the latter group. If he were stronger than her ancestor, he would be an earthly, profound cultivator, a rare sight to behold. The thought of such a powerhouse in their sect filled her with excitement. I understand your thoughts, but I suspect he might belong to the former category. For why would a being of that caliber deign to visit our humble sect? The elder interrupted Yuxian's daydreams. True enough, Yuxian sighed, recognizing the wisdom in her ancestor's words. The stronger the individual, the higher their aspirations. Thus, they would not seek out a small sect like theirs. Just as their musings deepened, Ye Nan's voice interrupted them. The feast is ready, he announced as he brought forth a steaming pot of hot pot fish. Indeed, it was an entire basin filled with his expertly prepared dish. Both Yuxian and the elder were momentarily stunned by the generous serving. However, the aroma wafting from it was enticing. As the meal commenced, Ling Long, having waited for the right moment, joined the gathering. Aware of the presence of guests, she refrained from diving in immediately. Gu Chen fetched some bowls and chopsticks. Eat quickly while it's hot. It loses flavor when it cools. Ye Nan urged Yuxian and the elder. After some polite exchanges, they picked up their utensils. Although they had undergone the process of abstaining from food, they could still partake in the meal. As they tasted the fish from the basin, both Yuxian and the elder were taken aback by the exquisite flavor. Chapter 32. The crisis of Tianxiang Tower on the other side, In Yuan City, at Tianxiang Tower, a considerable crowd had gathered within, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. "Zhu Ming, I have been cast out from my family. Why do you still pursue me?" Zhu Lan glared fiercely at the young man seated before her. Zhu Ming. Behind him stood several members of the Lan family, who had only recently learned of Tianxiang Tower's true background upon Zhu Ming's arrival in Yuan City. Eager to curry favor with Zhu Ming, they eagerly recounted the techniques that Zhu Lan had put up for auction. Scattered around were several individuals, loyal followers of Zhu Lan, some unconscious, others lifeless. At Zhu Ming's feet knelt a middle-aged man, none other than Yuan Lin, who was now bloodied and battered. The techniques he had acquired at the auction, along with those bestowed upon him by Ye Nan, were now firmly in Zhu Ming's grasp. "Second sister, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply reveal the source of this technique, and I shall spare you." Zhu Ming taunted, his eyes glinting with greed. Though merely 4th or 5th-tier techniques, they were the pinnacle of their rank, rendering those he had previously encountered as mere trifles in comparison. The fact that they were available for auction suggested that the original owner must possess even superior techniques. When Ye Nan dined on the 3rd floor, many, including members of the Lan family, had witnessed it. As the influence of the surrounding factions was well known, it was evident that the only individuals capable of dining there in recent times were Yuan Lin and that white-clad youth. It was no surprise that mere days later, a 5th-tier technique was put up for auction, raising suspicions about Ye Nan. "You're dreaming." Zhu Lan bit her lip, her gaze filled with fury. "Second sister, do not presume that the family is unaware of your intentions. To safeguard against any eventuality, my elder brother sent me here, and lo and behold, what a fortunate encounter it has turned out to be." Zhu Ming appeared to have anticipated Zhu Lan's thoughts. "Moreover, you must possess a technique of this caliber as well. Do share it with your younger brother," he added, his avarice unmistakable. It was clear that Zhu Lan held superior techniques, and upon hearing Zhu Ming's words, her heart sank. She had only recently begun to cultivate that heavenly tier technique. Although powerful, she had yet to progress significantly in her training. Given the current situation, retreat was not an option. Not only was she at the mercy of Zhu Ming, but the elder behind him was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the gathering essence realm. "I can give it to you, but I cannot let you continue to harass us or the Lord of Yuan City." Zhu Lan had no choice but to concede, desperate to protect her life. Just as Zhu Ming prepared to retort, Zhu Lan produced a scroll from her hand, revealing the coveted heavenly tier technique. Upon sighting the scroll, the crowd's eyes narrowed, sensing its extraordinary nature. "Very well, I agree," Zhu Ming responded without hesitation. "But I require your oath. Otherwise, I cannot trust you." Zhu Lan fixed her gaze on him. "Second sister, do not push your luck. It is merely a technique. Do you truly believe I care so deeply?" Zhu Ming scoffed, dismissive of her concerns. A verbal promise would suffice, yet requiring an oath was an entirely different matter. In the realm of cultivators, swearing an oath would bind them to the heavenly laws, and breaking such a vow could lead to dire consequences. "I trust you will comply." Zhu Lan was undeterred by Zhu Ming's apparent disdain. "Third young master, I can simply seize it." An elder beside Zhu Ming interjected, moving forward. Upon seeing the elder approach, Zhu Lan hastily warned, "If you dare to forcefully take it, I will destroy this technique." "A technique of no significance. Do you truly believe I would care?" Zhu Ming retorted with contempt. "This is a heavenly tier technique. Are you not tempted?" Zhu Lan laid her cards on the table, aware that this was her only chance to preserve her life. After all, she had already memorized its contents. At her declaration, silence enveloped the room. Even Yuan Lin was momentarily taken aback. No wonder this woman had been so jubilant of late. What manner of identity did Ye Xiaoyu possess? The thought reverberated in Yuan Lin's mind, astonished. This woman must have lost her senses. How could a heavenly tier technique surface in such a place? The head of the Lan family muttered under his breath, and even those beside him, such as Lan Xiang and Lan Feng, found merit in his words. Only Zhu Ming's expression grew grave. He understood that his second sister would not fabricate such nonsensical claims, especially in this precarious situation. "Very well, I concede," Zhu Ming declared. Even the elder accompanying him paused in surprise. asking, "Third young master." The others, too, regarded Zhu Ming with astonished expressions. In that moment, their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Could it be that Zhu Lan indeed possessed a heavenly tier technique? Zhu Ming disregarded the elder, swearing an oath to the heavens. "As long as what you hold is truly a heavenly tier technique, I shall not trouble you. Otherwise, may I meet with dire consequences." "Second sister, I have sworn. May I receive it now?" Zhu Ming added, his heart racing with anticipation. If this were indeed a heavenly tier technique, it would be a monumental gain. Even his family lacked such a treasure, yet anxiety gnawed at him. Such rare techniques could not possibly be in the hands of his seemingly inept second sister. Could have been bestowed by that white-clad youth. Zhu Ming pondered, his curiosity about Ye Nan intensifying. He yearned to find Ye Nan, for if he were of significant background, it would be one matter, but should Ye Nan merely have stumbled upon a great opportunity, it could herald a chance for Zhu Ming and the Zhu family to rise. Seeing Zhu Ming's oath, Zhu Lan did not hesitate. She promptly tossed the technique to him. Zhu Ming caught it, poised to examine it when he noticed the Lan family's puzzled gazes. "Oomph, do not let your eyes wander," the elder beside Zhu Ming barked. At the elder's admonition, the members of the Lan family reluctantly averted their gazes. As Zhu Ming unfurled the technique, his pupils dilated in shock, his hands trembling. Observing Zhu Ming's reaction, the elder felt a jolt of realization. Zhu Ming's excitement indicated that this technique was indeed heavenly tier. "Third young master, should we eliminate these witnesses?" the elder suggested, moving closer to Zhu Ming. Hearing this, Zhu Ming quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes at the Lan family, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he suppressed it. The Lan family felt a chill run down their spines, confirming in that moment that the technique in Zhu Ming's possession was undoubtedly heavenly tier. Otherwise, he would not harbor intentions of silencing them. "Young Master Zhu, we have seen and heard nothing today. Please rest assured." The head of the Lan family forced a smile and bowed to Zhu Ming. "Yes, indeed." The others echoed, recognizing that while they craved advanced techniques, their lives were paramount. With Zhu Ming's formidable protector at his side, they understood the peril they faced. Chapter 33. The enigmatic woodcarving. "Very well. Since you all insist, allow me to witness your sincerity." With these words, Zhu Ming and the elder made their way towards the entrance. Upon hearing Zhu Ming's declaration, the expressions of the Lan family members turned grave, for they understood that Zhu Ming intended to employ them as instruments of their own demise. The notion of familial self-destruction was highly undesirable. Otherwise, how could Zhu Lan have survived until now? Zhu Ming sought to use their hands to eliminate Yu Lan, subsequently avenging himself under the guise of justice. In doing so, he would not only rid himself of a formidable adversary, but also gain a reputation for being righteous and benevolent. The primary objective, however, was to ensure that the matter regarding the celestial grade techniques remained concealed. The palpable murderous intent radiating from Zhu Ming was enough to confirm their suspicions. At that moment, the members of the Lan family were drenched in sweat, uncertain of how to navigate the predicament. Regret washed over them. They now realized that their attempts to curry favor with the Lan family had led them into this dire situation. Even Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan's expressions shifted, as they, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. "Zhu Ming, you vowed to spare us. You swore an oath of heaven," Zhu Lan called out, her face a mask of anguish as she gazed at Zhu Ming's retreating figure. Upon hearing Zhu Lan's desperate outcry, Zhu Ming paused. "Indeed, I shall not make things difficult for you. But it is not I who is imposing difficulties upon you now. They bear no relation to me." Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin's faces turned ashen at Zhu Ming's shameless words. "However, should you perform to my satisfaction, perhaps I shall consider taking you under my wing." Zhu Ming shouted back at the Lan family. His words left the Lan family members in a state of bewilderment. "Father, hesitate no longer. If we act now, we may still have a chance. If we do not, our fates are sealed," Lan Feng urged, turning toward the patriarch of the Lan family, their father. Lan Xiang also nodded in agreement. The patriarch, clearly aware of the dire circumstances, understood that they had no choice but to heed Zhu Ming's demands. Once Zhu Ming had approached their family, evasion was no longer an option. Should Zhu Ming change his mind, even if the Lan family could not be saved, sacrificing Lan Xiang and Lan Feng might offer a glimmer of hope. Miss Zhu Lan, I apologize. The patriarch of the Lan family squinted at Zhu Lan. You must leave. I will hold him off. Yuan Lin positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Lan, despite his severe injuries. Absolutely not. I refuse to abandon you, no matter the cost. Zhu Lan resolutely declared, knowing that escape would be nearly impossible. Yuan Lin, if I once hesitated to regard you with respect, now that you are injured, you cannot stop me. The patriarch of the Lan family regarded Yuan Lin with disdain. Yuan Lin recognized that, in his current state, he could not deter the Lan family members. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival, even the slightest chance warranted a desperate struggle. Charge! Eliminate them! The patriarch of the Lan family bellowed. The members behind him surged toward Zhu Lan and Yuan Lin. Even in my injured state, I am not to be underestimated by the likes of you. Yuan Lin's body trembled as he confronted the oncoming Lan family members. In an instant, the interior of Qianxiang Tower erupted with commotion. Indeed, the Lan family's formidable warriors found themselves at a disadvantage against Yuan Lin, who, despite his injuries, displayed remarkable resilience. Most of the Lan family's elite were at the gathering spirit stage, with few reaching the first level of gathering essence. Yet, bolstered by his own cultivation at the third level of gathering essence, coupled with the formidable techniques bestowed upon him by Ye Nan, Yuan Lin remained undaunted by the onslaught. Meanwhile, Zhu Ming, who stood at the entrance observing the unfolding scene, expressed his astonishment. This technique is truly impressive. Third young master. It appears the individual who provided them with such techniques must possess even greater treasures. The elder accompanying him remarked in awe. Upon our return, we shall report this to the clan for further deliberation. It is fascinating that a mere qi refining practitioner possesses such an abundance of treasures. Zhu Ming mused. His interest piqued. Witnessing his family's warriors struggle against Yuan Lin, the patriarch of the Lan family joined the fray. As the most powerful among them, he was a second-level gathering essence practitioner, only slightly weaker than Yuan Lin. The patriarch's intervention intensified the pressure on Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan, and it was not long before both collapsed to the ground. Seeing the injured Yuan Lin and Zhu Lan, the patriarch of the Lan family wasted no time. He drew a long knife and aimed it at Zhu Lan. It appeared that escape was no longer an option. Zhu Lan closed her eyes in despair, loathing her own weakness and even more so the heartlessness of her family. However, just as the knife was about to strike her, a golden shield of light erupted around her, deflecting the blow. Stunned by the unexpected resistance, the patriarch of the Lan family faltered. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the golden barrier surged, sending him crashing through the entire building as if propelled by a cannon. The onlookers from the Lan family stood agape. Even Zhu Ming and his companion, who had initially been watching with amusement, narrowed their eyes at the glowing figure now standing protectively before Zhu Lan. What was that? Both Zhu Ming and his companion were astounded. They had not anticipated that Zhu Lan possessed such a remarkable artifact. Gazing at the glowing wood carving hovering before her, Yuan Lin was bewildered, but Zhu Lan understood perfectly. This was... Zhu Lan was more shocked than anyone else. Initially, she had thought Ling Long was merely humoring her. Little did she know that, at this critical moment, it was precisely this wood carving that had saved her life. Yet, as everyone scrutinized the wondrous wood carving, something even more astonishing occurred. The wood carving began to expand, rapidly transforming into a bald man clad in a cloak, his gaze vacant. What? Zhu Ming and his companion widened their eyes in disbelief at the figure standing before Zhu Lan. They had never witnessed a treasure capable of transforming from wood carving to human form. However, they failed to perceive any aura emanating from the man standing before Zhu Lan. He exuded no signs of life, nor did he possess any discernible cultivation energy. In that moment, the Lan family members closest to Zhu Lan instinctively distanced themselves from her. Their own patriarch had just been sent flying with a single strike. This sudden appearance of a man could only signify immense power. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Yuan Lin asked, astonished as he stared at Zhu Lan. It was given to me by Ling Long, Zhu Lan replied, her gaze fixed on the vacant-eyed man before her. Upon hearing Zhu Lan's words, Yuan Lin's eyelids flickered. He recognized Ling Long as the young girl who accompanied Ye Nan. He had not anticipated that, apart from Ye Nan, the girl beside him could possess such extraordinary abilities. His initial focus had solely been on Ye Nan, neglecting Ling Long entirely. Alas, I have been careless. Had I known, Yuan Lin lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. What are you waiting for? Seize them. I assure you, your safety is guaranteed. Zhu Ming cast a glance at the direction where the patriarch of the Lan family had been sent flying. Understood. The patriarch of the Lan family, though begrudgingly, rejoined the fray. The earlier blow had merely knocked him back. He had sustained no significant injuries. And you all, join in as well. Zhu Ming directed his gaze at the remaining members of the Lan family, who had retreated from Zhu Lan. Chapter 34. The marvel of wood carving. Upon hearing Zhu Ming's words, the members of the Lan family could only brace themselves and charge forward once more. Their objective was clear: Zhu Lan. If they could eliminate Zhu Lan, all of this turmoil would come to an end. The sudden transformation of the wooden sculpture into a human form had startled them. It was an unprecedented occurrence, something they had never encountered before. However, there was no choice but to take a gamble, for the wooden sculpture was merely a magical artifact. Capturing Zhu Lan was paramount. Yet, crossing the Zhu family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Seeing the murderous intent in the approaching crowd, Zhu Lan urgently called out to the bald, cloaked man. Quickly stop them. Without needing Zhu Lan's reminder, the bald man sprang into action, swiftly appearing before one of the Lan family's warriors and delivering a powerful punch. The force was overwhelming, obliterating the warrior in an instant. Moreover, a tremendous shockwave shattered half of the restaurant. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Fengat, Siongat, you must leave. The head of the Lan family reacted first, seizing both individuals and throwing them out of the establishment. The siblings, taken aback, had no time to comprehend their predicament before being hurled outside. Nonetheless, they wasted no time in fleeing. Yet, after the bald man dispatched his first victim, he began to weave through the crowd, leaving fleeting shadows in his wake. His fists bore no discernible power fluctuations. They appeared as ordinary strikes. However, with each punch he unleashed, a life was extinguished. Regardless of whether one was at the gathering spirit or gathering essence stage, there was no distinction. In mere moments, all the powerful members of the Lan family, save for the fleeing siblings, lay lifeless beneath the unyielding iron fists. Third young master, we must depart. An elder beside Zhu Ming, taken aback, quickly urged him to escape. However, their speed was no match for the bald man. In an instant, he appeared before the two, striking without hesitation. Not good, the elder gasped. With no time to ponder, he cast Zhu Ming aside and gathered all his strength to meet the incoming blow head-on. Boom! The unadorned punch sent a wave of dust swirling, causing the restaurant to collapse entirely. The sheer force carved a deep chasm into the ground, and the elder's form vanished without a trace, leaving behind a thick mist of blood in the air. Witnessing this, Zhu Ming was left utterly stunned. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the bald man charging towards him. Zhu Lan, initially in shock, finally regained her composure and called out, "Stop!" Upon hearing her command, the bald man halted abruptly. In an instant, he reverted back into a wooden sculpture and flew into Zhu Lan's hands. She cautiously held the sculpture, now marred by fine cracks, and her eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and contemplation that lingered. Meanwhile, Yuan Lin was no better off. Zhu Lan stowed away the wooden sculpture and turned to the petrified Zhu Ming, who sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. "Please don't kill me. I will return everything." Zhu Ming scrambled towards Zhu Lan, hastily returning the techniques he had previously stolen. "Oomph, pathetic," Yuan Lin exclaimed, kicking Zhu Ming and snatching the techniques from him. Zhu Ming had only just entered the gathering essence stage, far inferior to Yuan Lin. Moreover, Zhu Lan possessed the formidable wooden sculpture. His previous arrogance stemmed from the presence of his protector, now slain. How could he still act so brazenly? "You may be ruthless, but I must not be heartless. For the sake of our familial ties, I shall spare your life this time. However, mark my words, should you return, I will not show mercy. Zhu Lan glared at Zhu Ming, her tone laced with a hint of resignation. What? You intend to let him go? If you show mercy, I shall take his life. Yuan Lin protested vehemently. Zhu Ming, hearing Yuan Lin's words, bowed repeatedly, pleading, Rest assured, I will never trouble you again. I will persuade my family to cease their pursuit of you. Let be. Allow him to depart with a message. Zhu Lan interjected, stopping Yuan Lin. Are you not afraid he will harbor ill intentions and return to harm us? Yuan Lin remained unconvinced. Do you believe we can still remain in Yuan City? What good would it do to kill him? Zhu Lan continued. Alas. Very well. Yuan Lin conceded, realizing Zhu Lan's reasoning was sound. Regardless of whether they spared Zhu Ming, the Zhu family would not relent. Zhu Lan was acutely aware of her family's nature. By allowing Zhu Ming to carry a message, she sought to provide her family an opportunity. She did not wish to sever ties entirely. Although she currently lacked the strength to contend with the Zhu family, possessing a celestial-level technique did not preclude her from being capable in the future. Upon hearing Zhu Lan's consent for his departure, Zhu Ming wasted no time in fleeing, hurriedly scrambling away. However, as he turned to leave, the malice, anger, and greed in his eyes were unmistakable. Alas, we too must depart. This place is no longer safe for us. Zhu Lan sighed as she gazed at the ruins of Tianxiang Tower. Very well. I was just preparing to venture out and hone my skills. Yuan Lin, unfazed, prepared to leave. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Zhu Lan and inquired, Do you know where those two have gone? Zhu Lan understood whom Yuan Lin referred to. I do not know. Young master, you did not inform me, nor did I dare to ask. She replied candidly. Such a pity. I suspect that individual is neither a practitioner of qi refinement, nor has merely stumbled upon an opportunity. They may simply be a powerful being passing through this area, and our lowly cultivation prevents us from discerning their true nature. Yuan Lin lamented, his admiration for Ye Nan growing. Who exactly are you? Will I ever be able to find you again? Zhu Lan mused, tightly gripping the wooden sculpture, lost in thought as Ye Nan's figure lingered in her mind. After a brief moment, the two parted ways, for each path of cultivation is governed by its own destiny. Zhu Lan's goals were now unequivocal. Her foremost aim was to elevate her strength and no longer be at the mercy of others. Secondly, she sought to find Ye Nan. Chapter 35, The Enemy's Return. On the other side, at the Yuhua sect. Achoo, who could be thinking of me all day? Ye Nan, lounging on a sunlit chair, rubbed his slightly itchy nose. Despite having arrived not long ago, Ye Nan and his sibling were quite content. The serene mountains and clear waters provided a peaceful sanctuary, undisturbed by any intruders. Moreover, Yuxian had long issued orders forbidding anyone from approaching Ye Nan's mountain peak. As for Gu Chun, he had ventured out for training, and Ye Nan paid him no mind, allowing him to go freely. While Ye Nan was reclining in blissful ignorance, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Yuhua sect. Within the grand hall of the Yuhua sect, Yuxian wore a grim expression. You, from the Chu family, have managed to track us down? How absurd. She addressed the two figures clad in black sitting before her, a middle-aged man and an elder. Master Yu, the Chu family does not wish to be adversaries with your sect. We merely suspect that the person we are pursuing may have infiltrated the Yuhua sect. We seek only to identify this individual, explained the middle-aged man in black. Oh, and you are so certain of this? What's the name of this person? Yu Xian inquired, intrigued to ascertain whether this individual truly resided within her sect. The southern domain was vast, and the territories of the four major sects were inherently limited. These two men in black originated from outside their jurisdiction. Yu Xian was familiar with the Chu family, finding them comparable to the Yuhua sect, and thus, she felt no fear. His name is Gu Chun. The compass I possess does not lie, which is how we located your sect, the middle-aged man revealed without reservation. Upon hearing the name Gu Chun, Yu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was this not the disciple of a revered elder? A peculiar sensation washed over her. Although she thought so internally, her exterior remained calm as she replied, I have not heard of him. Please take your leave. Master Yu, may we conduct a search? The middle-aged man's expression darkened, realizing Yu Xian was concealing something. Do not overstep your bounds. A search? Do not presume this place is your own home. Yu retorted furiously. Master you, by shielding the person we seek. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Chu family? The middle-aged man pressed, unwilling to relent. Oomph. The Chu family may be powerful, but this is the Yuhua sect. Do you understand? Yu tone was frigid. The middle-aged man's countenance turned ashen upon hearing Yu threatening words. It seemed that a peaceful discussion was futile. A different approach was necessary. At that moment, the elder in black, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Upon hearing the elder's voice, Yu narrowed her eyes. She had sensed a faint yet tangible aura of danger emanating from this elder earlier, but she had dismissed it. After all, she was within the Yuhua sect, under the protection of her ancestors, with Ye Nan present, providing her with a sense of security. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the elder speak, bowed respectfully. Second elder. The elder paid no heed to the middle-aged man and turned his impassive gaze towards Yu, stating, Master Yu, allow me to formally introduce myself. Am Shuhan, the second elder of the Chu family, and I hope you can grant me some consideration. With that, he fully unleashed his formidable aura. The fifth level of the pill condensation realm. Yu was taken aback. This cultivation level was on par with her own. Furthermore, this elder was merely the second elder. Noticing Yu reaction, Chu Hun smiled slightly, relishing in his advantage. Master Yu, will you grant me this favor? It was not that he wished to resort to force. But Yu was correct. They were in the Yuhua sect, which still had its formidable ancestors. However, after sending 2 groups to eliminate Guchun and failing both times, the Chu family was growing increasingly uneasy. They understood the importance of addressing the root of the problem. Hence, he had come personally to eliminate Guchun, only to find himself at the Yuhua sect. When did the Chu family acquire such a figure? As far as I recall, only your family head has reached the pill condensation realm. Yu remarked, her expression grave. She had visited the Chu family and had no recollection of this elder. Otherwise, she would have recognized him earlier. To be frank, our Chu family has garnered the attention of some significant figures, which has afforded us certain opportunities, Chu Han admitted candidly. He aimed to issue a warning, a show of strength. Upon hearing this, Yu felt a sense of relief, yet the pressure in her heart intensified. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult the ancestors. Very well, Chu Han nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Yu produced a communication jade slip. Meanwhile, Yu had arrived at the southern peak, a name bestowed upon it by Ye Nan. Seeing Yu return shortly after his departure, Ye Nan was taken aback. Didn't you just finish your meal and head back? Cough, cough. I suddenly remembered something and wished to consult you. Fellow Taoist Yi. Yu felt somewhat awkward. Oh, is that so? What is it? Ye Nan inquired with curiosity. Just as Yu was about to speak, his jade slip lit up. Should I step out? Ye Nan noticed this as well. No need. Since you have come to reside at the Yuhua sect, you are naturally a part of it. There is nothing you cannot hear, Yu replied wisely. Hearing Yu words, Ye Nan was unperturbed. He indeed resided at the Yuhua sect, and whether or not he was considered a part of it mattered little to him. Noticing that Ye Nan did not object, Yu felt a sense of relief. Although he had not witnessed Ye Nan in action, he was certain that Ye Nan was no weaker than himself. Having such a formidable ally was undoubtedly advantageous. Upon connecting the jade slip, before Yu could even pose his question, Yu voice resonated through. Ancestor. On the other end, Yu glanced at Chu Han and his companion, calmly relaying the situation to Yu. However, anxiety gnawed at her heart. The current Chu family would be difficult to contend with, and her greatest concern lay with the so-called influential figures they had mentioned. As Yu recounted these events, she remained unaware that Ye Nan was present beside Yu. Upon hearing Yu words, Yu fell silent, casting a look of uncertainty toward Ye Nan. At that moment, Ye Nan was equally taken aback. Bring them in, he commanded directly into the jade slip. Upon hearing Ye Nan's voice emanate from the slip, Yu was momentarily stunned but said nothing further, leading the 2 men out of the grand hall. What a nuisance. It seems endless, Ye Nan remarked, his expression darkening. From Yu earlier words, he could discern who these individuals were. They were Gu Chen's enemies. Moreover, Gu Chun had only just departed a few hours prior, and they had already come knocking. What Ye Nan did not know was that someone had already sought him out before, but they had been dealt with by the contents of his wardrobe. Fellow Taoist Yi, how do you intend to handle this? The Chu family is not to be trifled with, Yu Xiaozi observed gravely. If they comply and retreat obediently, I will allow them to live a little longer, permitting my disciple to take his own vengeance. However, should they prove disobedient, I will not hesitate to eliminate them first. Ye Nan declared, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 36. The arrogant duo of the Chu family upon hearing Ye Nan's words. Yu Xiaozai felt an unsettling doubt in his heart. Once any trouble arose, the Yuhua sect would undoubtedly be implicated. However, since the incident had already transpired within their own sect, it was impossible to remain uninvolved. The Chu duo, on the other hand, was not fearful of Yu Xian's intentions towards them. They were well aware that once they encountered misfortune, the Chu family would be informed. They trusted in the Yu Hua sect's understanding of the gravity of the situation. Before long, Yu Xian escorted the Chu duo to the southern peak. Elder, I have brought them. Yu Xian respectfully bowed to Ye Nan. The Chu duo caught sight of Ye Nan, while Yu Xiaozai, whom they recognized, stood nearby. They were taken aback to see Yu Xian bowing to someone at the Qi refinement stage, which struck them as quite strange, though they did not dwell on it. Are you the ones who slaughter my disciple's entire family? Ye Nan asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the Chu duo. Upon hearing this, the Chu duo narrowed their eyes. No wonder. They had suspected that their dispatch members had gone silent. It turned out that the Yu Hua sect was behind it. Chu Han glared fiercely at Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai, his face a stormy shade of iron. The previous two spirit-gathering realm individuals might have left room for Gu Chun to retaliate. But the subsequent dispatched experts from the gathering Yuan realm were simply beyond Gu Chun's capability to handle. The outcome was inevitable. They never returned. Although Ye Nan claimed to be Gu Chun's master, the Chu duo dismissed this assertion, believing that someone at the Qi refinement stage could hardly stir the waters. They were convinced that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Yu Hua sect, a ruse involving a Qi refinement individual as a scapegoat. Moreover, they were certain that Gu Chun had indeed joined the Yu Hua sect. Particularly upon seeing Yu Xiaozai, their expressions darkened. They felt that Yu Xian had no intention of letting them off the hook, bringing them here to have Yu Xiaozai take action against them. Upon hearing Chu Han's words, both Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that merely watching a play would lead to such a predicament. However, they understood that no matter how they explained, it would make little difference now. Noticing the silence among the group, Chu Han's suspicions grew stronger. He glared at Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian with rage. What? Have I exposed you? Planning to silence me? Just so, if anything happens to us, the Chu family will undoubtedly trace it back to you. As for Ye Nan, a mere Qi refinement individual, I will disregard him. Upon hearing this, both Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai's expressions darkened. How audacious! They had not uttered a word, yet he was concocting scenarios in his mind. Enough of your prattle. Depart at once. Ye Nan, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, decided to leave it to his disciple to resolve. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Chu Han's expression soured. He glared angrily at Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian. Is this how your sect conducts itself? Devoid of manners? If not for Yu Xiaozai's presence, I would have long since struck down Ye Nan with a single blow. Enough. Quickly leave. Hearing Ye Nan's words, Yu Xiaozai breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to urge them to depart, lest Ye Nan change his mind. At Yu Xiaozai's words, Chu Han's displeasure grew. He glared furiously at Yu Xiaozai. I know you are stronger than I am, but the Chu family is not to be trifled with by the likes of the Yu Hua sect. If you hand over Gu Chun and allow me to personally deal with this ill-mannered fellow, we can consider the matter settled. Otherwise, when I return, it will not end well for you. Chu Han refrained from making an absolute statement, aware that provoking Yu Xiaozai could lead to his own downfall. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to assert some basic threats and confidence. Upon hearing Chu Han's reckless words, both Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai's eyelids twitched. Indeed, when they saw Ye Nan's expression, they understood that it was all over. As Chu Han continued to gaze at Ye Nan with cold indifference, he remarked, What are you staring at? You, an insignificant ant, presume to look upon me? Chu Han had long taken note of Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian's expressions. He believed that his words had intimidated them. In that moment, the Chu duo felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Their previous frustrations had evaporated entirely. Seeing the brazen duo, Ye Nan's face darkened, and he deemed further conversation unnecessary. Since they were unwilling to leave, they might as well meet their demise. Ye Nan slowly raised a hand. Upon witnessing Ye Nan's movement, the Chu duo displayed contempt. A mere chi refinement individual could hardly scratch them. However, Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai were taken aback, especially Yu Xiaozai, who stepped forward to intervene. If Ye Nan were to kill the Chu duo, it would lead to significant trouble. Just as he took a few steps forward, Ye Nan's palm descended upon the Chu duo. Initially indifferent, the Chu duo suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. As the weight intensified, they looked up. To their astonishment, a gigantic spiritual energy hand was descending towards them. Not good. The Chu duo had no time to ponder further and gathered their strength to resist. Boom! When the hand struck, the power they had amassed was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Even Yu Xiaozai, who had prepared to stop Ye Nan, was sent flying backward by the overwhelming force. Ancestor! Yu Xian exclaimed in shock, rushing forward. I used too much power. Ye Nan felt somewhat embarrassed. He had been too enraged earlier and had failed to rein in his strength. As the dust settled, the spot where the Chu duo had stood was now devoid of any trace of them, and a significant portion of the mountain peak had vanished. Even though Yu Xian had witnessed this spectacle before, he was still left in awe. The most horrified of all was Yu Xiaozai. Had he been a moment quicker, he might have faced the same fate. How powerful! This is undoubtedly the Earth Profound Realm. I had naively thought this individual was merely comparable to myself. Yu Xiaozai lamented. The Earth Profound Realm. Despite my years of arduous cultivation, I have yet to reach it and cannot comprehend the power of the heavens and earth. To see such a being in person is truly astonishing. Yu Xiaozai's gaze towards Ye Nan transformed entirely, filled with shock, confusion, and excitement. He was astonished by Ye Nan's strength, puzzled as to why such a formidable figure would visit his humble sect, and exhilarated that such a deity resided within it. Most importantly, if he were to receive guidance from Ye Nan, he might also have the opportunity to grasp the Earth Profound Realm. Only by truly stepping into the Earth Profound Realm could one be considered a genuine powerhouse. Understanding this realm could lead one to the legendary Transcendence Realm, where such mighty individuals could traverse the heavens and walk upon the air. Upon hearing Yu Xiaozai's words, Yu Xian was equally astonished. She had assumed Ye Nan was merely a solid realm expert. Little did she know, he was already a master of the Earth Profound Realm. Previously, she had her suspicions but dared not confirm them, as such beings were exceedingly rare. It was not until this moment that she had witnessed it firsthand. Yu Xiaozai had reached the pinnacle of the solid realm, yet he could not withstand even the residual force of Ye Nan's palm. Are you all right? Ye Nan quickly approached Yu Xiaozai, extending a hand to assist him. He had noticed Yu Xiaozai earlier, but had been unable to retract his power once unleashed. Fortunately, Yu Xiaozai was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have borne a heavy burden. Chapter 37. A Trove of Celestial Techniques. The astonished Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai upon witnessing Ye Nan personally offer assistance. Yu Xiaozai was taken aback and hastily rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. Senior, I assure you, I'm quite well. Even Yu Xian, standing nearby, performed a courteous bow. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. One's status as a senior is clearly defined by their prowess. Why have they become so excessively polite? Ye Nan musit in mild et kaspiraten. The only one who remained composed was Ling Long, who was engrossed in her novel at a distance. It was my previous ignorance to mistake you for a peer. I beg your forgiveness. Yu Xiaozai continued to bow even lower. Hearing Yu Xiaozai's words, Ye Nan's expression darkened. He was merely at the chi refinement stage. Hardly a peer to anyone. However, considering his unique circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it. Enough of this formality. Be more casual in the future, or else. I might just decide to relocate. Ye Nan fine a sitan demianov. At his words, both Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian felt a tremor of apprehension. Yes, Senior is absolutely right. We have indeed been overly rigid, Yu Xiaozai replied, immediately straightening up to regain his previous demeanor. He truly feared Ye Nan's departure. After all, he was a formidable figure of the earth's profound realm. The thought of losing such a powerful yet approachable individual was daunting. Are you truly uninjured? Ye Nan still harbored some concern. And no, I am perfectly fine, Yu Xiaozai hastily reassured him, stretching his limbs nonchalantly. Observing this, Ye Nan finally felt a sense of relief. I have little of value to offer, but allow me to compensate you with some techniques. Without waiting for Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian to respond, Ye Nan waved his hand. In an instant, a plethora of scrolls detailing techniques appeared before them. Both Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian gasped in astonishment at the sight of dozens of scrolls. Senior, this. Yu Xiaozai found himself at a loss for words. Do not mention it. Assess whether these suit you. If not, I shall provide alternatives. Ye Nan intergested sivifti. Faced with Ye Nan's unyielding expression, Yu Xiaozai and Yu Xian could only crouch down and cautiously examine a scroll each. As they did, their pupils dilated in shock. C'est cette technique? Yu Xian exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Yu Xiaozai quickly shattered a jade slip, causing a radiant barrier to rise around them. This was a formation akin to those protecting every building or peak within their sect. Perhaps realizing her lapse in composure, Yu Xian hastily covered her mouth, glancing around nervously. Yet her hands trembled as she clutched the scroll. Yu Xiaozai was no better off. Observing their cautious demeanor, Ye Nan felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. These techniques had once served as mere kindling for him. As senior, this is far too valuable. Yu Xiaozai stammered, visibly shaken. In the Jade Flower sect, the most powerful techniques scarcely reached the 8th tier. Celestial techniques were beyond their wildest dreams. Fear not, keep them. Also, examine the others on the ground. See if they suit you, and let me know. Ye Nan vavit dismissive. He then reclined onto a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight. However, with celestial techniques in hand, Yu Xiaozai had no attention left for the others. Clutching the scroll as if it were a priceless treasure, he was completely absorbed. He even forgot that Yu Xian held a celestial technique as well. Yu Xian, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, carefully picked up another scroll. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in disbelief as she continued to unveil scroll after scroll. From initial astonishment to now a slick sheen of sweat on her brow, her hands trembled, and eventually she sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the techniques before her. Celestial. All celestial techniques, she murmured, clutching her heart in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaozai remained oblivious to her state, still entranced by the scroll in his hands. Ancestor, ancestor, Yu Xian called out repeatedly. Huh. It took several calls for Yu Xiaozai to regain his senses. All right, Yu Xian, do you also hold a celestial technique? Show me. Only then did he realize. Look at the other techniques on the ground. Yu Xian replied, exasperated. Seeing Yu Xian seated on the ground, drenched in sweat, Yu Xiaozai's eyelids twitched with concern. He cautiously examined the other scrolls scattered about. Initially captivated by the celestial technique in his hand, he had forgotten the treasures at his feet. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed. The sheer profundity and strength of the technique in his grasp had ensnared him, like a hypnotic spell. Only now did he snap back to reality. Trembling, Yu Xiaozai picked up another scroll, his heart racing with anticipation as he unfurled it. In that moment, he was once again struck by awe. He continued to examine scroll after scroll, each unveiling a deeper sense of disbelief. Heavens! All celestial techniques. He gasped, his face flushed with exhilaration. After inspecting each scroll, he found words inadequate to encapsulate the emotions surging within him. So what do you think? Do they suit you? Ye Nan observed them with an exasperated gaze. Why, yes, they are perfect. Thank you, senior. Yu Xiaozai exclaimed, bowing deeply. What are you doing? If they suit you, just take them. Ye Nan attempted to halt the display of gratitude. Yu Xiaozai, however, swiftly gathered the scrolls, casting wary glances around and peak. Rest assured, ancestor. I have checked. There is no one around. Yu Xian chimed in promptly. Hearing her reassurance, Yu Xiaozai relaxed. These techniques, if revealed to the outside world, would incite fierce competition. The fact that they had dozens of scrolls made it even more critical to keep this a secret to avoid exposing the Jade Flower sect. Senior, we are immensely grateful for your generosity. Yu Xiaozai bowed deeply once more. Oh, I have already said, there is no need for such formalities. I am living and dining with you, and given that I inadvertently harmed you earlier, it is only natural to offer some compensation. Ye Nan wavit dismissive. Yes, senior. I shall attend to some matters and return to pay my respects. Yu Xiaozai hastily replied, bowing once more. Ye Nan understood his intentions and nonchalantly replied, It's fine. You may go about your business. As the two prepared to leave, Ye Nan called out awkwardly, Could you restore the peak to its original state? That last strike obliterated nearly half of it, and it is rather uncomfortable to reside here. Rest assured, I will arrange for it to be restored promptly. Yu Xiaozai assured him earnestly, his face radiant with excitement. Chapter 38. The beast tide, Yuxiatsi and Yushin quickly departed, as they were about to convene a sect meeting. Heaven-grade techniques and abundance indeed. Ha ha ha. It is time for our sect to rise. Heaven has eyes. Yuxiatsi laughed maniacally while hurrying towards the grand hall. Yushin, feeling similarly elated, would have joined in the exuberance had she not been a woman of more reserved demeanor. Soon, a considerable assembly gathered in the grand hall of Yuhua sect. The attendees were primarily the sect's key members. With many elders absent due to the gravity of the situation, only core members could participate. Upon noticing Yuxiatsi and Yushin seated at the high platform, their expressions serious. The elders exchanged puzzled glances. Elders, sect master, may I inquire what urgent matter brings us together? One elder ventured. I have a significant announcement to make today. You are all vital to Yuhua sect, hence, I ask that you keep today's matters confidential. Yuxiatsi stated gravely while surveying the elders below. The seriousness of his tone instilled a sense of importance in the assembly. Rest assured, sect master, we would never betray our sect, even at the cost of our lives. The elders pledged in unison. Satisfied with their commitment, Yuxiatsi awaited the right moment before extending his hand. With a swift motion, a scroll containing a technique materialized before him. The onlookers gazed at the levitating scroll, perplexed. Elder, what is this? Someone promptly inquired. This is a technique, Yuxiatsi replied sternly, making eye contact with the assembly. The elders exchanged glances, some bemused. But it is merely a technique, is it not? We each possess at least two, one elder remarked candidly. Observing their expressions, Yuxiatsi did not prolong the suspense. What if I told you it is a heaven-grade technique? Upon uttering this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Realizing Yuxiatsi was not jesting, the elders sat up, their breaths quickening in anticipation. This technique is now entrusted to you for cultivation. Remember, do not disclose it unless absolutely necessary, Yuxiatsi declared, tossing the scroll to the elders. He was not unwilling to share, but revealing everything at once would surely incite a frenzy. If the news spread without adequate strength to protect it, disaster would ensue. A single heaven-grade technique would suffice for their cultivation. An elder caught the scroll and hastily unfurled it, while others crowded around to glimpse its contents. The grand hall echoed with gasps of astonishment. Elder, how did you acquire this technique? The elders queried, still bewildered. Heaven-grade techniques were rare treasures, not easily found. Do not inquire into its origins. Starting today, forsake your previous techniques and devote yourselves to this heaven-grade technique. This is our opportunity for Yuhua sect's resurgence, Yuxiatsi declared, withholding the technique as provenance. Understanding the significance, the elders refrained from further questioning. Before long, the assembly dispersed. Once outside the grand hall, the elders swiftly convened in another chamber, diligently studying the heaven-grade technique. Meanwhile, Ye Nan remained reclined, surrounded by numerous individuals busily assisting with the mountain renovations. As arranged by Yushin, days swiftly passed. Linglong, shall we venture out for some leisure? Ye Nan suggested, observing the incessant bustle around the unfinished mountain. Certainly, Linglong replied nonchalantly. Without hesitation, they descended the mountain, procuring a leisurely carriage for their excursion. Soon, Ye Nan and Linglong returned to Yun City. After a few days away, their first order of business was dining out. Surrounded by a table laden with delectable dishes, they wasted no time in indulging. Onlookers regarded them with disdain, appalled by their voracious eating habits. Suddenly, Ye Nan heard the system's voice. Ding. Temporary mission activated. Proceed to Wanyao mountain range to thwart the beast tide. Reward. Weapon. Wuxiang. Beast tide? Wanyao mountain range? Ye Nan pondered it. Ling Long, hurry and finish eating. After that, we shall hunt some beasts. He hastened his consumption, determined not to waste food. Ling Long, bemused by his excitement, quickened her pace as well. After a swift meal, Ye Nan and Ling Long set off. Upon arriving at Wanyao mountain range, they found an alarming congregation of beasts, both strong and weak, exhibiting signs of agitation as if ready to surge forth from the mountains. What is happening? Ling Long questioned, observing the panicked retreat of cultivators from a mountain. Some were not quick enough and were torn apart by the beasts. I am unsure, but we must venture in to uncover the truth. Though the system informed Ye Nan of the beast tide, it did not elaborate on the reasons behind it. Such phenomena were rare and always stemmed from underlying causes. As they pressed onward, the fleeing cultivators cast astonished glances at Ye Nan and Ling Long, who dared to enter the mountain, but they paid little heed, for the fates of others did not concern them. Some stronger cultivators remained, curious to ascertain the unfolding events. The sudden upheaval at Wanyao mountain range caught even the four major sects off guard. As news of the turmoil spread, many residents in Peng City, where Ye Nan resided, evacuated due to its proximity to the mountain range. The information circulated rapidly, soon reaching the four major sections. Ling Long, the beasts I mentioned hunting are likely from within this chaos, correct? Ling Long regarded Ye Nan with a bemused expression. Somewhat, Ye Nan replied sheepishly. Just as they conversed, a beast from the gathering spirit realm lunged at Ye Nan. Spectators anticipated Ye Nan's demise, given his mere qi refining realm status. Yet, both Ye Nan and Ling Long remained remarkably calm. In an instant, Ye Nan struck the beast's head with force, killing it instantly, its skull shattering upon impact. With a look of mild disgust, he wiped his hands on a nearby stone. However, he did not waste the beast's remains, promptly preparing to harvest its meat. This will make for a splendid hot pot, he declared. The onlookers were left speechless by Ye Nan's actions. Ignoring them, Ye Nan continued deeper into the mountain, dealing with beasts with a single strike each. As they ventured further, the presence of cultivators dwindled, replaced entirely by beasts. Once Ye Nan reached the depths of the mountains, another group approached from the periphery. Chapter 39. Gu Chen's Fury Indeed. It was the members of the four major sections. However, the atmosphere among them was somewhat delicate, likely due to the previous martial arts competition. What could possibly be amiss? Yu Xian gazed solemnly at the rampaging demonic beasts surrounding them. No one responded to her inquiry. No one was aware of the circumstances. Senior Yu, you have also arrived? At that moment, a young figure approached Yu Xian. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it is you. I wonder where Senior Yi is gone. Yu Xian regarded Gu Chen kindly. Master, is he not at the sect? Gu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He had been out training these past few days and had come to investigate the disturbances in the Wanyao mountain range. Senior Yi was not at the sect when I left, and I did not see him when I sought him out. Yu Xian thought Gu Chen was already informed. Upon receiving news of the chaos in the Wanyao mountain range, she and Yu Xiaozi had immediately gone to find Ye Nan, but he was nowhere to be found. Thus, Yu Xian had brought people along to have a look. As for Yu Xiaozi, he remained to oversee the sect. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps Master is off enjoying himself. Gu Chen mused. After all, he knew that Ye Nan had two great loves, food and leisure. Yu Xian considered this as well. Shall we venture inside to ascertain the situation? Gu Chen directed his gaze toward Yu Xian. To investigate the circumstances, we must indeed proceed within, but your strength is still lacking. It might be wiser for you to remain outside, Yu Xian advised, unwilling to put Gu Chen at risk. If anything were to befall him, she would bear the brunt of Ye Nan's ire. Rest assured, Senior, I possess means of self-protection, and I wish to test the fruits of my recent training. Gu Chen replied, his expression resolute. He vividly recalled the massive tiger that had once sought to crush him. This time, came to see if he could encounter it again. Very well. However, you must stay close to me. There are numerous dangers within, Yu Xian conceded after some contemplation. After all, Gu Chun was a disciple of Ye Nan, and his life-preserving abilities might very well surpass her own. Agreed. Gu Chun nodded. Everyone, as you can see, we must enter to uncover the reality of the situation. If we do not investigate thoroughly, the consequences of a beast hide would be dire. Yu Xian addressed the other 4 sections. This time, there was no dissent among the crowd, for Yu Xian spoke truthfully should a beast hide occur. All 4 sects would be embroiled in the chaos. Let's proceed. Yu Shan declared first. Among them was also Lan Ling from the Wuji sect. Though her gaze remained fixed on Gu Chun, that girl seems to have some interest in you. Yu Xian observed playfully, eyeing Gu Chun. At this comment, Gu Chun's expression stiffened. However, he quickly clarified, Senior Yu, you jest. She merely has ulterior motives, nothing as you suggest. Oh, is that so? Yu Xian was taken aback. She recognized that Lan Ling was no ordinary individual. Her ability to wield influence within the Wuji sect in such a short span indicated true prowess. The others had not overheard Lan Ling's earlier attempts to win Gu Chun over. Thus, the members of the 4 sects began to proceed cautiously into the depths of the Wan, Yao mountain range. Those onlookers who possessed some strength followed suit, emboldened by the presence of the 4 sections. Despite the dangers that lurked within, these scattered cultivators felt a sense of confidence, as any demonic beast they encountered could yield valuable resources in the form of corpses and demon cores. What a formidable girl! Iu Xian Squin At Meeting Lan Lang, who wielded her sword with grace while dispatching foes with ease. The others took note of Lan Ling, particularly the disciples from Han Shan sect and Jiandao sect, who felt a mixture of envy and admiration. Only Qin Wu Dao from the Wuji sect wore a beaming smile, knowing that even if Lan Ling were to leave the sect in the future, her exceptional talent would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to Wuji sect. Boom! Gu Chun smashed a demonic beast with a punch, casting a sidelong glance at Lan Ling. Both he and Lan Ling were at the 9th level of spirit gathering, and he was certain he could easily defeat her. Yet, Lan Ling's extraordinary techniques instilled a sense of caution in him. To the onlookers, Gu Chun's performance garnered little attention. He fought primarily in close combat, covered in blood, lacking the radiant finesse of Lan Ling. Nonetheless, Lan Ling had been keeping a watchful eye on Gu Chun. In her estimation, he was the only one present who truly caught her interest. Meanwhile, Ye Nan and Ling Long were perched upon a massive rock, roasting demonic beast meat. Surrounding them lay a multitude of demonic beast corpses, while several others circled nearby, snarling but hesitant to charge forward, seemingly cowed by the duo. Even the earlier chaos had quieted considerably. Delicious. Ling Long savored the aroma of the roasted meat, reveling in the moment. Naturally, it is exceptional considering who prepared it. Ye Nan boasted with a hint of pride. In contrast, Gu Chun and the others faced mounting challenges. The deeper they ventured, the more formidable the demonic beasts became, with some reaching the gathering element realm. However, these beasts were swiftly dealt with by the various sects or their elders. Some scattered cultivators lost their nerve and began to withdraw from the mountain range, prioritizing their own safety above all else. As time passed, the number of gathering element beasts increased, albeit primarily those at the 1st or 2nd levels. Stay close to me, Yu Xian instructed as she battled the beasts, continuously reminding Gu Chun. Fear not, Senior. I am quite capable. Gu Chun exclaimed, exhilarated as he obliterated a spirit-gathering beast with a punch. The thought of avenging his family against the Chu clan fueled his ferocity. It was as if he were unleashing his wrath upon them through these beasts. The spirit-gathering beasts were no match for his might. Yet, as he continued his rampage, a 1st-level gathering element beast charged toward him. Seeing this unfold, Yu Xian gasped in alarm, rushing to Gu Chun's side to intercept the beast. However, before she could react, Gu Chun surged forward to confront the creature head-on. This sight horrified Yu Xian, prompting her to hasten after him. She could not allow anything to happen to Gu Chun. Gu Chun roared, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The 1st-level gathering element beast was sent flying. Before anyone could process the shock, Gu Chun accelerated once more, Whoosh! He charged directly at the beast. With another punch, the creature, still trying to regain its footing, was met with a fist before it could react. Boom! The first-level gathering element beast's head was obliterated. Chapter 40. Perilous Crisis. This scene went largely unnoticed by the majority. After all, the chaos of battle engulfed everyone, leaving little room for attention to others. However, the various sect leaders, including Lan Ling, were acutely aware of it. Yuxian was equally astonished, coming to a halt. She never anticipated that even a beast of the first or second level of gathering essence could be vanquished by Gu Chan with just 2 punches. This was not merely a small disparity in realm. It represented a significant leap across a major boundary. Yushan and Han Tan exchanged glances, their eyes narrowed, contemplating their thoughts. Only Qin Wudao did not conceal the murderous intent in his gaze, his fists crackling ominously. This individual barely qualified as my follower, Lan Ling mused internally. Such a talent cannot be allowed to remain. The glint in Qin Wudao's eyes turned dangerously sharp. The enmity between Wuji sect and Yuhua sect was substantial, and should a genius like Gu Chun rise, it would threaten the standing of Wuji's sect. Although Wuji's sect had Lan Ling, he was not willing to gamble. He preferred to act with caution to avoid future troubles. Everyone was taken aback by Gu Chen's ability to combat across such a vast divide in realms. Such feats were truly astonishing. Crossing a major boundary is no trivial matter. Regaining her composure, Yuxian swiftly approached Gu Chun, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Gu Chun replied, shaking his head. Setting aside his swirling thoughts, he crouched down to gather the fine meat from the slain beasts, mindful of his master's culinary preferences. Roar! At that moment, a fearsome roar erupted from the depths. The sound pierced the ears of all present, causing pain. "This is a beast of the purifying valley realm," Yuxian exclaimed in alarm. "What should we do? Are we still entering? It feels far too perilous," Yushan declared, wavering in his resolve. Although they too were in the purifying valley realm, they were not yet at the deepest point of the Wanyao mountain range, and the emergence of such a beast's roar was alarming. Just as his words fell, swish, 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 dozens of beasts of various sizes appeared around them. The sight left everyone's expressions grim. It seemed they could not escape. Yushan's face darkened. It was not that these beasts were overwhelmingly powerful, yet they were not weak either, all above the 5th level of gathering essence. While they posed no threat to the sect leaders, the elders were a different story. Some elders had not yet reached the 5th level of gathering essence, and although there were a few who had, they were in the minority. "You must not run off. Stay close to me," Yuxian instructed Gu Chun solemnly. "Understood." Gu Chun nodded gravely. A couple of beasts might be manageable, but against so many above the 5th level of gathering essence, he felt overwhelmed. The key issue was that his diamond body had not fully awakened, limiting the power it conferred upon him. "Everyone, gather around me," Yuxian commanded the elders of Yuhua sect. Without hesitation, the elders complied, surrounding her. Roar! The earlier beast roar reverberated once more. After hearing this sound, all the beasts surged forward again. Clearly, these beasts were drawn forth by the roar from the depths. Yuxian quickly deduced this. However, despite the strength of these beasts, with the various sect leaders present, the gathering essence beasts were still manageable. Nevertheless, everyone remained on high alert, for the depths harbored beasts of the purifying valley realm. These beasts seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, recognizing the strength of Yuxian and the other sect leaders. Consequently, they refrained from attacking Yuxian and her group, redirecting their aggression towards the scattered cultivators and elders. In no time, chaos ensued, with cries of despair echoing around them. The earlier beasts charged recklessly towards the crowd. Before long, the gathered group was shattered, and those who were separated became prime targets for the powerful beasts. Witnessing this scene, the sect leaders felt helpless. There were simply too many beasts to contend with. Yuxian, now unable to consider anything else, focused solely on protecting Gu Chun. "We must unite and locate that purifying valley beast. We must slay it, or this will never end." Han Tan's voice resonated in their ears. Yuxian recognized that these beasts were driven by the directives of the powerful beast deep within. Agreed. Qin Wudao concurred. As if to accommodate their resolve, a roar echoed again, this time sounding even closer. In an instant, swathes of trees began to sway. It approaches. Ye Nan remained vigilant, fixing her attention in one direction. The other sect leaders mirrored her focus. Clang! At that moment, each sect leader brandished a weapon or artifact. Ye Nan wielded a long sword. A beast of the purifying valley realm warranted their utmost seriousness. Roar! Suddenly, several figures appeared at an astonishing speed, halting not far from Ye Nan and the others. 4 figures, all beasts of varying sizes, emerged. Some were massive, while others were no larger than a wolf. Yet, the aura they exuded instilled terror within the hearts of all present. Seeing this unfold, everyone gasped in shock. For beasts of the purifying valley realm, they had anticipated only one. They were well aware of the dangers lurking in the depths of Wanyao mountain range. Little did they know how terrifying the beasts truly were. At that moment, the faces of the 4 sect leaders turned grim. Roar! Just when they thought there were only 4, another roar echoed. Now even the sect leaders could no longer remain composed. With 4 beasts, they could manage one each, but now it seemed there was another. This is a dire predicament. Ye Nan's composure began to waver. Roar! As the group remained in shock, a massive figure emerged from behind a boulder nearby. It was a colossal tiger, radiating a fierce killing intent that left the onlookers pale. The aura it projected appeared to surpass even that of the sect leaders. Crack! In that instant, the 4 leaders made no hesitation, immediately shattering a jade slip. The situation had surpassed their expectations. They needed the ancestors of their respective sects to intervene. Hopefully, they would arrive in time. Ye Nan felt a heaviness in her heart. The colossal tiger, upon emerging, surveyed its surroundings with a menacing demeanor. It had caught the scent of the humans who had slain its offspring. Upon seeing the giant tiger, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence! Fate can be quite cruel. Yet, Gu Chen was taken aback to realize that this tiger was indeed a beast of the purifying valley realm. And it appeared to be no ordinary one. Just moments ago, he had contemplated revenge, yet now it seemed a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, not far away, also noticed the giant tiger. Soon, the tiger's fierce gaze locked onto Gu Chen and Lan Ling roar. Without a moment's pause, the age-old enmity ignited, and the tiger let out a fierce roar, charging straight towards Gu Chen and Lan Ling. Chapter 41. Fierce battle alarmed. Ye Nan hastily raised his sword, prepared to assist. The other 3 sect leaders also sprang into action. However, at that very moment, the remaining 4 demonic beasts of the Pikugu realm positioned themselves to thwart Ye Nan and his companions. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Ye Nan and his allies darkened. The additional massive tiger was beyond the capability of their elders to contend with. Yet, the rampaging tiger paid no heed to the others, charging straight towards the nearest Lan Ling. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. Damn it! We must fight back. Gu Chen's expression was equally grim. In an instant, a pair of crystalline gauntlets appeared on his hands. Although he could only harness a fraction of the power from these gauntlets, their material was undeniably formidable. The crowd noticed Gu Chen's transformation, but their perception was limited. The aura emanating from the gauntlets was subtle, leaving them merely intrigued. Only Lan Ling, observing from distance, narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing a peculiar quality about Gu Chen's gauntlets. She was astonished by the treasures he possessed. At that moment, her own strength was insufficient. Even with her keen insight, she could not discern the true level of the magical artifacts unless she personally handled them. Other cultivators, even if they obtained extraordinary treasures, would merely consider themselves fortunate without fully grasping their potential. Some artifacts appeared trivial but were, in fact, remarkable. As the giant tiger lunged forward, Lan Ling had no time for further contemplation. Ye Nan and Qin Wudao attempted to intervene, yet they were powerless, for 2 Pikugu realm beasts were already attacking them. Damn it! Qin Wudao's eyes blazed with fury. To him, Lan Ling represented the future of his Wuji sect, even if all the elders perished. She must not come to harm. Hold them off for a moment. Once I slay this beast, I shall assist you, Ye Nan shouted to Gu Chen urgently. He was aware that Gu Chen possessed significant self-defense capabilities. As Lan Ling faced the descending paw of the tiger, she revealed her intent. "Dodge!" she exclaimed. In a flash, her figure appeared beside Gu Chen. Startled by her sudden presence, Gu Chen's expression soured. "What do you mean? Are you trying to divert its attention?" The others were equally stunned by Lan Ling's maneuver. "What kind of movement technique is this?" Yushan gasped. Even Qin Wudao was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a technique. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Dealing with the immediate threat was paramount. They could inquire later. "Oomph. You see for yourself, the sect leaders are occupied. Only you possess the ability to collaborate with me. We might have a chance to slay it." Lan Ling's demeanor shifted to one of rare seriousness. The elders were currently unable to fend for themselves. "It seems the tiger seeks to exact vengeance upon us personally," she added. "Why should I cooperate with you?" Gu Chen harbored no fondness for Lan Ling amidst the chaos of battle. The group was perplexed as to why the most powerful beast targeted two cultivators of the gathering spirit realm, and the murderous intent it bore was palpable. Just as the two conversed, the giant tiger charged again with tremendous force. The ground trembled as trees collapsed in its wake, sending both Gu Chen and Lan Ling hurtling backward from the impact. They crashed into numerous trees, finally managing to halt their momentum. Fortunately, they were no ordinary geniuses and sustained only superficial injuries. Their quick reflexes allowed them to retreat to the edge of the attack just in time. Nevertheless, the force of the strike still left them reeling. "Did you think I would fear you?" Gu Chen felt a surge of defiance. He charged ahead. Lan Ling, moment dias dun, quickly followed suit, sword in hand. Only through proactive assault could they hope to vanquish the tiger. Passivity would only lead to suffering. As the two advanced, the giant tiger grew increasingly frenzied, determined to rend the two who dared to challenge it into pieces. "Take this." Gu Chen unleashed a powerful punch. Icebound. Lan Ling released a wave of sword energy, which swiftly encased the tiger's limbs in frost. Yet it proved ineffective. The tiger roared defiantly, tearing one paw free from the ice. At that crucial moment, Gu Chen stood before it. With no choice left, the tiger raised its remaining paw to strike. The collision of fist and paw erupted in a thunderous blast, sending shockwaves through the area. Trees toppled, debris scattered, and dust billowed. In an instant, a figure was propelled from the haze, crashing against a nearby boulder beside Lan Ling. Gu Chen coughed up blood. So powerful. This was his first encounter with the might of the Piku Gu realm. Yet excitement flickered in his eyes. The giant tiger staggered backward, its path littered with crushed trees. One of its paws trembled, bloodied and bruised. However, in comparison to Gu Chen, it clearly held the advantage, being a creature of the Piku realm, far surpassing Gu Chen in cultivation. Onlookers noted this spectacle, including Lan Ling, who was momentarily shocked. Her gaze soon landed on Gu Chen's gauntlets, and she became convinced that the majority of the force that repelled the tiger stemmed from them. Otherwise, how could a gathering spirit realm cultivator at the 9th level breach the defenses of a Piku Gu realm beast? Furthermore, this tiger was no ordinary beast. Although Lan Ling's previous strike had weakened it, she knew from her past life that it would take all her effort to achieve such a feat yet. In this life, it was an exception. Incredible. What kind of treasure is that? Even Yu Xian, who was vigilantly monitoring Gu Chen's safety, widened his eyes in astonishment. The expressions of the other sect members turned grave as they regarded Gu Chen, some even displaying a glint of greed upon seeing the crystalline gauntlets. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao's murderous intent only intensified. "What level of artifact are those gauntlets?" Lan Ling inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Gu Chen. "Guess." Gu Chen replied with a grin, offering no answer. Upon hearing his response, Lan Ling furrowed her brow but did not press further. What treasures had she not encountered? Even imperial weapons were among her possessions. However, they lay hidden in a place she could only reclaim with opportunity. Moreover, she believed that by subduing Gu Chen and making him her subordinate, she would eventually uncover all his secrets. Chapter 42. The Eerie Black Orb. The colossal tiger, noticing the two conversing, could not bear to be ignored. With a mighty roar, it charged once more at Gu Chen and Lan Ling. As the formidable beast surged forward, Both Gu Chun and Lan Ling hastily readied themselves for the encounter. This time, the giant tiger appeared aware of the peril posed by the gauntlets in Gu Chun's possession, thus avoiding direct assaults as it had before. Consequently, it found itself unable to unleash its full potential. With the tiger hindered, Gu Chun and Lan Ling unleashed their skills, resulting in a fierce exchange of power between the two sides. Such prowess was indeed extraordinary. The onlookers, while fending off other beasts, frequently cast glances towards Gu Chun, astonished to witness two practitioners of the spirit-gathering realm contending with a beast of the abyssal realm. Truly, they were worthy disciples of Elder Yi, yet Lan Ling caused some unease. Even Jade Immortal narrowed her eyes, contemplating whether to eliminate Lan Ling at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Ye Nan, with a toothpick in his mouth, ventured deeper with Ling Long at his side. The surrounding beasts followed him closely, yet none dared to approach. Although several attempted to rend him apart, they all met their demise instead. Soon, the duo arrived before a massive mountain, pockmarked with numerous holes reminiscent of a hornet's nest. Beasts could occasionally be seen traversing its surface. As they drew nearer, Ye Nan noticed that the beasts accompanying him had become increasingly frenzied, with wisps of dark energy swirling around them. Previously, he had not observed such phenomena. Could it be connected to this mountain? Ye Nan pondered it. Let us enter and investigate. He urged Ling Long, leading her towards a hole. Upon entering, Ye Nan was immediately beset by a charging beast. With a swift motion, he delivered a decisive slap, causing a cave to collapse, leaving the beast lifeless. Yet, many more beasts surged forward. Even those that had followed him seemed to have lost their sanity, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury as they charged at Ye Nan. It appeared that the mountain was indeed the source of their madness. Curiosity gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he did not relent in his actions. Raising a hand, he summoned a colossal hand of spiritual energy from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, it descended upon the oncoming horde, annihilating every beast, regardless of their rank. Ye Nan clapped his hands, exhaling, finally, some peace. The internal structure of the mountain was a convoluted maze, and after a considerable amount of time, they found themselves back at their starting point. Much to Ling Long's confusion as she rubbed her head. Brother Nan, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Damn it, enough of this spinning. I'll just smash it. Ye Nan exclaimed, stepping outside, gazing at the formidable mountain and then at his own hands. Uncertainty clouded his mind. He questioned whether his current strength was sufficient to shatter the mountain. No matter, I shall find out. Raising both hands, he summoned all his might. Soon, two massive hands of spiritual energy materialized at either side of the mountain. With a forceful clap, the mountain trembled violently as the hands struck down. Rocks flew, and the earth quaked. It seemed he would need to exert himself further. As fatigue began to show on his face, gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into the strike. With a resounding crash, the mountain crumbled beneath his assault. Wow, this power is impressive. Ye Nan marveled it. The mountain, nearly half the size of Cloud City, had been obliterated by his might. This moment provided him with a clearer understanding of his current abilities. Wow, Brother Nan, you're incredible, Ling Long exclaimed, gazing at the vanished mountain in awe. Hey, of course. Just look at who I am. Ye Nan replied with a hint of pride. Huh, Brother Nan, who exactly are you? Ling Long tilted her head in confusion. Ye Nan, momentarily speechless, had only been jesting. Just then, a small orb, the size of an infant's fist and emanating a dark glow, appeared at the center of where the mountain had stood. Brother Nan, what is that? Both Ling Long and Ye Nan inquired, captivated by its presence. I'm not sure. Let us take a closer look. They approached the orb. Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother Nan, can I have it? Ling Long's eyes sparkled with desire. Yes, it is indeed captivating, yet I can't shake the feeling that it harbors malevolence. Ye Nan mused, scrutinizing the orb. Suddenly, the orb shot away, caught off guard. Both Ling Long and Ye Nan were momentarily stunned. Brother Nan, grab it before it escapes. Ling Long urged, her voice filled with urgency. You wish to flee? Come back here. Ye Nan waved his hand, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy to capture it. Yet, in an instant, the orb trembled, releasing a torrent of black mist that surged towards Ye Nan's grasp. Within the mist, countless skeletal forms writhed, gnawing at the spiritual hand. Before long, Ye Nan's ethereal hand was consumed entirely. "Brother Nan, this orb is formidable," Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, seemingly oblivious to the orb's dangers. As the orb devoured Ye Nan's spiritual hand, it showed no signs of slowing, continuing its flight into the distance. "How audacious! So it wishes to flee after feasting on my energy?" Ye Nan bent his knees and leaped. The ground erupted beneath him as he soared towards the black orb. "Though I cannot fly, I can leap. You cannot escape my grasp." Ye Nan grinned. Seeing Ye Nan in hot pursuit, the orb accelerated. Yet Ye Nan was relentless. Each landing created a crater, only for him to leap again. Realizing it could not shake Ye Nan, the orb unleashed another wave of black mist, attempting to engulf him once more. "So, you wish to play that game? Let me show you my golden right hand." In an instant, Ye Nan's right hand shimmered with gold. With a swift motion, he thrust it forward, and as the black mist approached, it recoiled in terror, as if it had encountered the most fearsome of foes. How extraordinary! Ye Nan marveled, having never before utilized the full powers of his right hand. Observing the fleeing orb, he resolved not to grant it any further chances. In a flash, he surged forward, reaching the orb in an instant. With an outstretched hand, he captured the orb, which seemed taken aback and collided directly into his grasp. After a brief struggle, it ceased its movement, no longer exuding dark energy. Ye Nan scrutinized the orb in his hand. Ye Nan's eyes flashed with a gleam of gold. Within this orb, was there truly a heart? Ye Nan was somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, he had utilized the broken illusion eye to thoroughly investigate this peculiar sphere. Inside the black orb lay a miniature black heart, from which the dark mist emanated. However, to him, it posed no utility or threat. Soon, Ye Nan returned to Ling Long's side, holding the black orb. "Here, take it," he said, extending the black orb towards her. Yet, he cautioned, "I suspect this object may not be entirely benign. Are you certain you want it?" Ling Long playfully smiled. "But aren't you here, Brother Nan?" Ye Nan found comfort in her words, replying, "Indeed, with my presence, it shall not stir up any trouble." Chapter 43. The Wooden Man, a shocking revelation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chun and his companions were still embroiled in a fierce battle. At this moment, the members of various sects had suffered grievous losses. Both Gu Chun and Lan Ling bore numerous injuries. The gigantic tiger was also wounded, albeit only superficially. The sole piece of good news in the arena was that the leaders of the sects had managed to subdue the beast at the Breaking Valley stage. Victory was merely a matter of time. "Just hold on a bit longer. I will soon be able to slay it," Yu Xian shouted to Gu Chun amidst the fray. "Don't worry about me, senior. Focus on the fight." Gu Chun quickly responded. Observing that the giant tiger only had superficial wounds, Lan Ling began to reconsider her approach. She could indeed strike, but if there was a chance to escape, it would be unwise to exhaust herself. "Are you thinking of fleeing again?" Gu Chun had already noticed the expression on Lan Ling's face. Caught out by his remark, Lan Ling showed no signs of embarrassment. She considered such thoughts perfectly reasonable. "Right now, we cannot defeat it, nor can it kill us, but if this drags on, we will surely suffer the consequences. Its strength is at least at the 5th level of the Breaking Valley stage. If it were only at the 1st or 2nd level, we could defeat it together." Lan Ling articulated her analysis. "Can't you enhance your power? Why not utilize it?" Gu Chun shot a frustrated glance at Lan Ling. He was well aware of the giant tiger's strength. Had it not been for the tiger's caution regarding his gauntlets, they would have already been defeated. That requires a price, and I do not wish to squander it here." Lan Ling Vito Hom Ti Li. Meanwhile, Qin Wu Dao was engaged in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards him from a distance, so swift that none could comprehend its arrival. Boom! The beam of light, imbued with immense power, pierced through the Breaking Valley stage beast before Qin Wu Dao, pinning it against a massive rock. It was only then that the onlookers discerned the object. It was a spear, having appeared too rapidly and unexpectedly for anyone to have seen it clearly. Soon, Atop a nearby giant tree stood a burly elder. Upon seeing this figure, everyone except Qin Wudao was taken aback. Ancestor. Qin Wudao hurriedly bowed in respect. Indeed, it was Qin Wuda, the patriarch of the Wuji sect, from whom Qin Wudao derived his surname. Qin Wuda did not acknowledge Qin Wudao, but instead turned his gaze to Lan Ling. Come here. Seeing Qin Wuda's arrival, Lan Ling swiftly jet. The reason that Qin Wuda did not immediately eliminate all the beasts at the Breaking Valley stage was clear to the members of the four major sects. They were all embroiled in intrigue, and the fate of one another was inconsequential. Watching Lan Ling leave, Gu Chun's expression darkened, yet he said nothing, understanding the reality of the situation. The giant tiger, noticing Lan Ling's departure, chose not to pursue her. It seemed to sense Qin Wuda's formidable presence. Consequently, it fixed its gaze on Gu Chun. With Lan Ling gone, Gu Chun was no longer a match for the giant tiger. His gauntlets indeed posed a threat, yet the tiger was far too powerful and agile to be struck easily. Roar! The giant tiger let out a deafening roar and charged at Gu Chun. Witnessing this, Yuxian's face turned pale. Where's that old fossil? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It was rare for her to curse, and this was the first time. Achoo! The swiftly approaching Yuxiazi sneezed, wondering if he might fall ill. Boom! Yuxian forcefully repelled the beast before her with a swift strike of her sword. Without hesitation, she dashed towards Gu Chun. Gu Chun could not perish. If he did, the entire Yuhua sect would face utter destruction. She had witnessed Ye Nan's overwhelming power firsthand. With a flick of her wrist, Yuxian hurled her sword at the giant tiger. Get out of the way! She urgently called out to Gu Chun. Should the giant tiger pounce, Gu Chun would undoubtedly perish. Qin Wudao and his peers, however, were delighted, even wearing faint smiles. If Gu Chun were to die, Wuji sect would be rid of a significant hidden threat. Only Lan Ling narrowed her eyes, observing Gu Chun intently. She knew that he had previously escaped from this very giant tiger. At that time, he was weaker. She doubted he could evade such a formidable beast now. Let me see what secrets you possess. Lan Ling was wholly focused on Gu Chun, fearing she might miss something vital. As the sword flew toward it, the giant tiger swatted it aside with a casual swipe of its paw. Boom! Yuxian's sword was sent flying back. Witnessing this, Yuxian's heart sank. It's over. Yet hope lingered within her, for Gu Chun was a disciple of Ye Nan. He must possess some means of survival. Gu Chun heard Yuxian's words, but noticed that the giant tiger bore down upon him, showing no inclination to let him flee. Roar! The giant tiger exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, its immense power radiating as it charged forward, toppling trees in its path. It intended to rend Gu Chun to shreds. In an instant, the giant tiger stood before Gu Chun. At that moment, the cacophony of battle around them seemed to cease, all eyes fixed upon Gu Chun. Even the beasts were momentarily stilled by the tiger's ferocity. Damn it, it's come to this. Gu Chun's expression darkened. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he proclaimed, 1, 2, 3, Woodman. As soon as the words left his lips, the giant tiger lunged forward with overwhelming force. Boom! The sheer power engulfed Gu Chun. Everything within a 100-meter radius was obliterated. Even Yuxian, who had approached closely, was knocked back by the impact, her internal energy surging uncontrollably. However, she paid it no heed and charged into the dust cloud once more. She could only hope that Gu Chun possessed a means of survival. Otherwise, she dared not imagine the consequences. Her complexion paled, reflecting her fear. Seeing this scene, Qin Wudao and the other sect members breathed a sigh of relief. The prospect of Gu Chun's monstrous growth was indeed terrifying. Only Lan Ling remained fixated on the dust cloud. She did not believe that someone with Gu Chun's extraordinary fate would perish so easily. Yet, before the dust could settle, the crowd heard a series of explosive sounds emanating from within, accompanied by the furious roars of the tiger. Noticing this, Yuxian quickly halted, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Although she could not discern the situation within, it seemed that Gu Chun was still alive, as evidenced by the tiger's ferocious assaults and wrathful cries. Nevertheless, her anxiety persisted. After all, Gu Chun was merely at the gathering spirit stage. Crack! Yu Xian crushed another jade slip, uttering in anger, "You old fossil, if you don't arrive soon, you will regret it." After shattering the slip, she prepared to plunge once more into the haze. But just as she took a step forward, Gu Chun's voice rang out, "Stay back." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the weight on Yu Xian's heart lifted. Heeding his advice, she refrained from advancing. Indeed, this fellow was not so easily vanquished. Lan Ling squinted at the dust cloud, while even Qin Wuda narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the dust dispersed. When the crowd beheld the scene within, they were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. There stood Gu Chun, unmoving, while the giant tiger relentlessly struck at him. No matter the force it exerted, Gu Chun remained steadfast, resolutely planted in place. The previously composed Qin Wuda was now utterly astonished. He could distinctly perceive each strike of the colossal tiger. However, the moment it approached Gu Chun, its force seemed to dissipate. This is impossible. How could such a phenomenon occur? Lan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. In her past life, she had traversed realms with unparalleled prowess. Yet she had never encountered such an absurd situation. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary treasure? Qin Wudao also squinted at Gu Chun. It is absolutely impossible for it to be a treasure. Only Lan Ling understood the truth. She had witnessed countless treasures, yet had never heard of one capable of redirecting attacks. Even imperial weapons could not achieve such feats. Moreover, she had sensed Gu Chun and found no trace of a treasure's aura. Even Yu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. However, they soon reconciled themselves to the notion that their limited experience led them to believe that Gu Chun harbored a formidable hidden treasure. Chapter 44. The struggle for Gu Chen's secret. The most vexing predicament belonged to the giant tiger. A while ago, when it encountered Gu Chun, the situation was strikingly similar. No matter how fiercely it attacked, it could not inflict harm upon him. This time, the frustration was even more profound. Why was it so arduous to exact revenge? The thunderous roars of the giant tiger's assaults persisted, yet still, Gu Chun remained unscathed. It appeared that he was immobile. Qin Wudao focused intently on Gu Chun, narrowing his eyes. It must be so, and furthermore he had previously uttered something, 1, 2, 3 wooden man. Could this phrase be the secret to his current state? Qin Wuda furrowed his brow. Although he suspected that Gu Chun possessed a treasure, he had sensed no aura indicative of such. The crux of the matter was that in the earlier chaos, Gu Chun had no opportunity to utilize a treasure. The astonishing scene that had just unfolded led everyone to instantly consider the possibility of a treasure. However, upon closer scrutiny, no trace of any treasure could be discerned. Moreover, what kind of treasure could possibly require one to remain motionless? Only Lan Ling, in her mind, kept murmuring, 1, 2, 3, wooden man, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. After reciting it, she glanced at her own body, noting no special transformation. What could this mean? Lan Ling felt perplexed, casting a keen gaze back at Gu Chun, as if hoping to discern some clue. This secret was terrifying. Her only uncertainty was how formidable an attack it could withstand. If there were no limitations, she could hardly bear to contemplate the implications. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Gu Chun, reflecting an unabashed greed. Whether Gu Chen's secret was a treasure or an extraordinary technique, it was an immense temptation for them all. Seeing the unabashed avarice in the gazes of the crowd caused Yu Xian's heart to leap. What kind of secret technique do you possess, young man? If you tell me, I might save your life. There are so many eyes upon you. Moreover, remaining completely still is hardly a viable strategy, is it? Qin Wuda coaxed gently. Upon hearing Qin Wuda's words, the onlookers displayed displeasure. Yet, due to his formidable strength, they dared not voice their objections. Instead, they began to grumble about their sect's ancestors, who had yet to arrive. Do not divulge it. Yu Xian disregarded the concerns, shouting directly at Gu Chun. If the Wujizong learned of this secret technique, they would become even more formidable. Are you courting death? Qin Wuda retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Yu Xian. Gritting her teeth, Yu Xian summoned her celestial level technique and countered with a sword strike. Boom! Qin Wuda's force dissipated, yet Yu Xian was sent staggering back. She coughed up blood, and the sight left everyone astonished. Although Qin Wuda had not exerted his full strength, it was still a solid blow, one that could not be casually deflected by those at the valley-breaking stage. Yet, Yu Xian had only sustained minor injuries. Your technique. Qin Wuda scrutinized Yu Xian, realizing that the Yuhua sect had accumulated many secrets during this period. His gaze toward Yu Xian and Gu Chun brimmed with even greater greed. Though he could not discern the level of technique Yu Xian had employed, the mere fact that she could withstand a strike and suffer only minor injuries was significant and could not be ignored. The other sect leaders exchanged glances, realizing that the Yuhua sect, once on par with them, now held an enigmatic quality they could not comprehend. Qin Wuda refrained from inquiring further about Yu Xian's technique. In his view, the secrets surrounding Gu Chun were of paramount importance. After all, a treasure or technique capable of redirecting attacks was nothing short of earth-shattering. If he obtained it, the Wujizong would dominate the other three sections. The other sects, likewise, recognized the implications but could only simmer in anxiety. Upon hearing Qin Wuda's remarks, Gu Chun scoffed disdainfully. Do you think you are worthy? However, in his agitation, he moved slightly. In the next instant, the giant tiger struck again with a mighty paw. 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Gu Chun quickly froze in place. Boom! A massive crater formed beside him, and the onlookers observed with renewed clarity. The phrase 1, 2, 3, wooden man was indeed the secret, yet some had already attempted it with no success. Even Qin Wudao had tried and failed. Could it be that something was still missing? Having witnessed the futility of their attempts, the crowd's attention converged on Gu Chun once more. Once I capture you, will you not speak? Qin Wuda advanced directly toward Gu Chun. Seeing this, Yu Xian wished to intervene, but the turmoil within her body rendered her powerless. You dare! At that moment, an ancient voice resounded through the air. Whoosh! In the next instant, an elderly figure appeared before Gu Chun. It was the arriving Yu Xiaozu. Without hesitation, he launched a punch at Qin Wuda. Boom! The two powerful forces clashed. This strike surpassed the might displayed by the giant tiger. It was, to put it mildly, incomparable. For hundreds of meters around, energy surged forth, forcing anyone unable to withstand it to flee from the area of conflict. The giant tiger, positioned closest, bore the brunt of the assault, utterly obliterated by the two ferocious forces. Only Gu Chun remained steadfast as the energies diverted around him, leaving only devastation in their wake. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Chun felt a swell of relief. Had it not been for his master's secret, he might have met his end with that blow. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Gu Chun's unscathed form. Qin Wuda, too, swallowed hard. His strike had been unrestrained, amplified by Yu Xiaozu's power. Yet Gu Chun remained entirely unharmed. This secret technique must be mine. Qin Wuda no longer concealed his intentions. Initially somewhat flustered, Yu Xiaozu had forgotten Gu Chun was present in the heat of the moment, and now, seeing his ancestor arrive, Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing Qin Wuda's brazen declaration, Yu Xiaozu's fury reignited. Qin Wuda, I advise you to reconsider your ambitions. Be wary of the consequences. In response to Yu Xiaozu's warning, Qin Wuda scoffed. Let us see whose fist is mightier. Rumbling. In that instant, Qin Wuda and Yu Xiaozu moved like fleeting shadows, darting through the forest as devastation followed in their wake. With each collision, torrents of energy erupted, prompting the spectators from the four sects to exclaim in awe. Truly, they are ancestors of unparalleled caliber. Someone marveled. Simultaneously, they hastily distanced themselves from the two combatants. To be caught in their crossfire would spell disaster. However, amidst their fierce clash, two more figures emerged, heading straight for Gu Chun. These were also elderly men, startled by the sudden appearance of two figures at his sides. Gu Chun froze momentarily. Before he could react, one of them grasped his shoulder firmly. The spectators recognized them as Han Tian, the patriarch of the Hanzhan sect, and Yu Buqian, the patriarch of the Jiandao sect. What? Do you wish to contest with me? You truly have no shame. Han Tian retorted, refusing to yield. The grip on Gu Chen's shoulders grew increasingly forceful, both seeming reluctant to relinquish him. Yet in that moment of heightened pressure, the hands of the two individuals seemed to possess a will of their own, unceremoniously transferring themselves from Gu Chen's body. In a moment of unsteady grasp, the two elders found themselves tumbling clumsily to the ground. This scene elicited peculiar glances from the onlookers, with the most profound shock experienced by the parties involved. Han Tian and Yu Buchuan. They had recently observed Gu Chen's peculiarities from the shadows, yet remained concealed. Now, in direct contact, their astonishment deepened. However, they quickly rose, each grasping one of Gu Chen's shoulders. This time, they refrained from exerting force, even hesitating to apply pressure. Gu Chen, too, remained still, while the giant tiger had perished. For even more formidable entities had emerged, leaving him utterly powerless. Chapter 45. The secret technique is just a game of red light, green light. Yuxiatsi and Qin Wuda also noticed the two newly arrived individuals. Two old codgers dare to challenge me? Qin Wuda promptly withdrew from the fray, raising his spear to launch an assault on Han Tian and Yu Buchuan. Yuxiatsi quickly followed suit, driven by a singular desire to escort Gu Chen to safety. Boom! The force swiftly converged into a chaotic melee, prompting the onlookers to retreat further away. The sect leaders hastily distanced themselves as well, leaving only Gu Chen at the center of the battlefield. Initially, Yuxiatsi was concerned about inadvertently harming Gu Chen, yet as numerous attacks rained down upon him without consequence, Yuxiatsi's apprehension dissipated. He unleashed his utmost power, merging into the fray of combat. At first, it was sheer chaos. However, a single remark from Qin Wuda subtly shifted the ambience among the combatants. Why don't we three sects join forces to eliminate that old coot Yuxiatsi first? Let's not forget, that lad is from the Yuhua sect. Qin Wuda cast a glance at Han Tian and Yu Buchuan. Upon hearing this, Yuxiatsi's expression turned ashen, while Han Tian and Yu Buchuan narrowed their eyes at him. In that moment, a tacit agreement was reached among the three, and they unleashed a relentless barrage upon Yuxiatsi. Confronted with mounting pressure, Yuxiatsi had no choice but to utilize the heavenly level technique he had been cultivating over time. As a swordsman, the technique he had mastered was intricately linked to the way of the sword. During the earlier chaos, he had refrained from using it to avoid revealing his hand. Now, however, to abstain would mean certain defeat. With a swift motion, Yuxiatsi drew his sword and engaged the three in combat. Each strike he delivered was fierce and cunning, and his swordsmanship had markedly improved. For a moment, Yuxiatsi managed to hold his ground against them. The spectators watched in astonishment. It seemed the old coot had indeed acquired a remarkable technique. Qin Wuda's expression soured, and Han Tian and Yu Buchuan's faces were equally grim. The four were roughly equal in strength, yet the balance had been shattered. Clearly, Yuxiatsi, Yu Xian, and Gu Chen had all attained extraordinary fortunes, as evidenced by the prowess of the technique Yuxiatsi employed. With just this single technique, he could nearly match all three of them, revealing its formidable caliber. Initially, their intent had been to collaborate to repel the Yuhua sect, but now they genuinely sought to obliterate it. Should they divide the spoils of the Yuhua sect, their three sects would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Even the members of the Yuhua sect, watching from afar, could sense the covetous glances from the other three sections. Witnessing this, Yu Xian felt a heaviness in her heart. Capture them, Qin Wuda shouted, igniting the spark of collective aggression among the three sections. The members of the three major sects surged towards Yu Xian and her companions. With no alternatives left, Yu Xian had to commit fully to battle, activating her own heavenly level technique to engage the three sect leaders. Fortunately, Yu Xian possessed exceptional talent and was bolstered by her heavenly level technique. For a time, she fought evenly with the three. This only intensified the desire of the other three sects to seize the fortunes of the Yuhua sect. The Hanzan sect and the Jiandao sect had previously held no grievances against the Yuhua sect, but in the face of such opportunity, all else paled in comparison. Furthermore, should the Yuhua sect gain strength, it would pose a threat to their own sections. Their motivations were twofold. If the Yuhua sect were to fall into the hands of the Wujizong, their own sex would face even greater peril. Known for its notorious dominance, neither the Wujizong nor the Yuhua sect could be allowed to flourish unchecked. In a tempest of chaos, demonic beasts and sect members clashed indiscriminately. Amidst the tumult of battle, they failed to notice the movements of Lan Ling. I can help you escape, but you must agree to one condition. Lan Ling communicated to Gu Chun from a distance using a secret sound transmission technique. Such a technique was not something just anyone could possess. Of course, upon reaching a certain level of power, one could transmit thoughts freely without such methods. As Lan Ling's voice echoed in his mind, Gu Chun, still at the heart of the battlefield, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman, Lan Ling, possessed such extraordinary capabilities. It seemed he would need to ask his master for a technique like that upon returning. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he nevertheless replied, "What condition?" He was currently the object of contention among the others, and if he were to leave, no one could prevent Yuxian and Yuxiatsi from escaping. The battle would become unnecessary. Once I help you leave, you must share the secret technique that has allowed you to reach your current state. Deal? Lan Ling continued. Agreed. Guchen replied without hesitation. Upon hearing his prompt agreement, Lan Ling was momentarily taken aback, furrowing her brow. She felt that his compliance was too effortless. It would be wise for you to swear a heavenly oath, lest you deceive me, Lan Ling remarked, still somewhat wary. Fine. Gu Chun, undeterred, promptly swore the heavenly oath. Observing this, Lan Ling's frown deepened. She sensed something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head and smiled. Since Gu Chun had sworn the heavenly oath, he would not dare to lie. Otherwise, the backlash from the heavenly laws would be beyond any cultivator's endurance. No longer hesitating, Lan Ling seized the moment. Forming a hand gesture, escape. As soon as the words left her mouth, her figure vanished instantaneously. Before Gu Chun could react, he too disappeared without a trace. All of Lan Ling's actions went unnoticed, as everyone was engrossed in their struggle for fortune. The four elder masters, embroiled in battle, occasionally cast glances at Gu Chun, vigilant against his potential escape. Yet, when they turned back, Gu Chun's figure had already vanished. He has gone. The boy has fled. Han bellowed, quickly distancing himself. This exclamation stunned those engaged in combat, prompting them to cease fighting and look toward Gu Chun's previous location, but he was nowhere to be found. Ha ha! Old man no longer wishes to play with you. Yuxiatsi, seeing Gu Chun escape, swiftly took Yuxian with him, capitalizing on the moment of distraction among the elders. The Yuhua sect had suffered significant losses, most of their elders perishing, though they were primarily ordinary ones, not the core members. The other three sects also bore considerable losses. Observing Yuxiatsi and Yuxian retreating into the distance, the members of the three sects did not pursue them, setting aside whether they could catch up. Even if they did, it was uncertain they could eliminate them. The fact that they had failed to defeat Yuxiatsi after such a prolonged battle was telling. It seems we three sects must reconvene to discuss this matter. The Yuhua sect cannot be allowed to remain, Qin Wuda said, glancing at Han and Yu Buchuan. Indeed, we have forged a deadly enmity this time. The Yuhua sect must be annihilated. If they harness those fortunes, we will face grave troubles. Yu Buchuan replied solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. Remarkably, the three sects found themselves united on the same front. Such an alliance was unprecedented. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, two figures emerged. It was none other than Gu Chun and Lan Ling. At that moment, Lan Ling appeared extremely pale. Having employed the secret technique multiple times in quick succession, she endured immense backlash. Nevertheless, she maintained her aloof demeanor, revealing little beyond her ashen complexion. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Gu Chun, her eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "You can tell me now, what secret technique are you using?" Secret technique? It's simply the game of 1, 2, 3. Voldenmann. I have already called it out before. Gu Chun replied, looking at Lan Ling with an odd expression. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Lan Ling's eyes took on a dangerous glint. However, recalling that Gu Chun had made a solemn vow to the heavenly path, she could only explain patiently. I have tried it before, but there was no reaction. Then I have no idea. Gu Chun retorted, but but I must warn you, this place is far too perilous for me. I shall take my leave now." With that, Gu Chun turned to depart. Seeing him attempt to walk away, Lan Ling's face darkened as she admonished sharply, "Stop right there." Chapter 46. The formless weapon in an instant, a sword appeared in Lan Ling's hand, positioned directly before Gu Chun. "Are you out of your mind? I've already told you, yet you remain unconvinced?" Gu Chun's expression was equally grim. Had it not been for the fact that this woman had indeed aided him, he would hardly have spared her a glance. "But I've already tried it. It's utterly futile." Lan Ling's countenance darkened. Gu Chun was well aware that she could not utilize her own secret techniques, for his body had been modified by Ye Nan, and thus the secret was exclusively his. However, he could not divulge this information, lest these individuals seek trouble with his master. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chun, eager to extricate himself from this troublesome situation, reluctantly exclaimed, "If you don't believe me, just strike me with your sword and you'll find out." "Very well." Lan Ling did not hesitate. She was determined to ascertain whether Gu Chun was lying or if she had overlooked something. "Come on." Gu Chun stood firm, beckoning her with a flick of his fingers. Without hesitation, Lan Ling raised her sword and brought it down. "1, 2, 3, wooden man," Gu Chun absently called out. It seemed that Lan Ling had been holding her breath, and with this strike, she did not hold back. The blade sliced through the air, and in the next moment, the trees and ground nearby were encased in frost, yet Gu Chun remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. This time, Lan Ling saw clearly. As her sword approached Gu Chun, it was inexplicably diverted, along with the icy force that accompanied it. She attempted to concentrate her power, but the force of diversion was beyond her capacity to resist. She could only watch in astonishment as her attack was rendered ineffective. How could this be? How is this possible? The shock she felt now was far more intense than anything she had previously encountered. "Finished testing? Then I shall take my leave." Gu Chun shot her a disdainful glance before turning to depart, leaving Lan Ling standing there, staring blankly at her sword. She could not comprehend how such a phenomenon could occur. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she called out to Gu Chun, "How did you acquire such an ability?" She could not believe that Gu Chun possessed it innately, nor did she accept the notion of a unique constitution. "Guess," Gu Chun replied, and in a flash, he sped away. Seeing him retreat, Lan Ling made no attempt to pursue. She understood that even if she continued to press him, Gu Chun would remain tight-lipped. Moreover, he would not dare to deceive her, given the oath he had sworn. As for his connection to Ye Nan, she did not consider it relevant to someone at the Qi refinement stage. She believed Gu Chun must have received some extraordinary opportunity, one so significant that it even stirred her own desires. "Oomph, you cannot escape my grasp. I will have you sooner or later." With that, Lan Ling turned and departed, knowing that patience was required to achieve her goals. Meanwhile, Yu Xiazi and Yu Xian, having exited the Wan Yao mountain range, were filled with trepidation. "Elder, do you think Gu Chun will be all right?" Yu Xian expressed her concerns. "He should be fine. The escape techniques he employed were likely granted by Elder Yi, and even I did not perceive them." Yu Xiazi quickly reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Yu Xian finally relaxed. "We should return to the sect. Qin Wuda and his faction will not relent. We must hasten to prepare." Yu Xiazi added promptly, "What if we invite Elder Yi to intervene?" Yu Xian suggested, voicing her thoughts. "Absolutely not. Setting aside when the Elder will return, we cannot trouble him at the sect. I trust he would not stand idly by." Yu Xiazi interrupted her firmly. There was a fundamental difference between Elder Yi taking the initiative and them requesting his assistance. Simultaneously, both felt a sense of relief that they had encountered Ye Nan, who had even relocated to Yu Hua sect. Without his presence, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to confront the current predicament. Thus, as they discussed relevant matters, they hastily made their way back. On another front, Ye Nan and Ling Long had already emerged from the mountains. The Wan Yao mountain range was indeed vast, and Ye Nan had avoided the previous battle. Now, he and Ling Long had returned to Yun City and were enjoying a meal together. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The formless weapon has been issued." Hearing the system's voice, Ye Nan, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal, was momentarily taken aback. This was a task reward specifically issued by the system. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Nan revealed the reward weapon. However, he was stunned upon seeing it. Even Ling Long, who was relishing her food, looked over with curiosity. "Brother Nan, what is this? It looks beautiful." Ye Nan did not respond, but inquired within his mind, "System, is this the weapon you mentioned? It seems rather dubious." In Ye Nan's hand lay a golden orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist. "Ding! This weapon is named Formless. It can change its form at the host's will," the system explained. Instantly intrigued, Ye Nan focused his thoughts. With a flicker, the golden orb transformed into a chicken leg. "Oh, it truly works?" Ye Nan's eyes sparkled with delight. Seeing the golden orb morph into a chicken leg, Ling Long curiously asked, "Brother Nan, what exactly is this?" "Huh? This is a weapon that can change its form at will." Ye Nan finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Ling Long's voice. "Then why did you turn it into a chicken leg?" Ling Long inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Ye Nan. Could he confess that it was merely a whim? After enjoying a splendid meal, the two settled into their carriage, leisurely making their way back to Yuhua sect. Just a few hours later, Ye Nan and Ling Long returned to Nan Peak. Observing that Nan Peak had been repaired and seemingly expanded, Ye Nan felt quite satisfied. This was no small feat. Had it not been for the fact that Yuhua sect was filled with cultivators, ordinary craftsmen would have struggled to accomplish such work. Upon his return, Ye Nan promptly collapsed onto a lounge chair in the courtyard. Another delightful day. He was relishing the moment. Meanwhile, Ling Long had produced a small stove and teapot from somewhere, preparing tea. As Ye Nan indulged in his relaxation, a figure appeared at the entrance of his courtyard. It's you. Come in and sit," Ye Nan greeted casually. The visitor was none other than Yu Xiaozi, who had been keeping a close watch on the happenings at Nan Peak. As soon as Ye Nan returned, he had rushed over. Yu Xian was busy preparing for the impending siege from the 3 sections. "Elder, you have returned." Yu Xiaozi approached with a respectful smile. Chapter 47, at most. Just a little brother. After a brief stroll, Ye Nan turned to Yu Xiaozi and asked, "Do you have any business with me?" No particular matter. Just thought I'd check if you needed anything," Yu Xiaozi replied, pondering for a moment, hesitant to ask Ye Nan for help. "Actually, I'm not in need of anything at the moment," Ye Nan mused, finding nothing lacking. The two continued their conversation for a while before Yu Xiaozi took her leave. She concealed her thoughts well, and Ye Nan remained oblivious to any underlying issues. Primarily, Ye Nan's mind was occupied with indulgence and merriment. He had little inclination to decipher the sentiments of others. As night fell, both Ye Nan and Ling Long returned to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, in Ling Long's chamber, on the table beside her pillow, a black orb began to rise slowly into the air. In an instant, it radiated a dark light, yet Ling Long remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. The entire room was enveloped in swirling black mist, with the orb transforming into a thick fog, leaving only a black heart suspended in midair. In the next moment, all the dark mist began to coalesce around that black heart, swiftly forming a towering silhouette devoid of facial features, yet adorned with a unique horn of black mist atop its head. At this moment, the figure made no unnecessary movements, merely gazing quietly at the slumbering Ling Long. After a brief pause, it turned its attention towards Ye Nan's room. "Who on earth is that individual? The aura they exude is enough to deter me." A raspy and eerie voice emanated from the imposing shadow. The reason it refrained from acting immediately was due to its apprehension of Ye Nan. Otherwise, it would have long since revealed its true nature. When Ye Nan had previously captured it, even the slightest movement had been impossible. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The towering shadow transformed into black mist and slipped through the crack of the door. Once outside, it reformed into a humanoid figure. It had been in slumber for far too long, and just as it was about to ascertain its surroundings, it suddenly sensed a locked door. Strange. Why do I feel a faint presence of kin within? The voice of the towering shadow carried a hint of surprise. Curiosity piqued, it approached the door. Swoosh. It again morphed into black mist and seeped into the locked room. Upon entry, it discovered a wardrobe within. "What is this?" The shadow circled the wardrobe, examining it. Just as it intended to unlock it, a more sinister laughter echoed from within. He. Hearing the eerie laughter emanating from the wardrobe, the humanoid black mist froze momentarily, as if time itself had halted. Swoosh! Then, the humanoid black mist retreated in haste. Without hesitation, it transformed into black fog and fled outside. How terrifying! Merely the sound of that unsettling laughter nearly shattered its form. Even its black heart felt as if it might shatter at any moment. It realized it had provoked a great terror. Yet, just as it prepared to escape, the black mist it had dispersed was forcibly consolidated by an invisible force. In an instant, it reformed into its humanoid shape, yet found itself unable to move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A purer black mist surged forth from the wardrobe, coalescing into another humanoid shadow before it. This new shadow, though formed of black mist, stood at a mere height of around 1.5 meters, a stark contrast to the towering figure. While the shadow from the black orb exuded a malevolent aura akin to that of a nefarious villain or dark sorcerer, the figure emerging from the wardrobe, though equally sinister, emanated an air of supreme authority. This was the most significant difference between the two. At this moment, the immobilized, towering shadow trembled, gripped by fear. It had approached out of curiosity, yet now found itself unable to retreat. It was indeed overconfident, believing its strength sufficient to contend with any unforeseen circumstances. The shadow emerging from the wardrobe danced around the towering figure, inspecting it from various angles. The towering shadow, frightened and uncertain, was at a loss for how to respond. "Great One, I did not mean to intrude. I humbly request your mercy." The towering shadow could no longer withstand the pressure emanating from the smaller shadow. Upon hearing its plea, the smaller shadow paused. In that instant, the towering shadow's confinement was lifted. Once freed, it did not flee immediately but bent its legs in deference. Thud! "Great One, I truly understand my mistake." Seeing the smaller shadow remain silent, the towering shadow knelt in fear. The smaller shadow tilted its head, observing the towering figure. Had they not been composed of black mist, one would surely have seen the towering shadow sweating profusely, cold sweat at that. After a lengthy silence, seemingly bored, the smaller shadow transformed into black mist and slipped back into the wardrobe. Noticing that the smaller shadow bore no intent to harm, the towering shadow quickly rose and transformed into black mist, hastily exiting the room. Once outside, the towering shadow was determined to flee immediately. This place was far too terrifying. The human and the entity from the wardrobe were not something it could contend with. What kind of place is this? Have I stumbled into a realm of horror? The towering shadow was filled with trepidation. It had not anticipated that despite its diminished state, it would encounter such overwhelming adversity upon awakening. No, I cannot leave like this. Moreover, that being showed no intent to kill me. Perhaps I should remain. There might be unexpected gains. If all else fails, I can serve as a subordinate to that formidable being. Even in such a position, I would not be at a loss, as I have already knelt. The towering shadow came to terms with its situation, promptly dismissing thoughts of escape. This was the law of the cultivation world. The strong grow stronger, while the weak must submit. As for Ye Nan, he was merely a source of caution. However, in the presence of the smaller shadow, he felt genuine fear from head to toe. With this thought, it transformed into black mist and returned to Linglong's room. Observing the peacefully sleeping Linglong, the towering shadow chose not to disturb her, instead transforming back into a black orb, quietly resting on the table beside her. The following day, as noon approached, Ye Nan and Linglong slowly roused from their slumber. They had felt nothing of the previous night's occurrences, sleeping soundly as if in a deep, dreamless sleep. Yet, as they exited their room, both Ye Nan and Linglong were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Chapter 48. The Siege of the Three Sects. Damn it, who did this? Ye Nan gazed in disbelief at the vanishing peak. Apart from a few houses around him, everything else had been obliterated. Brother Nan, it seems there's a commotion outside. Linglong looked outside, her expression bewildered. Hearing her words, Ye Nan finally noticed that the entire Yuhua sect was embroiled in chaos. The reason the houses he occupied remained intact was due to the exceptional defensive array installed by Yu Xiazi prior to the mountain's restoration, which also muffled sounds to avoid disturbing Ye Nan. This explained why, despite the fervor of the battle outside. Both he and Ling Long had been sleeping soundly. "Master, you're awake?" Gu Chun returned early in the morning, but shortly after his arrival, he encountered this turmoil. He had been guarding Nan Peak, preventing anyone from disturbing Ye Nan. "Disciple, what is happening?" Ye Nan inquired, turning to Gu Chun. "Master, the other 3 sects have launched an attack." Gu Chun hurriedly explained the events that had transpired in the Wanyao mountain range. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Ye Nan's expression hardened. "Damn it, disturbing my sleep is one thing, but daring to lay hands on you?" Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. However, before he could take more than a few steps, several figures approached Nan Peak. "Ah, we have some stragglers here." These individuals were disciples from the other 3 sections. As Yuhua sect began to falter, all the elders were preoccupied with confronting the high-ranking members of the other sects, leaving their disciples to plunder the resources of Yuhua sect. "You seek death," Gu Chun roared, charging forward. These disciples, all at the gathering spirit realm, were no match for Gu Chun. "Ah!" Cries of agony echoed as Gu Chun dispatched them with a few punches. They had foolishly rushed in without assessing the situation. Ye Nan paid them no mind and leapt into action. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered as he soared toward the heart of Yuhua sect. At this moment, the center of Yuhua sect lay in ruins. The ground was littered with corpses, all belonging to the 4 sections. Yet, it was evident that the core elders of Yuhua sect were considerably stronger than those of the other sections. Aside from sustaining varying degrees of injury, none had perished in battle. They were all cultivators of heavenly grade techniques. Witnessing the enhanced combat prowess of the elders from Yuhua sect, the leaders of the other 3 sects were taken aback. Simultaneously, their expressions darkened. Unbeknownst to them, Yuhua sect had grown so formidable. What opportunity had they seized? Had it not been for the recent events in the Wanyao mountain range, they would still be oblivious to Yuhua sect's progress. If they allowed Yuhua sect more time, their own positions would be in jeopardy. Kill them, seize their opportunities, and it will mark the rise of our 3 sects. Qin Wuda gazed greedily at Yushazi and the others. The remaining disciples of the 3 sects were invigorated, fully aware that Yuhua sect had acquired immense fortune. Even a small share of it would be a boon. The combat strength demonstrated by the elders of Yuhua sect illustrated this, 1 against 3, and yet they fought evenly, indicative of the terrifying opportunities at hand. Kill! Charge! The battle cries reverberated through the air. Observing this scene, Yushazi and the others' faces turned ashen. "Old ancestor, if this continues, we won't last much longer. Should we seek out Elder Yi?" Yuxian looked anxiously at Yushazi. "Aye." Yushazi hesitated. "There's no time for indecision, old ancestor," Yuxian urged. The other elders listened in confusion, wondering when Yuhua sect had produced a figure named Yi. "Ha ha! Today, Yuhua sect will surely perish, and no one can save you." Qin Wuda laughed maniacally. "Very well, you go find Elder Yi." Yushazi gritted his teeth and nodded. The sect was at a critical juncture, leaving him no choice but to act. Just as Yuxian prepared to seek Ye Nan, a voice echoed through the air. "No need to search. I have arrived." Even before he appeared, Ye Nan's voice announced his presence. "Daddy." Upon hearing Ye Nan's voice, Yushazi and Yuxian were filled with joy. "Ha ha! You are doomed." Yushazi looked at Qin Wuda and the others with excitement. Observing Yushazi's words and demeanor, the higher-ups of the 3 sects grew serious. Although Qin Wuda had just claimed that no one could save them, it was merely a battlefield tactic to undermine the enemy's morale. However, he wasn't foolish. If Yuhua sect had indeed prepared in advance and summoned an outside powerhouse, anything was possible. Boom! Just as everyone pondered the implications, a figure descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Cough, cough. I might have used too much force. Ye Nan coughed, inhaling a cloud of dust. Upon recognizing Ye Nan, aside from Yushazi and Yuxian, everyone else was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Old man you, is this your hidden trump card?" Qin Wuda looked at Yushazi with disdain. The fluctuations in Ye Nan's aura were evident to all present. He was merely at the Qi refinement realm, yet he had instilled fear in them for a moment. The opposing forces wore expressions of displeasure. Ignoring Qin Wuda's mockery, Yushazi turned to Ye Nan, respectfully stating, "Elder, It is all my fault for causing you trouble. Ye Nan hurriedly bowed as well. Seeing their leader and ancestor bow, the other elders of Yuhua sect, though puzzled, followed suit, trusting in their sect leaders. The display of respect from the members of Yuhua sect towards Ye Nan left the others speechless, especially for the high-ranking members of the three sects. Their disdain for Yuhua sect only deepened. It seems you've only regressed over the years. I had always considered you a rival, but now I see I have overestimated you. Qin Wuda scoffed. Since I arrived, why do you keep rambling on? Why so much chatter? Ye Nan glared at Qin Wuda, visibly displeased. You, a mere chi refinement waste, dare to speak to me this way? Were it not for your connection to this young man, I would have slain you on the spot. Qin Wuda glared at Ye Nan, casting a glance at Guchun. What does this have to do with me? Guchun responded, puzzled. Were it not for Ling saying she couldn't harm you and would take you back, do you think you would have the right to converse with me for this long? Qin Wuda spoke candidly. Upon hearing Ling's name, Guchun instantly understood. He scanned the area, but found no sign of Lan Ling. He had anticipated her presence during the siege of Yuhua sect. This woman still hasn't given up on my secrets. Guchun thought to himself, feeling exasperated. Chapter 49. The Knife That Can Turn? Regarding the spirit mentioned by Qin Wuda, Ye Nan could roughly guess its significance. However, he had no interest in such matters. All he desired was to live a peaceful life, akin to a carefree fish, yet troubles seemed to find him incessantly. After having already repaired Nan phone once, he figured it might be time to change mountains, as the effort was becoming quite burdensome, much to Ye Nan's discontent. I have no wish to take a life. If you are wise, leave your belongings and depart, Ye Nan declared impatiently, casting a glance at the members of the three sections. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in laughter, incredulous that they had come to eradicate a sect only to be threatened by someone at the chi refining stage, and to be robbed as well. Enough of this banter. Let us swiftly annihilate the Yuhua sect to avoid prolonging the night. Yu Buchuan interrupted Qin Wuda, who was about to speak further. With that, Qin Wuda fell silent. Kill them, Yu Buchuan shouted, leading the charge. Stubborn fools. Ye Nan observed Yu Buchuan rushing towards him and decided to forego further conversation. He extended his hand, sweeping it towards Yu Buchuan with a single strike. Yu Buchuan, only a few steps into his advance, felt a formidable force locking onto him. As he turned to the side, he beheld an invisible hand of power sweeping towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned all his strength to defend himself. Yet, Ye Nan's might was so overwhelming that it was beyond Yu Buchuan's capacity to withstand. The resounding crash of collapsing halls echoed as Ye Nan's strike shattered them. Initially, Yu Buchuan's screams could be heard from within the core of power, but soon, silence enveloped him. Goodness, I overdid it again, Ye Nan remarked awkwardly, gazing at the ruins of the grand halls. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Even the disciples and elders of the Sharp Blade sect momentarily forgot to search the debris for their ancestors. The expressions of Qin Wuda and the other high-ranking members shifted from disdain to shock, fear creeping into their hearts. Just moments ago, that single strike had been a true spectacle. Even solid-stage elders could not withstand it. Moreover, Ye Nan appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had exerted no effort at all. Qin Wuda, disregarding everything, made his escape. Upon witnessing his retreat, the remaining members of the sects dared not linger. A single strike capable of slaying a solid-stage cultivator could easily extinguish their lives as well. Curse it! How could the Yuhua sect possess such a formidable guardian? I should have anticipated it. The fortunes of the Yuhua sect must have stemmed from this individual. Qin Wuda lamented as he fled, filled with regret. However, it was too late for such thoughts. Survival was his sole concern. As for the elders and disciples of the Wuji sect, he cared little. As long as he lived, the sect would endure. Witnessing the chaos of fleeing figures, the Yuhua sect was profoundly shaken, particularly the elders. They had only just realized the existence of such a powerful being within their ranks. Is this the might of the earth profound realm? Yu Xiaozi marveled at the devastation wrought by Ye Nan. He could manage to demolish buildings with time, but the small hills, even the ground itself, had been scraped away. Such power was beyond his capabilities. I just told you to leave, yet you chose not to. Now you wish to escape? Not a chance. Ye Nan scoffed at those scattering in all directions. Everyone, crouch down. I fear I may inadvertently harm you. He suddenly called out to Yu Xiaozi and the others. Hearing his words, the crowd, still in shock, snapped back to reality without hesitation, immediately crouching together. For added safety, Yu Xiaozi even lay flat on the ground. The male elders followed suit, having witnessed Ye Nan's overwhelming strength and genuinely fearing collateral damage. However, Yu Xian and the female elders felt somewhat embarrassed. Ultimately unable to fully lie down, they merely crouched as low as they could. All right then, let's commence. Ye Nan rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, a golden orb materialized in his grasp. With a mere thought, the orb rapidly transformed, growing larger by the second. In an instant, it morphed into an enormous blade, several meters wide and 100 meters long. Upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal sword, both the Yuhua sect members and the fleeing individuals from the three sects felt their eyelids twitch. I commanded you to flee. Ye Nan swung the massive sword around him. In an instant, cries of despair erupted as rocks, people, and buildings crumbled like tofu at the mere touch of the blade. The massacre left the Yuhua sect members in utter shock. Although such occurrences were not unprecedented in the world of cultivation, witnessing such carnage firsthand was a first for them, leaving them profoundly awestruck. Observing Ye Nan wielding the sword with such ease deepened their respect for him. They were fortunate that this elder had come to their aid, otherwise. The thought sent a shiver down Yu Xiaozi's spine. Yu Xian felt no better, witnessing the indiscriminate carnage wrought by the enormous sword. The leaders of the three sects, as well as the fleeing Yu Buchuan and Qin Wuda, were aghast. They had no time to ponder how Ye Nan had conjured such a lengthy blade. Their only thought was survival. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, the sword seemed to extend alongside them, inciting both anger and fear. At that moment, every member of the three sects was filled with regret, questioning why they had come to annihilate the Yuhua sect. They had been blinded by fortune. As Yu Buchuan fled, he voiced his regrets. Yet, as he lamented, the long blade had already approached his side. Realizing he could not contend with the weapon, he dropped to the ground. However, just as he thought he had evaded disaster, the blade abruptly halted above him. Just when he believed he had escaped calamity, he witnessed the inexplicable. The blade made a sharp turn. With a swift thrust, it pierced him through. Yu Buchuan was utterly unprepared for such an absurd weapon, one that could curve mid-air. Observing the fatal blow to Yu Buchuan, Qin Wuda nearby swallowed hard. As he gazed at the serpentine blade, Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. However, to the onlookers from the Yuhua sect, the scene was one of horror. The air resounded with explosions and screams. Even the leaders of the various sects could not escape their grim fate, falling victim beneath the sweeping blade. The most aggrieved was Qin Wuda, who had previously envisioned that by conquering the Yuhua sect and alongside the prodigy Lanling, the Wuji sect would ascend, gradually engulfing the other two sections. Yet now, in this moment, he found himself unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. His life ended in such a hasty manner, and he had not even registered Ye Nan's presence before he was gone. As time passed, the members of the three sects were largely decimated. Farther away, Qin Wuda ceased his flight, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "My lord, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you as master. I shall cede the Wuji sect to you." Ye Nan, uninterested in his pleas, prepared to bring the blade down. Chapter 50. The Destruction of the Three Sects Senior. Please hold your hand. Just as Ye Nan was poised to end Qin Wuda's life, Yu Xiaozu interjected. Confused, Ye Nan turned to Yu Xiaozu and asked, "What is the matter? Do you wish to spare him?" "I dare not. I merely request that you entrust him to me, so that I may personally conclude this matter," Yu Xiaozu hurriedly explained. "Oh," Ye Nan was somewhat taken aback. "Suit yourself. Then, I shall take my leave." He sheathed his blade and prepared to depart. Ye Nan was not concerned about Yu Xiaozu's potential defeat, not to mention that Qin Wuda had lost his will to fight. Even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against Yu Xiaozu, who wielded celestial-level techniques. However, after taking a few steps, Ye Nan seemed to recall something. He glanced at Yu Xian with a hint of exasperation. "You needn't linger here any longer. quickly take me to find a new place to stay. Huh? All right. Yes, senior. Yu barely processing Ye Nan's words, quickly complied. Shortly thereafter, under Yu guidance, Ye Nan departed. Once Ye Nan had left, Yu Xiaozu turned his gaze toward the distant Qin Wuda. Alas, after years of rivalry, I never anticipated it would culminate in this manner. Yu Xiaozu sighed helplessly. Seeing that Ye Nan had no interest in killing him only fueled Qin Wuda's fury. Nevertheless, he slowly rose to his feet, aware that Yu Xiaozu sought to allow him a semblance of dignity in his departure. He understood that this battle was inevitable. There was no escaping it, yet his heart remained unwilling to accept this fate. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to engage in a decisive battle. Relishing the opportunity, Ye Nan, however, had no interest in their confrontation. Under Yu guidance, he had already reached another mountain peak. The environment here was not as splendid as the previous one, but could be rectified with a bit of time, an inconsequential matter. Seiming die sensing Ye Nan stots. Yu quickly assured him, "Rest assured, senior, I will soon send someone to renovate the mountain peak. That will be much appreciated." Ye Nan responded politely. Not at all. Not at all. It is my duty as a junior." Yu quickly waved her hand, too timid to accept Ye Nan's gratitude. Given that the mountain peak required renovations, Ye Nan decided to return to the previous south peak. Though it was dilapidated, it could still serve as temporary accommodation, albeit precariously. As time passed, night soon fell. While Ye Nan reclined in a chair outside, enjoying the moonlight, Yu Xiaozu arrived. "Has everything been resolved?" Ye Nan inquired, looking at Yu Xiaozu. "Thanks to your presence, senior, I escaped becoming a scapegoat for the Yu Hua sect. Had I not heeded your advice to be more accommodating, I might have even knelt before you. It's merely a trifling matter. The real issue lies with those ruffians who had the audacity to demolish my dwelling. It is utterly intolerable," Ye Nan thought, feeling a twinge of displeasure. "By the way, how do you intend to handle the remaining 3 sects?" Ye Nan continued. "The formidable beings of the 3 sect have all been vanquished by me, leaving their territories unclaimed." Yu Xiaozu expressed with a sense of nostalgia. At this moment, the grand sects were in utter chaos, as the remnants were mercilessly slaughtered by the Yuhua sect. Far from Wu Ji sect, atop a distant mountain peak, Lan Ling observed the unfolding events with a stoic expression. To her, Wu Ji sect was merely a stepping stone. Yet, even she did not anticipate that the 3 sects would be entirely countered by the Yuhua sect. What transpired within the Yuhua sect? Lan Ling pondered, perplexed. All resources of Wu Ji sect had been claimed by her, leaving behind only items of no use to her. Glancing at the spatial ring in her hand, Lan Ling turned and departed. Days passed swiftly, and the newly chosen mountain peak had been arranged by Yu Xian. It was even more expansive and picturesque than the previous peak, with the construction of the buildings mirroring that of the former South Peak. Observing the mountain adorned with the melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, Ye Nan felt quite satisfied. "You truly put in considerable effort. It seems you have spared no thought," Ye Nan remarked, looking toward Yu Xian. "It is my honor to do something for you, senior." Yu Xian responded gracefully. Ye Nan had become somewhat immune to the flattery from both Yu Xiaozu and Yu Xian during this period. However, he had relaxed considerably in their interactions. They were no longer as constrained as before, especially as Yu Xian frequently visited Ye Nan, whether for substantial matters or trivial ones. Now that the Yu Hua sect stood unrivaled, the previous constraints and constant vigilance over the remaining 3 sects had eased her burdens significantly, allowing her to delegate most tasks to her subordinates. Gu Chun and Ling Long also hastily moved over. Just as the group arrived at the door of their new residence, a loud thud echoed from a nearby room. Everyone, including Ye Nan, Gu Chun, and Ling Long, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Without needing to guess, they knew all too well that the rickety wardrobe had made its unwelcome return. What was that sound? Yu Xian furrowed her brow, initially concerned that the sect might have skimped on the construction and that something had fallen, fearing it would leave a negative impression on Ye Nan. Before she could take a step forward to investigate, a small hand grasped her. The hand, soft and delicate, caused Yu Xian to pause. Yu Xian's sister. "You should not go in there. It's quite terrifying." The one who held her was none other than Ling Long. "It's all right. I'm not afraid," Yu Xian replied, her heart warmed by Ling Long's affectionate address. However, she dismissed Ling Long's warning, believing her to be merely jesting. Seeing that Ye Nan appeared unconcerned, the still scowling Ye Nan also spoke up. You ought to heed her words, otherwise, you may be left with a lifelong shadow. Ye Nan was not joking. He had been thoroughly frightened the first time he encountered it. Furthermore, Ling Long had suffered from illness for over half a month thereafter. Gu Chun might have fared slightly better, yet he too had been quite startled. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Ye Nan finally noticed the grim expressions on Gu Chun and Ye Nan's faces. All right, senior, she conceded, momentarily dazed. However, with Ye Nan having spoken, she could not pursue the matter any further. Yet, Ye Nan was somewhat curious about the meaning behind Ye Nan's words. The mountain peak retained its name, South Peak. Meanwhile, as Ye Nan and the others settled into their new home, a grand tavern in a vast city, 1,000 miles away from the Yuhua sect, housed a cold and aloof young woman. With a goblet in hand, she gazed at a magnificent building situated in the heart of the city, sprawling across a vast area. I have returned to the Bingling sect, Bai Ling remarked expressionlessly as she surveyed the central edifice, her tone calm and devoid of any hint of anger. Raising her goblet, she downed its contents in one gulp and slowly departed. Chapter 51. The frustrated Lord of Black Flames and the exquisite maiden after Bai Ling departed. A woman seated not far away gazed in astonishment at the direction of her departure. However, her surprise was fleeting, and she soon lowered her head to continue caressing a slightly damaged wooden carving in her hands. I wonder if you were here, Zhulan murmured to herself. She believed that Ye Nan had merely passed by her location. Such a place could hardly harbor a being of his caliber. Thus, she had unwittingly found her way here, temporarily setting aside her grievances. She was determined to locate Ye Nan and seek ways to remain by his side. Being close to a powerful figure like him was far more beneficial than any training she could undertake elsewhere. Little did she know that Bai Ling, who had just left, was Ye Nan's disciple. Meanwhile, in a grand hall at the center of the city, a bald middle-aged man sat across from a young girl with a chessboard between them. The girl, clad in white, resembled an ethereal beauty akin to a frozen mountain. The middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, was none other than the sect leader of the Ice Spirit sect, Bing Tai. Shinner, how is your cultivation progressing? And how is the fusion of your spiritual roots coming along? Bing Tai inquired with concern, looking at Bing Xian. Father, do not worry. I have already fused a portion. Complete fusion is merely a matter of time. Bing Xian replied confidently. Ha ha, splendid. You truly are my daughter, Bing Tai, he responded with satisfaction. However, a tinge of worry crossed his mind, and he added, but that Bai Ling has still not been found. If, seemingly aware of her father's unspoken fears, Bing Xian quickly interrupted, pride evident in her voice. Father, you're being overly cautious. Even if she is not dead, she is now a mere shell of her former self, devoid of power, hardly worth our concern. Indeed, perhaps I've been overly worried, Bing Tai conceded, acknowledging the soundness of her reasoning. Without a fortuitous chance, regaining one's cultivation would pose a formidable challenge. Restoring spiritual roots was even more of a fantasy. Such roots were innate, and once lost, unless a celestial being were to intervene, recovery was nigh impossible. However, the pursuit must continue. As long as she exists, she remains a thorn in my heart, even if she is now a cripple. Bing Xian's tone shifted, her eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Rest assured, I have already dispatched additional personnel, Bing Tai assured her, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the Bai Ling they dismissed had already sought them out. Shifting our focus back to the Jade Blossom sect, Ye Nan reclined in a lounge chair, soaking in the sunlight while murmuring, I wonder how my third disciple is faring. Master, do not fret. June, your sister, possesses commendable strength, and with your guidance, she should face no peril. Gu Chun quickly interjected, holding a hoe as he worked the land nearby. Ye Nan wished to cultivate some vegetables, weary of the monotony of consuming demon beast meat daily. Gu Chun had become his laborer, yet he toiled diligently without complaint. Had it not been for Ye Nan, he mused, he would have long since perished, unable even to consider farming, let alone taking his own life. Of course, The prerequisite was that he must first exact his revenge. As for Ling Long, her greatest delight lay in boiling water for Ye Nan while fiddling with a black orb in her hands. She felt something was amiss with the orb, for during the past few nights, she sensed an unseen presence watching her. Her room held little else, save for this enigmatic black orb. The materials for boiling water remained the same as ever. During this time, Gu Chun had come to terms with his fate, growing numb to the situation. He observed Ling Long nonchalantly tossing scrolls into the fire. Though it pained him, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, Yu Xian and the others were absent. Otherwise, they would have been in for a fright. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Ye Nan nodded, realizing that his concerns were indeed somewhat unwarranted. Soon, night enveloped the land, and the day came to a close. The three engaged in their respective practices or succumbed to slumber. However, Ling Long remained awake, scrutinizing the black orb in her hands. "Hey, black orb, can you understand me? Are you the one watching me at night?" Ling Long furrowed her brow, addressing the orb. Previously, it had not only flown, but also emitted black mist. Thus, in her eyes, it was the orb playing tricks. After all, having accompanied Ye Nan for several years, she had encountered a plethora of peculiarities. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the black orb trembled slightly, as if acknowledging her. "Hee, you can really understand me," Ling Long exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shall I give you a name? If you remain silent, it means you agree," she declared impulsively. The black orb, fearing the terrifying figure in the wardrobe, refrained from voicing its objections. Instead, it expressed its displeasure by shaking incessantly. Noticing this, Ling Long's eyes lit up. "You agree? Then from now on, your name shall be Little Black." At that moment, the black orb ceased its trembling, resigning itself to its fate. To be the lord of black flames and become a mere plaything in someone else's hands is one thing. But to be given such a name is akin to being called a dog. The lord of black flames internally howled in frustration. Ling Long, oblivious to the orb's inner turmoil, raised it with her tiny hand, commanding, "Little Black, show me your flying skills." The frustrated lord of black flames had no choice but to flit around the room. For under the eaves of others, one must bow their head. In his eyes, whether it was Ye Nan, Gu Chun, or the little girl before him, all were connected to the formidable presence lurking in the wardrobe. Thus, he had to endure. What followed was a series of humiliations for the Lord of Black Flames, as Ling Long commanded him to fly about and spew forth black mist, which was, in reality, a flame that resembled mist. Previously, Ye Nan had lacked discernment, despite his strength. His understanding remained limited to the confines of Peng City, with only a superficial grasp of the world of cultivation. It was not until Ling Long grew weary of playing that she slowly drifted off to sleep, leaving the lore of black flames, now a mere tool, to return despondently to the table beside him. As time passed, night deepened, and Gu Chun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. He sensed a powerful and unfamiliar aura approaching the southern peak. Chapter 52. The strong ones from the Chu family strike again. Gu Chun hesitated no longer and promptly rose to venture outside. Initially, he intended to notify Ye Nan, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against disturbing her and thought it prudent to assess the situation himself. As fate would have it, upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted two masked figures clad in black, drawing ever closer to Nanfeng. What began as mere curiosity for Gu Chun morphed into a shudder of rage upon seeing their ominous attire, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Chu family, the very clan responsible for the annihilation of his entire lineage. The two approaching figures soon became aware of Gu Chen's presence. "So, this brat is indeed here. It appears the Chu family is in trouble." One of the black-clad figures hissed ominously. "You engage swiftly. I shall intercept Yu Xiaozi," declared the other, before hastening towards the main hall of Yuhua sect. Upon sighting Gu Chun, the black-clad assailant wasted no time on idle chatter, unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at him. Faced with the formidable aura radiating from the attacker, Gu Chun felt no urge to resist, for he recognized that the presence of these two figures was not inferior to that of Yu Xiaozi. This was a formidable, solid realm expert, Gu Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Chu family would resort to dispatching such powerful beings for his demise, two of them, no less. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind as he recalled his investigations into the Chu family. To his knowledge, besides the family patriarch, there should not be any other solid realm experts. Amidst his thoughts, Gu Chun shouted 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Boom! The palm struck down, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. Yes, not dead yet. An ancient voice emerged from one of the black-clad figures, laced with astonishment. Despite the rising dust, the assailants remained acutely aware of Gu Chen's unwavering aura. Clearly, he showed no signs of weakening. Inside the main hall of Yu Hua sect, Yu Xiaozi sensed the two powerful presences encroaching upon his domain. Even Yu Xian, who was still in the midst of cultivation, felt the disturbance and hastily made his way to the main hall. Just as Yu Xiaozi prepared to investigate the cause of the disturbance, a masked figure in black entered the hall. Who are you? Yu Xiaozi narrowed his eyes, his own aura intensifying. Do not act rashly, nor engage in combat. Fighting us would be meaningless and could lead to the destruction of your grand hall, which would be a loss only for you. The masked figure boldly seated himself upon one of the hall's chairs. You have yet to answer me. Who are you, and what brings you to Yu Hua sect? Yu Xiaozi pressed on. It is of no consequence. I am a member of the Chu family, here solely for Gu Chun. Once we deal with him, we shall depart. The black-clad figure replied nonchalantly, making no mention of the earlier two assailants. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaozi felt a weight settle in his heart, coupled with shock. Why had so many formidable experts from the Chu family suddenly appeared? This was decidedly unusual. It became clear to him that there were more than just this one individual present. You intend to kill Gu Chun, but Ye Nan is still here. Would that not be akin to courting death? The transformation from his initial wariness to an unexpected calmness puzzled the masked figure. You seem unconcerned for Gu Chun's life. He is, after all, a disciple of the Yu Hua sect, the black-clad figure remarked, scrutinizing Yu Xiaozi. The reason for dispatching two solid realm experts was not merely to eliminate Gu Chun, but also to eradicate the Yu Hua sect. The deaths of Chu family members within the sect could not be easily forgotten. However, he found himself unable to engage Yu Xiaozi without assurance from his companion that Gu Chun was indeed eliminated first, thus allowing them to encircle Yu Xiaozi together, a strategy that would save both time and effort. Hearing the black-clad figure's words, Yu Xiaozi let out a hearty laugh. You might want to concern yourself with your own predicament first. The black-clad figure's voice sank. What do you mean by that? He understood that a powerhouse like Yu Xiaozi would not make such a statement lightly unless Yu Hua sect had prepared itself, implying that even their combined might would not intimidate him. Realizing this, the black-clad figure swiftly rose, intending to rejoin his companion. Yu Xiaozi scoffed. You think you could just come and go as you please? With a swift motion, he intercepted the black-clad figure. Not only that, but the elders of the sect and Yu Xian also arrived at the main hall. Patriarch, what is happening? Yu Xian was the first to inquire. This fellow seeks to kill Gu Chun. Yu Xiaozi replied succinctly. What? The elders, upon hearing Yu Xiaozi's words, cast incredulous glances at the black-clad figure. Having witnessed Ye Nan's prowess, they knew well that one strike could easily dispatch a solid realm expert. Yet, in the eyes of the black-clad figure, these elders were no more significant than ants, incapable of posing any real threat. However, with Yu Xiaozi present, whose strength rivaled his own, he felt increasingly uneasy under their collective scrutiny. Does your Yu Hua sect truly wish to stand against my Chu family? The black-clad figure threatened. He was eager to resolve this swiftly and reunite with his companion to ensure their chances of eliminating Gu Chun and escaping the Yu Hua sect. Yet, he found himself thwarted. Our Yu Hua sect has never sought enmity with your Chu family, but you have repeatedly invaded our domain. Do you truly believe this place is your family's playground? Yu Xiaozi retorted, showing no mercy. In truth, he felt a deep-seated apprehension. The emergence of so many powerful figures from the Chu family, coupled with the enmity against Yu Hua sect, was alarming. However, he would rather perish than grovel to appease the Chu family for mere survival. Very well. Upon my return, I shall bring others to lay waste to your Yuhua sect. The black-clad figure discarded pretense and boldly declared his intent to annihilate the sect. Humph. You think you can just leave? With the situation reaching a critical juncture, Yu Xiaozi sprang into action. Boom! The two engaged in fierce combat, resulting in the surrounding structures crumbling under the force of their clash. In an instant, all those present, including the elders of the sect, retreated to safety. However, the crowd remained vigilant, sealing off every exit to prevent the black-clad figure from escaping. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult of battle, both Ye Nan and Linglong remained soundly asleep, oblivious to the chaos around them. Particularly Ye Nan, who was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist emanating from his wardrobe, effectively muffling all external sounds, a significant reason for his ignorance of the outside world. What a peculiar secret. The Black Flame Demon Lord observed as Gu Chun continued to conjure deep craters around him, seemingly unharmed. This spectacle astonished him. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such an extraordinary secret technique. Could it possibly be imparted by that great being? The Black Flame Demon Lord pondered, uncertain. Had he possessed such a technique, he might have avoided his current plight. Chapter 53. Go eliminate him. Damn, how could this happen? The man in black, relentlessly attacking Gu Chun, was now gasping for breath. No matter how he struck, he could not inflict even the slightest harm on Gu Chun. Panic began to set in, not out of fear for his own life, but due to the repercussions from the Chu family. He realized that Gu Chun must have acquired some extraordinary opportunity, and his cultivation had reached the gathering element realm. Such rapid advancement in strength, coupled with a technique that deflected all assaults, filled him with dread. Yet, at the same time, his greed intensified. If only he could obtain this technique. The thought sent his heart racing. The entire Chu family could cultivate it. With this in mind, his avarice eclipsed his fear. Gu Chun, if you hand over that technique, our Chu family will spare you. What do you say? The man in black spoke, feeling utterly powerless against Gu Chun. Ha ha! Do you even believe your own words? Gu Chun glared at the man, his anger palpable. The man's expression darkened in response. He understood that his proposition was naive. The vendetta against his clan could not simply be resolved. Since you are so stubborn, I shall take the lives of those on this mountain instead. The man in black's gaze hardened as he intended to use these innocents to coerce Gu Chun into submission. He had done some investigation into Gu Chun and Yuhua sect, and was aware that Gu Chun had a master at the Qi refinement stage. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Killing the others on the southern peak? He was the weakest among them. Whether it was Ye Nan or that fearsome wardrobe, either could crush a solid realm cultivator with a mere finger. Even his seemingly useless little sister disciple appeared formidable in his eyes. Not to mention, Linglong herself could easily dispatch this man in black with her magical artifacts. Seeing Gu Chin's lack of resistance, the man in black was perplexed. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy and obediently following him? However, he dismissed any further contemplation, drawing forth a large blade, infused with murderous intent, and prepared to unleash havoc in Ye Nan's residence. This will be entertaining, although this fellow is rather arrogant. The Black Flame Demon Lord, transformed into a dark orb, hovered by the window, eager for the spectacle. But just as he was about to enjoy the show, a strange voice echoed in his ear. Go, eliminate him. Upon hearing this voice, the Black Flame Demon Lord trembled in fear. And master? He hurriedly transformed into a towering shadow and knelt. The strange voice fell silent for a moment before continuing, Go, eliminate him. There was a hint of impatience in the tone. The Black Flame Demon Lord sensed the impatience and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I will take care of him right away. He was particularly keen on not relocating again, having already moved 3 times. If the southern peak were to be destroyed by this man in black, he would have to move once more. As the man in black raised his blade and approached Ye Nan's residence, a torrent of black mist, more accurately described as black flames, began to billow from Linglong's room. In an instant, the entire southern peak was enveloped in black flames. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's eyelids twitched. He had never encountered the Black Flame Demon Lord. Mistaking the source of the flames for something from within the wardrobe, the man in black, wielding his blade, also halted abruptly. What is this? The man gasped in alarm. for the black flames surged towards him. Boom! He panicked, unleashing wave after wave of blade light upon the black flames, but to no avail. The strikes were effortlessly devoured, leaving no ripple in their wake. Seeing this unfold, the man in black was thoroughly unnerved, even losing his mask. Revealed was an elderly man, drenched in cold sweat, devoid of his earlier arrogance. "Get away from me," he yelled, desperately slashing at the encroaching flames, but it was futile. Soon he was completely engulfed by the black flames. A piercing scream echoed throughout Yuhua sect, lasting only a few breaths. As the flames dissipated, all that remained where the black-clad elder had stood was a pile of ash. A gust of wind swept through, erasing even that. Gu Chan swallowed hard, finally realizing that the entity within the wardrobe had likely only intended to toy with him. Had he not been Ye Nan's disciple, he would have been eliminated long ago. Who exactly is my master? What lies within that wardrobe? Curiosity stirred within him. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Yushazi and the man in black heard the anguished scream. "Ha ha! It seems your companion is beyond saving." Yushazi sneered at the man in black, who was now visibly shaken, his body trembling slightly. "Let me go, and I will give you anything you desire," the shadowy figure pleaded. He was unaware of the fate that had befallen his companion, but he was certain of one thing. Yuhua sect harbored secrets, possibly involving formidable outsiders like his own Chu family. He did not wish to perish here, and thus sought to appease them. "If I kill you, everything you possess will belong to me. Why would I let you go?" Yushazi's expression was fierce, having already made an enemy of the Chu family. There was no turning back. With Ye Nan present, there might still be a chance to overcome the Chu family. Realizing that Yushazi had no intention of granting him freedom, the man in black gritted his teeth. He struck his own chest, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, staining his body crimson. This was the blood sacrifice technique, designed to temporarily amplify one's strength and speed severalfold. The members of Yuhua sect watched the man in black's actions with narrowed eyes, perplexed. Did he realize his escape was hopeless and choose to end his own life? No. Yushazi quickly discerned the change in the man's aura. The man in black's power surged explosively, multiplying in intensity within moments. Just as Yushazi prepared for a fierce confrontation, the man in black transformed into a streak of red light, fleeing into the distance with astonishing speed. As though he were flying, the members of Yuhua sect were taken aback. Although his strength had surged, the man in black had no intention of continuing the fight. It would be futile. If there were indeed formidable outsiders, he could hardly guarantee victory, and thus chose to retreat, intending to report back to his family. "Master, what should we do? If he returns, our position will become even more precarious." Yuxian's expression was grave. Yet, the speed displayed by the man in black was such that Yushazi could not pursue him in the immediate term. As Yushazi contemplated his next move, a flurry of black flames surged overhead, heading in the direction the man in black had fled. "Master, what is happening?" Yuxian exclaimed in horror, as did the surrounding elders, who recoiled in fright. Chapter 54. This girl is truly beautiful. As the crowd remained vigilant and prepared for any eventuality, the black flame surged above their heads, racing towards the direction of the fleeing figure clad in black. The fleeing individual, acutely aware of the pursuing black flame, did not hesitate and pushed their speed to the utmost limit. They sensed that pausing would equate to certain death. Doubts crept into their mind, questioning whether their companions had also fallen victim to this ominous flame. What on earth is this? How could such a thing exist in this place? The figure muttered as they ran. The black flame was none other than the manifestation of the black flame demon lord. It seemed the demon lord had no intention of dragging things out. Completing the task swiftly was paramount, for upon return, the consequences of failure were uncertain and potentially dire. With this thought, the black mist conjured by the demon lord surged forth with renewed vigor, enveloping the black-clad figure. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." The fleeing individual realized that merely running was futile. No matter how swift they were, they remained tethered to the ground, while the black flame soared through the air. Thunderous roars echoed, as every attempt to counter the black flame proved ineffective. All assaults were devoured the moment they were launched. What sort of monster is this? Fear gripped the figure's heart. Despite their desperate efforts to escape, it felt like a futile struggle against an insurmountable obstacle. Within mere moments, the black figure was consumed by the black flame, reduced to mere ashes. After vanquishing the adversary, the black flame demon lord prepared to depart. However, upon gliding past the heads of the members of the Jade Hua sect, he paused. The members of the Jade Hua sect held their breath in trepidation, surrounded by a multitude of black flames. It seemed that even the slightest movement would lead to their demise. In that moment, they were drenched in sweat, not daring to utter a word, silently observing the black flame as it transformed into a humanoid figure. The fully manifested shadow of the black flame demon lord scrutinized the members of the Jade Hua sect. Not only the elders, but even the usually composed Ye Nan and Ye Xiaozi were visibly shaken, their legs trembling. They had never anticipated that this black flame could metamorphose so intricately, its power terrifying enough to obliterate solid-stage cultivators as easily as one might crush a chick. Unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the black flame demon lord, Ye Xiaozi quickly bowed, speaking with respect, "Elder, may I inquire what brings you to our humble sect?" The other elders followed suit, some trembling so much they lost their balance and fell to the ground. "What a stunning girl!" The black flame demon lord, seemingly unperturbed by Ye Xiaozi's words, instead turned his gaze towards Ye Nan. After uttering this remark, he slowly approached her. Ye Nan's face turned pale with fear. She wished to retreat, yet felt as if her body was frozen in place. Ye Xiaozi, alarmed, instinctively stepped in front of Ye Nan, continuing, "Elder, if there is anything you require, I am at your service." In a bid to divert attention, Ye Xiaozi forced a smile and bowed deeply. Seeing Ye Xiaozi's actions, the black flame demon lord remained indifferent, sighing, "What a pity. If you weren't associated with that person, I would have gladly taken you under my wing." The demon lord had noticed Ye Nan frequently visiting Ye Nan. Had it not been for his apprehension towards Ye Nan and the formidable figure in the wardrobe, he would have claimed Ye Nan days ago. Upon hearing the black flame demon lord's words, both Ye Nan and Ye Xiaozi felt a jolt of fear and astonishment. Who exactly was this individual the demon lord referred to, and what was their connection to Ye Nan? After much contemplation, they realized that the only person who could be deemed a formidable figure was Ye Nan, who had recently arrived at the Jade Hua sect. This realization sent a shiver down their spines. Ye Nan wished to inquire further, but the looming shadow of the black flame left her hesitant to speak out. On the other hand, Ye Xiaozi pondered for a moment before deciding to ask, "Elder, is the person you mentioned the esteemed Yi from the southern peak?" His heart raced with anxiety, fearing that the shadow before him might take offense and eliminate him without a second thought. To their astonishment, the black flame demon lord responded, "Indeed, I have often seen this lovely girl out and about, and I have longed to engage her in conversation." Upon hearing this, Ye Nan instinctively recoiled further. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the leader of a sect, appearing instead as a vulnerable girl in need of protection. Simultaneously, the astonishment among the crowd intensified. They had not anticipated that the shadow before them was indeed a protector sent by Ye Nan. "Elder, then we are allies." Ye Xiaozi quickly sought to ingratiate himself. Who exactly was this Ye? To command such a powerful ally, could he possibly be a heavenly profound realm expert? Ye Xiaozi's mind raced with excitement. Their sect not only had a potential earth profound realm expert, but possibly even a heavenly profound realm guardian. Hearing Ye Xiaozi's attempts to curry favor, the black flame demon lord remained unfazed, instead inquiring, "Which region is this?" His primary motive for stopping was to ascertain his location, while also taking a moment to admire Ye Nan. Upon hearing the demon lord's question, Ye Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly relayed the information with utmost clarity. "The southern region? How'd I end up here? This is vexing." The black flame demon lord expressed his frustration. "I'll forget it. I shall take my leave." With that, he transformed back into black flames and soared towards the southern peak. As the direction of his departure became clear, the members of the Jade Hua sect confirmed that he was indeed an envoy from Ye Nan. Once the black flame demon lord departed, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Ye Nan nearly lost her balance. Just moments earlier, she had been terrified. Had it not been for the connection to Ye Nan, her fate, and that of the Jade Hua sect, might have been sealed. Yu Xian, are you all right? Yu Xiaozi rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. Elder, I'm fine, but that earlier figure. Yu Xian attempted to voice her thoughts. Yu Xiaozi swiftly interrupted. Do not speak of it. Such powerful beings are not for us to discuss. Realizing the weight of his words, Yu Xian promptly fell silent. However, despite the fright, this encounter could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for the Jade Hua sect. Yu Xiaozi's excitement was palpable. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha! To hell with the Chu family. With Elder Yi on our side, we shall inevitably crush them. Yu Xian and the elders exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of incredulity. Chapter 55, Great One, spare me. However, the words of Yu Xiaozai, though seemingly coarse, contained an undeniable truth. Ye Nan's strength surpassed their previous estimations. After a moment of indulgence, Yu Xiaozai appeared to have an epiphany, turning to scrutinize Yu Xian. She studied Yu Xian intently, nodding at times and shaking her head at others, making Yu Xian feel increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. With confusion etched on her face, Yu Xian inquired, Ancestor, what is the matter? You should spend more time with Senior Yi, leaving the sex affairs to your subordinates. Also, wear less clothing. Don't always wrap yourself up so tightly. Otherwise, how would Senior Yi take notice of you? Yu Xiaozai, resembling a seasoned mentor, earnestly advised Yu Xian. Upon hearing Yu Xiaozai's words, Yu Xian's face flushed instantly. Ancestor, what are you saying? She retorted, shooting a glare at Yu Xiaozai. Having said her piece, Yu Xian hastily fled the scene. Hey, Yu Xian, I'm speaking the truth. You should seriously consider it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yu Xiaozai called out after her. Her shout left the surrounding elders at a loss for words. Yu Xian rushed back to her quarters, slamming the door shut. She promptly sat on the edge of her bed, her delicate hands caressing her flushed cheeks. In that moment, she resembled an innocent girl, bewildered by her feelings. Ancestor is utterly inappropriate, Yu Xian muttered under her breath, though her body betrayed her thoughts. Rising, she approached a wardrobe at the side of the room. Upon opening it, she discovered a plethora of garments, all similar to what she was currently wearing. However, one particular dress, hanging at the back, appeared to have been there for quite some time. It was a striking red gown, distinctly different from the others. I wonder if Senior Yi would like this, Yu Xian mused as she fondled the fabric. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to try it on. Moments later. Upon gazing into the mirror, Yu Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, there was a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. No longer did she embody the authoritative sect leader. Instead, she resembled a captivating enchantress. The alluring dress accentuated her curves, her long, fair legs tantalizingly visible, promising to entice many men. Meanwhile, atop Nan Peak, the Black Flame Demon Lord, having just landed, respectfully addressed the room housing the wardrobe. Great One, I have completed my task. I have dealt with those two individuals. But in the next instant, a formless force sent the Black Flame Demon Lord flying, crashing him into the ground with a resounding thud. The sudden occurrence left even the formidable Black Flame Demon Lord momentarily stunned. This blow nearly caused his heart to burst from shock. Nevertheless, he disregarded his injuries and scrambled to his feet. Thud! The Black Flame Demon Lord knelt down, trembling all over. Great One, I was wrong. Spare me, he pleaded, unsure why the figure in the wardrobe had turned against him. Regardless of the reason, he believed that admitting his mistake and begging for mercy was his best course of action. Yet, as he knelt there, he received no response. Nor did the Great One strike him again. He waited in anxious silence, the dawn approaching. Panic began to set in. He dare not rise, fearing the wardrobe's occupant's wrath could spell his doom. As he pondered, an eerie voice pierced his thoughts. Why are you still kneeling? Seeking death? Yes, yes. The Black Flame Demon Lord was relieved to hear the Great One speak. Whoosh! He transformed back into a black orb and zipped back to Linglong's room. However, upon his return, he was taken aback. Linglong sat on the edge of her bed, staring intently at him. Where have you been at this late hour? She questioned, her gaze unwavering. The Black Flame Demon Lord, at a loss for words, realized he could neither speak nor reveal his form without the wardrobe's permission. Thus, he could only tremble in silence. Seeing the quivering orb, Linglong seized it, mimicking Ye Nan's mannerisms as she examined the black sphere. If only you could talk. If you keep shaking like this, what if you break? She lamented after a prolonged observation. The black flame demon lord could only respond with silent exasperation. Before long, dawn broke. Ye Nan, unusually awake early, opened his door, only to be greeted by a disheartening sight. What the hell? Who's been digging up my home? He exclaimed, dismayed by the numerous craters before his dwelling. Hearing Ye Nan's voice, the two individuals in the know lay still, pretending not to hear. Ling Long and Gu Chen emerged, startled by the sight of the many pits in the courtyard. By the way, Ling Long, did you hear any strange noises last night? How did these holes appear? Ye Nan inwuded. I didn't hear anything, Ling Long replied, tapping her head in curiosity. What about you, disciple? Did you hear anything? Ye Nan turned to Gu Chen. I heard some sounds, but they quickly faded away, Gu Chen replied, choosing not to elaborate, as he wished to spare Ye Nan any additional burden. Moreover, it seemed the occupant of the wardrobe preferred that Ye Nan remain oblivious, so he kept silent. In truth, the wardrobe's occupant had no desire to relocate and merely helped Ye Nan muffle any noise. The primary concern was preventing an unintended disaster should Ye Nan unleash his power, potentially destroying the mountain peak. Ye Nan, upon hearing their responses, felt his expression darken further. Someone had invaded his courtyard to dig holes, and he remained unaware. What if they had aimed a blade at him? He understood that despite his current strength, there were always those stronger. It seemed he needed to prepare for sleep in the future. Ye Nan guri majit. Thus, he took up a shovel and began filling in the pits. Meanwhile, Gu Chen returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Everything resumed its harmonious state, as if the previous night's events had never transpired. It was not until noon that Ye Nan finally filled the last pit. If I find out who did this, I swear I will dismantle their home in return. He grumbled, surveying the patched-up holes. Just as he lamented, two figures appeared on Nan Peak, Yu Xian and Yu Xiaozai. They had intended to arrive early, but had waited until noon, considering Ye Nan's penchant for sleeping in. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Jade Fairy at Nanfeng. Ah, you have arrived. From afar, Ye Nan spotted the Jade Fairy and was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, how stunning she is! How did I fail to notice this before? Ye Nan was utterly captivated. Both Yu Zaiatzi and the Jade Fairy noticed Ye Nan's gaze. Yu Zaiatzi was quite pleased. If the Jade Fairy were to befriend Ye Nan, their Yuhua sect could surely prosper further. Yet, the Jade Fairy's face flushed a deep crimson. She endeavored to maintain her composure, but the rapid beating of her heart was difficult to conceal. Ye Nan, noticing the Jade Fairy's apparent shyness, quickly turned his head away. Ahem, may I inquire what brings you both here? Ye Nan feigned an air of aloofness. However, dressed in white, he indeed resembled a figure of ethereal elegance, albeit with a tendency to ramble. Senior, we come to express our gratitude. Yu Zaiatzi spoke with newfound reverence towards Ye Nan, and the Jade Fairy promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Huh? Thank me? For what? It was merely a few martial arts manuals. You have already expressed your thanks. No need to do so again. Ye Nan assumed their visit was to acknowledge the teachings he had previously provided. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Yu Zaiatzi and the Jade Fairy were momentarily taken aback. What does Yi Qianbei mean by this? Yu Zaiatzi pondered in confusion. The two exchanged glances, both perplexed. They had come to thank him for his assistance the previous night. Yet Ye Nan had diverted the topic to the manuals. As they contemplated this, Gu Chen's voice echoed. Master, lunch is ready. All right, I shall be there shortly. Ye Nan responded, then turned to Yu Zaiatzi and the Jade Fairy. Would you care to join me for a meal? With an invitation like that, they could not refuse. We shall impose upon you, esteemed senior. Yu Zaiatzi and the Jade Fairy bowed once more. Before they could enter, they spotted Ling Long already seated in a lounge chair, a large bowl of food in hand, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Seeing this, Ye Nan's lips twitched. Soon, the group gathered around a table to eat. Yu Zaiatzi and the Jade Fairy occasionally caught Gu Chen casting glances their way, quickly discerning the implications of last night's events. Yu Zaiatzi chose not to bring it up again, while Ye Nan couldn't help but steal glances at the Jade Fairy, utterly mesmerized by her beauty, especially her long legs. Though Ye Nan had traversed realms, he was only in his 20s, a youth brimming with vigor, and it had been years since he had encountered such an alluring beauty. To not gaze upon her would be a disservice to his own eyes. Watching this unfold, Uzairatsu's smile broadened. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, searching for the shadow from the previous night, though he knew it would yield no results. Meanwhile, the Jade Fairy kept her head down, engrossed in her meal. Her cheeks flushed. Gu-chun, however, feigned ignorance, continuing to eat from his bowl. "Senior, I see that Nanfeng lacks anyone to assist with household chores. Perhaps I could leave the Jade Fairy here? She could also help care for Linglong. Gu-chen's cultivation cannot be delayed," Uzairatsu suggested eagerly, even addressing Gu-chun as little brother in an attempt to further his agenda of keeping the Jade Fairy around. The Jade Fairy made no objections, continuing to focus on her meal. Just as Gu-chan furrowed his brow to retort, Ye Nan's enthusiastic voice interrupted. "That sounds splendid." Without a second thought, he exclaimed, completely disregarding the demeanor of a senior. Gu-chun, caught off guard, could only fall silent. If Ye Nan agreed, he could not oppose. Linglong, enjoying her meal in the courtyard, suddenly brightened at the prospect of the Jade Fairy staying. She would finally have a companion. Noticing his reaction was somewhat inappropriate, Ye Nan awkwardly added, "Well, what about the sect's affairs? Does the Jade Fairy wish to remain at Nanfeng?" After uttering this, he cast a shy glance at the Jade Fairy. Before Uzairatsu could respond, the Jade Fairy promptly declared, "I am willing." Uzairatsu. After this declaration, the Jade Fairy returned to her meal, while Uzairatsu stood momentarily stunned, not expecting her eagerness. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Senior, concerning the sect's matters, I shall assign someone else to handle them. Truthfully, the Yuhua sect currently has no pressing issues." Then it's settled. I shall go select a room right away. Ye Nan's enthusiasm was palpable, having been single for so many years. Perhaps this was the opportunity for a change in his status. "Thank you very much, esteemed senior," the Jade Fairy replied, her face a vivid shade of red. Uzairatsu was elated beyond measure. "No need for selection. Sister Jade Fairy, simply reside with me." At this moment, Linglong entered, still holding her bowl. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Indeed, that makes sense." Ye Nan agreed with Linglong, acknowledging that two girls living together would alleviate any potential loneliness. "Jade Fairy, what do you think? If this arrangement does not suit you, I can find you another room." Ye Nan queried once more. "It's perfectly fine, esteemed senior. I wish to stay with Sister Linglong." The Jade Fairy eagerly responded. Being with Linglong would allow her to forge a deeper connection with Ye Nan, and perhaps, with Linglong's assistance, she might advance in their relationship. With a figure as ethereal and powerful as Ye Nan, who was also approachable, what girl could remain indifferent? Upon hearing the Jade Fairy's affirmation, Ye Nan nodded in approval, making no objections. Linglong, feeling a sense of excitement, realized her evenings would no longer be so dull. After a delightful meal, the Jade Fairy chose to stay, and Uzairatsu took his leave. Life atop Nanfeng remained serene. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, a group of young men wielding long swords encircled a girl exuding an icy demeanor, none other than Bai Ling. As she surveyed her surroundings, a surge of murderous intent emanated from her, chilling the very air around her. "Oomph. The news of your ice spirit sect travels fast. I've barely arrived, and you've already found me." Bai Ling sneered disdainfully. "Oomph. You rebellious one, daring to return. It is fortuitous. We shall take you back and claim our reward." The leading youth spoke, his group comprised of disciples from the Ice Spirit sect. They had rushed over upon discovering Bai Ling's whereabouts, primarily because she had not concealed herself. Otherwise, they would have struggled to locate her. Chapter 57. The Diligent and Disheveled Elder, Is It Merely You? Bai Ling scoffed disdainfully. "What? Still so arrogant after being crippled? Even if you possess some cultivation, I imagine. It's rather limited. I assent to it." The leading youth shared her scorn. Bai Ling, having had her spiritual roots forcefully taken and her foundation destroyed, found it exceedingly difficult to advance further. Previously, they dared not confront her, but the situation had changed. They intended to capture Bai Ling and present her as a trophy. "Senior brother, this is the once renowned daughter of heaven. After we seize her, how about letting the brothers have some fun?" Just then, A lecherous disciple approached the leading youth. Upon hearing this, the youth paused momentarily, then began to scrutinize Bai Ling. In his eagerness for accolades, he had initially overlooked her attributes. Now, observing her alluring figure, he realized that she was indeed a rare beauty. In an instant, the gazes of everyone turned lecherous, as if they wished to devour her whole. Seeing such lewd stares, Bai Ling's murderous intent surged. How had she been so blind as to join such a sect? Capture her! The leading youth shouted. The others, like ravenous wolves, lunged toward Bai Ling. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ling charged at them. She was determined to eliminate every last one of these scoundrels. In a flash, Bai Ling drew a gleaming white longsword, aptly named Cold Light, which she had chosen from Ye Nan's warehouse. The clash of weapons echoed incessantly. However, any weapon that came into contact with Cold Light was instantly encased in ice, shattering into shards. What kind of treasure is this? And you? Your cultivation was supposed to be severed, yet you have reached the gathering essence realm. One exclaimed in astonishment. They were mere practitioners of the spirit gathering and chi refinement realms, no match for someone at the gathering essence level. Yet, Bai Ling paid no heed to their words. Her sole desire was to eradicate them, reclaiming her vengeance. Run, run. Some, gripped by fear, turned to flee. But Bai Ling would not grant them such mercy. Ah! Cries of despair echoed as Bai Ling wielded Cold Light with the ease of slicing through vegetables, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Covered in blood, she had been too enraged to shield herself from spray. Gazing at the lifeless body strewn about, she coldly declared, "Ice Xian, wait for me." With that, she sheathed her sword and departed. Shortly after Bai Ling's exit, a scruffy old Taoist ambled over, picking his nose. "Oh my, what a ferocious girl," he remarked, glancing at the bodies of the Ice Spirit Sect disciples. "So many spatial rings, such a waste. They shall be mine, haha." He began to rummage through their belongings, his glee evident. Once satisfied, he plopped down on the ground to count his spoils. "Why is it so poor? What let down?" The scruffy old man grumbled. Then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes lit up. That girl seemed to have a grudge against the Ice Spirit Sect. Should I follow her and pick up some scraps? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Never mind. That girl has promise, but to oppose the Ice Spirit Sect, she is still far from sufficient. I suppose I shall continue with my grave digging instead. Alas! The old man sighed, shaking his empty wine gourd, lamenting, "When will I enjoy better days? I can't even afford a drink." With his complaints aired, he sauntered off, heading in the direction Bai Ling had taken. Meanwhile, Bai Ling had not strayed far. She remained within the city, now seeking out an inn, having changed her attire. This city, known as Ice Spirit City, fell under the jurisdiction of the Ice Spirit Sect. Though filled with hatred, Bai Ling was not one to act rashly. She understood her limitations. She had no fear of the sect disciples, but if the higher-ups of the Ice Spirit Sect were to pursue her, trouble would ensue. With the secrets bestowed upon her by Ye Nan, she felt somewhat fortified, yet her true strength was merely adequate, and her skills only allowed for defensive counterattacks, which troubled her. Her primary goal was to eliminate the disciples of the Ice Spirit Sect or weaker elders. This would not only hone her abilities, but also instill fear within the ranks of the Ice Spirit Sect. At that moment, within a grand hall of the Ice Spirit Sect, Bing Tai was meditating. Slowly, he opened his eyes, pondering, "Strange, why have I felt so unsettled lately?" "Kumin," he bellowed. Moments later, a burly elder entered the hall. "Sect Master, how may I serve you?" The elder bowed respectfully. "Bing Yuan, what progress have you made on the matters I entrusted to you?" "Ding Dai Inkurit." "Sect Master, everything has been arranged. There has been no news as of yet, but I anticipate updates shortly," Bing Yuan replied dutifully. "This task falls upon you. Be swift and ensure no future troubles arise," Bing Tai stated with seriousness. Hearing this, Bing Yuan dismissed the concern. A disciple whose spiritual roots had been taken and foundation obliterated posed little threat. Nevertheless, for appearance's sake, he maintained his composure. "Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence." Upon hearing Bing Yuan's assurance, Bing Tai nodded, though he seemed to recall something else. "What is Shinra up to?" he queried. "Sect Master, The young mistress is currently accompanying young Master Dong in the garden. Bing Yuan promptly responded. The Dong family possesses formidable strength and boasts a transcendent realm expert among them. If we were to ally with the Dong family, our ice spirit sect would surely ascend to greater heights, Bing Tai remarked, his face alight with aspiration. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove of the ice spirit sect's rear garden, indistinct sounds of passion echoed, mingling with the soft gasps of Bing Xian and a deep, beastly voice belonging to a handsome young man clad in white. Nearby servants, especially the maidens, blushed crimson, unable to lift their heads in modesty. After several hours, the sound ceased. Soon after, Bing Xian emerged from the thicket, accompanied by the dashing youth, seemingly unfazed by the reactions of the servants around them. Young Master Dong, you must support me more in the future, Bing Xian cooed. Nestled in the young man's embrace. Gone was her previous chill. She now resembled a delicate flower yearning for affection. Ha ha! Rest assured, Sister Xian, with me, Dong Ming, at your side, the affairs of the Ice Spirit sect shall become the responsibility of the Dong family, Dong Ming declared, tightening his grip on Bing Xian in an intimate manner. Oh, you naughty man, you've hurt me, Bing Xian playfully protested, lightly striking his chest. Seeing her playful demeanor ignited a fire within Dong Ming, who swiftly lifted her once more, retreating back into the grove. Soon, the air was filled with sounds that would leave anyone blushing. Bing Xian's motivations were clear. The ice spirit roots she had acquired were not particularly rare. Reaching the transcendent realm was her limit, and she could not strive for higher levels. However, with the support of the Dong family, who boasted a transcendent realm expert, her situation would be vastly different. At the very least, she would not have to worry about resources, enabling the Ice Spirit sect to grow stronger. The more powerful the cultivator, the better their innate talents, resulting in more abundant and precious resources. Thus, in Bing Xian's view, the superficial allure of her appearance was inconsequential. On the other side, Bai Ling stood amidst the ruins, bloodied and gripping cold light, surrounded by numerous bodies, all clad in similar attire. These individuals are all disciples of the Ice Crystal sect, and this marks the second batch to arrive today. This place, which was once a bustling tavern, now lies in ruins. Aside from a diligent, disheveled old Taoist, there is no other soul in sight. Everyone fled as soon as the conflict commenced. Even the proprietor hastily rolled up his bedding and vanished, leaving Bai Ling unable to find anyone to seek compensation from. At this moment, Bai Ling showed no urgency to depart. She merely fixed her gaze upon the scruffy old Taoist. The old man, seemingly oblivious to her presence, continued his industrious work, gathering the scattered belongings from the ground. Who are you? Bai Ling finally spoke up. She refrained from taking any rash actions, for she could not discern the old Taoist's cultivation level. Thus, it was prudent to inquire further. Chapter 58. Not even the underwear is spared. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, the disheveled old Taoist did not lift his head, still eagerly collecting the valuables scattered on the ground. However, he did respond, I am merely an old man, just gathering a bit of money for wine. Bai Ling frowned upon hearing his words. It was evident that the old Taoist was reluctant to divulge his background. Nevertheless, she did not press him for answers. As long as he did not oppose her, she had no inclination to pry. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Yet, just as she took a step, the old Taoist's voice called out to her. Child, do you harbor a grudge against the Ice Spirit sect? Bai Ling paused, turning to face the old man. And if I do, alas, the Ice Spirit sect, while not a major power, is not something you can recklessly provoke at your current level. I see potential in you. Why not bide your time for a few decades until you become formidable enough to seek revenge? This ostentatious behavior is ill-advised. The old Taoist regarded Bai Ling with admiration. I cannot afford to wait decades, Bai Ling replied, shaking her head. At present, the old Taoist did not seem to be a villain. Oh, the impetuousness of youth. Do you not realize this path could lead to your demise? How about this? Become my apprentice, and I shall take you to cough. Seek treasures? I will impart all my knowledge to you. What do you say? The old man looked at her with eager anticipation. Bai Ling felt somewhat speechless at the old Taoist's nonsensical proposal. There was something amiss about his suggestion of seeking treasures, but she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, She clasped her fists in gratitude and said, "Thank you, but I already have a master. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. The old Taoist did not seem disheartened by her rejection. In his eyes, Bai Ling was not only talented, particularly with the extraordinary sword she wielded. Who was he? He was a legendary grave robber, capable of discerning the extraordinary nature of her weapon at a glance. A girl of 16 or 17, so brazen in her actions, wielding such a treasure, must have powerful backing or a formidable ally. Yet, in such a desolate place, what kind of formidable figure or power could she possibly have? The old man was perplexed. Shaking his head, he decided not to overthink it and resumed his cheerful scavenging of the ground spoils. The commotion soon attracted the attention of several members of the Ice Spirit sect within the city. Sensing the approach of others, the old Taoist hastened his efforts. In no time, he had looted all the valuables from the deceased disciples of the Ice Spirit sect, leaving even their undergarments stripped away. While these items were of little worth, their quantity was substantial. Thus, the old Taoist felt quite satisfied, as he would at least be able to exchange them for some fine wine. Whoosh! In the next moment, the old Taoist vanished at lightning speed. Shortly after his departure, a figure shot through the air like a cannonball. Boom! The ground was left with a crater. It was none other than Bing Yuan. Moments later, 6 or 7 other individuals from the Ice Spirit sect appeared behind him, likely elders of the sect, albeit of lesser status than Bing Yuan. Upon witnessing the corpses of their fellow disciples strewn about, their faces turned ashen. It was one thing to kill their disciples, but to leave them completely stripped was an affront too great to bear. This is outrageous. Such blatant disrespect. Bing Yuan exclaimed in anger. His overwhelming aura erupted, causing the other elders to retreat in fear. They had initially been discussing matters with the Dong clan in the city and rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to be met with this shocking scene. Go and investigate this matter for me. No matter who or what faction dares to stir trouble in our territory, I will ensure they are eradicated. Bing Yuan commanded the elders in a furious tone. Yes, we will investigate immediately. The other elders, intimidated by Bing Yuan's wrath, hastily dispersed to conduct their inquiries. At this time, Bai Ling had already exited the city. She recognized that the incident had escalated significantly and would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ice Spirit sect. To be on the safe side, she opted to leave the city, primarily out of concern that a conflict might ensue, leading to innocent casualties and widespread destruction. Such occurrences were commonplace in the realm of cultivation, where some malevolent cultivators would even go so far as to annihilate entire cities to satisfy their own desires. However, Bai Ling held a deep disdain for such individuals. Meanwhile, Bing Yuan waited for several hours until the elders returned. "What have you discovered?" he asked, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the elders. Reporting to Elder Bing, we swiftly notified the powers within the city and conducted our search, but we found nothing, one elder replied nervously. A bunch of useless fools. Bing Yuan showed no mercy. When we arrived, these bodies were still warm. It is clear the culprits did not venture far. How is it that you cannot find them? What use are you to me? With that, he struck the speaking elder with a resounding blow. Boom! The elder barely had time to react before his head was crushed, blood splattering onto the nearby elders. The sudden violence left the others frozen in fear, their heads bowed low as they trembled in place. Bing Yuan, however, did not continue his rampage. He merely sought to assert his dominance and motivate them to work more efficiently. Given his standing in the Ice Spirit sect, no one dared challenge him except for the few at the very top. You have one day to identify the culprit, otherwise, With that, Bing Yuan waved his sleeve and departed. The elders seethed with anger at Bing Yuan's rudeness and brutality, yet they had no choice but to endure. In the harsh world of cultivation, survival often trumped personal grievances. Thus, the elders dispersed, enlisting various factions to commence their search. In a flash, chaos erupted throughout Ice Spirit City. Every cultivator deemed unsatisfactory was seized, and those who dared resist were executed on the spot. In this domain, the Ice Spirit sect ruled supreme. No one dared defy them, and most complied with the investigations. Only a few outsiders, emboldened by their perceived strength, attempted to resist, with predictable outcomes. Among the victims was a familiar figure, Lan, who had come to find Ye Nan. She had been comfortably staying in her own room when she was inexplicably summoned for questioning. However, in an effort to avoid trouble, she had no choice but to acquiesce and accept the investigation. Soon, a middle-aged elder, leading the inquiry, approached Lan, holding the inn's guest record. Lan, an outsider? He leered, brazenly assessing her. Though he pretended to conduct an investigation, his gaze fixated on her chest and curves, his intentions all too clear. Noticing the elder's lascivious stare, Lan frowned but chose not to protest. After all, her cultivation was insufficient, and she felt it wiser to endure than to provoke further trouble. Chapter 59. The wooden carving strikes again. Just as Lan believed that the elder would leave after conducting his inspection, his subsequent words ignited her fury. "I suspect you. Please accompany me for an investigation." Although he spoke thus, the lascivious glint in the middle-aged elder's eyes intensified. Lan was well aware of his intentions, to find an excuse to take her away for unspeakable acts. How could she acquiesce? The middle-aged elder, noticing the disdain and anger reflected in Lan's eyes, feigned ignorance, a smirk of sarcasm and contempt etched upon his face, as if to convey, "What will you do? You know my intentions, yet have no choice but to comply." Even the others who were also being scrutinized cast sympathetic glances towards Lan, primarily due to her striking beauty, her figure and visage unmatched by ordinary women. Why am I the only one being taken away? Lan could hardly suppress her rising anger and feigned ignorance in her question. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged elder erupted in laughter. "Ha! Where do you find the audacity to prattle? When I command you to come, you must obey." His demeanor grew increasingly brazen. Having just suffered humiliation at the hands of Bing Yuan, he now sought to relieve his frustrations by abducting Lan. Hearing the elder's words, Lan felt a surge of panic. Her hands tightened around the wooden carving. The elder's excitement grew at the sight of her distress. "Ha! You lot, seize her. Once I have vented my anger, you too shall enjoy the spoils." He ordered his companions, who eagerly complied. Seizing the opportunity to ally with an elder of the Bingling sect, while also indulging in the company of a beauty, Lan found herself encircled by a throng of men. "If you persist in this, do not blame me for being ruthless," she warned, her expression darkening. "I advise you to behave, lest we resort to violence. If you comply and serve us well, perhaps you may survive. Otherwise, The elder's disdainful threat hung in the air. Without hesitation, they lunged at her, seemingly intent on exacting their brutal designs right then and there. However, as they rushed towards her, the wooden figure in Lan's grasp emitted a brilliant golden light. Boom! In that instant, all those who charged were sent flying. The tavern around them became riddled with human-shaped holes, a testament to the force of the blast. "What is this?" The middle-aged elder, too, had noticed the radiant object, Lan's tightly held wooden figure. The others seized the opportunity to flee. Yet, before the elder could further examine the wooden carving, it transformed into a caped figure with a bald head and a vacant gaze hovering in the air before him. The elder was utterly astonished. He realized that the wooden carving was undoubtedly a rare treasure. To his shock, it could also metamorphose into a being. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. The bald figure did not immediately attack. Instead, it swiftly positioned itself in front of Lan, shielding her. "I merely intended to vent my frustrations. Yet I have stumbled upon a veritable prize," the middle-aged man remarked gravely, though his gaze remained fixated on the transformed figure. In his perception, this bald figure was merely an inanimate object, yet he could comprehend the extraordinary nature of its transformation. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, who would have believed such a tale? The middle-aged man, now indecisive, resolutely produced a jade slip and shattered it. Upon witnessing this, Lan felt a rush of urgency. She needed to escape. "Kill him," she commanded the bald figure. At her command, the bald figure finally lifted its head, locking eyes with the middle-aged elder. The elder's eyes narrowed in response. Swish! The bald figure moved with astonishing speed, darting from side to side, creating countless afterimages, making it impossible for the elder, at the pinnacle of the gathering Yuan realm, to pinpoint its true form. Clang! The elder, disregarding all caution, drew a large cleaver and swung wildly at the approaching shadows. Boom! The blade's energy erupted, causing the tavern to tremble and begin to collapse. Yet, despite the ferocity of his strikes, he could not land a blow on the bald figure. In the span of a breath or two, a simple, unassuming fist appeared before him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the fist, the middle-aged elder instinctively raised his weapon in defense. Boom! A punch was thrown. A scream rang out, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, as he was sent crashing backward. At that moment, the crisp sound of breaking metal could be heard. Boom! After being hurled from the tavern, he crashed through several buildings. Now, the middle-aged man lay in a deep pit, resembling a defeated dog, with a gaping wound in his chest, clearly on the brink of death. Even after witnessing such a scene for the second time, Ye Nan was unable to suppress her astonishment. The sheer power of Ye Nan had once again redefined her understanding. Her urgency to locate him intensified. What has transpired? Meanwhile, beneath a tree outside the city, Bai Ling, adorned with a conical hat, heard the tremendous commotion within the city, a clear indication of conflict and of considerable scale. Though Bingling City was under the protection of the Bingling sect, no one dared to act recklessly, unless they possessed immense confidence in themselves or their backing. Intrigued, Bai Ling sprang into action, leaping toward the source of the chaos. Simultaneously, she was not alone in her pursuit. Bing Yuan, having received the middle-aged man's message, hurried to the scene. I wish to see who dares disturb the peace, he shouted furiously as he raced forward. Naturally, many cultivators drawn by the spectacle also made their way to the site of the commotion. The intensity of the bald figure's actions was too great to conceal. Ye Nan grasped this fact and prepared to retract the wooden carving and depart. However, at that very moment, a figure donned in a conical hat appeared atop a building 100 meters away, fixated on Ye Nan. Is it her? Bai Ling was taken aback. She recognized Ye Nan from a previous encounter at a tavern, but had not paid her much mind then, as her attention was solely focused on the Bingling sect. It seems I misjudged. Who is this bald man? Bai Ling's gaze shifted to the figure in the cape. Since her departure after apprenticing, she had not lingered long enough to learn of Ye Nan's possession of such artifacts. Yet the more she observed, the more her brow furrowed. She could sense no aura emanating from the bald figure. Ye Nan, too, noticed Bai Ling but thought little of it. Recognizing from her attire that she did not belong to the Bingling sect, she assumed the woman had merely come in response to the commotion. Almost simultaneously, a robust figure crashed onto a building like a cannonball. Boom! The structure collapsed in an instant. It was none other than Bing Yuan. Chapter 60. The might of a single fist. In this moment, a multitude of spectators had gathered around, their presence palpable. Among them, Bai Ling, who arrived first, naturally caught the attention of Bing Yuan. However, he paid her no mind, unaware that the figure donning a conical hat not far away was the very person Bingling's sect had been relentlessly pursuing. Bai Ling remained composed, standing still as she observed the unfolding drama. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the elder from Bingling's sect, lying in a deep pit, utterly devoid of life. Bing Yuan's expression darkened as he glared furiously at Ye Nan and the bald man in a cloak standing before her. It was you who killed my sect's elder? He seethed, filled with murderous intent. Previously, the elder had failed to provide him with the specifics of the situation, and Bing Yuan was oblivious to the bald man's true nature as a treasure. Ye Nan realized that no explanations would suffice. If she intends to attack me, I shall be compelled to eliminate her, she boldly retorted, unaware of the true strength of the imposing man before her. He appeared to be far more formidable than the elder she had faced earlier. She also questioned whether this wooden statue could contend with Bing Yuan. However, it was too late. She had no choice but to fight. You think you can resist? Just wait to perish. Bing Yuan thundered in response to Ye Nan's defiance. The audience, including Ye Nan, looked on with disdain, though they dared not display it openly, for Bingling's sect was not to be trifled with. Only Bai Ling, concealed beneath her hat, wore an icy expression. In a distant corner, a scruffy old Taoist, sipping from a wine jug, scoffed, Bingling's sect truly is arrogant. He had noted the bald man standing motionless before Ye Nan. Curious, He appears human, yet my senses tell me otherwise. Intriguing. The old Taoist was taken aback. Indeed, your Bingling's sex audacity is shameful. Zhu Lan retorted in anger, feeling no obligation to be polite, especially when there was no escape. Plipala tu di, Bing Yuan proclaimed, disregarding Zhu Lan's words entirely. With a thunderous eruption of power, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, radiating the essence of the 5th level of the Breaking Valley realm. The spectators recoiled, intimidated by his presence. Zhu Lan's heart raced as she glanced at the bald man before her. I beg of you, she implored him. Bing Yuan charged at Zhu Lan with blinding speed, his strength terrifying. The old Taoist hesitated, not out of compassion, but due to his distaste for Bing Ling's sex actions. Forget it. I shall deal with Bing Ling's sect later. Perhaps in vengeance for this girl, he ultimately decided against intervening. As Bing Yuan barreled toward Zhu Lan, her heart leapt with fear, and finally, the bald man sprang into action. He raised his seemingly unremarkable fist and struck. Bing Yuan, dismissively smiling, mirrored the action with his much larger fist. With a resounding boom, one figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently over 100 meters away, causing buildings to collapse in their wake. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd. Such power! Bai Ling's eyes narrowed. Is he truly that formidable? The scruffy old Taoist became serious. Indeed, it was Bing Yuan who was sent flying. Damn it! He groaned as he struggled to rise from the rubble. His earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by shock. His arm was shattered from the impact, and he glared in fear and fury at the bald man. How could such a powerful being exist in the city aside from my Bing Ling sect? He seethed. Zhu Lan, quali astonits, had previously worried that the wooden statue would not suffice. What she had witnessed was a complete annihilation of her expectations. Who on earth is this formidable figure? She pondered, the image of Ye Nan flashing through her mind. Suddenly, a jade slip materialized in Bing Yuan's hand, just as he prepared to shatter it and call for reinforcements. An astonishing scene unfolded. The bald man began to radiate a golden light. In the next moment, just when Bing Yuan thought the bald man would attack him again, the figure transformed into a small wooden statue, crashing to the ground. Zhu Lan's heart sank. She quickly retrieved the nearly shattered statue, realizing its limitations. Despite its fragile state, she cradled it protectively, fearing its loss. Oblivious to the greedy eyes surrounding her, it became evident to all that the bald man was not human, but a transformed treasure. However, it seemed that, for some reason, it could not be utilized at the moment. Others speculated that Zhu Lan lacked the strength to wield such a magical artifact for an extended period. Bai Ling was also taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. After all, the secret Ye Nan had shared with her was equally extraordinary. In this vast world, anything was possible. Oh, what a treasure! In my lifetime of digging, I've never encountered anything like this. The scruffy old Taoist's eyes sparkled with greed. It was no wonder he had failed to sense the aura emanating from the bald man earlier. He began to pace, eager to seize this opportunity. As long as this girl survives today, I shall persuade her to part with it. He mused. Among all present, none felt more astonished or consumed by greed than Bing Yuan. Ha ha ha. I knew there was something peculiar about that bald man's aura. It was a treasure. Now it seems you can hardly sustain it. Bing Yuan laughed maniacally, even putting away the jade slip meant for summoning aid. He intended not only to claim this opportunity for himself, but also to kill Zhu Lan personally. With the treasure out of her reach, he believed he could easily overpower her. As he approached with a menacing grin, Zhu Lan was genuinely terrified, retreating in fear. The more frightened she appeared, the more exhilarated Bing Yuan became. Rather than swiftly dispatching her, he savored the thrill of her terror, inching closer. Just when Zhu Lan found herself with no more ground to retreat, a graceful figure with a conical hat suddenly appeared before her. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Bai Ling's hand, aimed directly at Bing Yuan, surprised by the figure blocking her path. Zhu Lan wondered if this person intended to claim her wooden statue. However, seeing Bai Ling's unwavering stance against Bing Yuan only deepened her confusion. She had only just arrived and had yet to make any acquaintances. Chapter 61. If you dare, come and fight me. The appearance of Bai Ling caused Bing Yuan to halt abruptly. However, upon discerning Bai Ling's cultivation level, he let out a sigh of relief, initially fearing that another formidable opponent had emerged. This was not entirely unfounded, as the earlier strike from the wooden sculpture had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Who are you? Are you here to seize opportunities as well? I advise you against opposing my ice spirit sect. Bing Yuan, having learned from past encounters, refrained from immediate aggression and instead issued a warning. I harbor no interest in your so-called treasures. I merely find your ice spirit sect displeasing. Bai Ling retorted with a chilling demeanor. Upon hearing Bai Ling's voice, Bing Yuan's brows furrowed in recognition, though he could not immediately place it. What audacity! I have no desire to escalate matters today. Step aside. What if I refuse? Bai Ling countered fearlessly. You are courting death. Bing Yuan, unaccustomed to such provocation, felt his anger surge. Yet, Bai Ling's subsequent words rendered his complexion ashen. I am indeed courting death. If you are dissatisfied, then come and fight me. Bai Ling continued her taunt. At this declaration, not only did the disheveled old man pause, but the onlookers were also taken aback. Even Zhulan gazed at Bai Ling in astonishment, never anticipating that the previously fierce Bai Ling could exhibit such a provocative side. Bing Yuan, unable to contain his fury any longer, vowed to dismantle Bai Ling piece by piece. How could he, having trained so diligently, ever be so belittled? You shall perish. He raised his right fist, channeling immense power as he struck towards Bai Ling. As his fist hurtled closer, Bai Ling remained motionless, shocking all witnesses. Only the disheveled elder recognized Bai Ling's true nature, pondering her extraordinary capabilities with keen interest. Zhulan, alarmed by Bai Ling's lack of defense, rushed to pull her away. But her speed could not match that of a practitioner at the peak-breaking realm. The fist landed with tremendous force upon Bai Ling's head, unleashing a cloud of dust that sent nearby structures collapsing. This was Bing Yuan's wrathful strike, executed without mercy. Though he had sustained severe injuries and was no longer at his peak, the blow was not to be underestimated. Boom! Just as everyone anticipated Bai Ling's demise beneath the punch, a figure erupted from the dust like a cannonball, accompanied by anguished cries. When the crowd discerned the identity of the figure, a collective gasp resonated. It was none other than Bing Yuan himself, propelled further than before, carving a deep trench over 100 meters long. At the end of the trench lay a blood-soaked Bing Yuan, his arm grotesquely deformed and his legs in a state of disarray, barely functional. Though gravely wounded, he remained alive, his consciousness still intact. Fortunate that he was not at his peak, or he would surely have perished from his own blow. He comprehended the events that had transpired. Just as his fist was about to crush Bai Ling's skull, an overwhelming, invisible force had consumed all of his power and rebounded back upon him. Caught off guard, he had been sent flying. How can this be? I refuse to believe it. Bing Yuan, immobilized in the pit, howled in disbelief. The earlier incident with the wooden sculpture had already been absurd. Encountering such a bizarre event twice in one day, both nearly costing him his life, was intolerable. Due to the extensive dust cloud, the onlookers had failed to witness the true events and merely speculated that Bai Ling, like Zhulan, possessed a treasure. At that moment, their eyes glistened with greed. A treasure capable of injuring a peak-breaking practitioner was indeed a rare opportunity. The disheveled old man, who had witnessed the unfolding scene, now regarded Bai Ling with newfound gravity, abandoning his previous levity. While he had accepted the absurdity of a treasure transforming into a human, he could not fathom how Bai Ling had inflicted such severe damage upon Bing Yuan without any apparent action. Zhulan, meanwhile, stood in stunned silence, having thought her wooden sculpture unique, now realizing that the woman before her, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, was equally extraordinary. Is my master's secret technique truly this formidable? Bai Ling mused, momentarily astonished before regaining her composure. There was now a more pressing matter at hand, to eliminate the severely injured Bing Yuan. Without hesitation, Bai Ling drew her sword and approached him. The onlookers, their gazes flickering, understood her intent. Some considered aiding Bing Yuan, hoping to align themselves with the Ice Spirit sect, while others aimed to seize the treasure from Bai Ling once she had dispatched him. The sword in Bai Ling's hand glimmered ominously, emitting a chilling aura that had gone unnoticed until now. Those who dared to defy her were met with her fierce proclamation that echoed through the air. What are you planning? Bing Yuan, now panicking, could only move his mouth, his limbs rendered useless. What do you think? I intend to kill you, Bai Ling declared coldly. I bear you no grudge. Just take that woman and leave me be. Otherwise, my ice spirit sect shall not spare you. Bing Yuan, instinctively retreating while gazing at Bai Ling in terror. Bai Ling, uninterested in further dialogue, unleashed a stroke of her sword. Crack! Ah! Bing Yuan cried out in agony as one of his legs was severed. Yet, Bai Ling did not immediately end his life. She sought to inflict upon him the pain she had endured at the hands of the ice spirit sect. Crack, crack! With several more strokes of her sword, Bing Yuan was left a mere shadow of his former self. Kill me. Just end my suffering, he implored, unable to bear the torment and humiliation any longer. Witnessing Bai Ling's ruthless methods, the crowd gasped in horror. Many who had contemplated seizing her treasure abandoned their intentions, while a few stubborn souls clung to the belief that fortune favored the bold. Ignoring Bing Yuan's cries, Bai Ling approached him, sword in hand, crouching before him. At that moment, Bing Yuan's fear reached its zenith. He regretted his earlier greed, realizing he had squandered even the chance to shatter his communication jade. Chapter 62. Do you want to see it? I won't show you. Before the icy Yuan, Bai Ling coldly declared, You just claimed that we have no grievances. I shall now demonstrate whether we indeed have enmity. With that, she cautiously lifted the delicate veil from her hat, revealing a glimpse of her visage. While others could not see, Bing Yuan observed clearly, his pupils constricting in shock. At last, he comprehended why Bai Ling's voice had sounded familiar. She was the very person his cold sect had relentlessly pursued. It's you? How is this possible? You have been rendered useless. Bing Yuan's teeth clenched in disbelief. Not only that, but he desperately sought to retrieve a communication jade slip, intent on alerting his sect that Bai Ling had not only regained her strength, but had also become more enigmatic. If they did not eliminate her beforehand, the consequences would be dire. However, to Bai Ling, his frantic movements appeared as nothing more than a dying struggle. Without further hesitation, she struck down with her sword. With a sickening thud, a massive head rolled aside. Despite this, Bing Yuan's eyes remained wide open in shock, refusing to close even in death. It was truly infuriating for a practitioner of the pill condensation realm to be slain by one of the gathering essence realm. As the onlookers witnessed Bai Ling's act of slaughter, their gazes flickered with excitement. Ha ha! The treasure is mine now. In that moment, a figure surged through the crowd towards Zhulan. Seeking death, Bai Ling's expression turned cold. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light shot forth, instantly dispatching the assailant. Though merely a gathering spirit realm practitioner, he was still stronger than Zhulan. This scene was merely the beginning. All gazes turned malevolently toward Bai Ling and Zhulan. Previously wary of the ice spirit sect, they now feared nothing and sought only blood and treasure. Among them were many at the gathering essence realm. What should we do? Zhulan rushed to Bai Ling's side. Without her wooden sculpture, she felt powerless. She had yet to exact her revenge or find Ye Nan, and she did not wish to perish here. What other choice was there but to fight their way out? Bai Ling remained unfazed. Hearing her words, Zhulan was taken aback. How could a practitioner manage to escape? Just as they prepared to break through, a tremendous force erupted in the arena, creating a cloud of dust that obscured vision. Instantly, chaos ensued, with coughing echoing throughout as many were choked. Unbeknownst to them, a spectral figure weaved through the crowd, drawing no attention. The disheveled old sage swiftly grasped Bai Ling and Zhulan, making a hasty retreat. Neither Bai Ling nor Zhulan had time to react before they felt their wrists firmly seized by an overwhelming force. When the dust settled, the silhouettes of Bai Ling and Zhulan had vanished. Damn it, they've escaped, someone shouted in anger. Despite the frustration, the crowd did not linger and dispersed rapidly in search of the two women. Meanwhile, the old sage had led them to a forest outside the city. Oh dear, this old man is utterly exhausted, he declared, unceremoniously plopping down onto the ground. Why did you save us? Bai Ling recognized the old sage during their flight. Zhulan, curious, regarded him with intrigue. Hehe, I found you both to be quite pleasing, the old sage replied, then turned his gaze to Zhulan. By the way, may I have a glimpse of your treasure? Upon hearing this, Both women instantly became vigilant. Hey, no need to be so wary. I'm simply curious. After all, I did save you, didn't I? The old sage looked exasperated at their suspicion. I possess no treasure, only this sword. Do you wish to see it? Bai Ling replied, with an impassive expression directed at the old sage. Yes, yes, I want to see it. The old sage rubbed his hands together eagerly, fixated on the cold light emanating from Bai Ling's sword. I shall not show you. Bai Ling remained cautious, uncertain of the old sage's intentions. The old sage was momentarily taken aback by her response, his cheerful demeanor abruptly frozen. Ye Nan, witnessing this exchange, found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Bai Ling removed her hat, revealing her striking features. Ye Nan was surprised that such an enchanting woman could behave in such a manner. The old sage, resigned, shot a pitiful glance at Ye Nan. With no other option, Ye Nan decided to show him the wooden sculpture, acknowledging that he had indeed saved them. Moreover, the sculpture was already broken and of no use to her. She merely wished to retain it as a memento. Noticing Ye Nan's intention, Bai Ling quickly interjected. Do not show him. Who knows what his true motives are? Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, the old sage's expression darkened, as if he had just tasted something foul. Hey, why must you be like this? If you want to show me, why must you stop her? He grumbled, visibly displeased. You must be quite powerful, hidden beneath your facade. Why not just seize it directly? Are you trying to deceive us? Bai Ling expressed her thoughts candidly, taken aback by her words. The old sage raised an eyebrow, but replied, This old man does not engage in such nefarious dealings. My apologies, my apologies. He concluded with an incantation that sounded somewhat ceremonial. Rest assured, if he truly intended to harm us, he wouldn't be conversing with us. Moreover, my treasure has become useless just moments ago. Ye Nan reassured Bai Ling, understanding the reasoning. Bai Ling stepped aside. Here, elder, take this. Ye Nan offered the small wooden sculpture to the old sage. Bai Ling, too, was curious, gazing at the tiny figure being presented. The old sage gingerly accepted the wooden sculpture, scrutinizing it closely. Is this all there is to it? He mused, furrowing his brow. He had encountered numerous treasures, yet this simple wooden object appeared entirely ordinary. However, having witnessed the earlier events, he pondered, perhaps his eyes failed to discern its hidden significance. Even Bai Ling shared this sentiment. Had she not witnessed the previous display of power, she would have struggled to connect the formidable bald man with this wooden figure. The sculpture indeed resembled the bald man in a cloak. Where did you acquire this wooden figure? Bai Ling inquired directly. Though her question may have seemed presumptuous, her curiosity was insatiable. Ye Nan, however, did not shy away from the truth. It was a gift from a senior I encountered by chance. A senior? Do you know how powerful he was? What did he look like? Can we find him again? Please tell me. The old sage was visibly intrigued. Chapter 63. Have you been deceived? Upon hearing the words of the disheveled old Taoist, Ye Nan hesitated. In truth, Bai Ling also harbored curiosity about the strength of one who possessed such an object. If you're unwilling to speak, then so be it. I shan't press you further. Let us consider it as me saving you for no reason. The old Taoist spoke with a hint of melancholy. The two women exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his remarks. Was this not a form of pressing? Realizing the weight of her own silence, Ye Nan conceded. His surname is Ye. He appears to be at the Qi refining stage, and he has a little girl by his side. Ye Nan opted for brevity, wary of revealing too much. One can never be too careful. What if this scruffy Taoist sought to cause trouble for Ye Nan? The old Taoist's expression darkened at Ye Nan's words. Qi refining stage? Surname Ye, accompanied by a little girl? He could easily find a multitude of such individuals out there. The Taoist suspected Ye Nan was deceiving him. Yet, Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with realization. By her estimation, the description perfectly aligned with her master, Ye Nan. Before she could delve deeper in her thoughts, the old Taoist's wary voice interrupted. Who goes there? The two women's faces paled, and they quickly turned to glance behind them, only to find an unsettling stillness. Not even a bird in sight. A sudden understanding passed between them, and they exchanged a look before turning back. To their astonishment, the old Taoist had vanished. See? You've been deceived. I told you that old man was no good. Bai Ling shot a disapproving look at Zhu Lan. The latter's expression was ashen, realizing her folly. Frequenting the riverbank, I was indeed pecked by an eagle today. Although the wooden carving had lost its charm, it was still an item of significance from Ye Nan. To lose it so easily felt like a betrayal. Noticing Zhu Lan's distress, Bai Ling offered a word of comfort. Be more cautious in the future. They had no intention of confronting the old Taoist to reclaim the wooden carving. Their current capabilities were far too inadequate for such an endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Lan inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I am grateful for your assistance, dear lady. My strength is limited, and I do not know how to repay you, so please accept my spatial ring. Bai Ling regarded Zhu Lan with surprise, but refrained from accepting the gift. Instead, she inquired curiously, what is it that you seek from the elder who gifted you the wooden carving? Bai Ling nearly revealed too much, as she was still uncertain about Zhu Lan's intentions. However, acquiring an object from her master suggested that Zhu Lan might not be a malicious individual. Bai Ling was taken aback to discover that her master possessed such a treasure, which she had previously been unaware of and could so freely bestow it upon others. I previously received help from that elder, and if not for the wooden carving, I might have perished. I wish to become a disciple under that elder to express my gratitude. Zhu Lan exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Bai Ling found Zhu Lan's fervor peculiar. My dear, please keep that spatial ring. I must take my leave. Zhu Lan in seat. That is unnecessary. Keep it for yourself. My reason for aiding you lies in my enmity with the Ice Spirit sect. Bai Ling promptly declined. Zhu Lan was taken aback. Though her possessions were modest, they represented years of accumulation. Any cultivator would typically not refuse free gifts, except for the technique bestowed by Ye Nan. How about I take you to a certain place in a while? Bai Ling expressed interest in Zhu Lan's situation, deciding that once she dealt with the Ice Spirit sect, she would introduce Zhu Lan to Ye Nan. If Zhu Lan spoke the truth, it would be a boon for her. If she lied, Bai Ling could easily manage her with her superior strength. Zhu Lan, somewhat perplexed, listened as Bai Ling continued. If you trust me, you will not be disappointed. However, if you are unwilling, I shall not press further. Zhu Lan's confusion deepened. Yet, she dismissed her doubts. Bai Ling's strength indicated that if she intended harm, she wouldn't have gone through such convolutions, nor would she have saved her. With no other plans, Zhu Lan decided to find a small town nearby to stay in, proclaiming, I shall settle in a small town close by, and you may come to find me later. Bai Ling was not surprised by Zhu Lan's decisiveness. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I have matters to attend to. With that, Bai Ling turned to depart. Meanwhile, in Ice Spirit City, chaos reigned. Gazing at the dismembered remains on the ground, Bing Yuan and Bing Tai wore grim expressions. Father, have we identified the perpetrator? Bing Xian asked, standing beside a young man and a finely dressed elder, Dong Ming and his protector. Dong Ming observed the scene with intrigue. I have not found them. I've questioned several cultivators present, and they mentioned 2 young female cultivators, but no further information was revealed. Bing Xian frowned deeply at Bing Tai's words, while Dong Ming's eyes lit up at the mention of 2 young female cultivators. Uncle, do you require my assistance? He inquired, addressing Bing Tai, who would not have earned such a title were it not for Bing Xian's presence. Bing Tai quickly masked his gloomy demeanor and replied warmly, There is no need for your concern, Dong Xiao. I shall personally capture those rascals. Feigning indifference, Dong Ming responded, In that case, I shall not intervene. But please do inform me once you apprehend the culprits. I too wish to witness who dares harm those of the Ice Spirit sect. Ding Dai, oblivious to Dong Ming's ulterior motives, clasped his hands and laughed. Of course, that is only natural. Bing Xian cast a sidelong glance at Dong Ming, but chose to remain silent. She had clearly discerned his true character. As long as he could aid her in gaining strength, she would overlook his schemes. In a dilapidated, abandoned shack within Ice Spirit City, the disheveled old Taoist was examining the wooden figurine in his grasp. I have scrutinized this for so long. Why can I not discern any differences? He mused, feeling perplexed. Despite channeling spiritual energy and employing various known techniques, all efforts proved futile. Could it be that this object was defective? That seemed unlikely. The old Taoist scrutinized the cracks on the wooden figurine with suspicion. He understood that while some treasures might be powerful, they could also be one-time use. However, this wooden carving was not comparable to those items. It had the potential to transform into a person and engage in combat. Such a treasure could not simply be rendered useless. He remained unconvinced. Chapter 64, Tomb Raiding. At this moment, Bai Ling, having undergone some disguise, stealthily infiltrated the city once more, her intentions quite clear as she made her way directly to the Ice Ling sect's headquarters. She aimed to create chaos within the sect. Just as she stood before the entrance of the Ice Ling sect, contemplating her entry, she noticed several shadowy figures bustling about on the other side of the gate. A frown creased her brow, for one of the figures appeared strikingly familiar. Driven by curiosity, she cautiously approached, only to darken in expression upon recognizing the figure, none other than the disheveled old man. The old man was busy digging away when he finally noticed Bai Ling, momentarily stunned before awkwardly exclaiming, "Ah, you've come too, young lady? Humph. You truly have no shame, even deceiving a woman. Where is it?" Bai Ling extended her hand toward the old man. What are you referring to?" The old man feigned ignorance, hastily shifting the topic. "How about we collaborate? A split of 1 to 9, with you taking 1 and I taking 9. What do you think?" Bai Ling, instantly speechless, was well aware of the old man's intentions. 1 for me and 9 for you? I'd rather not entertain such an offer, she scoffed. In truth, the old man did not genuinely wish to share the spoils. He merely sought to divert attention, and offering a mere 10% was not without merit. Considering Bai Ling's formidable background, he simply wished to forge a favorable connection. 3 for me, no more, the old man insisted. Fine, Bai Ling replied without a moment's hesitation. The old man's expression darkened. In actuality, Bai Ling only intended to stir up trouble for the Ice Ling sect. She could hardly eliminate the upper echelons of the sect, let alone seize their treasures. However, observing the old man's industriousness sparked a plan in her mind. She could drag him into her scheme. Recognizing his considerable strength, what could possibly deter her? Keep digging. Bai Ling smiled at the old man, whose face had turned shade darker. The old man resumed his laborious excavation. Observing his skilled digging, Bai Ling remarked, "You seem quite accustomed to this." "Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? I merely disapprove of the Ice Ling sect's practices and wish to teach them a lesson," he declared with feigned righteousness. Bai Ling remained skeptical of his claims. Thus, under the old man's relentless efforts, they dug for an indeterminate duration, perhaps well over half a day. Finally, as night descended, they broke through. To be precise, the old man had ultimately made the breakthrough, while Bai Ling merely watched with arms crossed. Upon emerging into the open air, Bai Ling was taken aback. "Where have you dug to?" she exclaimed, gazing at the numerous grand tombs surrounding them. Although she had never visited this place, she had spent time at the Ice Ling sect, and it was evident that they were still within its confines. Realizing a troubling possibility, her expression darkened. "You haven't unearthed the Ice Ling sect's burial grounds, have you?" Bai Ling initially assumed the old man had made his way directly to the sect's treasury, only to find himself in a grave-robbing endeavor. "Of course, where else would I go?" The old man shot her an exasperated glance before returning to his task with fervor. Bai Ling chose not to protest further. After all, it was all related to the Ice Ling sect, so she quickly joined in. Goodness, is it truly this impoverished? The old man had unearthed several tombs, only to find them filled with nothing but worthless trinkets. Bai Ling cared little for the treasures. Her sole purpose was to create disruption. She pried open every tomb, regardless of size, smashing the headstones. What a relief. A smile graced Bai Ling's face. "There are no valuable items here. Shall we venture to the treasury?" she inquired of the old man. "Ah, how could I have forgotten that? After digging graves for so long, it has become a habit," the old man lamented. Bai Ling remained silent. Soon enough, the old man, akin to a whack-a-mole champion, displayed remarkable skill and speed, leading them beneath the Ice Ling sect's treasury. "Do you think we'll be discovered?" Typically, these sect treasuries are protected by formations. Bai Ling cautioned. "Uft, do you think I've wandered these years without gaining knowledge? The Ice Ling sect's formations are hardly a concern," the old man scoffed. producing a black compass. Bai Ling eyed the compass with disdain. It appeared rusted and filthy, as if it had just been retrieved from a cesspool. However, the old man cherished it as if it were a prized possession, cradling it carefully. He then made a hand gesture, causing the compass's needle to spin rapidly. Though Bai Ling could not decipher its workings, she perceived it as mere nonsense. Found it, the old man exclaimed a moment later, the compass needle pointing decisively in one direction. Without hesitation, he plunged his shovel into the ground. Crack! The sound echoed, reminiscent of something shattering. Though faint, Bai Ling's curiosity piqued. What was that sound? Every formation has its flaws. Once identified, even the most formidable formations become vulnerable, the old man explained. Realizing the implications, Bai Ling mused, You didn't dig this up, did you? Her gaze fixated on the old man's black compass. Noticing her interest, the old man hastily tucked it away. As if I would covet your filthy trinkets, she retorted, casting an exasperated glance his way. Before long, they pried open the fragile ground and emerged above. The sight of a dazzling array of treasures left the old man exhilarated, while Bai Ling remained indifferent. Although the items were commendable within this realm, they paled in comparison to her master Ye Nan's collection. Are you not thrilled? Are you not excited? The old man noted Bai Ling's calm demeanor. Why would I be excited over these trinkets? She replied tersely, casting him an unimpressed look. Indeed, the old man mused to himself. This girl was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, despite their words, their actions remained swift. Regardless of the quality of the treasures, no one ever complained about having fewer. Chapter 65. The treasury is gone? The furious Bing Tai what? It seems there is some movement inside. At that moment, a guard's voice echoed at the entrance. Upon hearing this, the other guards also began to listen intently. However, after a prolonged silence, they could discern nothing. Are you imagining things? I told you to temper your imagination, yet you refused to listen. One guard glared at the one who had spoken earlier. The treasury of the Bingling sect is guarded so rigorously. How could anyone dare to intrude? Could it truly be a figment of my imagination? The guard who had first spoken rubbed his head, uncertainty written across his face. Be quiet or almost got caught. The disheveled old man shot a glare at Bai Ling. Bai Ling felt a bit embarrassed. As it was her first time engaging in such activities, she was inexperienced. Swish, swish, swish. Under the diligent efforts of the two, the treasury of the Bingling sect was utterly plundered. Let us go, let us go. The disheveled old man urged hastily. Bai Ling promptly followed, and together they retraced their steps. Once outside, the disheveled old man let out a symbolic sigh of relief. Next, the Bingling sect is going to be quite entertaining, he chuckled mischievously. Bai Ling nodded, her face beaming with joy. How about we grab a drink while we wait? Bai Ling suggested, glancing at the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. Excellent. But you must foot the bill. You've benefited handsomely this time. He looked at Bai Ling fine. Bai Ling accepted without hesitation and did not ask for the wooden sculpture back, for she had heard Zhulan mention that it was of no use. Only the disheveled old man clung to it, as if it were a treasure. Soon, the two arrived in the city again and found the tallest tavern, where they drank while awaiting the unfolding events. Although they could not see the entirety of the Bingling sect, they could grasp a general idea. Meanwhile, within the Bingling sect, a group was approaching the treasury, Bing Tai and his companions. Dong Xiao, I recently obtained a rather peculiar treasure from a secret location. I believe it would suit you perfectly, Bing Tai said with a grin, glancing at Dong Ming beside him. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Uncle, a mere treasure cannot compare to the bond between our families. Dong Ming replied nonchalantly. Ha ha, indeed, indeed. This was precisely the response Bing Tai had been waiting for. As long as they allied with the Dong family, the status of the Bingling sect would soar. Beside them walked Bing Xian, who was nestled in Dong Ming's embrace, maintaining a subtle smile without uttering a word. Open the door. Soon, they arrived at the treasury's grand entrance. Bing Tai instructed the guards stationed at the door. Yes, the guards promptly opened the gates. Dong Xiao, please. Bing Tai gestured for Dong Ming to enter. Dong Ming, intrigued by the treasury, stepped in first, wondering what treasures it might hold. However, as soon as he entered the treasury, Dong Ming's smile froze on his face, quickly replaced by a look of fury. seeing Dong Ming standing motionless before the empty treasury. Bing Tai felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, "It seems my collection has truly astonished the young master of the Dong family. Father, something feels off." At that moment, Bing Xian noticed something amiss and alerted Bing Tai. "Off? What is amiss?" Bing Tai was puzzled, still trying to comprehend the situation. Before he could say more, Dong Ming's furious voice erupted. "Is this what you call a treasury?" Realizing Dong Ming's anger, Bing Tai finally grasped the situation. A sudden sense of dread washed over him. Ignoring the furious Dong Ming, he stepped into the treasury. Upon witnessing the barren space, stripped bare as if locusts had passed through, Bing Tai was rendered speechless. In the next moment, his enraged voice reverberated throughout the Bing Ling sect. Who did this? Which scoundrel is responsible? Dong Ming initially thought Bing Tai was playing a trick on him, but now, seeing Bing Tai's fury, he wore a perplexed expression. Bing Xian's face also fell. After scanning the area, Bing Tai finally fixed his gaze on a corner of the treasury. Everyone rushed over. How could this happen? The intruders breached the treasury. What were those guards doing? Bing Tai's expression was one of utter dismay. Meanwhile, the guards at the entrance had also noticed the treasury's state, kneeling in fear, trembling, and too terrified to utter a word. No wonder someone had mentioned hearing noises inside. Had they known, they would have investigated sooner. Now it was too late. Indeed, in the next moment, Bing Tai's furious gaze turned toward the guards. "Can anyone tell me what happened? How'd you guard the door?" His eyes were ablaze with rage. "Sect Master, earlier, we thought we heard some noises, but..." As they spoke, their voices faltered, unable to continue. Swish! Bing Tai, like a wraith, appeared before the guard who had spoken, seizing him. "Then why didn't you inform me? Why didn't you come to investigate?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Bang! In an instant, Bing Tai struck the guard dead with a single blow. The other guards met the same fate under his wrath. "Father, what do we do now?" "I suspect it was those two women who killed Elder Bing Yuan." Bing Xian, quicker to think, was less consumed by anger. "Find them. Immediately issue a command for all sect members to search the city and don't spare the outskirts." Bing Tai was truly enraged now. The treasures amassed by their sect over generations had vanished in an instant. He could not accept this. He now yearned to see the intruders torn to shreds, as nothing less could quell his fury. "Dong Xiao, let Xian'er accompany you. I have matters to attend to," Bing Tai said, clasping his hands toward Dong Ming without waiting for a response before departing. "They've murdered my disciples, slain my elders, and now they've plundered my treasury. This time, whether to the ends of the earth, they shall meet their demise." As he gathered his forces, Bing Tai seethed with rage. How intriguing. If it truly was those two women, it would be quite the tale. "I am eager to find you." Dong Ming, too, found himself increasingly intrigued by the two women he had mentioned earlier, even licking his lips in anticipation. Who could these young women be? Bing Xian pondered. For thousands of miles around, the Bing Ling sect ruled supreme. Who would dare oppose them? Furthermore, they were women. As she contemplated, Bing Xian suddenly shook her head, muttering to herself, "Impossible, that wretched girl has been crippled. She cannot rise again. She may well be dead by now." Chapter 66. Charge forward. "It is urgent to see your master." "Xian'er, what troubles you?" Dong Ming noticed Bing Xian's unusual demeanor. "It is nothing, merely some past memories," Bing Xian replied, recounting the events. Within the Ice Spirit sect, it was no secret. Everyone was aware of it. However, she conveniently omitted the part about her seizing Bai Ling's spirit root. "Oh, such a thing happened? How intriguing." Dong Ming expressed his curiosity, primarily wondering if Bai Ling was exceptionally beautiful, without delving deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Ice Spirit sect. Everyone was fervently searching for the two women who had slain Bing Yuan. The commotion extended throughout the city. Any female cultivator became a target for scrutiny. Consequently, weaker ones, upon hearing the news, hastily fled the city, wary of the lurking predators. At this moment, several lecherous male cultivators loomed before Bai Ling He. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Nearby, a scruffy old Taoist sipped wine, relishing the spectacle without concern. "You must consult my protector if you wish to capture me." Bai Ling promptly shifted the blame onto the scruffy old Taoist. Upon hearing her declaration, The old man was rendered speechless. Do not heed her. We are merely sharing a drink. He hastily waved his hands. Nevertheless, those with intentions toward Bai Ling were not swayed by the old man's words. Why bother? Let us dispose of this troublesome old fool first. Then we can take the woman, one of them suggested. The old Taoist's complexion darkened at their words. In the next moment, the old Taoist whisked Bai Ling away. Vanishing like a specter, the others were caught off guard. The ice spirit sex blockade was utterly ineffective against the old Taoist. Soon, the duo found themselves outside the city once more. Create your own ruckus. I shall take my leave. As they emerged, the old Taoist turned to depart. Wait, are you not curious about my identity? Bai Ling called after him. Even if I were, you wouldn't divulge it. The old Taoist replied, turning to face her. How about I take you to meet my master? Bai Ling suggested, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, you possess a powerful ally. The old Taoist finally deduced the truth. However, a sudden thought made him wary as he looked at Bai Ling. Why do you want to take me to your master? I have not wronged you. Do not harbor ill intentions. You must be eager to meet the person behind me. Yes, I'm willing to introduce you, and yet you still dither. Bai Ling retorted impatiently. She sensed the old Taoist was no ordinary figure. Presenting him to her master might yield favorable results. After all, the old man had not committed any heinous acts thus far, aside from being somewhat shameless and fond of deception and grave robbing. Most importantly, he had assisted her significantly, granting him a chance for fortune. As for whether he would cause trouble for Ye Nan, Bai Ling dismissed the thought. Ye Nan was formidable, although she had not met him. The treasures and the wooden sculpture she had previously seen were extraordinary, freely given away, indicating his immense confidence in his own power, needing no treasures for protection. What say you? Have you made a decision? Bai Ling inquired, observing the old Taoist deep in thought. At present, the old Taoist was quite conflicted. He was strong but not invincible, with many more powerful than he. What if he went and could not return? Yet if he declined, he might forfeit a rare opportunity. The sword in Bai Ling's hand and the peculiar techniques he had witnessed hinted at the might of her allies, far beyond his capabilities. As he paced back and forth, uncertain of his choice, Bai Ling found the scene amusing. The wooden sculpture that woman possessed was also a gift from my master, she added. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist halted in his tracks, astonished by Bai Ling's words. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me? He hurried over to her side. Do you think I would deceive you? That is also why I have not sought another wooden sculpture from you, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. The old Taoist, now increasingly agitated, pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, All right, I shall accompany you. Not for anything else, but the allure of such a treasure was simply too great. If that eminent figure could bestow gifts, he surely possessed more. However, I have one condition. Before that, you must help me annihilate the Ice Spirit sect, Bai Ling added. She was uncertain if the old Taoist would assist her, given his previous declaration of not taking lives. Rumor suggested that some monks and Taoists indeed refrained from killing. Yet, as she contemplated this, the old Taoist's decisive response startled her. Absolutely. No hesitation. Weren't you just saying you do not take lives? Bai Ling inquired again. No, I meant to eradicate evil, not to take lives. The actions of the Ice Spirit sect are beyond reprehensible. I am merely acting in accordance with righteousness, the old Taoist proclaimed with conviction. Seeing his serious demeanor, one might have been swayed by his words. Bai Ling sighed. In that case, shall we set off? Shall we charge directly, or what? Given the urgency to see your master, let us charge straight in. The old Taoist gestured casually. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled at his words. The fact that he suggested a direct assault indicated his strength surpassed that of the Ice Spirit sect. Very well, since it is revenge. I initially intended to take my time, but an outright annihilation suits me just as well. A cold glint flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. Thus, the pair strode boldly toward the Ice Spirit sect, opting to conceal their presence until they reached the sect's gates. Ice Spirit sect, Bing Xian Bing Tai. I have come for vengeance. Bai Ling's voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of Bing Tai and the elders, who were engrossed in frantic discussions within the main hall. Upon hearing her voice, they were momentarily stunned. That voice! It belongs to that wretched woman, Bing Xian, who was with Dong Ming, immediately recognized Bai Ling's voice. In that instant, a murderous intent filled Bing Xian's expression as she swiftly exited. How interesting. Let me see if she is truly a great beauty, Dongming remarked before following her. Chapter 67. What gift should I bring? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this moment, thousands of disciples and dozens of elders surrounded by Ling and the disheveled old Taoist from all sides. Is it you? I never expected. You are still alive. It seems you have encountered some fortuitous opportunity and restored your cultivation. But so what? In my eyes, you remain but an insignificant insect. Bing Tai was the first to arrive, gazing at Bai Ling with a menacing aura. Not just him. Everyone was astonished that Bai Ling managed to repair her foundation and regain her cultivation. Is this surprising to you? The disciples and elders of your sect, along with your sect's treasury, are both the result of our efforts. Are you angry? Bai Ling detonated yet another bombshell. Upon her words, the entire venue fell into silence. Meanwhile, the disheveled old Taoist seemed utterly indifferent, standing beside Bai Ling and picking his nose. It turns out to be you. You deserve to die. Ding doi. Seething with rage, nearly spewed blood in his fury. Are you very angry? If you are unconvinced, come and fight me. Bai Ling continued her taunts. Come and die. At this moment, Bing Tai had completely lost the demeanor of a sect master. Overcome by rage, she aimed to strike Bai Ling dead with a single slap. Boom! Bing Tai's formidable aura erupted, radiating immense power as it surged toward Bai Ling at breakneck speed. The disheveled old Taoist was about to step in to assist, but Bai Ling softly interrupted, No need. Wait until after this. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, the old Taoist hesitated, sensing something unusual about her and deciding to observe further. In an instant, Bing Tai's attack was upon Bai Ling. Just as she thought Bai Ling would be crushed, her powerful palm halted mere inches from Bai Ling's face. Furthermore, the immense force she unleashed was abruptly devoured by an unseen power. Before Bing Tai could react, boom. Bing Tai was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a hall 100 meters away. Boom! At that moment, the entire hall erupted in a cacophony of destruction. The venue fell silent once more. Even the disheveled old Taoist, watching Bing Tai's flight, felt a jolt in his eyelids. Thankfully, he had refrained from attacking Bai Ling earlier. Otherwise, his fate would likely be similar. He turned to Bai Ling. How? How did you accomplish that? He had been watching intently, but could discern nothing. When you meet my master, you will understand, Bai Ling replied with a sly smile. Should I bring a gift or something? It wouldn't be appropriate to just show up empty-handed. The disheveled old Taoist seemed somewhat flustered. His respect for Bai Ling's master deepened. Never before had he been so inclined to bring a gift. My master seems to enjoy gourmet food, Bai Ling mused, feeling it was reasonable to bring something after such a long absence. After much thought, she remembered that Ye Nan had a fondness for delicacies. Gourmet food? The old Taoist was now troubled. Given Bai Ling's fearsome master, such food would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Where could he possibly procure it? He plopped down on the ground, deep in thought. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the hall, Bing Tai lay injured in a deep pit, her wounds severe and visible to the bone. This is impossible. How could this happen? Bing Tai seemed oblivious to her pain, lost in recollection of the earlier events. No matter how she pondered, she could not identify the source of her defeat. Father, the newly arrived Bing Xian and Dong Ming witnessed this scene. Ding Xun Hu Dorstai assist Bing Doi, stuffing numerous healing pills into her mouth. As the pills took effect, Bing Tai's injuries remarkably improved and her breath stabilized. These pills had been given to Bing Xian by Dong Ming. At this moment, Dong Ming also fixed his gaze on Bai Ling, his eyes reflecting awe, greed, and curiosity. He had seen that strike clearly. Young master, I believe that girl possesses some kind of rebound attack treasure which is exceedingly rare, the old protector beside Dong Ming remarked. Oh, can Elder Wang subdue her? Dong Ming added, seemingly struck by a thought. We should not harm her. Capturing her will suffice. While the girl was one matter. Young master, did you notice the disheveled old Taoist? Even I cannot see through his cultivation. Elder Wang did not act immediately, but hesitated. Oh. Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, Dong Ming finally noticed the disheveled old Taoist. They had previously overlooked him, but now Dong Ming frowned. Elder Wang was a powerful figure in the earth-profound realm and could not pierce through the old Taoist veil, leaving Dongming feeling unsettled. Now Bai Ling, in terms of demeanor, beauty, and figure, far surpassed Bing Xian. Dongming did not wish to let such a captivating figure slip away. He overlooked the furious glare Bing Xian shot in his direction, her eyes filled with resentment and malice as she beheld the elegant Bai Ling. She could not allow Bai Ling to surpass her in any regard. All the good things Bai Ling possessed should rightfully belong to her. This time, she intended to cripple Bai Ling once more and seize the secrets she harbored to regain her own strength. Dong Xiao, could you please take action to capture this wretched girl? Bing Xian dared not approach recklessly and could only seek Dong Ming's assistance. She had witnessed Bing Tai's fate clearly and suspected that Bai Ling possessed some form of protective treasure. Very well. Dong Ming pondered for a moment before addressing Elder Wang. Elder Wang, do try to capture her. After a moment of thought, Elder Wang nodded in agreement. Whoosh! Elder Wang swiftly approached Bai Ling. Who are you? Bai Ling inquired, for she had never encountered Elder Wang during her time at the Ice Spirit sect. He is from the Dong family of the Imperial Court. You wretched girl, why can't you just die properly? Before Elder Wang could respond, Bing Xian stepped forward, her tone dripping with malice and hatred, as if Bai Ling had annihilated her entire family, oblivious to the fact that her own jealousy had birthed this hatred. I have yet to exact my revenge. How could I die before you? Bai Ling retorted coldly. While she spoke, her mind raced, trying to recall which faction the Dong family belonged to. Being so young, her experiences were limited, and her exposure to various powers and individuals had been scant. Only the disheveled old Taoist narrowed his eyes, cautiously whispering in Bai Ling's ear. The Dong family is not to be trifled with. They are protected by a strong figure in the heavenly, profound realm. Beyond that lies the royal family, ruling an expanse of land under their dominion. I have heard tales of something called the Qi dynasty. Bai Ling's thoughts raced as she considered, albeit uncertainly. Is that so? In the Qi dynasty, the Dong family is second only to the royal family among the most elite. The disheveled old Taoist continued to elaborate. He found himself in a dilemma, contemplating withdrawing. Yet, remembering his promise to Bai Ling that he would assist her in meeting her master and gaining favor, he resolved that even if it meant challenging the dynasty, he would press on. In his eyes, Bai Ling's master was immensely powerful, far surpassing the heavenly, profound realm. Certainly not a family like the Dongs could contend with. With this in mind, the disheveled old Taoist steeled himself for the gamble ahead. Chapter 68. The fiery jealousy of Bing Xian. Upon hearing the words of the disheveled old Taoist, Bai Ling furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated the complexity of these factions and worried whether they would cause trouble for her master. Meanwhile, Bing Xian scoffed at Bai Ling's concerns. Do you truly believe you can escape today with your meager strength? If I were you, I wouldn't be so foolish as to seek death so eagerly. Bing Xian's derision pulled Bai Ling back to the present. Well then, let's see who lives and who dies today, she retorted, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her hand, exuding an aura of murderous intent. You all handle the rest. I shall deal with this wretched Bing Xian first. She instructed the others nearby. Fear not. These minor nuisances do not concern me, the old Taoist replied nonchalantly. As Bai Ling prepared to strike, Bing Xian's anger flared. She, too, desired to eliminate Bai Ling and prove her superiority to all present. Do not interfere. I will personally see to her demise. Bing Xian commanded her fellow disciples of the Iceling sect. You may come at me together. Any who dare can challenge me. Bai Ling realized that as long as the essence of the challenge remained unchanged, merely altering a word or two seemed inconsequential. Thus, she boldly proclaimed her intent to all around her. Arrogant, Bing Xian summoned a gleaming sword, charging at Bai Ling with fervor. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Meanwhile, Old Wang directed his attention towards the old Taoist, saying, Allow me to have a word with you. Certainly, the old Taoist replied with a cheerful demeanor. Whoosh! Wang's figure vanished, propelling himself towards the old Taoist. The next moment, he materialized behind him, launching a powerful kick aimed at the old man's head. Yet, the old Taoist stood unfazed, as if oblivious to Wang's approach. Wang smirked. It seems you're not as formidable as I thought. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce kick. To his astonishment, his foot passed straight through the old Taoist form. "Are you seeking me?" came the old Taoist's voice from behind him. A chill ran down Wang's spine as he realized he had merely struck at an illusion. Before he could react, a filthy hand seized him by the nape of his neck. Boom! The old Taoist slammed Wang to the ground with great force, leaving him bloodied in a crater. Tianxian realm expert. Wang's weak voice emerged from the pit. No wonder he had sensed nothing of the old Taoist's power before. He had not considered the possibility of such a formidable being appearing in this place. Boom! Bai Ling repelled Bing Xian with a sword strike, casting a surprised glance at the old Taoist. So this old man is so powerful. At that moment, Bing Xian glared at her broken sword, her face contorted with rage. After only a few exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage, her weapon shattered. Observing Wang's pitiful state, Dongming's pupils constricted, filled with fury. How could a Tianxian realm expert appear in this place? He pondered, though his pride remained unwavering. After all, his family was no stranger to such strength. "Old man, do you not fear offending my Dong family by treating one of us this way?" Dongming approached, his tones still steeped in arrogance. "Are you blind? Did you not see your people strike first?" The old Taoist retorted without a hint of respect. Having already made enemies, he had nothing left to lose. "You." Dongming could only stammer in frustration. "What? Listen well. If anyone dares to act recklessly, I shall be the first to eradicate them," the old Taoist declared, stepping forward with an overwhelming presence that forced those around him to retreat. "Young lady, proceed," he said, turning his attention back to Bai Ling. She nodded, not hesitating to charge at Bing Xian once more. Dongming, now wary, remained silent. His family's strength was significant, but could not shield him from the immediate crisis. With his cultivation at the gathering origin realm, he was no match for the old Taoist. Instead, he wore a grim expression deep in thought, seeing the old Taoist's might. Both Bing Xian and Bing Tai felt a weight settle in their hearts. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Bing Xian was consumed by madness, determined to slay Bai Ling. What does it matter if your cultivation is restored? What possessing a treasure? Strength is paramount, despite her setbacks. Bing Xian clung to the belief that Bai Ling's treasures were the source of her advantage. Crackling sounds filled the air as Bing Xian's aura surged, emanating a chilling energy that seemed to engulf those nearby. Observing this, Bai Ling's eyes gleamed with intent. How does it feel to know your restoration means nothing? You cannot compare to one with the ice spirit root. Bing Xian taunted, laughter echoing in her voice. "I must thank you for this gift, huh?" As Bing Xian's aura intensified, her fellow disciples of the Iceling sect breathed a sigh of relief. They had been intimidated by the old Taoist and dared not act rashly. Yet, in a confrontation amongst the younger generation, even the old Taoist could not intervene without affecting Bai Ling's resolve. The old Taoist was acutely aware of this, noting that Bing Xian's power now eclipsed Bai Ling's. "What? You do not permit that old man to act against me?" Bing Xian continued to mock Bai Ling, her words laced with concern over the old Taoist's potential intervention. "Oomph. Killing you does not require assistance. The ice spirit root? Merely a subpar product. I am grateful you relinquished it," Bai Ling replied with calm composure. Confusion rippled through the crowd. "What do you mean?" Bing Xian narrowed her eyes, sensing an ominous shift in the air. "Oomph. Allow me to demonstrate what true ice spirit root is," Bai Ling scoffed. Crackling sounds erupted once more as an even more frigid aura enveloped the surroundings. Nearby disciples of the Iceling sect found themselves instantly encased in ice. In an instant, the chill radiating from Bai Ling suppressed Bing Xian's own, forcing her energy to recede like a frightened mouse. Bai Ling's demeanor transformed, exuding the essence of a goddess who commanded ice and snow, projecting an aura of sublime authority. "What a formidable spirit root! What is this spirit root?" the old Taoist exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Dongming's gaze turned increasingly covetous, comparing Bai Ling and Bing Xian. He perceived Bing Xian as a mere country bumpkin. Only a woman like Bai Ling was worthy of his pursuit. He resolved to find a way to win her over. "How? How can this be? I have extracted your spirit root. How can you reconstruct it? And even stronger than before." Bing Xian shrieked in disbelief. Even Bing Tai trembled at this revelation. It was evident that if Bai Ling survived today, the Iceling sect would inevitably face ruin. Chapter 69. The turmoil of the Ice Spirit sect. Upon hearing the hysterical words of Bing Xian, Bai Ling retorted with a mocking tone. There are countless individuals and matters in this world beyond your imagination. Someone like you will never comprehend. With a crackling sound, Bai Ling chose not to linger in this futile exchange, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that surged toward Bing Xian. Xianer, Bing Tai, despite his injuries, rushed towards Bing Xian. Simultaneously, deep within the Ice Spirit sect, an elderly figure emerged. He was the ancestor of the sect, exuding an aura that suggested he was among the pinnacle of the Earth Profound Realm, though he had not yet reached the Celestial Profound Realm. In an instant, Bing Xian was rescued by Bing Tai. Ancestor, kill her. Eliminate this wretched woman. I wish to extract her spiritual roots once more. At that moment, Bing Xian had completely shed her previously aloof demeanor, appearing utterly like a shrew. The elder, however, disregarded Bing Xian's shrieks and instead addressed the disheveled old man. Senior, may I inquire if this matter can be resolved amicably? If he could settle this with the ragged old man, everything else would be manageable. What? The younger generation is engaged in a fair fight, and you wish to interfere? What is the meaning of that? The disheveled old man then shifted his tone. A resolution is not impossible. Let Bai Ling take her revenge. Senior, is that not excessive? Bing Tai interjected. Bing Tai and Bing Xian are the face of our sect. Their previous actions may have been misguided, yet Bai Ling is unscathed now, is she not? The elder frowned at the words from the old man. Upon hearing the elder's statement, the disheveled old man was left speechless, realizing that he had previously thought himself shameless. Yet here stood someone even more so. Only Bai Ling's cold gaze intensified. It was then she comprehended that the Ice Spirit sect was a realm devoid of boundaries. What? Are you afraid to fight me? Have you lost your courage? Where is your former arrogance? Bai Ling directed her disdainful gaze at Bing Xian, who was cowering behind Bing Tai. Bing Xian's eyes burned with rage at Bai Ling's blatant words, yet she found herself unable to retort. She had been utterly crushed in their prior confrontation, a reality she could not accept. Young one, do not be so arrogant. Even with exceptional talent, an improving genius is nothing but empty air. The ancestor of the Ice Spirit sect spoke. Were it not for the disheveled old man, he would have long since subdued Bai Ling. What? You refuse to yield? If you are unconvinced, then come and challenge me. Bai Ling stood undeterred by the elder's threats. The elder's anger surged at her declaration. Ancestor, please. This Bai Ling possesses a precious artifact capable of rebounding attacks. Do not act impulsively. Tintoy hastily implored. The elder had no intention of striking. He was merely incensed. He shot a glare at Bing Tai, as if reproaching him for not eliminating the threat when he had the chance, thus awakening him from his seclusion. Seeing the stern expression of his ancestor, Bing Tai was filled with regret. He wished he had pursued Bai Ling personally back then, preventing the current turmoil. Observing the elder's reprimand of Bai Ling, the disheveled old man interrupted brusquely. Enough of your prattle. Have you made a decision? Senior, you may be stronger than I, but this is the Ice Spirit sect. Even if you are a celestial profound realm expert, with our sect's array, it could end in mutual destruction. The elder's tone dripped with veiled threats. What a joke it would be to surrender Bing Tai and Bing Xian. Doing so would render the Ice Spirit sect a laughingstock. Moreover, Bing Xian had the potential to become a celestial profound expert. How could he possibly relinquish her? Indeed, the foundation is as flawed as its upper structure. Since there is nothing left to discuss, let us cease the negotiations, the disheveled old man declared, losing interest in the conversation. He had other matters to attend to, such as meeting Bai Ling's master. Boom! The disheveled old man's aura surged, the celestial profound pressure sweeping across the surroundings. Realizing the discussions had collapsed, the elder bellowed. Activate the sect's great array. Swish! A white light shrouded the entire Ice Spirit sect. At that moment, all the elders of the Ice Spirit sect returned to their respective positions. From the white curtain, beams of white light shot forth, resembling chains that pierced through each elder's body. These chains then converged upon the elder, and in an instant, his aura surged tremendously. Feeling that was insufficient, he produced a jade vial, pouring forth a crimson elixir, which he swallowed without hesitation. Boom! The elder's aura exploded, allowing him to break through the threshold of the earth profound realm and ascend to the celestial profound realm. If you withdraw now, I will consider today's events as though they never transpired, he declared, directing his gaze at the disheveled old man. However, Bai Ling must remain. She is a traitor to our sect, and we have the right to deal with her. The elder glanced at Bai Ling, adding this stipulation. He now felt immensely powerful, even unafraid of the disheveled old man, believing he could even slay him. Nonetheless, the cost was steep, particularly with the recently consumed elixir, which he had chanced upon and deemed extraordinarily precious. He anticipated its immediate use. Yet it mattered not. As long as he captured Bai Ling, it would be worth the expense. The disheveled old man squinted at the elder, now brimming with formidable energy, and frowned. Bing Tai, take Xian'er and leave. Return once this matter has settled. The elder, seeking caution, instructed Bing Tai. I will not leave. I must kill this wretched woman. Bing Xian continued to scream. Bing Tai understood the gravity of the situation. A battle between celestial profound experts was no trifling matter. He forcibly took Bing Xian away. Watching Bing Tai and Bing Xian retreat, Bai Ling did not pursue them, as Bing Tai's speed was too swift for her current capabilities. She had initially intended to eliminate Bing Xian, but was thwarted by unforeseen complications. However, it mattered little. Following this incident, Bing Xian's resolve would undoubtedly waver. To eradicate her inner demons, Bing Xian would inevitably seek her out again, with her own cultivation speed and the profound ice spirit roots. Bai Ling felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Dongming quietly departed, intending to return to his clan and inform them of the events that had transpired here, especially regarding Bai Ling, who possessed an extraordinary ice element spiritual root, far surpassing that of Bing Xian. His initial reason for visiting the Ice Spirit sect was indeed Bing Xian. Individuals with unique physiques were exceedingly rare. He sought to transfer Bing Xian's spiritual root to himself. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the cultivation world, as certain special techniques could facilitate such separations. Bing Xian remained oblivious to Dong Ming's intentions, who now gazed at Bai Ling with even greater greed. He desired Bai Ling's spiritual root as well. As for the old Wang, lying motionless like a dead dog, Dong Ming paid him no mind and departed. Swish! At this moment, a colossal fist imprint gathered above the elder's head, hurtling toward the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man, no longer leisurely, understood the gravity of the situation and prepared to engage seriously. He retaliated with a punch of his own. Upon collision, energy erupted, causing the surrounding halls to collapse. Bai Ling hastily distanced herself from the battlefield, taking a position to observe from afar. Fortuitously, the old man had arrived. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite troublesome. Bai Ling felt a sense of relief. Chapter 70. The defeated Ice Ling sect thunderous roars echoed as waves of formidable energy surged forth, causing those watching from a distance to tremble with trepidation. Truly, the prowess of a celestial realm expert was awe-inspiring. Bai Ling gazed on with a hint of longing. At the center of the battlefield, the disheveled old sage produced a floating dust artifact from seemingly nowhere. Like a sword in his hand, each strike emanated tremendous power. The patriarch of the Ice Ling sect was no less formidable, exhibiting strength that rivaled that of the old sage. Presently, the two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, the old sage maintained a calm demeanor. He was a genuine expert of the celestial realm. While the Iceling patriarch relied on the sect's grand formation and medicinal elixirs to bolster his strength, which was ultimately time-limited. Increase your power. The patriarch bellowed to the elders behind him. They, too, were resolute in their determination. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though the old sage was the aggressor. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, the patriarch's strength began to wane. He had not anticipated that this unkempt elder was so extraordinary that he could withstand his onslaught for such an extended duration. Do you think you are worthy? I am a third-tier celestial realm expert, and you relying on external forces, can barely reach this level. You think you can defeat me? The old sage scoffed. In truth, he was quite astonished himself. Initially, he had presumed that the patriarch, even with external aid, would not exceed the first tier of the celestial realm. But he was surprised to see him pushing close to the third tier. It must be due to the peculiar elixirs, he surmised. As the patriarch's aura steadily diminished, the old sage resolved to end the battle decisively. Enough. I no longer wish to play with you. With the floating dust in hand, he pointed skyward. At that moment, the dust transformed into an enormous brush, and centered around it, a colossal ink shadow formed, stretching dozens of meters long. The old sage thrust the massive ink shadow directly at the high-ranking members of the Iceling sect. Defend! The patriarch, now panicked, shouted to his fellow elders. In that instant, the high-ranking members of the sect hurriedly formed hand seals. The previous white protective barrier of the sect began to shrink rapidly. In a mere moment, the barrier transformed into a blinding light shield, placed before the patriarch and his elite members. The collision of spear and shield further ravaged the already battered surroundings. Cracks began to appear on the light shield. Damn it! Why is this happening? The patriarch seethed with resentment. He had believed that with the protective formation and the elixir's power, he could vanquish the old sage. However, he had underestimated the old sage as extraordinary capabilities and vast combat experience, which far surpassed his own. With a thunderous crash, the light shield shattered. The massive ink blade continued its relentless assault. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. In that moment, the high-ranking members of the Iceling sect were either dead or gravely injured. Even the patriarch found himself kneeling, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. Yet his eyes burned with unyielding defiance. As the battle concluded, Bai Ling stepped forward. The disciples of the Iceling sect, witnessing their patriarch's defeat, had no choice but to flee in panic. Bai Ling paid them no mind. Every sect had its virtuous and wicked individuals. Her primary enemies lay among the core figures like Bing Xian. Girl, how about that? Am I impressive? The old sage resumed his irreverent demeanor. Indeed, quite formidable. Bai Ling conceded, marking her first acknowledgement of his strength. The old sage reveled in her praise, but then turned to the defeated high-ranking members of the Iceling sect. What shall we do with them? This matter originated from you. Some elders were already begging for mercy. Yet Bai Ling was indifferent to their pleas, advancing with her blade. Hanguang. With swift, decisive strikes, she ensured that those half-alive elders met their end. Even the patriarch, attempting to voice a final word, was silenced before he could finish, succumbing to his fate with unclosed eyes. Bai Ling had no intention of conversing. Her enmity with the Iceling sect was one of life and death, devoid of any other discourse. Observing the now desolate and deserted Iceling sect, Bai Ling felt a pang of emotion. Girl, there is something I must caution you about. The old sage suddenly remarked. What is it? Bai Ling inquired, perplexed. It concerns the Dong family. In the heat of battle, I nearly forgot, he replied, his concern evident. The Dong family? A nuisance, but no matter. If they overstep, I shall simply call upon my master, Bai Ling asserted confidently. While she was uncertain of Ye Nan's true strength, she believed dealing with the Dong family would not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, perhaps I was overly concerned. The old sage acknowledged, his eyes brightening. Hic. Now, you must take me to meet your master, he added. Very well. We can set off immediately, Bai Ling declared, and they departed without delay. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, Bing Tai and his daughter gazed at the collapsed Iceling sect, their hearts filled with fury. Bing Tai clutched a communication jade slip, having shattered countless pieces in search of a response from the sect as higher-ups, yet to no avail. In this moment, his heart felt as cold as ice. Bai Ling, you wretched girl, I will kill you. Bing Xian spat through clenched teeth. Enough. We must leave this place, Bing Tai urged, leading his daughter away. They could not return to the sect, uncertain if Bai Ling and her companions might pursue them. Bai Ling, accompanied by the old sage, soon found Zhu Lan in a small town. Upon seeing the old sage, Zhu Lan's expression darkened. Return my belongings. And, how did you end up here? She demanded, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Ling. He wishes to meet someone, and we're traveling the same route, Bai Ling explained, albeit briefly. The old sage felt awkward at Zhu Lan's words, reluctantly returning the wooden carving to her. His primary goal was to meet Bai Ling's master. He feared that retaining Zhu Lan's possession might leave a poor impression. Zhu Lan accepted the carving with great care, cradling it protectively. Thus, the trio set off to meet Ye Nan. Given the distance, they procured a flying beast mount, knowing that even with this, it would take some time to reach their destination. Chapter 71. The true form of the shadow. Nonconformist? Only the disheveled old Taoist felt a hint of anxiety. These past few days, he had been wandering, hoping to stumble upon some rare ingredients, such as spiritual herbs or mystical beasts. It was a gesture, after all, better than going empty-handed. He possessed numerous treasures, yet in comparison to the sword in Bai Ling's possession, they seemed rather lackluster. Bai Ling's master would undoubtedly have no interest in them. Meanwhile, Zhu Lan was somewhat curious about what the old Taoist was searching for, but she refrained from asking. On another front, within the confines of the Yuhua sect, Ye Nan had been indulging in food and drink, spending his days in a state of lethargy. System, is there no task available? Perhaps I should find a disciple or something? I am utterly bored, Ye Nan lamented while reclining in chair. In contrast, Linglong was content with her current lifestyle. However, she often found herself conversing with a black orb, lost in her thoughts. During this time, Gu Chan had made significant progress in his cultivation, reaching the 3rd level of gathering yuan. The chores of washing and cooking had instilled a sense of tranquility within him, tempering his previous impatience. Yu Xian, residing on Nan Peak, wished to share some of Gu Chen's burdens, yet he adamantly refused, insisting on managing everything alone. Left with no choice, Yu Xian resorted to taking over Linglong's tasks, spending her days brewing tea and preparing fruit for Ye Nan. Young master, would you like to accompany me for a stroll? Yu Xian, having grown accustomed to addressing Ye Nan as young master after their interactions, inquired. Where to? I've explored every corner around here, Ye Nan replied, exasperated. Yu Xian was at a loss for words, for Ye Nan's statement was indeed accurate. Just as Ye Nan contemplated this, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A suitable candidate for your disciple has been detected, approaching from 100 miles away. Please prepare to accept them. Upon hearing this, Ye Nan sprang to his feet. Finally, some action, he thought, feeling a rush of excitement. Is someone aware of my strength and seeking to become my disciple? My reputation has spread far and wide. He mused, filled with self-satisfaction. The system, however, remained silent. Ye Nan waited for a considerable duration, yet no one arrived. As night fell, he reluctantly retreated to his room for sleep. What is going on? The system said they were 100 miles away this morning. And now it's dark, and they still haven't arrived? Could they be lost? He nodded in agreement with himself, rationalizing, that must be it. I shall wait until tomorrow. As Ye Nan fell asleep, a sinister sound echoed once more. Ha ha ha. While Ye Nan slept like a log, Yu Xian and Gu Chun, both engrossed in their cultivation, immediately perked up at the sound. Damn it, not again, Gu Chun exclaimed, abandoning his practice and burying himself under the covers. Yu Xian, perplexed, wondered, what is that sound? Why does it evoke such a sense of dread? Just as she was about to investigate the source of the noise, a small hand grasped her arm. Linglong? I thought you were asleep, Yu Xian said, looking at her. Linglong offered no explanation, but whispered urgently, Sister Yu Xian, please go to sleep. Don't investigate. It's terrifying. Yu Xian was bewildered. The eerie noise resonating within her sect compelled her to seek the truth as its leader. Yet Linglong's warning made her hesitate. Despite her youth, Linglong had been by Ye Nan's side and must have witnessed many things. If she deemed it frightful, it must indeed be so. Meanwhile, in the locked room, tendrils of black mist began to swirl, gradually coalescing into a shadowy figure. The shadow stealthily passed through the room's door and cautiously entered Ye Nan's storage area. This storage contained items Ye Nan had collected during his time there, including many artifacts from Earth. The figure, clad in black, peered cautiously into Ye Nan's room before fixating on several garments. Excitedly, it donned these clothes. Once dressed, the shadow transformed into a more human-like form, abandoning its shadowy guise. With hair streaked in red and blue, a face reminiscent of a circus clown, a crisp black suit, and oversized shoes that seemed utterly mismatched. It bore a striking resemblance to the nonconformist from Ye Nan's past on Earth. Clop, clop. The shadow, dragging its ill-fitting shoes, approached the mirror and struck several poses it deemed charming. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, it erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. This sound sent chills down the spines of Gu Chun, Ling Long, and Yu Xian. Even the black orb on the table, transformed from the black flame demon lord, trembled in response. What on earth is happening now? The black flame demon lord lamented inwardly. In Ye Nan's room, a set of bells jingled incessantly, jolting him awake from his slumber. What's going on? What is happening? Ye Nan groggily activated his senses. Initially bewildered, he quickly regained his composure upon noticing the incessantly ringing bells by his bedside. Given the previous incidents, he suspected that intruders had breached his sanctuary on Nan Peak. Therefore, he had prepared accordingly, placing these bells, an artifact rewarded by the system, in both his room and storage. If anyone dared to enter the storage, the bells would sound an alarm. Is this never-ending? This time, I shall uncover which rascal is responsible. Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the storage. Meanwhile, the shadow had taken a few treasures and was preparing to depart when it reached the door, only for Ye Nan to push it open. The moment the door swung wide, both parties found themselves in a silent standoff. Upon recognizing the culprit, Ye Nan's expression darkened, and the shadow, upon noticing Ye Nan towering above it, was momentarily stunned. Yet the next instant, the shadow began to cackle at Ye Nan, its laughter even louder than before. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Ye Nan's face grew stormy. He raised a hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The shadow was sent sprawling into the dirt. I'll show you, ha ha ha. Ye Nan kicked the shadow several times. After venting his frustration, he seized the shadow by the ankle and dragged it back to its room. Bang! Upon entering, Ye Nan flung the shadow into the cupboard. If you dare to run again, just see if I one-tea bury you. Ye Nan was utterly exasperated. Chapter 72. A disciple delivered to the door. Ye Nan closed the door and stepped outside, his expression far from pleasant. He had initially suspected a thief, only to discover the internal betrayal was far worse. Particularly, the figure clad in dark attire was quite the eyesore. Shaking his head, Ye Nan hurried back to catch up on his sleep. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, Gu Chun and Yu Xian were puzzled by the sudden silence. Just moments ago, there had been sounds of shouting and scuffling. Ling Long, I believe I heard the young master's voice, Yu Xian remarked, glancing at Ling Long. The earlier brawl certainly seemed to involve Ye Nan. Sister Yu Xian, it's nothing to worry about. Just go to sleep, Ling Long replied playfully. Nothing to worry about. Yu Xian was puzzled, yet Ling Long's assurance quelled her concerns. Her trust in Ye Nan and Ling Long was unwavering. On the other side, Gu Chun, nestled in her blanket, exhaled in relief. It appeared that her master had resolved the situation. She had clearly heard the commotion. It was unmistakably Ye Nan engaged in a struggle, and she could guess the nature of it. However, the black flame demon lord, perched by the window, was engulfed in turmoil. A tendril of dark flame extended from it, revealing a scene forever etched in its memory. What did it witness? Ye Nan was mercilessly beating a prominent figure who dared not retaliate. Do not provoke him. Do not provoke him. I must keep my distance from such a person. The black flame demon lord thought, clearly referring to Ye Nan. With the shadowy figure no longer causing trouble, the group succumbed to slumber once more. The next morning, Gu Chun was the first to rise and prepare breakfast, while Ye Nan and Ling Long were the last to awaken. Upon opening his bedroom door, Ye Nan was greeted by the sight of Yu Xian, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Why are you standing at my door? Ye Nan inwided. Puzzled. Young master, someone wishes to meet you. A person claims to be your disciple, Yu Xian reported, having received early updates from the sect as higher-ups. It seems someone had come to Yuhua sect seeking an audience, notably a scruffy old Taoist. Initially, there was concern about another invasion. Yet Bai Ling and her companions had been quite courteous, avoiding any conflict. Taken aback by Yu Xian's explanation, Ye Nan pondered, a disciple? Is she a beautiful young girl? He looked at Yu Xian expectantly. Indeed, there are 2 young ladies and 1 scruffy old Taoist, Yu Xian replied, perplexed. Could it truly be the young master's disciples? After all, when Ye Nan accepted Bai Ling, only Ling Long and Gu Chun were present as witnesses. It seems my 3 disciples have returned, Ye Nan said joyfully, having not seen them in quite some time. He did not particularly mind the presence of the other 2. After all, everyone has a friend or 2. Well then, please let them in, Ye Nan urged Yuxian, quickly heading off to freshen up. Just as he began to wash, the system's voice echoed once more. Detected suitable candidates for the host to accept as disciples nearby. Please proceed immediately. Could it be one of the 2 young ladies Bai Ling brought back? Ye Nan mused, excitement bubbling within him. After all this time at the sect, the system had offered no hints until now. The signs indicated that aside from Bai Ling and her companions, no other possibilities existed. Coupled with the system's prior alert yesterday, it was likely that they had just arrived. Before long, Bai Ling and her companions were escorted to Nan Peak by Yuxian. Young master, the guests have arrived, Yuxian announced, approaching Ye Nan, who was still in the midst of brushing his teeth, foam filling his mouth. What? So soon? Ye Nan had underestimated Yuxian's efficiency. In mere moments, they had arrived. He shot her an exasperated glance before turning to Bai Ling and the others. The sight of Ye Nan, with foam still in his mouth, left Bai Ling and her companions momentarily stunned. Is this truly the master of that girl? I can't say I expected this. The scruffy old Taoist thought, doubting the appearance and aura of Ye Nan. However, he chose to remain silent, observing for now. Only Bai Ling recognized Ye Nan immediately. Disciple Bai Ling pays her respects to master, she exclaimed, hastily kneeling. Hey, what are you doing? Kneeling on our first meeting? Ye Nan rushed over to help her up. Foam still evident. Senior. At this moment, Zhulan, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with excitement. Now she understood the meaning behind Bai Ling's words that she would not regret coming here. The elusive Ye Nan she had sought for so long was right before her. Upon hearing Zhulan's voice, Ye Nan turned to her. What brings you here as well? Senior, I am here to express my gratitude. Were it not for you, I would no longer be in this world, Zhulan replied, dropping to her knees as well. What else with all this kneeling? Is it customary to kneel at every turn? Ye Nan quickly helped her up. What's going on? He inquired, looking at Zhulan. After hearing Ye Nan's question, Zhulan recounted all that had transpired. Upon finishing, Ye Nan finally understood why Zhulan was so emotional upon seeing him. As the 4 engaged in pleasant conversation, the scruffy old Taoist felt somewhat sidelined. Ye Nan and the others seemed to ignore him entirely. Ye Nan had already noted the old man's peculiar demeanor, but dismissed it, finding him excessively filthy. Initially, Ye Nan had thought the disciple the system referred to as Zhulan. However, upon checking the system panel, he was rendered speechless. After all this time, it was this scruffy old Taoist. The thought of accepting such an old and disheveled figure as a disciple was infuriating. Nevertheless, accepting a disciple was not akin to seeking a spouse. Age and appearance were less significant. We shall discuss this further later. I have more pressing matters to attend to, Ye Nan said, glancing at Bai Ling and Zhulan. Pressing matters? Master, do you require my assistance? Bai Ling inquired, displaying her understanding. No need. Ye Nan shook his head, then turned his gaze toward the scruffy old Taoist, scrutinizing him closely. The old man felt a chill run down his spine under Ye Nan's intense gaze, as if he were completely laid bare before him. Noticing Ye Nan's interest in the old man, Bai Ling was ready to explain, but before she could speak, Ye Nan asked the old Taoist directly, "What is your name? And what brings you here?" Although Ye Nan was already aware of the old man's details, he felt compelled to ask again, eager to gauge the old man's honesty. I am Mu Beichun. Seeking an opportunity from the senior, the old man confessed, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from Ye Nan, compelling him to be truthful. Chapter 73. The third successful apprenticeship. Upon hearing Mu Beichun's words, Ye Nan nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, at least he is somewhat honest. Senior, I have heard that you enjoy gourmet delicacies. This is a carefully selected demonic beast I acquired on my journey. I hope you will accept it. Mu Beichun, diligent as he was, dared not harbor any doubts about Ye Nan after their brief interaction. The young man before him, with foam on his lips, exuded an aura of terrifying strength. This was Mu Beichun's impression. You possess quite a filial heart, Ye Nan remarked, casting a pleased glance at Mu Beichun. Taken aback by Ye Nan's words, Mu Beichun hesitated, but he dared not speak further. Although Ye Nan appeared youthful, Mu Beichen surmised that he must be of considerable age, simply unchanged in appearance due to his high cultivation level. To Mu Beichen, the aura of Ye Nan's chi refining realm seemed like mere pretense. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, Ye Nan's next words astonished everyone, especially Mu Beichen. "Would you like to be my disciple?" Ye Nan asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Mu Beichen. Huh? Mu Beichen was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Master, you wish to take him as your disciple?" Bai Ling also looked at Ye Nan in disbelief. Gu Chun, upon hearing this, emerged from the kitchen. At that moment, everyone cast strange looks at Mu Beichen. Did I just bring back a disciple for my master? Bai Ling seemed as if she were in a dream, momentarily dazed. Upon hearing Bai Ling's question, Ye Nan retorted, "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" As Ye Nan's words confirmed his intentions, Mu Beichen stood frozen, overwhelmed with delight. Unlike Bai Ling and Gu Chun, he was not on high alert. Thud! Mu Beichen knelt down immediately, his movements so fluid that those present were taken aback. Ye Nan had expected that he would need to exert some effort, but witnessing Mu Beichen's promptness, he felt relieved, saving himself considerable energy. Disciple Mu Beichen pays respects to master. Mu Beichen hurriedly bowed several times. He did not mind the lack of formalities, seeing Ye Nan's superior strength. He felt no shame in bowing to someone stronger. Moreover, he had come seeking opportunities, and now that he had become a disciple, it was all the more convenient for him. "All right, get up." Ye Nan quickly helped Mu Beichen to his feet. In truth, Ye Nan felt a slight aversion, primarily due to Mu Beichen's untidy appearance. Were it not for the system's selection, he would not have accepted him. "Linglong, take this little junior brother to select some techniques and treasures," Ye Nan instructed, turning to Linglong. Linglong glanced at Mu Beichen oddly and said, "Come with me." Seeing his 7 or 8-year-old senior sister, Mu Beichen felt a bit strange but dutifully replied, "Thank you, senior sister. I am your senior sister, and he is your second senior brother." Linglong explained by Ling and Gu Chun as she led the way. Upon hearing Linglong's words, Mu Beichen was astonished, incredulously looking at her. He never expected that such a young child would be the senior sister. However, he did not inquire further. Being able to study under Ye Nan indicated something special. "There, just inside. You can choose for yourself." Linglong pointed to the room where the techniques and treasures were stored. "Thank you, senior sister, for leading the way," Mu Beichen said, bowing to Linglong. In the realm of cultivation, the relationship between master and disciple transcended age, only concerning lineage. Just as Mu Beichen prepared to enter the room to select treasures, Linglong suddenly recalled something and looked at Mu Beichen with a serious expression. "Once you go in, no shouting. It will be too noisy." Mu Beichen. "Shouting? Why would I shout?" He pondered, perplexed. After Linglong departed, Mu Beichen slowly stepped into the room filled with techniques. However, as soon as he entered, he was utterly dumbfounded. He covered his mouth, finally understanding why Linglong had warned him against making noise. This, so many techniques? Mu Beichen gazed at the room filled with piles of scrolls, his mind reeling. He had never seen so many in his life. Without hesitation, he eagerly began to peruse the radiant scrolls, disregarding those that lacked luster. With such an abundance before him, he sought only the best. As Mu Beichen unrolled the first scroll, his mind was struck like a bolt from the blue. Imperial level techniques. His hands trembled. He raised his gaze, surveying the room, and saw numerous scrolls akin to the one in his grasp. Goodness, where on earth am I? Mu Beichen could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet, the next moment he burst into laughter. Ha ha! A fortuitous opportunity. This is my chance. Mu Beichen never anticipated such a day would come. Ah! Meanwhile, Linglong, reclining in a small chair, suddenly grew somber. Well, this time it was not fear, but sheer joy. Linglong rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Bai Ling and Gu Chun were accustomed to such scenes, having experienced them themselves before. Only Yu Xian and Zhu Lan were puzzled. They had never entered Ye Nan's repository without his permission. As for Zhu Lan, her chances were even fewer. Ye Nan, however, felt a hint of enjoyment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. Reward: Chi Refining Level 10, 000, and unlock the extraordinary skill, lightning fast. Ding. Additionally, the disciple Mu Beichun receives the extraordinary skill, facing the gale. As long as he shouts the incantation, he can maintain a certain distance from any opponent, regardless of their speed, which will increase with his cultivation level. Currently, the distance is 10 meters. Ding. Due to the host's third successful acceptance of a disciple, all disciples' training speed has increased, currently at 400 times. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Ye Nan's expression turned grim. Not for any other reason, but he had noticed the implications of the skill lightning fast. It allowed for swift movement, but still relied on running, not flying. Damn it, system. Why not just let me fly? Ye Nan inwardly vented his frustration at the system. The irritation made him plop down onto the chair. Seeing Ye Nan's expression, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Master, what's wrong? Bai Ling was the first to speak, looking at Ye Nan with concern. Oh, it's nothing, just some trivial matters, Ye Nan replied, naturally unwilling to disclose the system's affairs. Observing that Ye Nan did not wish to elaborate, Bai Ling and the others refrained from pressing further. Only Mu Beichun remained in the room, shuttling back and forth between the areas, storing treasures and techniques, exhilarated, feeling that whatever he chose would be insufficient, wishing he could take everything with him. Having dug graves all his life, he felt that what he had unearthed paled in comparison to a mere fraction of Ye Nan's collection. Caught in this turmoil, he found himself in a state of deep imbalance. Chapter 74. Zhu Lan's opportunity. By the way, my disciple, how did you know I had arrived at the Yuhua sect? You shouldn't have known, right? Ye Nan inquired, glancing toward Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. Master, I gathered information along the way. Otherwise, I truly would not have found you, Bai Ling replied, somewhat exasperated. They had only discovered this upon arriving in Yin City, and although Ye Nan went unnoticed, Gu Chun had encountered many during the Four Sects tournament. This revelation surprised both Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, as they had not anticipated that Ye Nan would visit a local sect and appear so at ease, suggesting he was being treated well. Master, have you joined the Yuhua sect? Bai Ling ventured, expressing her curiosity. No, I am merely residing here temporarily. Ye Nan shook his head. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Gu Chun furrowed his brow at the still excited Mu Beichun, feeling somewhat speechless. He set aside his task and approached the storeroom door. Junior brother, have you made your selections? Remember not to be greedy, Gu Chun said with a smile that bore a hint of warning. As the second senior brother, it was essential for him to instill the right mindset in his younger siblings. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Mu Beichun felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Indeed, how could he afford to be greedy? It would not bode well if he left a poor impression on their master. Realizing he had gotten carried away in his excitement, he quickly composed himself. Understood. Second senior brother, Mu Beichun responded, offering a slight bow. Thus, Mu Beichun chose only a single imperial technique and one magical artifact. Yet, rather than feeling disappointed, he was filled with joy. An imperial technique. He had never encountered one in his life, let alone possessed one. If it were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a calamity of monumental proportions. Satisfied with Mu Beichun's compliance, Gu Chun nodded approvingly. Master, breakfast is ready, Gu Chun then called out to Ye Nan. At the sound of Gu Chen's voice, Ling Long was the quickest to respond. The others were accustomed to this routine. Only Yu Xian cast a curious glance toward Ye Nan's storeroom, wondering what treasures lay within. Let's go. It's time to eat, Ye Nan said to Zhu Lan and Bai Ling. Soon, they all gathered around the dining table in the courtyard. Zhu Lan hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately holding her tongue. Bai Ling, seated next to Zhu Lan, seemed to sense her thoughts, but chose not to press the issue. Aware of Ye Nan's fondness for food, she decided it best to finish the meal before addressing Zhu Lan directly. Their relationship had blossomed into friendship along the way. The breakfast did not take long to finish. Once they had eaten, Ye Nan turned his attention to Zhu Lan. Having just heard her speak, he understood her purpose for seeking him out. It was commendable that she had refrained from discussing it at the table, which pleased Ye Nan. When Zhu Lan met Ye Nan's gaze, she felt somewhat flustered, just as Bai Ling prepared to speak on her behalf. Ye Nan initiated the conversation. What brings you to me? Please share your thoughts. Feeling a bit bashful at his words, Zhu Lan had not expected Ye Nan to see through her intentions. With a resolute heart, She stood up and, with a soft thud, knelt before him. "Senior, I wish to become your disciple and repay your kindness." She began to bow her head in respect. However, in the next moment, an invisible, gentle force lifted her back up, preventing her from lowering her head. "Your intention to seek me out is not solely to repay your kindness, is it? Moreover, I cannot accept you as a disciple," Ye Nan stated plainly. Zhu Lan trembled at his words, though she had anticipated this outcome given her limited talent. "Senior, my gratitude is genuine, but I also wish to learn from you, as it may grant me the opportunity for revenge in the future," Zhu Lan admitted candidly. This was inevitable. The path of cultivation was not easily shared, a fundamental rule within the realm of immortality. Ye Nan shook his head and moved to a nearby recliner. "However, considering your friendship with my third disciple, I shall grant you a wooden carving, a scroll of technique, and a magical artifact." "How does that sound?" Ye Nan proposed. Looking at Zhu Lan, he could easily assist her in avenging her family, but there was no need, as he and Zhu Lan were merely acquaintances. Upon hearing his offer, Zhu Lan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "Thank you, senior," she expressed with a deep bow. "Ling Long, please fetch the technique and artifact for her." Ye Nan called to Ling Long, who was lounging on a recliner, basking in the sunlight. "Little Chun, did you hear that? Hurry and retrieve them." Ling Long's eyes remained shut as she enjoyed the warmth. The others were left speechless, while Ye Nan's lips twitched in amusement. Gu Chun, feeling exasperated, decided to retrieve the items himself. Zhu Lan, being an ordinary cultivator without any special physique, will be suited to any technique Gu Chun selected. As Gu Chun entered the storeroom, Yu Xian was taken aback. She realized for the first time that it was where Ye Nan stored his treasures. The thought of the powerful artifacts within made her heart race. Quickly, she suppressed her excitement. After all, not only was Ye Nan formidable, but the mysterious shadow she had encountered could easily obliterate the Yu Hua sect. It seemed her best course of action was to ingratiate herself with this extraordinary figure. Moments later, Gu Chan emerged, holding a radiant scroll and an ancient longsword that appeared unremarkable. The others displayed little reaction, but Yu Xian's curiosity piqued. She wondered about the rank of the weapon and technique. Zhu Lan's eyes lit up. This technique seemed superior to the one Ye Nan had previously gifted her. "Here you go." Gu Chen handed the items to Zhu Lan. "Thank you, senior." Zhu Lan refrained from opening the scroll, choosing to tuck it away instead. Examining it now would imply distrust in Ye Nan. Seeing Zhu Lan swiftly stow the scroll, Yu Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to see what it entailed. "Here, take this. Drink it, and it will alter your aptitude," Ye Nan continued, presenting Zhu Lan with a jade vial, a reward from the system. Upon seeing the vial in Ye Nan's hand, Zhu Lan's hands trembled in excitement. This was even more thrilling than the technique she had just received. Altering her aptitude was her greatest hurdle. "Thank you, senior." Zhu Lan was at a loss for words and knelt once more. Ye Nan, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose to overlook her actions. Accepting the vial, Zhu Lan cherished it as if it were a treasure. "Well, now that matters are settled here, you should prepare yourself," Ye Nan remarked. Understanding the implication that it was time for her to leave, Zhu Lan said, "Then I shall take my leave, senior. Once I have avenged my family, I will return to express my gratitude, and I will serve you without complaint." With that, Zhu Lan turned to depart. Ye Nan paid her no mind, closing his eyes and preparing to relax. Chapter 75. Do you never bathe? Goodbye, fair lady. Zhu Lan once again clasped her fists in salute to Bai Ling wait. "I will accompany you," Bai Ling called out, halting Zhu Lan in her tracks. Zhu Lan was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ling's words. "No, it's all right. I can manage on my own," she replied, shaking her head. After saying this, she cautiously glanced at Ye Nan, who lay with his eyes closed, basking in the sun. Not only Zhu Lan, but Bai Ling and Gu Chen also cast a careful glance at the unresponsive Ye Nan. "Rest assured, we are friends now. Isn't it customary for friends to help one another? This way, we can keep an eye on each other." Bai Ling's eyes sparkled as she noticed Ye Nan's lack of reaction. "Well, all right then." Zhu Lan's eyes brightened upon seeing Ye Nan's indifference. With Bai Ling around, she felt considerably safer. If anything were to happen, Ye Nan would surely look out for Bai Ling, perhaps even take care of her as well. Wait for me, Bai Ling exclaimed before dashing over to Ling Long, who was also sunbathing. She crouched down, gently holding Ling Long's small hand, and cheerfully said, "Senior sister, could you give me a small wooden carving?" "Of course." Ling Long, pleased, opened her eyes and handed 2 wooden carvings to Bai Ling. "Thank you, senior sister," Bai Ling said, rising to pat Ling Long's little head. Ling Long made no objection. She understood that her junior sister was about to venture out and said nothing further. Returning to Zhu Lan's side, Bai Ling presented her with one of the wooden carvings. "Here you go." "Thank you." Zhu Lan glanced at Ye Nan, clearly expressing her gratitude towards him. Without Ye Nan's tacit approval, she would not have received it. "Let us go," Bai Ling said, pulling a somewhat reluctant Zhu Lan away. It was only after their figures disappeared that Ye Nan slowly opened his eyes. "Master, didn't you say you wouldn't help?" Gu Chen approached, looking puzzled. "I didn't help. It was your junior sister who did. So what does it have to do with me?" Ye Nan shot Gu Chen a sidelong glance. Only Yu Xian and Mu Beichun, standing nearby, appear to be deep in thought. "What troubles you? Come here quickly. I shall teach you a secret," Ye Nan said, casting an annoyed look at the disheveled Mu Beichun. Upon hearing Ye Nan's voice, Mu Beichun hurriedly stood up, rubbing his hands together as he approached Ye Nan, respectfully stating, "He, may I inquire what secret you wish to impart to your disciple?" "Come closer." Ye Nan revealed the secret's application to Mu Beichun. Initially it was fine, but gradually Mu Beichun's expression darkened. "Is this really a secret? Are you certain you're not playing a trick on me, master?" Mu Beichun thought, somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Chen seemed eager to try it out. "Calm down. My secret is not the same as yours." Ye Nan cast a glance at Gu Chen, who felt somewhat embarrassed, but still exuded a fighting spirit. Ye Nan, indifferent, resumed his sunbathing. Mu Beichun, however, was puzzled. From Ye Nan's words, it seemed that his senior brothers and sisters also possessed such secrets, and they appeared to be genuine. Is there truly such a secret in this world? I have never heard of it. Mu Beichun pondered to himself. "Master, I wish to go for a stroll." Mu Beichun turned to Ye Nan again. Being surrounded by so many treasures was unbearable. It was quite torturous to resist. "Go ahead," Ye Nan replied succinctly. With Ye Nan's consent, Mu Beichun sighed in relief, having feared that Ye Nan would prohibit him from leaving. He then grinned as he headed towards Ling Long. He had clearly observed Bai Ling's earlier actions. The wooden carvings were his primary reason for coming here, and he had unexpectedly received an even greater fortune. Suddenly, Ling Long, who had been sunbathing with her eyes closed, furrowed her brow. She caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Curiously, she opened her eyes and saw Mu Beichun approaching, prompting her to extend her small hand in command. "Stop!" Mu Beichun was taken aback by Ling Long's shout, but halted nonetheless. "Senior sister, what is the matter?" he asked, confused. "Do you never bathe?" Ling Long glared at Mu Beichun with annoyance. At this, even Yu Xian and Gu Chen could not suppress their laughter, and Ye Nan nearly chuckled as well. They had previously spared Mu Beichun's dignity, but Ling Long had no such reservations. Feeling embarrassed, Mu Beichun stammered, "Senior sister, I have something to discuss with you." His face flushed crimson. "Just stand there and speak." Ling Long immediately interrupted him. I would like a wooden carving." Mu Beichun could only shout from a few meters away. Swish! No sooner had Mu Beichun finished speaking than a small wooden carving was thrown at him by Ling Long. "Here you go, now hurry along," she urged, waving her little hand impatiently. "All right." Picking up the wooden carving, Mu Beichun hopped away joyfully. After he left, Ling Long's face turned beet red as she had been holding her breath just moments ago. She finally took a deep breath. Yu Xian, meanwhile, was quite curious. Why did Ye Nan's disciples all desire these wooden carvings? She just felt them and found them to be ordinary carvings. Of course, this was merely her perception. Ye Nan was powerful, and what he possessed was undoubtedly far more than met the eye. Ye Nan was a prime example of this. She wanted to ask Ling Long for one as well, but being neither Ye Nan's disciple nor daring to speak up, she refrained. "I wonder why the Chu family hasn't caused any trouble. I'm feeling a bit bored," Ye Nan murmured softly. However, Gu Chen did not hear him, as he had gone to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, the two women had stopped to rest in a mountain area. They were none other than Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. Sister Zhulan, let us see what technique Master has bestowed upon you, Bai Ling said, directly addressing Zhulan, who was older than her. So calling her sister felt appropriate. All right, Bai Ling. Zhulan nodded, equally curious about the techniques and weapons Ye Nan had given her. Swish! Zhulan took out the technique and an ancient, exquisite sword. She opened the technique first. The moment she did, the space around the two women seemed to warp for an instant, though they felt nothing unusual. When fully opened, both women were astonished. Bai Ling was not shocked by the technique itself, but rather by the realization that Ye Nan had bestowed such a high-level technique upon Zhulan. Imperial level? Zhulan was left dumbfounded. Had she not been supported by Bai Ling, she might have collapsed to the ground. Bai Ling, who is this esteemed predecessor? Zhulan blurted out, her mind blank, only to regret it a moment later. Bai Ling, however, paid no mind but thoughtfully replied, I really don't know. Master has always been at the chi refinement stage. I can't discern much. Chapter 76. Zhulan's Transformation. As for that sword, it evoked no particular feelings, and neither Bai Ling nor Zhulan could discern anything remarkable about it. Sister Zhulan, have you consumed the potion bestowed upon you by our master to alter your innate talents? Let's observe its effects, Bai Ling reminded her. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhulan felt an increasing sense of anticipation. If Ye Nan could grant the imperial-level cultivation technique, then surely this elixir was extraordinary as well. With trembling hands, Zhulan retrieved the jade vial, for, at this moment, her life might be irrevocably transformed. Observing Zhulan's demeanor, Bai Ling felt a wave of empathy. She too had once faced despair when her spiritual roots were stripped and her foundation shattered. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned her, allowing her to encounter Ye Nan. Without further hesitation, Zhulan uncorked the vial and drank deeply. The instant the potion coursed through her, Zhulan experienced overwhelming discomfort. It felt as though her body was enveloped in scorching white smoke, an intense heat radiating from within. It was as if a tempest raged inside her, her blood boiling with fervor. Despite the agony, Zhulan sensed her mind growing increasingly lucid. Quickly, sit down and properly absorb the essence of this elixir, Bai Ling urged, recognizing that the potion's effects were manifesting. To Bai Ling, Zhulan's unusual reactions were entirely normal. Upon hearing Bai Ling's advice, Zhulan promptly settled into a meditative posture to refine the potion. Though the process was excruciating, she remained silent, her heart brimming with secret delight. As Zhulan commenced her refinement, extraordinary phenomena began to unfold. The sky abruptly darkened, and thunderous lightning filled the expanse. But these bolts were unlike any ordinary lightning. They bore a ghostly hue, resembling chains descending from the depths of the abyss. Moreover, above Zhulan's head, a phoenix wreathed in dark flames gradually took form, swirling above her in a mesmerizing dance. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Ling's countenance paled in horror. What manner of potion did our master bestow upon Sister Zhulan? She pondered in disbelief. Meanwhile, at Yuhua sect, Ye Nan and others, including Yu Xian, took note of the strange occurrence in the heavens. What is this? Yu Xian's expression reflected her confusion, as her power was insufficient to discern its nature. Not only Yu Xian, but even Yu Xiazi, the esteemed elder in the main hall of Yuhua sect, displayed a look of bewilderment. Only Ye Nan regarded the celestial phenomena with indifference, remarking, "It appears. The effects are quite remarkable." Simultaneously, in a grand palace situated in an unknown realm, an elderly woman meditating in a hall suddenly opened her eyes. This is the aura of the nine nether phoenix. The old woman trembled with excitement. In an instant, several imposing figures appeared before her, both male and female. "We pay our respects to the elder." They bowed respectfully. "Incredible. It has been over 10,000 years since such a physique has manifested. I never anticipated its appearance today." The elder muttered to herself, seemingly oblivious to the presence of her visitors. Upon hearing the elder's self-reflection, the figures below exchanged glances filled with confusion and shock. They had also sensed the extraordinary occurrence, prompting their swift arrival to pay their respects. "Mingong," the elder finally addressed one of them. "Elder, please command us." One of the dignified women clad in azure replied with utmost respect. You are to personally invite her back. Remember, it must be an invitation, not a coercion. Whatever conditions she presents, we must acquiesce. She is the hope of our Nine Nether clan. Do you understand? The elders gazed bored down sternly upon Ming Hong, who nodded in understanding. As Ming Hong slightly bowed and turned to leave, one of the authoritative men voiced his concern. Elder, might not other factions also take notice of this matter? It is unlikely. The emergence of such a physique can only be perceived by our Nine Nether clan. The elder hesitated before responding. However, you speak wisely. It is better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. Remain vigilant. Understood. Should anyone dare to covet her, I will ensure they meet a fate drenched in blood, the leading man declared fiercely. Meanwhile, Ye Nan had reached the final stage of her transformation, and the celestial phenomena began to dissipate. Suddenly, with a crack, something within Ye Nan shattered. In the next moment, her realm surged from the initial spirit gathering realm directly to the essence gathering realm. She rapidly ascended through the first, second, and fifth levels, ultimately halting at the second level of the valley-breaking realm. This, not only Ye Nan, but even Bai Ling was left astounded. At last. Ye Nan could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though she had appeared to flourish in recent years, the injustices she had endured remained unspoken until this very moment, when they were finally released. Congratulations, Sister Ye Nan. Your cultivation level now surpasses mine. Bai Ling smiled, devoid of envy, for her own pace of cultivation was swift as well. Sister Bai Ling, were it not for the senior, I would never have escaped my shackles. Ye Nan gazed at Ye Nan with newfound reverence. Her only regret was not being able to become Ye Nan's disciple. Yet in the next instant, that disappointment vanished. I must strive to remain by the senior's side. This shall be my future goal, Ye Nan silently vowed. Let us go to the Zhu family, Ye Nan stated coldly. Addressing Bai Ling said nothing, merely nodding in agreement as they departed together. Little did they realize that the commotion Ye Nan had stirred had captured the attention of numerous factions nearby, even drawing the notice of powers situated 1,000 miles away. Some factions were unaware of the significance of this event, but they recognized that such phenomena were certainly extraordinary, not mere coincidences. Of course, some more powerful factions had a general understanding of the implications. Meanwhile, certain reclusive ancient beings grasped the deeper meaning of these occurrences. Chaos was descending, and this era was destined to be anything but ordinary. On a mountaintop several thousand miles away, before a modest wooden dwelling, a sage-like elder smiled. Master, what does this signify? No matter how extraordinary, can it surpass your prowess? A bewildered youth of 17 or 18 queried beside him. What do you know? You are still too young. Your sole task now is to diligently enhance your strength, otherwise, even I may find it challenging. The elder continued to smile, as if jesting. The youth, still somewhat perplexed, could only nod in partial understanding. Very well, it is time for us to venture forth. The elder slowly rose. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He had longed to explore the outside world during his years atop this mountain. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt himself lifted by a gentle force. With a single step, the elder traversed the space, producing ripples in the air. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Chapter 77. The geese pass over, not a feather left behind. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. At this moment, the grand hall of the Chu family was already occupied by numerous guests. However, the individual seated at the head was not a member of the Chu family. Rather, it was an extraordinarily flamboyant man who was flanked by beautiful companions, creating a stark contrast to the solemn demeanor of the Chu clan. Yet, the members of the Chu family could only smile and acquiesce to the flamboyant man's antics. The expression of the family patriarch, however, was somewhat strained, for one of the captivating companions was none other than his wife. More troubling was the fact that his wife appeared completely at ease, thoroughly enjoying the company of the flamboyant man. Have we gathered everyone? Then let us discuss business. The flamboyant man remarked nonchalantly. Sir, everyone is prepared. When shall we proceed to annihilate the Yuhua sect? The patriarch, Chu Tian, inquired respectfully. His wife's flirtatious glances towards the flamboyant man caused a twitch at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. Wretched woman, just wait until he departs. I shall make you pay dearly. Excellent. Since everyone is here, let us set off, the flamboyant man declared, rising from his seat. As he did, he playfully lifted Chu Tian's wife's chin and said, My dear, once I return from vanquishing the Yuhua sect, I shall indulge you thoroughly. Indeed, I await your triumphant return. Chu Tian's wife replied sweetly. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Tian stormed out, seething with rage, his forehead practically glowing with jealousy. The other elders of the Chu family occasionally cast curious glances at him, intensifying his discomfort. Nonetheless, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting the head of the family. To Chu Tian, if he could enhance his power and elevate the Chu family's status, then a mere woman was an inconsequential sacrifice. Chu Tian had reached the earth-profound realm, while the other elders were uniformly at the solid realm. As for the flamboyant man, he was known as the Enchanting One, a formidable presence at the heaven-profound realm. Let us depart, Chu Tian shouted, and the formidable members of the Chu family set forth in grand procession, leaving behind only the weaker elders and clansmen. Even so, the surrounding factions dared not act recklessly. As the Chu family had dispatched several waves of forces to the Yuhua sect, each stronger than the last, yet none had returned. This frustrated Chu Tian, and even the Enchanting One felt his reputation at stake. Thus, this time, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and thoroughly obliterate the Yuhua sect. Several hours after the Enchanting One's departure, two figures arrived within the territory of the Zhu family, Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. The two women stood atop a towering peak, for where they could vaguely discern the Zhu family's location. Sister Zhu Lan, is this the Zhu family? Why does it seem so lifeless? Bai Ling remarked, observing the seemingly desolate Zhu family. Zhu Lan, equally perplexed, noted that the Zhu family was usually bustling with activity and tightly guarded. I don't know what is happening. It wasn't like this before. Let us move closer and investigate, Zhu Lan suggested. Thus, the two stealthily approached the Zhu family's domain. Meanwhile, beneath the ground, a diligent and disheveled old man was busily digging a hole. Who else could it be but Mu Beichen? Having heard about Zhu Lan and Bai Ling's impending arrival, he had come in advance. In Mu Beichen's eyes, the Zhu family was marked for destruction due to Bai Ling's attention, so he aimed to gather treasures beforehand. As Bai Ling and Zhu Lan's expression soured, they beheld a Zhu family member lying on the ground, having just captured a solitary individual of little strength. However, from this captive, they gleaned vital intelligence. All the Zhu family's strong members had gone to the Yuhua sect. They had missed their chance. Indeed, not only the Chu family, but the Zhu family had also set out to the Yuhua sect to retrieve individuals. The Zhu family, through various inquiries, had learned of Zhu Lan's connection with someone named Ye Nan, who is currently at the Yuhua sect. As for Zhu Ming's claims that a wooden figure could turn into a person and had slain his protector, the Zhu family regarded it as nonsense, believing it to be the doing of the Yuhua sect. In a fit of anger, they even confined Zhu Ming. Sister Bai Ling, what shall we do? Zhu Lan asked, feeling at a loss. She never anticipated that her actions would bring such trouble to the Yuhua sect. Do not worry, Sister Zhu Lan. With my master overseeing matters, the Zhu family cannot stir up much trouble, Bai Ling reassured her quickly. However, Zhu Lan was aware of Ye Nan's formidable strength and knew the Zhu family could not contend with him. Yet, she felt guilty for burdening him with this predicament. Her greatest concern was that these events would leave a negative impression of her on Ye Nan, complicating their future interactions. She could bear anything for herself, but if she harmed Bai Ling, she would never forgive herself. Sister Zhu Lan, what's done is done. Do not dwell on it. While the Zhu family's experts are away, you must swiftly eliminate those who have wronged you, Bai Ling urged earnestly. Upon hearing Bai Ling's words, Zhu Lan's expression shifted. Indeed, it was the perfect opportunity for her to take action. Without further ado, the two women quietly infiltrated the Zhu family. Meanwhile, within the Zhu family's ancestral tomb, Mu Beichen was merrily excavating graves while collecting various trinkets. Nothing compares to treasures obtained by my own hands. It's truly gratifying. My master's treasures are beyond my capacity to absorb, he murmured with a grin. Before long, Mu Beichun had unearthed all the graves of the Zhu family, looting anything of even the slightest value. After finishing with the graves, he proceeded to the Zhu family's treasury, employing his skilled techniques to rummage through it, prying open what appeared to be valuable bricks without restraint. It was indeed a case of the geese Passover, not a feather left behind. At that moment, Bai Ling and Zhu Lan had also reached the Zhu family. Initially, they moved quietly, evading detection. Unexpectedly, they encountered an elder guarding the premises who was not any weaker than the average practitioner of the Void Realm, and he immediately spotted them. "Oomph, you certainly know how to choose your timing. I didn't expect you to return." The elder glared at Zhu Lan, his aura menacing. "Oomph, you've schemed to kill me at every turn. Since you've shown no mercy, then I shall reciprocate." Zhu Lan retorted, her eyes filled with fury. With a roar, Zhu Lan unleashed her aura, revealing her cultivation at the second level of the Void Realm. "What? Your cultivation? How is this possible?" The elder was left dumbfounded as he sensed Zhu Lan's power. How could it be? The Zhu Lan of before, with mediocre talent, has now become a powerhouse of the Void Realm. Chapter 78. The house was burgled. Nothing is impossible. Do you now regret not getting rid of me sooner? Zhu Lan taunted the elder before her. Indeed, it was the patriarch's lingering affection that allowed you to survive until now. The old man seethed with anger. Yet a hint of regret flickered in his heart. He lamented the decision to expel Zhu Lan. However, it was too late for lamentations. "Oomph, you believe that by breaking through to the void refinement realm, you can seize an opportunity while the clan strong are absent? Though your current prowess is indeed surprising, it remains insufficient." The elder scoffed, his disdainful gaze fixated on Zhu Lan. "We are in a Zhu clan. Even with your newfound strength, you are not so easily defeated." "Then let us see," Zhu Lan replied defiantly, her aura surging forth. The formidable energy of the void refinement realm caused the surrounding Zhu clan members to retreat in fear. How powerful! Even Zhu Lan herself was taken aback. This was her first experience wielding such a level of strength. Beside her, Bai Ling was equally astonished. This power surpassed her own at the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm by several folds. However, she felt confident that with her Xianbing's spiritual root, she could hold her own. Upon witnessing Zhu Lan's move, the elder was not to be outdone. He unleashed his own aura to confront her. "Bai Ling, leave the rest to me. This old fool is mine." Zhu Lan called out to Bai Ling, "All right, no problem. Leave it to me." Bai Ling responded, exuding a fierce determination. She understood that the Zhu clan members were not virtuous, and eliminating them was merely a matter of justice. After her previous encounter, her disdain for such individuals had only intensified. With the clan's experts absent, only the elder remained as the sole powerhouse. The other Zhu clan members who charged forward stood no chance against Bai Ling. She dispatched them with ease, her sword claiming one life after another, showing no mercy, even to Zhu Lan's kin. Unbeknownst to Zhu Lan, who had yet to fully adapt to her current realm, she found herself evenly matched with the elder. However, each strike she delivered sent shivers down his spine, her strength several times greater than his. Were it not for the elder's extensive combat experience, he would have already faced defeat. He dared not engage directly with Zhu Lan's power, relying instead on cunning to evade her strikes. Zhu Lan realized her predicament. Having ascended 2 realms in quick succession, she had not yet acclimated to her newfound abilities and found herself at a standstill against the elder. Meanwhile, Mu Beichun, after looting the treasures, detected a commotion outside. "Huh, it seems a battle has erupted." He hastily stowed away his plunder and stealthily approached the scene. Upon witnessing the chaos within the Zhu clan, he was perplexed. However, upon spotting the fierce Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, he quickly deduced that they were struggling to subdue the clan. Should he offer his assistance? As Bai Ling fought, she inadvertently caught sight of Mu Beichun hiding in a corner. "Junior brother, why are you hiding? Go assist Sister Zhu Lan," she urged with a grin. She was not concerned about Zhu Lan's ability to win. Rather, she wanted to swiftly eliminate the Zhu clan and return to aid Ye Nan. Though Ye Nan was unafraid of the Zhu clan, as a disciple, it was her duty to help, even if it meant merely adding to their numbers. How did you see me? I was hiding so well, Mu Beichun thought to himself, still contemplating whether to intervene when he was discovered. Suddenly, an elder appeared, prompting a portion of the Zhu clan members to charge at Mu Beichun. It was evident that this newly emerged elder was allied with Bai Ling, and they assumed he would be easy prey. With a dismissive glance at the approaching Zhu clan members, Mu Beichun waved his hand. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, scattering the attackers before they could react. Some were even killed instantly by his strike. As dust and debris filled the air, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Even Zhu Lan and the elder, caught in their fierce battle, paused in astonishment. Upon seeing Mu Beichun, Zhu Lan's eyes sparkled with hope. In stark contrast, the elder's expression darkened with dread as fear spread through his heart. Just that casual strike had extinguished any will to resist. In that moment, the elder no longer wished to continue the fight. The instant Mu Beichun appeared, he resolved to flee. Without hesitation, he attempted to escape. Thinking of running? Mu Beichun scoffed. He extended his hands, caked with grime, towards the elder's direction. As the fleeing elder sensed the surrounding rubble and debris being drawn toward him as if by an unseen force, panic set in. The fragments of stone and earth rapidly accumulated around him, forming a makeshift prison. Spare me, esteemed elder. The elder's bravado evaporated, replaced by terror as he found his legs trembling in fear. When it comes to burying people, I would claim the second spot if anyone dared to contest the first, Mu Beichun declared, ignoring the elder's pleas. With a swift motion of his hands, the surrounding debris converged. Boom! The elder was silenced before he could utter a sound, entombed within the mountain of rubble. Moments later, Mu Beichun retracted his hands, surveying the newly formed mound resembling a grave. Not bad, not bad, he mused, pleased with his handiwork. The remaining Zhu clan members looked at Mu Beichun with expressions akin to those confronted by a demon. They abandoned all pretense and fled from the clan in terror. Don't let them escape. Bai Ling understood the importance of eradicating the root of the problem, lest it regrow. Fear not, they shan't evade. Mu Beichun smirked, raising his hands once more, unleashing wave after wave of formidable spiritual energy. In that instant, the entire Zhu clan, its people and structures alike, became susceptible to destruction. The air filled with screams and cries for help as chaos reigned. Zhu Lan observed the scene unfolding before her. Though she harbored no ill will towards her clan despite being cast out, she felt a sense of pity for them, not wishing to sever ties completely. Yet, after enduring relentless attempts on her life, she had given up. In their eyes, only self-interest prevailed, and the annihilation of such a family mattered little. Perhaps, in the end, she was doing a service to the world. Meanwhile, in a secluded loft, a young man struggled beneath the collapsing beams and falling bricks. He was Zhu Ming, confined and powerless. Despite his efforts, the great hall crumbled, and the surrounding stones continued to tumble. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and was tragically crushed beneath the debris. Chapter 79. I am indeed quite formidable. The reason Mu Beichun chose to act with such ruthless efficiency was primarily to spare Zhu Lan from getting her hands dirty. After all, these individuals were her kin. It was only when the cacophony ceased that Mu Beichun halted his actions. Once the task was completed, he announced, "I shall take my leave." Bai Ling turned to Mu Beichun and inquired, "Aren't you going back to check? To lend a hand? Why should I return? I have no desire to run about aimlessly. These minor characters are hardly worthy of my masteress' attention. I would be of no use." Mu Beichun retorted with annoyance. Casting a glance at Bai Ling, taken aback by his response, sighed in resignation. "Fine, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. I am leaving." With that, she turned and departed alongside Zhu Lan. Observing the retreating figures of the two women, Mu Beichun shook his head, muttering, "What a pointless endeavor." Soon after, he too departed, leaving behind the ruins of the Zhu residence. Meanwhile, the Zhu clan's formidable members remained oblivious to the fact that their home had been ransacked. They continued their journey towards Yuhua sect and had now arrived in Yun City. "Clan leader, I have an unsettling feeling." An elder approached the Zhu clan leader, his expression one of uncertainty. You feel it too? I thought I was alone in this, Zhu Kong replied, somewhat surprised. Indeed, we share this sentiment. A group of elders gathered around Zhu Kong, all voicing their concerns in a cacophony of chatter. Upon hearing the consensus from the elders, Zhu Kong furrowed his brow. While a few such feelings could be dismissed, the fact that they all felt it indicated something amiss. However, he could not surmise what that might be. As long as the Zhu clan remained alive, the surrounding forces would likely not dare to act recklessly. What could possibly be happening? Zhu Kong pondered deep in thought. Just then, a voice interrupted their musings. Are you Zhu Kong of the Zhu clan? Chu Tian inquired, regarding Zhu Kong and his entourage with a frown. Although the Zhu clan was not as powerful as the Chu clan, it was still a family of note. The sheer number of people from the Chu clan startled Zhu Kong and his companions. Zhu Kong immediately recognized Chu Tian and his company. The enchanting figure leading the group was unfamiliar to the Zhu clan, but her presence indicated a person of significant stature. Greetings, esteemed lords, Zhu Kong said, showing them the utmost respect with a bow. The other elders of the Zhu clan followed suit. Why do you come here? Chu Tian asked, scrutinizing Zhu Kong and his companions. My lord, we are here to. Zhu Kong did not conceal any details, laying everything bare. Upon hearing Zhu Kang's words, the Chu clan members were taken aback. Perfect. Let us eradicate Yuhua sect together. As for the enchanting figure, she remained indifferent, saying nothing. Thus, the two clans set forth once more, heading towards Yuhua sect with great momentum. The commotion caused by the Zhu and Chu clans in Yun City quickly reached the higher-ups of Yuhua sect. In no time, Yu Xiazi arrived at Nan Peak, neglecting even to convene a sect meeting. The alliance of the Chu and Zhu clans was not something Yuhua sect could contend with. He could only seek assistance from Ye Nan. However, Ye Nan remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm, continuing his languid repose. Senior. As Ye Nan lay comfortably, Yu Xiazi's urgent voice broke through. Hearing Yu Xiazi, Ye Nan slowly opened his eyes, looking at him in confusion. What troubles you now? Senior, the Chu clan has come to our doorstep. Not only that, the Zhu clan has arrived too. Yu Xiazi was in a state of agitation. So what if they have arrived? Ye Nan replied nonchalantly, until realization dawned upon him. Wait, what? The Chu clan is at our door? Beside him, Yu Xian was equally astonished. Which Zhu clan is this? Ye Nan suddenly inquired with curiosity. Senior, it is the Zhu clan of Miss Zhulan, Yu Xian clarified. Oh, that Zhu clan. But why would they come to Yuhua sect instead of seeking out Zhulan? Ye Nan questioned perplexed. He recalled never having provoked the Zhu clan. I suspect it may be connected to Miss Zhulan. Yu Xian ventured a guess. That is indeed plausible. Ye Nan nodded, stroking his chin. Yet, he was taken aback to see Gu Chun still bustling about in the kitchen. He had expected Gu Chun to react with heightened emotions upon hearing about the Chu clan, as he had in the past. Instead, Gu Chun appeared to be oblivious, tidying up the kitchenware. In truth, Gu Chun was not devoid of inner turmoil. Rather, he refrained from expressing it in front of Ye Nan. Furthermore, after a period of introspection, his heart was no longer as turbulent as before. As for vengeance, it sufficed to achieve it without the need for overt displays. Xiao Chun, come out. No need to busy yourself. The time for your revenge has come. Ye Nan called out to the industrious Gu Chun. Understood, master. Gu Chun promptly tidied himself and stepped forward. Yu Xian and Yu Xiazi exchanged puzzled glances, for it seemed there was a story behind Gu Chen's demeanor. Xiao Chun, do you need assistance? Ling Long, lounging nearby, unexpectedly chimed in. This caught Gu Chen off guard. Not only was he surprised, but so were Yu Xian, Yu Xiazi, and even Ye Nan, as none had previously witnessed Ling Long in action. Why do you all look at me like that? I am quite capable, Ling Long proclaimed, brandishing her tiny fist confidently. Strangely enough, her assertive declaration caused Yu Xian, Yu Xiazi, and Gu Chun to regard her with uncertainty, yet they found themselves somewhat convinced. After all, those around Ye Nan seemed to possess unusual abilities. Whatever. Take Ling Long along to deal with those minor characters. Let it serve as practice. I shall handle the larger threats. Ye Nan waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing his words, Yu Xian and Yu Xiazi exchanged glances, their eyelids flickering. The Chu clan's strength seemed to have some peculiarities, possibly harboring a formidable expert. Yet in Ye Nan's eyes, they were merely minor and major characters. Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over them. Ye Nan's confidence suggested he was prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Thus, under Yu Xiazi's leadership, the elders, along with Yu Xian, Gu Chun, and Ling Long set off. Meanwhile, Ye Nan continued his languid repose, prepared to intervene only if Yu Xiazi faltered. He recalled Gu Chun mentioning that the Chu clan was not particularly strong, with their most formidable member being merely at the solidifying realm. If that were the case, Yu Xiazi should be more than capable of handling the situation. Unbeknownst to Ye Nan, in a locked room, shadows of dark energy once again began to seep through the cracks of the wardrobe. Chapter 80. The Battle of the Guardian Sect. I shall vanquish you all. A figure coalesced from the dark mist once more, adorned with a striking blend of red and blue hair, clad in a black suit, oversized shoes that clashed horrendously, and a face reminiscent of a jester. This time, he refrained from his usual maniacal laughter, cautiously glancing at Ye Nan, who lay upon a reclining chair. Without hesitation, he stealthily made his exit from the opposite side. For now, let's refer to him as the jester. Upon stepping outside, the jester surveyed the blazing sun overhead, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He parted his lips, as if about to burst into laughter, but suddenly clasped his mouth shut as a thought struck him. Little Pearl, let's take a stroll. He did not utter the words aloud, yet his voice resonated in the air. At that moment, the black flame demon lord, concealed within Ling Long's pocket, trembled. My lord, must I truly accompany you? He communicated telepathically to the jester. The jester tilted his head, directing his gaze toward the black flame demon lord. Just a single word from him almost sent the demon lord into a state of panic. I will go. I will go. He stammered, his voice quaking. Though the jester exuded no tangible pressure, the demon lord felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if nothing could prevent his demise. My lord, the Yuhua sect is on the verge of being besieged. Could we not postpone this until after the matter is resolved? I must ensure this young lady's safety, the black flame demon lord added, his voice tinged with helplessness. He was in a dire predicament, grappling with a mere pack of nuisances that proved exceedingly troublesome. The jester's patience waned. With that, he began to leisurely stride toward Ling Long and the others, skipping and striking poses along the way, all while admiring himself in a pink mirror. If Ye Nan were to witness this, he would undoubtedly unleash his fury. It was truly an eyesore. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Yuhua sect, its members had gathered, both disciples and elders, bracing themselves for an impending confrontation. Shortly after their assembly, a formidable group approached the entrance, comprised of the Zhu and Chu clans. Yuxiatsi, you appear to be well, Chu Tian taunted, eyeing Yuxiatsi with a mocking grin. What? Chu Tian, do you dare to covet the Yuhua sect? Yuxiatsi retorted, refusing to yield in spirit. How ridiculous! Do you genuinely believe the Chu clan remains as it once was? Time and again, you have slain my kin and sheltered my enemies. Do you think I harbor no wrath? Chu Tian's words dripped with venom. Those who commit acts of injustice shall meet their end. You annihilate entire families and seek to eradicate us completely. This banditry shall be condemned by all. Yuxiatsi's temper flared. Enough. I have no intention of wasting words with you. The Yuhua sect shall surely perish today. Zhu Sir. Indeed, you shield the traitors of my clan, which is utterly contemptible. Zhu Kong interjected, his face alight with righteous indignation. The Zhu clan had come seeking retribution, yet they found themselves entangled with the Chu clan's vendetta against the Yuhua sect. Thus, they chose to ally with the Chu clan, hoping to seize a grand opportunity. Without the Chu clan's might, the Zhu clan lacked the courage to confront the Yuhua sect. As for Gu Chun, he remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Chu Tian had already spotted him, but chose to ignore him entirely. To him, it was clear that all members of the Yuhua sect were destined for death. None would be spared. Ah, the Zhu clan, I am aware of your intentions. However, the Yuhua sect is not to be trifled with, Yuxiatsi declared, his ire palpable as he likened the Zhu clan to mere strays. Upon hearing such words, the Zhu clan seethed with fury. Humph! Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. At that moment, the Zhu clan felt emboldened. Should they eradicate the Yuhua sect, even if they received little spoils due to the Chu clan's presence, a mere taste of victory would suffice to elevate their status further. Very well, let us see. Today, I shall annihilate both your clans. With Ye Nan as his ally, Yuxiazi's confidence soared. What grandiose claims you make! A voice echoed from the crowd. Upon hearing this, both the Chu and Zhu clans parted to allow passage for the speaker. The members of the Yuhua sect turned to behold the emerging figure. It was none other than the enchantress. Upon her arrival, Yuxiazi's brow furrowed. He sensed an absence of energy emanating from her, which instilled a sense of danger within him. Who are you? He inquired, his eyes fixed on the enchantress. Who am I? You lack the qualification to inquire. The Chu clan now serves me, and I am here to exterminate your Yuhua sect. Simply prepare for your demise, and spare me any further questions. The enchantress disregarded Yuxiazi and his companions entirely. Kill! Chu Tian roared, having longed to take action but awaited the enchantress's command. Now, with her words as a signal, he waved his hand, and both the Chu and Zhu clans surged forward into the Yuhua sect's gates. Kill! Yuxiazi echoed, raising his arm. In that instant, chaos erupted, the air filled with cries of battle and the splatter of blood. Chu Tian charged directly at Yuxiazi, while the elders targeted Gu Chun. However, they were met with resistance from the Yuhua sect's elders. Thanks to Ye Nan's teachings, the elders had experienced a significant boost in their cultivation. Yet, compared to the Chu clan's solidified ranks, they still faced challenges. Nevertheless, they could hold their ground for a while. Gu Chun, invigorated like a man possessed, unleashed a flurry of strikes against the Chu and Zhu disciples. None were a match for his prowess. Yet, all eyes turned to Linglong, for she stood unnoticed amidst the fray, devoid of any desire for conflict. Witnessing the disregard from those around her, Linglong's face darkened, clenching her fists and pouting in indignation. She glared at her surroundings. You dare to look down on me? I will make you pay. With that, she retrieved a small black hammer from her spatial ring, adorned with swirling golden patterns. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, she hoisted it above her head. In an instant, the hammer expanded dramatically. Buzzing sounds filled the air as it transformed into a colossal weapon, measuring several meters in height. Those nearest from the Chu and Zhu clans were struck with awe at the spectacle. However, Linglong, consumed with anger, would not grant them a moment to ponder. I shall crush you, she bellowed. Boom! The giant hammer descended, creating a massive crater upon impact, claiming a multitude of lives in its wake. The resounding crash reverberated across the battlefield. As her display of might unfolded, Gu Chun and the others felt a jolt of realization. They understood that Linglong was no ordinary contender. Yet, the hammer seemed utterly incongruous with her petite stature. How could such a small figure wield such a formidable weapon? This bafflement stemmed from the absence of any observable cultivation aura around her. Chapter 81. The Invincible Duo, Linglong's Terror. Even the members of the Chu and Zhu families stood in stunned silence. Capture her! Chu Tian shouted at several elders. The Zhu family members reacted swiftly, rushing forward without hesitation. It was evident to even the most foolish that this young girl possessed an unusual power. Her massive hammer alone was no ordinary weapon, possibly even a treasured artifact. At that moment, Linglong was indifferent to their thoughts. She was consumed by fury. As she saw the approaching elders, she swung her hammer fiercely, striking with great force. Some of the elders, with disdain in their eyes, believed that while Linglong was formidable, her strength was primarily due to her weapon. Those who had previously fallen to her hammer were merely disciples of their two factions, possessing mediocre skills. However, these elders were different. As the black gold giant hammer descended upon them, some of the more stubborn elders attempted to withstand it. Boom! The hammer struck, its immense power instantly turning those foolish elders into mere pulp. Witnessing this scene, the others were left slack-jawed. Yet the battle did not cease. Some were caught off guard and met their demise. Senior sister, I will assist you, Gu Chun shouted as he saw Linglong being besieged. In that moment, Linglong's diminutive figure resembled that of a war god. Each blow, devoid of spiritual energy, carried overwhelming might. The elders could only resort to ranged attacks. As they hurled their spells towards Ling Long, Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He accelerated instantly, positioning himself protectively in front of Ling Long, shielding her closely. 1, 2, 3, wooden man, he declared, standing motionless. Seeing Gu Chen's fearless stance, the attacking elders, particularly those from the Chu family, were filled with excitement. In such chaotic combat, they realized that eliminating Gu Chen would take some time. However, since Gu Chen was seemingly courting death, it spared them considerable effort. Once Gu Chen fell, they would have nothing to fear. Rumbling, powerful spells struck Gu Chen. In the next moment, the elders were left dumbfounded. As the attacks neared Gu Chen, they abruptly diverted to either side. Not only that, but members of the Zhu and Chu families nearby were also caught in the crossfire, some perishing instantly. How is this possible? An elder exclaimed in disbelief. Such a bizarre occurrence was unprecedented. But before they could recover from their shock, a giant hammer descended upon them. Boom! Another strike, and several elders, unable to react in time, were once again turned to pulp. Little Chinzi, well done. Ling Long beamed at Gu Chen, grateful for his timely defense against the attacks. Senior sister, feel free to unleash your power. I shall be your shield. Gu Chen declared, positioning himself around Ling Long. As spells flew towards them, he shouted his mantra, safeguarding Ling Long while she wielded her hammer with deadly precision. Ling Long was thoroughly enjoying herself, laughter spilling forth. It was peculiar. A child of her size should have been terrified by such chaos, let alone the sight of blood. Yet Ling Long fought as if she were accustomed to it, striking down opponents without hesitation. In that moment, the synergy between Gu Chen and Ling Long became an invincible combination. Interesting. These two seem to harbor significant secrets. It is imperative to take them back for further study, mused a demon perched atop a tree, observing the battle below. He refrained from intervening immediately, captivated by the carnage, particularly intrigued by the peculiar duo of Gu Chen and Ling Long. His interest was piqued, leading him to feel that his journey had not been in vain. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Bai Ling, observing the chaos that had engulfed the Yuhua sect, wore a frigid expression. Whoosh! Bai Ling and Zhu Lan joined the fray. The two women were formidable in their prowess, drawing even more attention from the demon above. What beautiful ladies! I shall take them both. He licked his lips in anticipation. With Bai Ling and Zhu Lan's involvement, the pressure on Gu Chen and Ling Long eased considerably. Upon seeing Zhu Lan and her formidable prowess, the Zhu family members were left in shock, especially those who had previously conspired to assassinate her. Zhu Lan's objective was clear. She charged directly at the Zhu family. The most affected by Zhu Lan's emergence was Zhu Kong. However, Zhu Lan disregarded him entirely, for when she had been relentlessly pursued, Zhu Kong had turned a blind eye. Had he wished to intervene, he could have done so, but he chose not to. This realization left Zhu Lan in utter despair. Her own father had allowed others to hunt his daughter. Now engulfed in ghostly flames, Zhu Lan's attacks radiated with that same eerie fire. Regardless of whether they were people, flora, or stone, everything fell to ash in an instant. Though the elders possessed greater strength than Zhu Lan, they were deeply wary of her flames and hastily retreated. What is this? Could it be? The demon's eyes narrowed, contemplating a possible revelation. Just as his thoughts raced, a chilling aura spread in all directions. Anyone of the same cultivation level near Bai Ling would be frozen solid in an instant. This was still a restrained effect. With so many members of the Yuhua sect present, unleashing her full icy power would endanger her allies. Even those powerful in the void refinement realm quickly distanced themselves from the frigid air emanating from Bai Ling, sensing the imminent danger. What is happening? How can two individuals with such unique physiques appear in this place? The demon's expression changed dramatically. Special physiques are exceedingly rare. Some may never encounter a single one in their lifetime, even yet only read of them in ancient texts. To encounter two such prodigies in this desolate land was nothing short of astonishing. In that moment, the demon's earlier amusement vanished, replaced by concern. Such exceptional talents would be fiercely coveted. Having offended both, he felt an icy dread creep into his heart, coupled with a sudden surge of murderous intent. Since he had already crossed them, he resolved to eliminate them. Otherwise, if Bai Ling and Zhu Lan were to mature, his demise would be inevitable. He had learned from ancient texts just how powerful individuals with special physiques could be, invincible among peers and capable of battling across realms. With this thought, the demon no longer hesitated. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, preparing to strike down Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, abandoning any intention of capturing them. Whoosh! The demon moved like a specter, swiftly closing in on Bai Ling and her companions. Chapter 82. Am I handsome? No. As he kept a watchful eye on the enchanting Yu Xiaozai, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Yu Xiaozai swiftly distanced himself from Chu Tian and headed straight towards Bai Ling and the others. Initially engaged with Chu Tian, who was at the Earth Profound realm, he had been steadily losing ground, and now the emergence of an enigmatic figure intensified the pressure in his heart. Why hasn't he the senior intervened yet? Yu Xiaozai lamented internally. Do you think you can stop me? Observing the charging Yu Xiaozai, the enchanting figure unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom! The approaching Yu Xiaozai was sent flying backward, clearly outmatched. You wish to save someone? Perhaps you should consider your own safety first. Chu Tian observed Yu Xiaozai's flight and charged forward. The fierce enchantress directed a strike towards Bai Ling. The previous scene had not escaped the notice of Bai Ling and her companions. Bai Ling, be careful! Zhu Lan shouted urgently. Bai Ling, however, reacted swiftly. At this moment, she disregarded any sense of embarrassment and shouted boldly, "Come and hit me!" Her words resonated throughout the arena, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, expressions of confusion etched on their faces. Has this woman lost her mind? This was the prevailing thought among the crowd. Even the enchantress was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and dismissed the matter. Boom! The enchantress unleashed another palm strike. Yet, as the force approached Bai Ling, the enchantress sensed something was amiss. It felt as though her power was being absorbed by some unseen force. Just as she pondered this anomaly, a familiar and potent energy surged through her arm. Boom! The force rebounded, sending the enchantress hurtling backward, scraping against the ground for nearly 100 meters. Fortunately, she had not exerted her full strength. As a being of the celestial profound realm, a casual strike would suffice to obliterate someone at the gathering essence realm. Even so, the backlash left her arm bloodied, her clothing in tatters. Chu Tian, who had been advancing towards Yu Xiaozai, halted in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What on earth just happened? The enchantress squinted, her shock far surpassing her outward demeanor. Bai Ling, are you all right? Zhu Lan rushed to Bai Ling's side, examining her closely. Zhu Lan had been startled moments earlier, yet was now equally astonished by Bai Ling's audacity. What? Not convinced? If you're not, come at me. Bai Ling provocatively challenged the enchantress, who glared at her. Just relying on some protective talismans, you think you can intimidate me? You Shai Di. The enchantress once again lunged at Bai Ling, witnessing this. Bai Ling instinctively shielded Zhu Lan behind her. Although the enchantress spoke bravely, she remained cautious. This time, she merely intended to probe further. Boom! Another palm strike was unleashed, but this time the force was evidently weaker than before. As anticipated, her strike once again met with a rebound, pushing her back. What is happening? Why am I not sensing the fluctuations of the talismans? The enchantress fixated on Bai Ling. Bai Ling recognized the enchantress's probing intentions, but paid it no mind. With the secrets imparted by Ye Nan, she faced no restrictions in their use. Could this be the unique advantage of a special physique? The enchantress pondered, her understanding of such physiques limited. What are you all standing there for? Kill them all. The enchantress glared at the Zhu and Chu families, who appeared dazed. Hearing the enchantress's reprimand, they finally regained their senses. I refuse to believe you possess such capabilities. The enchantress turned her gaze towards Zhu Lan, eager to test if she too was similarly extraordinary. Seeing the enchantress's intent, Bai Ling and her companions felt a wave of dread. Whoosh! The enchantress's speed was astonishing, leaving Bai Ling and the others in shock, particularly Gu Chun, who found himself unable to assist. If he left, Ling Long would be left unprotected. Bai Ling's limited cultivation meant she could not compete in speed. As for the Black Flame Demon Lord in Ling Long's possession, he only cared for her survival, indifferent to the others. As the enchantress charged towards her, Zhulan was not one to sit idly by. Crackle. In that moment, an eerie flame enveloped Zhulan. The enchantress, who had been advancing, immediately halted, her expression darkening. The flames surrounding Zhulan radiated a sense of danger that compelled her to reconsider her assault. If I cannot kill you, can I not eliminate them? The enchantress charged towards the disciples of the Yuhua sect. By threatening these individuals, she believed Bai Ling and her companions would yield. In an instant, screams filled the air as the enchantress ruthlessly slaughtered the members of the Yuhua sect. The scene was harrowing, driving the Yuhua sect members to the brink of madness. Ha ha! How satisfying! The enchantress struck down a disciple of the Yuhua sect with a single blow. Bai Ling and the others rushed forward to intervene, but the disparity in strength and speed was insurmountable. The enchantress refrained from engaging with Bai Ling and her companions, as it held no value. She could not harm them. She also avoided confronting Gu Chun and Ling Long, deeming Gu Chun equally peculiar. Just as she prepared to continue her rampage, the enchantress spotted an even more bizarre figure approaching her. A diminutive individual, around 5 feet tall, donned in painfully gaudy attire, ambled towards her, holding a mirror, glancing left and right, and striking various poses. No one had ever witnessed such a peculiar sight. Of course, except for the Black Flame Demon Lord within Ling Long's possession. Oh dear, why is that esteemed individual here? Should I lend assistance? The Demon Lord trembled in trepidation. Even Gu Chun and Ling Long, engaged in battle, cast bewildered glances at the clown. This individual was so outlandish that it was impossible to ignore. They had never seen the true form of the clown, and thus were unaware that he was the very source of the bizarre laughter they had previously avoided. Soon, the clown bounced up to the enchantress, cackling, "Am I handsome?" while admiring his reflection in the mirror. The previously bewildered Ling Long and Gu Chun froze momentarily, their actions stalling, particularly Ling Long, who promptly stowed her massive hammer and fled without a word. She had a vivid recollection of the clown's unsettling shrieks, and she intended to inform Nangu that the terrifying being had emerged. Seeing Ling Long make her escape, Gu Chen's expression twitched as he hurried to Bai Ling's side. "Junior sister, come with me. We must leave this place at once." "What's wrong, second senior brother?" Bai Ling inquired, puzzled. "Never mind that, just hurry." Gu Chen, too exasperated to explain, urged her onward. Upon hearing the clown's query, the enchantress's face contorted in disgust as she shouted, "Get lost, you grotesque creature." Chapter 83. Call me handsome. Soon, a few individuals swiftly evacuated. Before departing, Gu Chun did not forget to shout, "All members of the Yuhua sect, retreat." Upon hearing Gu Chen's command, the members of the Yuhua sect were momentarily taken aback. Only Yu Xiaozu reacted the quickest. Could it be that the elder is about to take action? Upon this thought, Yu Xiaozu felt a surge of excitement. He could no longer hold back. All members of the Yuhua sect began to retreat toward their sect. They had long lost the desire to fight, as the disparity in strength was too great, and many had already perished. Thinking of fleeing? The members of the Chu and Zhu families were equally perplexed by this scene. Nevertheless, they paid it little mind. The Yuhua sect was already at a disadvantage, and its demise was merely a matter of time. Activate the protective formation, Yu Xiaozu bellowed. A luminous barrier enveloped the entire Yuhua sect, while Chu Tian and his companions found themselves stranded outside the barrier. "Let us see how long you can hide. Advance." Zhu Kong perceived this as the Yuhua sect's desperate struggle. Thunderous roars erupted as the protective formation of the Yuhua sect came under assault. Presently, it appeared that the formation would not endure for much longer. Why hasn't the elder acted yet? Yu Xiaozu glanced anxiously towards the direction of the southern peak. Meanwhile, the clown before the enchanting demon paused, his movements freezing as he stared rigidly at her. Even the surrounding space seemed to be suspended. "Boss, I'm here." The clown, who could not articulate his thoughts, declared, "I will take care of him for you. You are so handsome. It's his lack of vision." Just then, a black orb scurried to the clown's side. The Black Flame Demon Lord had stealthily emerged from Ling Long's pocket, heading directly toward the clown. However, Upon hearing the enchanting demon's words, he shuddered. Upon hearing the black flame demon lord's statement, the clown finally smiled. Yet, his smile was somewhat unsettling, his mouth stretching unnaturally wide, resembling a grotesque painting. The enchanting demon began to feel uneasy, especially when the black orb spoke of wanting to eliminate him. The very idea sent chills down his spine. A talking black orb was unprecedented in the realm of magical artifacts. He had never even encountered such a phenomenon in ancient texts. He recalled reading that exceptionally powerful beings, even in death, could leave their souls embedded within magical artifacts, waiting for an opportunity to resurrect. Realizing this, he regretted coming here. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the clown's voice rang out. I told you so. This handsome figure is simply too stunning for your eyes. The clown cast a glance at the enchanting demon. Boom! With just a glance, the enchanting demon was sent flying, crashing into a mountain. Simultaneously, the clown extended a hand. Crack! The mountain was instantaneously cleaved in two, with the enchanting demon buried within its depths. Then, with a single hand gesture, the clown caused the mountain to close once more, as if the enchanting demon had never been there. This spectacle left everyone in awe, their throats dry with disbelief. Run! It was unclear who shouted, but at that moment, the members of the Zhu and Chu families scattered in panic. The heavenly profound realm had been annihilated. What hope was there? Even Zhu Kong and the higher-ups of the Chu family hastily retreated. Damn it! How could the Yuhua sect harbor such a formidable being? Chu Tian thought, fear spreading within him as he fled. The members of the Yuhua sect were equally paralyzed with trepidation, their gazes trembling at the sight of the clown's overwhelming prowess. When had such a deity arrived at the Yuhua sect? Could it be the Yuhua sect possessed some extraordinary secret? First, there was Ye Nan, then the enigmatic black flame, and now another oddly dressed individual. Why were so many powerful figures gravitating towards the Yuhua sect? Yu Xiaozu and Yu Xian exchanged bewildered glances. Observing the clown's formidable presence, the black flame demon lord trembled uncontrollably. Although he could effortlessly eliminate a heavenly profound realm expert, the vital point was that even someone as powerful as he could not discern the clown's cultivation level. The sensation he had previously felt was that if the clown desired, he could be crushed with a mere fingertip. Great, great lord, the black flame demon lord cautiously called out. Upon hearing his voice, the clown glanced at him. In that instant, the orb he had transformed into exploded. Not only that, but the shadow that had coalesced also flew backward, shattering several structures of the Yuhua sect in the process. Call me handsome, got it? Handsome, the clown rasped, addressing the black flame demon lord who had been sent flying. Yes, great, handsome. The black flame demon lord's voice emerged from the ruins, tinged with bitterness. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Yuhua sect were utterly terrified. They had witnessed the black flame's might firsthand. To see such a powerful being utterly powerless in the clown's presence was deeply unsettling. Nonetheless, Yu Xiaozu and Yu Xian led the members of the Yuhua sect to stand before the clown. Without hesitation, they knelt. Thank you for your assistance, great lord. Yu Xiaozu was the first to speak. Upon hearing the honorifics from the Yuhua sect, the clown frowned. Noticing the shift in the clown's expression, Yu Xiaozu quickly corrected himself. Thank you for your assistance, handsome, he exclaimed, prompting others to echo his sentiment. Although the members of the Yuhua sect had no idea what handsome meant, they were eager to please this formidable individual. Hearing their praises, the clown was filled with exhilaration. Unable to restrain himself as he twirled dramatically and struck a pose he deemed charming. Watching this spectacle, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Observing the fleeing members of the Zhu and Chu families, Yu Xiaozu hesitated and said, Lord Handsome, they. Huh? The clown turned to Yu Xiaozu. He surveyed the area. Snap! With a resounding clap, the clown snapped his fingers. The fleeing individuals exploded one by one, resembling fireworks in a truly spectacular display. No one, regardless of their realm, was spared from this fate. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Yuhua sect members. Had they not been kneeling, they would surely have collapsed in terror. Puff! Puff! Meanwhile, atop the southern peak, Ye Nan was still sound asleep. The distance was considerable. He had been attentive at first, but fatigue overcame him, and he fell asleep in his lounge chair. Just as he was enjoying a deep slumber, a small voice rang out nearby. Nanga, Nanga, that thing has come out. Chapter 84. The warehouse has been stolen again. Upon hearing by Ling's words, Ye Nan, who had been soundly sleeping, groggily lifted his head. Hey, who is it? Can't you see I'm sleeping? Ye Nan rubbed his nose, still half asleep. However, upon seeing Linglong, he was momentarily stunned, looking bewildered. What's wrong? What has come out now? Ye Nan asked, still dazed as he turned to Linglong. Nan Yi, the guy who has been laughing strangely has come out. Linglong exclaimed, her face filled with horror. What? What thing? Ye Nan was taken aback. Now, he finally understood what Linglong was saying. It was the individual he had locked away in the cabinet who had escaped. Then, Linglong recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing her words, Ye Nan paid no heed to the clown's attempts to salvage the situation. Instead, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, alas, my belongings. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Nan dashed towards the warehouse, hastily flinging open its grand doors. However, upon gazing into the warehouse, both Ye Nan and Linglong were met with grim expressions. Their belongings had vanished entirely. Damn it, that scoundrel dared to steal from me. He truly has a death wish. Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves and made his way towards the gates of Yuhua sect. Meanwhile, the clown, striking various dashing poses, seemed to sense something. Casting a glance at Nanfeng, he turned to the shadowy figure of the Black Flame Demon Lord beside him and commanded, Let us go, before the Demon Lord could react. The clown waved his hand, and their figures vanished without a trace. As the members of Yuhua sect stood in stunned silence, an enraged voice echoed through the air. Where are you? You scoundrel, show yourself. With sleeves rolled up, Ye Nan entered the scene, searching for the clown. Yet, there was no sign of him. Both had fled. The members of Yuhua sect exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Ye Nan's words. Senior, what are you looking for? Asked Uzaiatsi, who promptly stood up, realizing that the clown had already departed, rendering their kneeling unnecessary. Ye Nan quickly described the clown's appearance. Upon hearing his description, the eyes of the Yuhua sect members widened in shock. What astonished them further was the revelation that the clown was indeed one of Ye Nan's subordinates. The tone in which Ye Nan spoke and the way he rolled up his sleeves made it abundantly clear that he was the leader of the clown. At that moment, disregarding the reactions of the others in Yuhua sect, Uzaiatsi and Yu Xian felt tumultuous waves of emotion within them. Who was this extraordinary individual capable of annihilating experts of the Tianxian realm, commanding such formidable subordinates? Uzaiatsi's heart raced with excitement, while Yu Xian felt a blend of emotions, including a sense of loss. The more powerful and mysterious Ye Nan became, the more distant she felt from him. Senior, that individual has already departed, Uzaiatsi explained, still in a state of shock. He had previously thought Ye Nan was merely a powerful expert of the Tianxian realm, only to discover that he was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The thought of having a subordinate beyond the Tianxian realm was something he had never even dared to dream of. Senior, why don't you become the sect master? Seemingly struck by inspiration, Uzaiatsi's eyes gleamed. Upon hearing his suggestion, the members of Yuhua sect fell silent, yet they gazed at Ye Nan with anticipation. If Ye Nan were to take the helm of Yuhua sect, it would be akin to having a guardian of the Tianxian realm overseeing them. With that thought, the members felt invigorated, trembling with excitement. If Ye Nan were to assume the role of sect master, the influence and power of Yuhua sect would expand exponentially. What? Become the sect master? No, no, no. Ye Nan vehemently shook his head. What a joke. Why would I want to be sect master? It's far more exhilarating to be carefree. The disappointment among Uzaiatsi and the others was palpable upon hearing Ye Nan's rejection. However, they felt fortunate merely to have been chosen by Ye Nan and to reside within Yuhua sect. Damn it, he managed to escape. Just wait until I catch you, or I shall bury you alive. Ye Nan cursed as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon hearing this, the members couldn't help but twitch their lips. Only Ye Nan dared to speak so boldly after witnessing the overwhelming power displayed by that formidable figure. After venting his frustration, Ye Nan turned his attention to Bai Ling and Zhu Lan. Why are you back so soon? Master, we went to the Zhu family, but we didn't expect their experts to come to Yuhua sect. However, We have already annihilated the Zhu family, Bai Ling explained, casting a glance at Zhu Lan. The latter displayed no signs of emotional turmoil regarding her father's demise. The Zhu family had forsaken her and sought her life. There was nothing left for her to cling to. Second disciple, why not go to the Chu family and clean up the mess? Ye Nan suggested, looking at Gu Chun. I understand. I shall descend the mountain shortly. Gu Chun replied eagerly. Although the experts of the Chu family had perished at the hands of the clown, many clan members remained, and he yearned for revenge against them. Well, since matters have been settled, let us disperse, Ye Nan declared before turning to leave. Deep down, Ye Nan felt a twinge of guilt. He had not anticipated that dozing off would nearly result in the annihilation of Yuhua sect. Thankfully, that scoundrel had provided him with a brief respite. Ye Nan mused to himself, contemplating who felt the most aggrieved. It was undoubtedly the deceased experts of the Zhu family, who remained oblivious to the fact that their clan had already been obliterated. Upon returning to Nanfeng, Ye Nan cast one last look at the now empty warehouse. He was not particularly concerned about the missing techniques. Rather, he realized that he would be without firewood in the coming days, especially with Ling Long beside him. Her expression darkened with frustration. Brother Nan, what shall we do for firewood? She asked, looking at him helplessly. I have no idea. What could that scoundrel possibly want with such things? With his strength, it seems he wouldn't need them. Ye Nan pondered, perplexed. Although the clown was a product of the system's rewards, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, and these treasures would likely hold limited value for him. Shaking his head, Ye Nan decided not to dwell on it. Thankfully, the Nanfeng area had ample trees, making it relatively easy to procure firewood. Without further ado, Ye Nan changed into a fresh set of clothes and ventured into the woods to gather firewood. Bai Ling and Zhu Lan quickly followed to assist him, while Yu Xian and Yu Zaiotzi attended to sect matters. After all, the recent events had incurred significant losses, and there was much work to be done. Gathering firewood was a task that would only take 2 or 3 days, and the daily system sign-ins would yield numerous rewards, allowing them to quickly amass a substantial stockpile. For Ye Nan, chopping wood was a simple endeavor, though organizing it required some effort. Fortunately, with the help of Bai Ling and Zhu Lan, he felt satisfied with their contributions. Meanwhile, Ling Long furrowed her brow in confusion, rummaging through her pockets. Strange, where did that little black pearl go? Did I drop it during the scuffle? She wondered, perplexed, as she distinctly remembered having it securely in her possession. Chapter 85. Handsome one, call me the handsome one. Do you understand? Brother Nan, my black orb is missing. Ling Long expressed her distress. She had quite an affection for that black orb, which even had the ability to comprehend her words. All that remained was to see if Ye Nan could retrieve it. Huh? What are you talking about? The black orb? Ye Nan, who was busy chopping wood, paused momentarily. After a brief moment, he finally grasped what Ling Long was referring to. Did you drop it? I'll help you look for it shortly. Ye Nan held a genuine concern for Ling Long. Sister, I believe I've seen that black orb before. Bai Ling hesitantly interjected. Yes, I think I have as well. Zhu Lan chimed in as a spark of realization flickered in her mind. Really? Where did you see it? Ling Long's spirits lifted instantly. That orb seems to have fled, likely alongside that individual. Bai Ling recounted past events, referring to the clown. What? The orb has such secrets and can even transform into a figure? Ye Nan's eyelids twitched at the revelation. Previously, he had only observed the orb containing a heart, but had not paid close attention. However, Ling Long displayed no fear. Rather, she seemed intrigued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother Nan, could you help me find it? Ling Long gazed at Ye Nan with a pleading expression. Well, I have no idea where that rascal has gone, and I am equally troubled about where to search. Ye Nan expressed his frustration. The wardrobe that once contained the clown had grown increasingly ineffective, and even when it escaped, he was unaware. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Ling Long's face fell momentarily. Yet, after a brief pause, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Brother Nan, let's go out and search for them. Ye Nan's eyes lit up in response. Yes, let us head out. We can skip cooking and dine out instead. All right, I'll tidy up and we'll set out shortly, Ye Nan declared resolutely. Previously, Gu Chen had been responsible for cooking and cleaning, but he had recently departed for revenge, leaving Ye Nan momentarily disoriented. Master, shall we accompany you and sister? Bai Ling inquired. looking at Ye Nan. No need. Focus on your cultivation, and do not follow our lead. Ye Nan shook his head, directing his gaze towards Bai Ling. He and Ling Long were the carefree types. Bai Ling felt a bit speechless upon hearing Ye Nan's words, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, they needed to grow stronger, and with Ye Nan protecting Ling Long, she faced little danger. However, they could not remain by Ye Nan's side, as Ling Long did. Zhu Lan considered staying behind, but upon hearing Ye Nan's comments, she too relinquished the idea. In truth, Zhu Lan envied Ling Long's carefree existence, always by Ye Nan's side without a worry. After a brief period of tidying up, Ye Nan led Ling Long down the mountain, accompanied by Zhu Lan and another girl. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ye Nan prioritized a meal in Yun City. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, within a cave filled with dry bones, a gaunt old man sat in meditation. In front of him lay a blood-red alchemical furnace, bubbling ominously. "Damn it! Who killed my disciple?" The old man opened his crimson eyes, filled with anger. He was the master of the enchantress, known as the Withered Bone Elder. The moment the enchantress perished, he sensed it. Regardless of who you are, you shall become an ingredient in my furnace." The Withered Bone Elder chuckled ominously. On the other side, atop a high mountain, two figures gradually materialized. Upon appearing, the Black Flame Demon Lord felt his aura destabilizing, as if the shadow he had conjured was on the verge of dissipating. The instant the clown had whisked him away, it felt less like flight and more like teleportation. At that moment, the Black Flame Demon Lord gazed at the clown with increased reverence. "Where exactly have we arrived, my lord?" he cautiously queried, glancing at the clown. Upon hearing his question, the clown tilted his head and promptly slapped the Black Flame Demon Lord, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. "Call me the Handsome One." "The Handsome One, do you understand?" The clown's hoarse voice echoed in the Black Flame Demon Lord's ears. "Understood, Handsome One," the Black Flame Demon Lord replied, feeling utterly humiliated, suppressing tears as he complied. "Oh dear, you wish to use me for alchemy?" The clown suddenly glanced in a particular direction, his expression laden with meaning. Seeing the clown muttering to himself again, the Black Flame Demon Lord trembled in fear, too afraid to utter a sound. "Little orb, come here," the clown beckoned, turning his attention back to the Black Flame Demon Lord. "Handsome One, what? What is your command?" The Black Flame Demon Lord adopted an exceedingly submissive posture. Without a word, the clown pointed at the Black Flame Demon Lord, and a wisp of black mist merged into his being. Feeling something enter his body, the Black Flame Demon Lord nearly wept in terror. Thud! He fell to his knees. "Handsome One, spare my life." He began to kowtow once more. The clown, however, paid him no mind and sat upon a nearby stone stool, idly toying with a black dagger in hand. "This is the end." The Black Flame Demon Lord felt a sense of doom as the clown ignored him. Yet the next moment, he sensed something was amiss with his body. His originally black flame-form physique seemed to be corporealizing. This is... The Black Flame Demon Lord gazed in disbelief at his reconstructing form, utterly astonished. Indeed, it was a rebirth of flesh and blood. How arduous is it to reshape one's body? It requires exceedingly rare medicinal materials, and the process is fraught with challenges. Thus, some powerful cultivators prefer to seize another's body rather than undergo the arduous task of reconstruction. Now, however, he was visibly undergoing a transformation. At that moment, the Black Flame Demon Lord's gaze towards the clown shifted entirely. Such a technique was beyond his comprehension, leaving him in awe of the clown's existence. In mere moments, his body had been perfectly reformed. The newly reshaped Black Flame Demon Lord stood impressively tall, around 2 meters, with a single black horn atop his head. Yet, he had no time to examine his new form. Thud! He knelt before the clown, this moment having been awaited for countless years. "My lord, I shall henceforth be your loyal servant." Willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a hint of hesitation, the Black Flame Demon Lord proclaimed, gratitude evident on his face. However, no sooner had he spoken than he felt his body hurtling away once more. "I told you to call me Handsome One. Do you understand?" The Handsome One, the clown, seemingly unsatisfied, stepped forward and stomped on him twice. Yes, the handsome one. The black flame demon lord's voice emerged muffled from the earth. Chapter 86. The forgetful handsome lord. At this moment, the black flame demon lord felt quite frustrated. Previously, the clown had compelled him to call him handsome guy, and now he was instructed to refer to him as great handsome lord. This was tolerable, but he also had to endure beatings. However, the clown had bestowed upon him a perfect physical form, so receiving a few blows was not particularly concerning. The main issue was that he simply could not retaliate. After a brief kicking session, the clown withdrew his foot and, without looking back, began to bounce off in one direction. Reluctantly, the black flame demon lord had no choice but to follow suit. Although he had been beaten, it was merely a matter of fleshly pain. The clown had not struck him with any real force. As they ambled along, the black flame demon lord resembled a sycophant, nodding and bowing with great eagerness. "Great handsome lord, where are we headed?" he inquired cautiously, casting a wary glance at the clown, who seemed to be in a daze. "Ah, where to? Yes, where are we going?" The clown looked around with a hint of confusion. The black flame demon lord was momentarily stunned, realizing he had been running alongside the clown without any idea of their destination. "Do you know where we're going?" he asked. The clown pondered for a moment, but remained unclear, thus turning his gaze back to the black flame demon lord. "How would I know?" The black flame demon lord replied, equally bewildered. However, to avoid further punishment, he racked his brain to recall what the clown had previously mentioned. Sweating profusely, he suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. He quickly turned to the clown. "Great handsome lord, you seemed to mention something about alchemy earlier." Upon hearing this, the clown's eyes lit up. "Oh, this great handsome lord remembers now. Let us go, it is time for alchemy." With that, he continued striding ahead. Seeing the clown's reaction, the black flame demon lord let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had guessed correctly, narrowly escaping a potential beating. Yet, after approximately an hour of travel, the clown once again inquired, "Where are we headed?" The black flame demon lord was left speechless, frozen in place. "Great handsome lord, we are going for alchemy." This time, he did not hesitate to provide the answer. "Ah, yes, yes, alchemy, alchemy," the clown exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. At this point, the black flame demon lord's face darkened significantly, but he dared not voice his frustrations. What followed was a series of torturous exchanges for the black flame demon lord. With each segment of their journey, the clown would ask him once again. Yet, the black flame demon lord remained patient, dutifully reminding him each time. Goodness, is this esteemed figure truly so forgetful? The black flame demon lord mused, puzzled. In his understanding, the clown's power was unfathomably formidable, making it hard to believe he could suffer from such temporary amnesia. Before long, they arrived at a ravine. Inside, the ground was littered with skeletal remains, belonging to both beasts and humans alike. The entire gorge was suffused with toxic gases, clearly indicating that these creatures had succumbed to the poisonous miasma. The bones were stained with a blood-red toxin. The sight of this gas caused the black flame demon lord to frown. However, these toxins posed little threat to him, especially given his newly reformed physique. As for the clown, he was even less affected. Silently, the duo ventured deeper into the ravine. Within a cavern, an ancient skeletal elder was engaged in alchemical practices. Sensing their presence, his hawk-like gaze turned towards the entrance, as the sounds of their footsteps drew closer. Soon, the figures of the black flame demon lord and the clown emerged. The skeletal elder squinted at the oddly mismatched pair. This time, the skeletal elder refrained from immediate anger, for thus far, no one had managed to traverse his toxic barrier unscathed. The fact that these two could enter unharmed indicated their considerable strength. "Who are you two? What business do you have here?" the skeletal elder inquired, focusing on the clown and the black flame demon lord. "Did you not say you would use us for alchemy?" "Well, here we are, delivered right to your doorstep. How will you proceed?" The black flame demon lord casually assumed a nonchalant posture. He had overheard the clown mention the skeletal elder during their journey. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the elder's existence. Upon hearing the black flame demon lord's words, the skeletal elder's body quivered. Those words had indeed been his, but they were meant for those who had slain his disciples. How could these two possibly know that? With this realization, the skeletal elder prepared for an attack. Are you the ones who kill my disciple? Indeed, it was my great handsome lord, the black flame demon lord. Suddenly inspired, hurriedly flattered the clown. In support of the black flame demon lord, the clown struck an exaggerated pose, believing it to be dashing. Indeed, it is I, this great handsome lord. What nonsense are you spouting? You dare to slay my disciple? Perhaps you possess some strength, but do remember, this is my domain. Initially, there was a hint of trepidation in the skeletal elder's voice. However, he soon reasoned that, as it was his territory, even if the opponents were somewhat powerful, they were still easily manageable. Upon hearing the skeletal elder's words, the black flame demon lord smirked disdainfully and turned to the clown. Great handsome lord, how shall we deal with this fellow? How to deal with him? Why, we shall use him for alchemy, of course. The clown cackled mischievously. Upon hearing the clown's proclamation, the black flame demon lord's eyes sparkled with amusement. Did you hear that? My great handsome lord has declared that we will be using you for alchemy. He grinned menacingly at the skeletal elder. Oomph. Arrogance shall be your downfall. The skeletal elder's anger flared, and he thrust both palms forward. In an instant, a torrent of blood-colored mist erupted from his body, surging towards the black flame demon lord and the clown. Oomph. All show and no substance. Great handsome lord, allow me to take care of this. The black flame demon lord was eager to display his prowess. The clown, however, made no further comments, instead choosing to ignore the billowing blood mist and leisurely approached the alchemical furnace, curiously peering inside. Do not touch my furnace. The skeletal elder roared in fury, directing his ire at the clown. This was the blood elixir he had painstakingly crafted over an indeterminate span. As a ninth-level expert of the celestial realm, he was but a step away from transcending into the realm of metamorphosis. However, due to insufficient talent, he could not take that final leap and had resorted to alternative means, utilizing the blood of humans and beasts for his elixirs. This practice was widely condemned in the cultivation world for its harm to the heavens, and even if successful, there was only a 10% chance of breaking through that boundary. This threshold was the first limit for all cultivators beneath the realm of metamorphosis, the ability to soar through the skies. Achieving this level would result in a transformation of both lifespan and cultivation, earning one the title of terrestrial immortal. This was precisely why the skeletal elder was so intent on preventing the clown from meddling. Oomph. You wish to contend with me while worrying about your pitiful elixir? The black flame demon lord disregarded the poisonous mist and charged straight at the skeletal elder, seizing him by the head. Chapter 87. In an instant, the skeletal elder was engulfed in unbearable agony. Thunderous crashes echoed as his feeble powers struck the body of the black flame demon lord. Yet, the demon lord's form seemed forged from iron, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Oomph. You, a mere practitioner of the heavenly profound realm, think you can breach my defenses? You might as well return to your alchemy furnace. After speaking, the black flame demon lord exerted his strength. Crack, crack. The overwhelming force contorted the skeletal elder, reducing him to a mere sphere. Shall I toss him into the alchemy furnace, my lord? The demon lord inquired, holding the spherical form of the skeletal elder. At this moment, the elder remained alive, his consciousness intact, yet he could not utter a sound, even to plead for mercy. Do it. The jester nodded. With the jester's approval, the black flame demon lord unceremoniously cast the skeletal elder into the furnace. Thud! The skeletal elder was unceremoniously thrown into the furnace, which was as scorching as molten lava. The process was prolonged, and the elder endured profound torment, yet he remained voiceless. Meanwhile, the jester picked up a small twig from the ground and began poking the spherical skeletal elder within the furnace. Witnessing this scene, the black flame demon lord twitched at the corner of his mouth. As time elapsed, the skeletal elder was gradually reduced to a pool of blood. Observing the empty furnace, the jester expressed confusion. Hey, wasn't this supposed to be alchemy? Where are the elixirs? Only the black flame demon lord remained speechless. He understood that alchemy was not as straightforward as they had presumed. They had merely boiled the skeletal elder, yielding no elixirs whatsoever. Nonetheless, he cautiously remarked, My lord, this old fool must have deceived you. It is impossible to produce elixirs from him. Huh? What? He dared to deceive me? I distinctly heard him claim he would concoct elixirs for us. How could he lie? The jester, infuriated, tossed the twig to the ground. Alas, to think I was deceived. My mood is terribly soured now. Let us venture out and enjoy ourselves. With that, the jester strode out with a nonchalant gait. Hearing the jester's words, the black flame demon lord chuckled and followed suit. Soon, the pair arrived at a bustling town, not too large, but lively with people. Come, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. The jester led the black flame demon lord to a tavern. Before the waiter could speak, the jester tossed a magical artifact onto the counter. Bring me a private room. Upon seeing the artifact, the black flame demon lord's mouth twitched. It was not particularly valuable, merely of 7th or 8th rank, but sufficient for a meal. He refrained from offering any advice. However, to the waiter, a small cultivator, the artifact was extraordinary. Please wait a moment. I must inform the manager. The waiter hurriedly retreated to the back. The jester and the demon lord waited without concern. The black flame demon lord, puzzled, inquired, My lord, where did you acquire this artifact? It was only natural for him to question, as he believed someone of the jester's caliber should not possess such a lowly magical item. I got it from my master. Why? Do you desire it? I have plenty more. I cleared out an entire warehouse. The jester replied, bewildered by the question. Upon hearing this, the black flame demon lord's eyelids twitched, and his legs nearly buckled. He instinctively realized who the jester's master was, Ye Nan. The last time the jester attempted theft, he had been soundly beaten by Ye Nan, an experience still fresh in his memory. He had not expected the jester to be even bolder this time, clearing out an entire warehouse. Returning now would surely lead to a severe beating from Ye Nan. My lord, is this wise? What if someone takes offense? Out of concern, the black flame demon lord stammered. Fear not, I am frequently beaten. It is nothing new. The jester dismissed the concern. However, the black flame demon lord felt a wave of despair. The jester was stout and resilient, but he was not so fortunate. While he had no knowledge of Ye Nan's true strength, the fact that he could effortlessly defeat the jester suggested that he could easily do the same to him. Just then, an elderly voice rang out. Esteemed guests, forgive my lack of hospitality. Quickly, prepare the finest private rooms for you. The manager, upon glimpsing the artifact on the counter, was utterly astonished. He surveyed the surrounding area and snatched the artifact, cradling it in his arms, wrapping it tightly in his robe to prevent anyone from seeing. The jester and the demon lord said nothing, following the waiter upstairs. Before long, they arrived at a lofty pavilion. The jester's eyes lit up at the scenic view. He turned to the waiter. Prepare the 4 treasures of the study. Upon hearing the jester's request, both the waiter and the black flame demon lord were momentarily stunned. The waiter promptly descended to fulfill the request, while the black flame demon lord wore a perplexed expression, thinking, could it be that this esteemed one possesses calligraphy skills? Have I misjudged? Esteemed guest, here are the 4 treasures you requested. The waiter quickly returned with the items. Very well, you may leave now. The black flame demon lord waved his hand dismissively. Of course. The waiter, understanding, promptly exited. The jester meticulously arranged the paper and then looked at the black flame demon lord. What are you staring at? Grind the ink. Right away. The black flame demon lord hurriedly complied, preparing the ink for the jester. After uttering these words, the jester grasped his brush, gazing out at the scenery beyond the pavilion. With a posture of deep contemplation, he appeared to be lost in thought, yet he was genuinely pondering. Suddenly he exclaimed, how beautiful the scenery is! How grand the birds! How blue the sky! At this, the black flame demon lord nearly stumbled. He stared incredulously at the jester, even halting his ink grinding. Seeing the demon lord's astonished expression, the jester beamed with pride and struck a flamboyant pose, declaring, Am I not impressive? Have you been captivated by my talent? I know I am charming, but do not fall in love with me. Upon hearing this, the black flame demon lord's eyelids twitched again. However, he quickly regained his composure, applauding, How splendid! Truly, my esteemed lord, you are a paragon for our generation. I humbly offer you my respect. The jester, even more elated by the praise, coughed lightly, Not bad, not bad. given your eagerness to learn, I shall reluctantly impart some skills to you. The jester stroked his chin, feigning wisdom. The black flame demon lord, however, immediately regretted his earlier enthusiasm. Chapter 88. Ah, how refreshing. Yet, the dark flame demon lord was acutely aware of the jester's temperament. Should he refuse, a severe beating would undoubtedly follow. He chuckled and humbly requested guidance from the dashing gentleman. The dark flame demon lord gazed at the jester with palpable excitement. How could not be thrilled? A lack of enthusiasm would only result in punishment. Very well, let us commence with the art of calligraphy. The jester confidently seized the brush from the table, poised to create his masterpiece. However, upon noticing the pristine tip of the brush, he furrowed his brow. Do not inquire as to why. He simply forgot to dip it in ink, feeling as though something was amiss. Observing this, the dark flame demon lord's lips twitched, yet he remained understanding, promptly presenting the ink tray to the jester. The jester's eyes sparkled upon receiving the tray, casting a satisfied glance at the dark flame demon lord. With a swift motion, he plunged the brush into the ink, nearly shattering the tray. He proceeded to wield the brush with grandiosity. Before long, the artwork was complete. However, the dark flame demon lord was left dumbfounded upon witnessing the creation. What do you think? Is this beauty not exquisite? The jester beamed with pride, admiring his own hasty scrawl, which bore no resemblance to a human form at all. It was merely a stick with a circle atop it. Beautiful, truly magnificent. I have never beheld such splendor. Ultimately, the dark flame demon lord uttered these insincere words. Since it is indeed beautiful, you may keep it. Should you desire my artistic skills, do not hesitate to inform me. The jester, with an air of sophistication, patted the shoulder of the dark flame demon lord, who dared not resist and reluctantly accepted the crude drawing. Let's go a drink. The jester appeared to be in high spirits as he sat down at the table laden with prepared delicacies. Seeing the jester cease his antics, the dark flame demon lord sighed in relief and joined him in revelry. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, the entire tavern began to tremble. Boom! Before they could comprehend the situation, the tavern collapsed, sending them tumbling with their wine jars. Crash! They landed amidst a cloud of dust. Who dares disturb my drinking? The dark flame demon lord fumed. Even the jester shared his discontent. Oomph! You question the origins of treasures without providing answers. If so, I shall demolish your establishment. A voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed in their ears. As the dust settled, they beheld the speaker, a middle-aged man accompanied by over a dozen subordinates, all cultivators. The leader, a solid-stage practitioner, stood imperiously. Initially, some patrons were discontent with the sudden collapse, ready to demand an explanation, but upon seeing the man's entourage, they fell silent. At the man's feet lay several figures, the tavern keeper and the waitstaff, who were now gasping for breath, clearly nearing their end. Witnessing this, the dark flame demon lord's eyes blazed with fury, while the jester remained silent, observing intently. The middle-aged man noticed the jester and the dark flame demon lord. What are you staring at, you grotesque fool? He showed no respect, for he was the local bully, feared by all. Upon hearing this, the dark flame demon lord, who was about to erupt in anger, froze momentarily, sensing impending doom. Indeed, as the man's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew noticeably colder. We are finished. The dark flame demon lord stiffly turned to the jester. In that moment, the jester remained silent, extending a hand. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, having just snatched a treasure from the tavern keeper, gleefully examined his prize. Upon seeing the jester raise his hand, the dark flame demon lord was struck with alarm. Without further thought, he dashed to the jester's side, well aware of the jester's formidable power, which could even harm his own allies. Sure enough, the next moment, the jester waved his hand gently. However, no immediate reaction ensued. The middle-aged man and his followers paid no heed to them. Only the dark flame demon lord frowned, puzzled. But then, boom, a deafening sound reverberated through the heavens. In an instant, the dark flame demon lord gaped at the scene before him, swallowing hard. Gone was the middle-aged man, the entire town, and everything visible. The mountains, the bustling people, had vanished, leaving behind a barren plain devoid of life, stretching endlessly. The dark flame demon lord was grateful for his foresight in moving closer to the jester. Had he remained in his previous spot, he would have been reduced to ashes. It was an indiscriminate attack, claiming the lives of those in the town before they even had a chance to react. There was no suffering at all. How refreshing. The jester inhaled deeply, then waved his hand once more. Specks of glowing light cascaded from the skies. In an instant, those whom he had erased were revived. Witnessing this, the dark flame demon lord trembled with astonishment. Having previously witnessed the jester reconstruct his corporeal form was terrifying enough. Now, the dead could be resurrected. The jester ignored the dark flame demon lord and, after reviving the people, turned to depart, clutching his wine jar. Of course, the middle-aged man and his group were truly beyond salvation. As the jester bounced away in high spirits, the dark flame demon lord hastily followed. Bang! Perhaps due to excitement or shock, the once mighty demon lord stumbled and fell unceremoniously. Nevertheless, his face radiated exhilaration, oblivious to the dirt on his visage as he scrambled to catch up with the jester. A celestial. It must be a celestial. What other being could wield such power? The dark flame demon lord's heart raced with fervor. The legend of the celestial had persisted through the ages in the realm of cultivation, representing the ultimate aspiration for all practitioners. Yet, no one had ever encountered a celestial, dismissing it as a mere myth. Even the dark flame demon lord had previously scoffed at the notion, but now he was witnessing an unforgettable spectacle. To die and be reborn. Who else could achieve such a feat? He felt he had stumbled upon an opportunity he could never have imagined in this life, or perhaps in several lifetimes. In that moment, his resolve to follow the jester solidified, especially as thoughts of Ye Nan sent his heart racing. The resurrected individuals were bewildered, having experienced a blackout only to awaken in a world devoid of their town, mountains, and homes. They felt as though they were trapped in a dream. However, most of them were cultivators, so reconstructing their dwellings would pose little challenge. The jester, now seated on a stone stump, savored his wine, while the dark flame demon lord stood nearby, watching the jester with gleeful admiration, his eyes sparkling. What troubles you? The jester shot an exasperated glance at the dark flame demon lord. Dashing sir, where shall we venture next? The dark flame demon lord, not wishing to pry, simply smiled and followed the jester's whims. How fortunate it was to encounter such a powerful figure. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Chapter 89. The Mysterious Woman, Where Shall We Go for Entertainment? Upon hearing the words of the black flame demon lord, the jester's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly casting aside the previous events. Is there truly no place of amusement? Especially somewhere with breathtaking scenery. I, the illustrious one, am inspired and long to compose a poem. The jester promptly ascended a stone pedestal, striking a dashing pose. The black flame demon lord, upon hearing the jester's words, could not help but twitch his lips. My esteemed friend, I know of a place with splendid views. He nodded and bowed respectfully. Really? Lead the way. The jester exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Very well. The black flame demon lord hurriedly took the lead, and thus, the two ventured further away. Days passed, and Guchun had arrived within the territory of the Chu family. He refrained from immediate action, opting instead to find lodging first. Although he was eager to storm into the Chu residence, his extensive experience taught him that recklessness would only lead to failure. Before launching an attack, it was prudent to ascertain the true strength of the Chu family and whether any formidable opponents remained. Unbeknownst to Guchun, beneath the Chu estate, a disheveled old Taoist was laboriously digging a tunnel. Who else could it be but Mu Beichen? After visiting the Zhu family, Mu Beichen had decisively turned his attention to the Chu family, for he was aware that their demise was inevitable. He could only prepare, albeit with sorrow, to claim the treasures of the Chu family. Naturally, the graves could not be overlooked either. Before long, Mu Beichen had unearthed the burial grounds. With practiced efficiency, he pried open the graves, scavenging their contents as if collecting refuse. He then proceeded to the Chu family's treasury, leaving no stone unturned. Not bad, not bad. Far wealthier than the Zhu family. Mu Beichen was elated. Meanwhile, the Chu family was immersed in revelry, adorned with festive decorations and the character plastered everywhere. Gu Chen observed this scene from a distance, his demeanor cold and detached. He had learned that a cultivation family had taken an interest in the Chu family's young master, thus arranging a marriage alliance. However, little was known about the other party, and Gu Chen had failed to gather more information. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. Anyone who dared obstruct his quest for vengeance would be deemed an enemy. The bridal procession had arrived at the Chu estate. Strangely, apart from a few bearers of the bridal palanquin and an elderly woman accompanying them, there was no bridal entourage, making the event quite understated. Many attendees found this phenomenon peculiar, yet no one dared voice their thoughts, continuing with the festivities. Unbeknownst to all, the high-ranking members of the Chu family en route to the Yuhua sect had already perished. Gu Chen watched curiously as the bride emerged from the palanquin. Though her face was obscured by a red veil, her alluring figure suggested she was a woman of extraordinary beauty. The bride seemed to sense something, tilting her head slightly to glance in Gu Chen's direction. Despite the veil, he could feel her gaze upon him. Even the elderly woman beside her cast a glance his way. Granny Hua, keep an eye on him to prevent any disturbances. The bride's voice reached the elderly woman's ears. Rest assured, my lady, the old woman replied with a respectful nod. The bride, though not highly skilled, was on par with Gu Chen. However, the old woman's prowess was beyond his comprehension. Gu Chen understood that any elder cultivator whose strength he could not gauge was likely far superior to him. At that moment, Gu Chen found himself in a predicament. He had previously discerned the current strength of the Chu family and found no formidable forces remaining. Yet, the presence of this old woman suggested otherwise. As Gu Chen contemplated, a hand settled on his shoulder, startling him. He had been approached without any awareness. Just as he was about to activate his secret technique, a voice reached his ear. Second senior brother, do you need assistance? Upon hearing this voice, Gu Chen was taken aback. Turning to see Mu Beichen, he breathed a sigh of relief. The two decided not to linger further and found a tavern to sit momentarily. Junior brother, what brings you here? Gu Chen raised a cup and drank it down. I heard from senior sister and you about the plan to eradicate the Chu family, so I came to observe and perhaps earn some drinking money, Mu Beichen said, chugging from a wine jar with great delight. Understanding Mu Beichen's nature, Gu Chen inquired, have you already visited the Chu family? Indeed, I have. It was as expected. I cleared out all their valuables. Mu Beichen replied nonchalantly. By the way, do you know the strength of that old woman beside the bride? And who are they? Gu Chen turned his gaze sharply to Mu Beichen. Though I am your senior brother, you possess more experience and insight. I'm not aware of who they are, but that old woman is a celestial realm powerhouse, likely comparable to my current strength, Mu Beichen replied with a serious tone. He was not from the fringes, but had come for a specific reason. Stronger individuals required ever scarcer resources, and remaining in such barren lands would only deplete one's talent and time. Of course, Ye Nan was an exception, a mystery to Mu Beichen. He could not fathom why someone of such caliber would reside in such a place. However, today, encountering a peer-level cultivator here felt unsettling. Was this person also drawn by that matter? Celestial realm? It seems my earlier speculation was not unfounded, but I did not expect someone so formidable, Gu Chen remarked, his expression turning grave. Junior brother, I have a request. Gu Chen soon fixed his gaze on Mu Beichen. Mu Beichen, aware of his junior brother's intentions, smiled and asked, what is it? Do you wish for me to intercept that old woman? Indeed, I shall reward you handsomely in the future. Gu Chen nodded earnestly, not concealing his intentions. Reward? We are both disciples of our master. As brothers, it is only natural we assist each other, Mu Beichen retorted with a hint of exasperation. Very well. Gu Chen felt warmth in his heart upon hearing Mu Beichen's words. Especially at the mention of family, he realized he had discovered a new purpose. Once driven solely by vengeance, he now aspired to live for his newfound family after achieving retribution. Chapter 90. Just pretend you didn't see me, understood? As the two conversed, two figures passed by in front of Gu Chen and his companion. Initially, they paid no heed, but upon catching sight of the shorter individual, Gu Chen's eyelids flickered. What's wrong, senior brother? What are you looking at? Due to the angle, Mu Beichen was unaware of the situation. He only noticed the peculiar look in Gu Chen's eyes. Hearing Mu Beichen's inquiry, Gu Chun remained silent, continuously signaling to him with his eyes. Curiosity piqued. Mu Beichun turned to look. Who else could these two be but the clown and the black flame demon lord? However, upon seeing them, Mu Beichun felt nothing unusual. At this moment, the black flame demon lord had retracted the horns atop his head, appearing as a robust man, utterly unrecognizable. Mu Beichun had never encountered the clown before. "Senior brother, is something amiss?" he asked, perplexed. "And no, it's nothing." Gu Chun recalled that Mu Beichun had never seen the clown. The black flame demon lord, on the other hand, stirred some confusion within Gu Chun. He was certain he had not seen this individual before. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Chun, causing his pupils to tremble as he recalled the dark figure that had emerged from the black or previously. The black flame demon lord cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chun and the two figures, yet said nothing. As for the clown, he completely ignored them and continued on his way. Seeing that both had disregarded him and walked past, Gu Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips. Nevertheless, he set down his cup and hurriedly followed. Observing Gu Chun's sudden urgency, Mu Beichun felt puzzled. After scrutinizing the two for a while, he discerned nothing extraordinary about them. They seemed entirely ordinary. Could it be that I was mistaken? Mu Beichun pondered, yet he trailed behind nonetheless. "Senior." Gu Chun hastened to the clown's side, bowing respectfully. "Ah, who are you?" The clown halted, feigning ignorance. Gu Chun felt speechless at the clown's response. "Senior, where are you headed?" he inquired, undeterred by the clown's words. "We're off to enjoy the scenery," the clown replied amiably. Enjoying the scenery? Gu Chun found this somewhat odd. He had considered asking the clown for assistance, but ultimately decided to rely on himself. With Mu Beichun preoccupied with that old woman, he could manage on his own. Had he truly needed help, he would have sought Ye Nan long ago, rather than waiting until now. After the clown spoke, he took a few steps, seemingly recalling something, and quickly turned back to Gu Chun, stating, "Just pretend you didn't see me today, understood?" Gu Chun was momentarily stunned by the clown's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, senior, I have seen nothing today." "Ah, splendid." The clown nodded appreciatively. Only the black flame demon lord and Gu Chun understood the underlying meaning. The clown was evidently concerned about Gu Chun reporting back, fearing Ye Nan would come after him. "Not afraid, huh?" The black flame demon lord thought to himself, just as he caught the clown glancing at him, which sent a shiver down his spine. He immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "By the way, would you like me to take care of that Shu family for you? Consider it a silencing fee. How does that sound?" The clown turned to Gu Chun. "No need, senior. I prefer to handle this myself." Gu Chun hesitated but ultimately declined. "All right, I shall take my leave then. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, he and the black flame demon lord scurried away. Watching the two's furtive demeanor, Gu Chun shook his head and smiled. "Who are they?" Mu Beichun inquired, joining Gu Chun. "They are subordinates of my master. You haven't encountered them before. This is my formal introduction," Gu Chun explained. Upon learning they were Ye Nan's subordinates, Mu Beichun's interest was piqued. "How powerful are they?" he pressed. "Not sure, but I know they can easily handle those in the heavenly profound realm." Gu Chun recalled the scene at the Yuhua sect. "Such strength?" Mu Beichun gasped. What ill fortune to encounter the master's disciples here." The clown, now quite a distance away, felt vexed. "Fear not, my lord. They likely won't report back." The black flame demon lord reassured him. "Really?" The clown perked up instantly. "Indeed. I assure you." The black flame demon lord patted his chest confidently. "Ha ha. That is good, that is good. Otherwise, I would have buried you." The clown's mood brightened considerably. The black flame demon lord could only sigh inwardly, feeling a deep sense of regret. Ye Nan had buried the clown, and now the clown wanted to bury him. Meanwhile, Gu Chun, with Mu Beichun's support, prepared to take decisive action. At that moment, the Chu family was in the midst of a wedding ceremony. The Chu family's young master, clad in a splendid red robe, radiated pride and joy, particularly as he gazed upon the bride, an insatiable greed evident in his expression. Just as the two were about to bow to heaven and earth, a sound of something slicing through the air approached the hall with alarming speed. "Impudent!" The flower elder beside the bride shouted angrily, raising her cane to strike. The incoming object shattered into pieces in an instant. When the crowd looked up, they realized it was a person, their own guard from the Chu family. Moreover, more guards were being sent flying towards the hall, all battered into a mist of blood by the flower elders' ruthless strikes. In no time, the entire hall was drenched in blood, adding a grotesque flair to the festive atmosphere. "Who dares to be so audacious in my Chu family?" the young master of the Chu family demanded. "On such a fine day, how could I miss out?" Gu Chen's voice echoed through the hall. With a swift motion, two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, Gu Chen and his companion. "Who are you?" The young master of the Chu family scrutinized Gu Chen, a perplexed look on his face, as if he recognized him. However, the flower elder's attention was immediately drawn to Mu Beichen as soon as they appeared. Unfazed, Mu Beichen stood nonchalantly beside Gu Chen. "What is this? Has the young master already forgotten me after such a short time? When your Chu family annihilated my Gu family, it wasn't like this." Gu Chen's gaze was rife with murderous intent as he directed it towards the young master of the Chu family. "It's you, Gu Chen?" The young master finally connected the dots, realizing why Gu Chen seemed so familiar. While surprised, he was only slightly taken aback. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's merely a stray dog. Because of you, all the high-ranking members of my Chu family have gone to Yuhua sect to find you. So, what now? Yuhua sect has fallen, and you fled?" The young master assumed that Gu Chen had escaped after the Yuhua sect's demise. "Flee? Are you unaware that all your Chu family strongmen have perished?" Gu Chen laughed heartily for the first time, a mix of hatred, exhilaration, and relief swirling within him. Chapter 91. Devouring physique. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the eldest son of the Chu family furrowed his brow. However, he soon regained his composure and scoffed, "Ridiculous. Merely a Jade Hua sect? In the past, I might have believed it, but now, you could at least come up with a better excuse. Surely your Chu family possesses life tokens? Haven't you checked them? Or do you believe this venture is bound to succeed?" Gu Chen's derision elicited a flicker of uncertainty in the heart of the Chu family's young master. Their family's high-ranking members had been absent for several days. In earlier times, this would not have raised concern. Presently, however, the formidable strength of the Chu family was undeniable, and annihilating a sect with mere corporeal existence should have been a trivial task. "You go check the ancestral hall," the young master instructed a nearby guard. "Yes," the guard replied, turning to depart. Yet before long, a hurried figure returned, panting with urgency. It was the same guard. Seeing his distressed demeanor, the young master and others from the Chu family felt a jolt of apprehension. "Why, young master, the life tokens in the ancestral hall are all shattered." The guard stammered, his face ashen. "What? Repeat that." The young master seized the guard by the collar, astonishment etched on his face. "I have already stated it. Why do you refuse to believe me? I came here for vengeance, to avenge my Gu family." Gu Chen's expression grew increasingly menacing. "You seek death." The Chu family's young master was aflame with anger. Just as he prepared to strike, a voice, cool and elegant, interrupted. A woman in ceremonial attire lifted her red veil, her expression devoid of emotion as she addressed Gu Chen. "Might I request a favor? Let this matter rest." Gu Chen, taken aback, retorted with a sardonic smile. "If someone annihilated your entire family, would you simply let it go?" The woman's brow creased slightly, her eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, Granny Hua could no longer contain herself and interjected vehemently. "You, young man, my master is offering you a chance at survival. Do not be ungrateful." The Chu family's young master felt a flicker of reassurance seeing the woman speak on his behalf, especially as he beheld her striking features, nearly swallowing hard in his desire to approach her. This was his first glimpse of her beauty. Previously, Granny Hua had forcefully proposed a match, which the Chu family had declined, leading him to assume she was merely an unattractive daughter of a powerful family. Yet, considering Granny Hua's strength, he had reluctantly acquiesced. Now, however, it seemed the Chu family stood to gain immensely. As Granny Hua chastised him, Gu Chen's companion, Mu Beichen, could not resist stepping forward. "Old hag, why are you so fond of meddling?" He grinned at Granny Hua. "You." Granny Hua's ire flared at Mu Beichen's words. "Dare to offend us. And even if you are a celestial realm powerhouse, you shall not survive," she declared, unleashing her formidable aura. The very hall trembled under her might, sending guests and other members of the Chu family fleeing in panic. Threatening me? How frightening, Mu Beichun replied mockingly, releasing his own aura to confront Granny Hua. The one paling in comparison was the Chu family's young master, who had previously dismissed the Jade Hua sect as incapable of challenging the might of the Chu family. Now realizing they harbored an even more powerful celestial realm expert. Dear lady, I implore you to act and eliminate them, avenging my Chu family, the young master pleaded, his strength on par with Gu Chen's, leaving him no choice but to seek the woman's assistance. Young Master Chu, we are yet to be wed. Do not speak so recklessly, the woman cautioned, her tone firm. The young master was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening once more. Yet he suppressed his frustration and bowed respectfully. I humbly request your assistance, Miss Hua. Miss Hua cast a sidelong glance at the young master, choosing not to elaborate further. Her gaze lingered on Gu Chen, as if something about him held an irresistible allure. This sensation was not lost on her. She understood its implications. Her interest in forming an alliance with the Chu family stemmed from her earlier discovery of the young master's unique physique. Though it was merely an ordinary special constitution, it presented a valuable opportunity for her. Miss Hua, named Hualien, possessed a unique ability to devour other physiques, and her primary goal was to absorb the young master's attributes to enhance her own. Unbeknownst to the Chu family, they failed to recognize the special nature of their young master's physique, a testament to their limited understanding of such matters. Do you possess a special physique? Hualien inquired, directing her attention to Gu Chen. At her words, Granny Hua, engaged in a standoff with Mu Beichun, narrowed her eyes, shifting her focus to Gu Chen. And what of it? What if I do? Gu Chen replied, showing no deference. Hualien remained undeterred, pressing on. Might you reveal the nature of your physique to me? If you do not involve yourself in this matter, I might consider sharing otherwise. Gu Chen's implications were unmistakable. Hualien frowned slightly. If Gu Chen's special physique were indeed powerful enough to rival her own, she would be willing to forsake the Chu family, even transferring her attention to him. The benefits of mutual cultivation would far outweigh the advantages of devouring him. She had countless options for devouring, and special physiques were merely one avenue. Very well. If you divulge your physique, and I find it acceptable, I shall withdraw. How does that sound? Hualien maintained her stoic expression. However, the Chu family's young master was momentarily stunned by her proposition. Just as he was about to speak, a palpable pressure descended upon him. It would be wise for you to remain silent, Granny Hua warned, casting a disdainful glance at the young master. Under the weight of her formidable presence, he fell to his knees, struggling to withstand it. Gu Chen, unperturbed, contemplated how much simpler it would be to eradicate the Chu family without the interference of Hua, Lien, and Granny Hua. After a moment's reflection, Gu Chen declared, My special physique is the diamond iron body. Chapter 92. The resilient Gu Chen upon hearing Gu Chen's mention of a unique physique. The members of the Chu family were left in a state of bewilderment, entirely unaware of what constituted a special constitution. Only Granny Hua and Hualien furrowed their brows, puzzled by the unfamiliar term Vajra dominance. Hualien mentally sifted through the various physiques she had encountered in ancient texts, yet found no reference to this so-called Vajra dominance. After some contemplation, she could only dismiss Gu Chen's assertion as a mere low-level physique. This sentiment was echoed by Granny Hua, who similarly had never heard of such a thing. How about it? Do you wish to withdraw? Gu Chen directed his gaze towards Hualien and her companion. Why not let the gentleman give me a try? Hualien responded with a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with provocation. It was evident that she perceived Gu Chen as lacking any extraordinary strength, intent on capturing both him and the young master of the Chu family. Very well. One more won't make a difference, Gu Chen thought, growing weary of the exchange. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him shattered as he surged towards the young master of the Chu family, ready to exact his revenge. Before Granny Hua could intervene, she was halted by Mu Beichun. Why the haste, old woman? Would it not be better to let them finish their bout first? Mu Beichun grinned, observing Granny Hua's agitation. Though furious, Granny Hua refrained from retaliating. Engaging Mu Beichun would not only endanger Gu Chen and Hualien, but could also lead to severe consequences given their status as powerful practitioners. At that moment, the two strongest individuals stood still, silently observing one another. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already reached the young master of the Chu family. Witnessing the sheer explosive power of Gu Chun's initial strike, Huo Yin was taken aback. Without hesitation, Gu Chun launched a decisive blow straight at the young master's face. Huo Yin chose not to intervene, believing that the young master, possessing a special physique, would not be easily overpowered. The young master, equally confident, underestimated his opponent, convinced that their strengths were comparable. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, and the young master of the Chu family was sent hurtling backward, accompanied by a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the hall. The scene left onlookers in stunned silence. The young master crashed through the hall, his arm shattered in the process. Such formidable strength. Granny Hua gazed at Gu Chun in astonishment. Although the young master had not activated his physique, his physical prowess was still superior to that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, the current display was a complete and utter domination. As the young master of the Chu family lay defeated, Gu Chun did not hesitate to charge out of the hall once more. "All of you attack. Kill him," he bellowed, his body drenched in blood. The remaining members of the Chu family, spurred by their leader's command, surged forward to confront Gu Chun. The guests, who had previously come to attend the wedding, swiftly departed, sensing the impending chaos. Kill. Gu Chun's murderous intent was palpable as he unleashed a flurry of punches, weaving through the throng, each strike resulting in the demise of a Chu family member. With the higher echelons of the Chu family eradicated, only lower-tier practitioners remained. In the past, would have been regarded as formidable adversaries, yet now were no match for Gu Chen's overwhelming strength. The young master, witnessing Gu Chen's ruthless onslaught, was filled with dread. "Miss Hua, please save me," he cried out, retreating in fear. Huo Yin, however, disregarded his pleas, her gaze fixed on Gu Chun. She observed the golden aura that shimmered around him with each of his powerful punches. Vajra dominance? What manner of physique is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Huo Yin pondered, realizing she had misjudged him, initially believing Gu Chun possessed only an unremarkable special physique. Very well, let me see for myself what this so-called Vajra dominance entails. She smirked, her interest piqued. Suddenly, she lunged towards Gu Chun. The young master felt a surge of gratitude, believing Huo Yin had come to his aid. "I knew it. My excellence would not go unnoticed," he thought, lost in self-delusion. As Gu Chun continued his rampage, he noticed Huo Yin approaching with speed. When she drew near, Gu Chun unleashed a punch. If she dared to strike, she was now his enemy and must be dealt with accordingly. Huo Yin met his blow with her palm, though her attack lacked the overwhelming force of his. The collision created shockwaves that rippled through the air, resulting in an impasse. While Huo Yin maintained an outward calm, internally, she was tumultuous. In the past, she had easily dispatched countless prodigies, yet Gu Chun stood as her equal. However, in the next moment, Huo Yin withdrew her hand, taking several steps back. "Shall we reconsider our discussion?" she proposed with a smile. "Let me finish off the remaining members of the Chu family first," Gu Chun replied, resuming his assault on the remaining foes. "Very well," Huo Yin nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Gu Chen's physique surpassed her expectations. It was more prudent to recruit him than to eliminate him over a lowly Chu family member. At this juncture, unimpeded by any opposition, Gu Chun moved through the ranks of the Chu family like a ravenous wolf among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. Regardless of the young master's desperate cries for help, Huo Yin remained impassive, indifferent to their plight. As the last of the Chu family members fell, only the young master remained. Huo Yin's voice broke the silence once more. "Might I request that you leave him to me? Are you attempting to rescue your beloved?" Gu Chun queried, narrowing his eyes at her bloodied form. "Dear, save me, please," the young master pleaded, clinging to the last thread of hope. Yet, Huo Yin's next words sent him into a panic. "I merely wish to absorb his physique. It would be a shame to waste such potential." Her smile remained intact. Gu Chun, having heard her words, made no further comment. As long as it did not involve saving the Chu family, he saw no issue with the bloodshed. Chapter 93. I have grown fonder. Having received Gu Chen's permission, Hualien strode directly to the Chu family's young master, who was slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. Hualien placed her hand firmly upon the young master's head. In the next moment, his body began to convulse violently, froth spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back. Witnessing this scene, both Gu Chun and the nearby Mu Beichun furrowed their brows in concern. After a few breaths, Gu Chun observed a stream of light swiftly darting from the young master's head into Hualien's palm. She withdrew her hand, taking a deep breath, her expression one of satisfaction. As for the young master, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious yet still alive. However, Gu Chun was determined that no one from the Chu family would survive. Leaving behind any potential threats was not an option in the realm of cultivation. He picked up a dagger from the ground and approached the young master. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the young master met his end without a trace of suffering. Thus, the Chu family was completely eradicated. At that moment, Gu Chun lifted his gaze to the heavens and murmured, "From this day forth, I shall live for myself. I have avenged your grievances." He then returned his focus to Mu Beichun, saying, "Junior brother, let us depart." "Very well," Mu Beichun replied, casting a fleeting glance at Granny Hua before preparing to turn away. "Wait," Hualien called out, stopping Gu Chun in his tracks. "I know what you wish to say, but I assure you I am not interested." "Farewell," Gu Chun declared, attempting to leave. "I have a secret that I believe will pique your interest. Would you care to listen?" Hualien furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, both Hualien and Granny Hua felt a sense of uncertainty. They had just heard Gu Chun refer to Mu Beichun as his junior brother, a cultivator of the gathering Yuan realm addressing one of the heavenly profound realm as a junior brother. This was beyond their expectations. In that instant, their gazes towards Gu Chun deepened with intrigue. Feigning ignorance to their expressions, Gu Chun turned his attention back to Hualien. "What secret do you speak of?" He understood that Hualien and her companion were far from ordinary, and the secret she possessed would likely hold significance. Perhaps he could share it with his master, bringing her some joy. "Before I divulge my secret, might you tell me who your master is?" Hualien asked, her curiosity evident. She was eager to know the strength of one who could take on a disciple of the heavenly profound realm. Upon hearing her question, Gu Chun and Mu Beichun exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing with a hint of danger. Noticing their reaction, Hualien frowned. "Perhaps you should rephrase your question. I advise against pursuing this line of inquiry," Gu Chun coldly responded. "You young man, do not be ungrateful for our sincerity," Granny Hua interjected. "What's the matter? Old hag, are you itching for fight?" Mu Beichun retorted dismissively. "Humph, I fear no one," Granny Hua exclaimed, striking her cane upon the ground in frustration. "Enough. No need to speak further. I hope you will consider allying with me. May I keep your communication jade?" Hualien was not insistent on knowing Gu Chen's master, but was merely mildly curious, believing her own influence surpassed that of his master. "What do you mean?" Gu Chen asked, taken aback. "It is said that within this barren land lies a grand tomb, one that is rumored to be the resting place of formidable beings, at least at the transcendence realm, and it may soon emerge," Hualien stated directly. "A grand tomb of such caliber?" Gu Chun was taken aback. "So you have come for this after all?" Mu Beichun remarked, piecing together the information. "Oh, you are aware of this as well?" Hualien inquired, surprised. "If you're privy to this, why would I not be?" Mu Beichun replied casually, internally adding that he was in the business of such matters. "I thought it peculiar that a heavenly profound realm expert would be involved, but this sheds light on the situation," Granny Hua remarked, casting a pointed look at Mu Beichun. "This may merely be the beginning. There could be many more powerful figures to follow," Hualien continued. "Then why you still seek my cooperation? With so many powerful beings arriving, is there still a place for us?" Gu Chen questioned, puzzled. "I have done considerable research. It is said that only those below the solidification realm may enter the tomb, but we will know more once it appears," Hualien revealed, withholding no information. "How strange," Gu Chen mused, frowning. He had assumed anyone could enter. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. "Indeed, isn't my master in search of a place? Perhaps I should inform her of this news. It might pique her interest." Gu Chun felt a rush of excitement. He knew that Ye Nan had always cultivated at the Qi refinement realm. If what Huo Yin claimed was true, then she would certainly meet the criteria. Very well. When the grand tomb emerges, contact me, he said, handing Huo Yin a specially crafted jade slip designed for long-distance communication. After accepting the jade slip, Gu Chun and Mu Beichun turned to leave. Gu Chun was eager to relay this news to Ye Nan. Observing the two departing figures, Granny Hua turned to Huo Yin. Perplexed. My lady, are you truly allowing them to leave? Can you keep them here? Huo Yin shot back, her tone impatient. Granny Hua fell silent, realizing the futility of her desire to detain Gu Chun and Mu Beichun. However, Granny Hua still wished to voice her concerns. Rest assured, he cannot escape my grasp. In due time, I will ensure he willingly engages in dual cultivation with me. Currently, his impression of us is not favorable. We must take our time. Huo Yin interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Granny Hua's eyes brightened. It seems I was too hasty. Your considerations are indeed thorough. Enough of his matters for now. Focus on preparing for the Grand Tomb's emergence. Yes, I shall get to work immediately, Granny Hua affirmed, turning to depart. Gazing at the desolate remnants of the Chu family, Huo Yin chuckled softly. How decisive in slaughter. However, I find it even more appealing, she cackled before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Gu Chun returned to Yuhua sect at the fastest pace possible, even though it took him several days. As for Mu Beichun, he opted to remain behind, expressing a desire to scout for the Grand Tomb in advance. Gu Chun understood Mu Beichun's nature and could only nod in agreement. During these days, Ye Nan and Linglong had been residing outside and only returned to Nan Peak yesterday. After several days of checking in, the storage room was once again brimming with various techniques and treasures. However, for Ye Nan and Linglong, these were merely materials for kindling. Chapter 94. The tedious Ye Nan. Upon returning to Nan Peak, Gu Chun hurriedly sought out Ye Nan. Master, I have returned, Gu Chun exclaimed, dashing towards Ye Nan's courtyard. In the yard, Ye Nan, engaged in weeding the vegetables, heard Gu Chun's voice. He paused his task and turned to the entrance of the courtyard. Upon seeing the excited and hurried Gu Chun, Ye Nan was momentarily taken aback. Disciple, what brings you back so soon? Didn't you go for revenge? Has it concluded already? Ye Nan inquired with curiosity. Master, I have avenged myself, and I've returned to share some good news with you. I wonder if you might be interested, Gu Chun replied cautiously, casting a glance at Ye Nan. Oh, what news do you have? Ye Nan's interest was piqued. Linglong, standing nearby, also leaned in with curiosity. Master, while I was away, I learned of a powerful cultivator's tomb that is about to be opened. I thought you might be interested since you have nowhere else to go. Gu Chun observed Ye Nan's reaction closely. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Ye Nan's eyes lit up. He had been informed by the system that some powerful beings, at the end of their lives, leave behind legacies that are referred to as sanctuaries or tombs. Linglong, too, felt a spark of interest. Spending every day at Yuhua sect had become rather monotonous. That sounds splendid. You truly are a wonderful disciple, Ye Nan responded enthusiastically, tossing aside his hoe. Let us set off immediately. He could hardly contain his excitement. Master, I'm not sure where it is. I will be notified when the Grand Tomb appears, Gu Chun admitted, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, is that so? I thought we could go right away, Ye Nan said, somewhat disappointed. Very well, just don't forget to call for me when the time comes, he added. The following days unfolded with an air of tranquility, as Gu Chun, Ye Nan, and Linglong continued their daily routines. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Beichun, drawing from his years of experience, arrived at a colossal mountain. If Ye Nan were to see it, he would instantly recognize the location, the very center of the Wan Yao mountain range. The massive mountain that Ye Nan had previously shattered now exhibited a peculiar aura. It was not immediately apparent unless one looked closely. As expected of me. I finally found it. Ha ha! Mu Beichun exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Time was of the essence, and he quickly set to work. Seemingly struck by inspiration, he took out his eating utensils and began digging. However, as he neared the tomb site, he encountered an inexplicable barrier. After careful observation, Mu Beichun discerned that it was a wall covered in a dense array of runes that clearly formed a formation. I knew it. A tomb of such a powerful being could not be easily accessed, Mu Beichun lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. He then employed various means to breach the barrier, but to little effect. The wall's material was extraordinary. It was a source of great frustration for Mu Beichen. Suddenly, he had a realization, and his eyes brightened. Of course, my master's repository must contain some precious artifacts. Perhaps there is something that can break formations, he declared, slapping his thigh and hurrying towards Yuhua sect. Shortly after Mu Beichen's departure, two figures arrived at the same location. If Gu Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. They were none other than Hua Yin and Granny Hua. "Are you certain this is the place, my lord?" Granny Hua asked hesitantly, glancing at Hua Yin. "It should be here. My senses do not deceive me, but I cannot tell when it will open," Hua Yin affirmed. For reasons unknown, the population in Yun City had gradually increased during this period. Nevertheless, for Ye Nan and the others at Yuhua sect, it bore no significant impact. Decisive. When do you suppose that grand tomb will open? Ye Nan mused while reclining in a chair, his thoughts occupied by Gu Chen's mention of the grand tomb. Gu Chen, who was still weeding nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Ye Nan's inquiry. He too had no knowledge of when the grand tomb would open and continued his task in silence. Just then, as Ye Nan and the others engaged in conversation, a figure appeared as if conjured by a phantom arriving at Nan Peak. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ye Nan and the others were taken aback. "Junior brother, what brings you back?" Gu Chen asked, regarding Mu Beichen with a curious expression. He. "Greetings, master and esteemed seniors," Mu Beichen replied politely, bowing to each of them. Upon seeing Mu Beichen, Linglong had already retreated to a distance. "Don't you prefer roaming outside? Why have you returned?" Ye Nan inquired with intrigue. Hey. "Master, I've come back to borrow something from you," Mu Beichen said, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. "Something? What do you need?" "Feel free to select whatever you fancy from the repository," Ye Nan responded nonchalantly. Despite Mu Beichen's scruffy appearance, he was still his disciple and deserved equal treatment. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Mu Beichen's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, master." After bowing again, he hurried off towards the repository. Once inside, Mu Beichen was met with a dazzling array of treasures. Whether it was an illusion or reality, it seemed as if the treasures had been entirely replenished since his last visit. Even though it was his second time encountering them, he was still awestruck and felt an overwhelming urge to take them all. Regaining his composure, Mu Beichen began to search through the items cautiously, handling everything delicately as if afraid to damage the artifacts. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted something that caught his eye, a golden spade adorned with flowing runes that seemed to pulsate with life. Although Mu Beichen could not decipher the runes, he instinctively understood that this was an artifact related to formations. Without hesitation, he carefully picked up the golden spade and made his way outside. When Gu Chun and Ling Long saw the golden spade in Mu Beichen's hands, they exchanged puzzled glances. "What do you intend to do with that?" Ye Nan asked, bewildered. Hey. "Master, I've discovered a remarkable location, but there's a formation preventing entry. Hence, I sought your assistance." Mu Beichen grinned widely, displaying his enthusiasm. "Oh, I see." Ye Nan nodded in understanding. The golden spade, indeed, was an artifact he had obtained, seemingly designed for breaking formations. "Then I shall take my leave," Mu Beichen said, bowing once more to Ye Nan before slipping away without awaiting further acknowledgement. Chapter 95. The Tomb Unveiled. Observing the swift departure of Mu Beichen, who darted away quicker than a rabbit, Ye Nan found himself at a loss for words. However, he remained indifferent and continued to lounge in his chair. Shortly after Mu Beichen's departure, Yu Ziazizi arrived at Nan Peak. Upon seeing Yu Ziazizi, Ye Nan courteously instructed Gu Chun to bring a seat for him. As for Yu Xian, he was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the solid realm. "What brings you here today?" Ye Nan inquired, looking at Yu Ziazizi. "Senior, it seems that many cultivators have recently arrived in Cloud City, some of whom even I cannot discern their cultivation levels. I'm quite concerned." Yu Ziazizi expressed his worries. "Do not fret, they will likely depart in due time," Ye Nan replied enigmatically. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Yu Ziazizi's eyes brightened. "Could it be, Senior knows something?" "Indeed, I heard from my disciple that a powerful tomb is about to emerge in our vicinity. which explains the influx of outsiders. Ye Nan recounted the situation. Decisive narrowed his eyes in contemplation, surprised that such significant events could unfold in this remote and desolate land. Should I prepare in advance? He asked eagerly, aware that Ye Nan's familiarity with the matter indicated his intention to participate. No need for preparations. If you wish to attend, simply accompany me when the time comes. It's not that complicated. Ye Nan waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, while tending to the weeds, Gu-chan suddenly felt a tremor within his robe. He halted his task and quickly reached for the source, discovering that the communication jade slip gifted by Huo Yin was vibrating. His eyes lit up as he hastily connected it, and Huo Yin's voice echoed forth. The great tomb has been opened. When shall I expect your arrival? Inform me of your location, and I shall set out immediately, he replied. Moments later, their conversation concluded, and Gu-chan rushed to Ye Nan's side. Master, the great tomb has opened. What nonsense is this? So soon? Ye Nan sprang up, excitement coursing through him. Just as his words fell, a rumble shook the ground, though it lasted only a moment. What is happening? An earthquake? Ye Nan pondered it, perplexed. Master, I suspect it is the emergence of the great tomb, located not far from the Wanyao mountain range. Gu-chan elucidated. Wanyao mountain range? Both Ye Nan and Yu Ziazizi were taken aback. Ye Nan internally chastised himself for not noticing it sooner. Never mind, let's go quickly. If we delay, it will be too late for fun, Ye Nan urged, more eager than anyone else. Along with Ling Long, the four set off without delay. In the depths of the Wanyao mountain range, upon Mu Beichen's return, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal mountain. Unlike the lush hills surrounding it, this mountain stood bare, devoid of any grass, resembling an inverted bowl resting upon the earth. Damn it, I was gone for just a moment, and this appears? Mu Beichen lamented his missed opportunity to reap benefits. Suddenly, numerous figures began to materialize around him, and Mu Beichen's expression darkened further. Many local cultivators have been drawn by the commotion, alongside unfamiliar faces. These must be the outsiders. While this great tomb might have been a secret in this remote area, it was hardly so for cultivators from afar. A little money would grant them access to information about it. Among the crowd were Huo Yin and Granny Hua. Master, there are quite a few people here, Granny Hua remarked, her brow furrowed in surprise at the number of attendees. No matter. No one can enter if they are too powerful, Huo Yin replied nonchalantly, her expression unchanged. Although her cultivation was merely at the 5th level of gathering yuan, she could still contend against elder cultivators at the 1st or 2nd level of the void refinement realm. As discussions among the crowd continued, the mountain suddenly rose again, an overwhelming force radiating outward. Weaker cultivators were instantly swept away. Truly the might of a void refinement expert, Huo Yin marveled, impressed. Despite her formidable background, she had been raised in isolation for certain reasons, and this was her first experience feeling the pressure from such a powerful being, even if it emanated merely from a tomb. Granny Hua remained composed, accustomed to the presence of void refinement experts within her own faction. Had it not been for Huo Yin's insistence to come, she would have already taken her back home. As more and more cultivators converged from the surrounding thousands of miles, the mountain ceased its ascent. Buzz! A great door appeared on one side of the mountain, adorned with swirling runes. Bang! The tomb door trembled violently before swinging open. Even with the door ajar, the runes remained, presenting a peculiar sight. Ha! Such an opportunity. Why stand idly? I shall enter first, cried a solid realm rogue cultivator, excitement evident on his face. Fool, Granny Hua scoffed. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, bang, the solid realm cultivator was obliterated upon touching the tomb door, reduced to nothingness without even a scream. Witnessing this, the eager cultivators around were struck with shock, relieved they had not acted rashly, for otherwise they too might have met a similar fate. It seems my suspicions were correct. Those above the solid realm cannot enter. Huo Yin sighed in relief. Without restrictions, even her ability to fight beyond her level would be futile against a significantly stronger opponent. Ha! Who would have thought such fortune could arise from this desolate land? It was worth the journey. A rugged voice approached swiftly. In mere moments, a muscular figure appeared in the crowd, his bare upper body showcasing impressive physique, and his red hair emanating a repulsive aura of bloodshed. Boom! Upon arrival, the red-haired man unleashed his aura, sending surrounding cultivators staggering backward. This is Bloodmad, renowned for nearly a century. I thought he was an earthly profound expert. How has he ascended to celestial profound? Someone recognized him, their voice trembling in disbelief. Chapter 96. A gathering of powerhouses. Upon witnessing the arrival of Blood Frenzy, Granny Juan narrowed her eyes in surprise. She had not anticipated encountering another formidable figure from the heavenly profound realm so soon. Yet, judging by Blood Frenzy's unstable aura, it was evident he had only just stepped into this realm, still inferior in strength compared to her. Blood Frenzy reveled in the intimidation he had instilled in the crowd. Shortly after his arrival, another young man with crimson hair approached him, panting and casting a disgruntled glance in his direction. Useless wretch. Unable to keep up, Blood Frenzy shot a furious glare at the young man. The latter, a disciple named Blood Rage, could only bow his head in apology, though a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes at that moment. Blood Rage had received the true teachings of Blood Frenzy. The ominous aura surrounding him indicated he was a strong competitor among his peers. Here comes the Harmony sect. As all eyes were fixed on the master and disciple duo, a harmonious voice echoed, blending both masculine and feminine tones. The crowd looked up to see a colossal bird soaring closer, upon which stood several figures, both male and female, yet notably paired off. Had it not been for their knowledge of the Harmony sect's nature, one might have mistaken them for enchanting couples. Each was a vision of beauty, particularly the women, whose exquisite features were captivating. Among them, a striking girl of about 16 or 17, clad in flamboyant red, stood out. However, her hair appeared somewhat dull and malnourished. This very aura evoked a desire to claim her as one's own, evident from the glances of the male cultivators below. Unlike the others, she did not engage in the warm displays of affection. Instead, she stood with one hand on her hip and the other wielding a whip, surveying the crowd with an air of arrogance. Wait, that girl's aura feels strangely familiar, Granny Hua mused, glancing at the girl on the bird's back with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Do you recognize her, Granny Hua? Hua Yin inquired, noticing her companion's odd demeanor. I do not know her, but her aura resembles that of a certain faction I encountered in the past. Their energy is akin to hers, Granny Hua replied, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, how powerful is that faction? Hua Yin asked, intrigued. They are no weaker than our own, perhaps even stronger, Granny Hua disclosed without reservation. So formidable? How fascinating, Hua Yin remarked, her gaze drifting back to the alluring girl, who just happened to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, imbued with a peculiar significance, before Hua Yin quickly averted her eyes. You think you can hold a gaze with me? The enchanting girl smirked, disdain evident on her face. Just as her words fell, countless paper offerings descended from the sky, accompanied by mournful wails. Upon closer inspection, it was clear they were paper money meant for the deceased. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 individuals dressed in mourning attire appeared, swiftly making their way toward the scene while carrying a coffin. How unlucky! Ugh! Eshu Mayer, perched on the bird, wrinkled her delicate brow and spat, clearly disgusted. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, muttering to herself, I wonder if that old monk's words hold any truth. Is my destined partner truly here? If he dares deceive me, I'll pluck every hair from his head and raise his temple to the ground. Well, the Ghost Cry sect has arrived. It seems our chances are slim, some cultivators sighed, acknowledging the formidable forces present. Both the Harmony sect and the Ghost Cry sect hailed from thousands of miles away, while the current influence of the Yuhua sect barely reached 1,000 miles. With Blood Frenzy and other powerful rogue cultivators vying for opportunities, their task seemed daunting. Haha! How lively! Just as the crowd lamented their plight, another voice rang out. It belonged to a youthful male cultivator accompanied by 2 elder men. I didn't expect the Flame sect to arrive as well, the young man remarked, his gaze fixated on Su Mayer, clearly captivated. Even Hua Yin, who often went unnoticed, caught his attention due to her ethereal presence and extraordinary beauty. Granny Hua coldly snorted, a powerful aura sweeping over the area. The young man felt a jolt of fear at this overwhelming presence. Even Blood Frenzy and the other strong cultivators turned their attention to Granny Hua and her companion, realizing they had overlooked such formidable figures in the crowd. Cough, cough. It seems this place is indeed full of hidden talents. An ancient voice emanated from within the Ghost Cry sect's coffin. Enough already. Won't you mold in there? Perhaps you should think about how to enter instead. Blood Frenzy's gruff voice replied, once fearful of the Ghost Cry sect, but now emboldened as a heavenly profound realm cultivator. I've heard that only those below the solid foundation stage can enter this stronghold. I wonder if it's true. A beautifully dressed woman from the Bird's Back spoke, cautiously glancing at Su Mayer before proceeding. This moment was subtle, unnoticed by the onlookers. Enough with the idle chatter. Let's find someone to test it out. Blood Frenzy replied dismissively. You go inside, he commanded, pointing at a nearby, gathering realm cultivator. And no, please, spare me. The unfortunate cultivator trembled in fear, recalling how others had been obliterated upon entering. The notion of stepping through the threshold seemed a death sentence. Enough with your whining. Get in there. Blood Frenzy disregarded the man's pleas, lifting him as one would a chick and tossing him toward the entrance of the tomb, while the other factions merely observed with indifference. Such was the reality of the cultivation world. The strong survive, while the weak perish. Regardless of the truth behind the tomb's rumors, someone had to venture inside. Yet, as the unfortunate cultivator was thrown in, an astonishing scene unfolded. Nothing happened to him. Ha ha! I'm fine. I've made it in, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. But before he could celebrate, a dark, gaping maw appeared, swallowing him whole before he had a chance to react. Chapter 97. Alas. Did I arrive too late? Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Was that not a demonic beast? Blood Mad felt a twinge of uncertainty. It should indeed be a demonic creature, but our primary focus is on entering the tomb. As it stands, those in the gathering spirit realm can enter. Let's proceed with the testing. The ominous voice from within the coffin continued to reverberate. Suddenly, a series of agonizing screams erupted. Even when informed that others had previously attempted this, Blood Mad and his companions remained undeterred, heedlessly disregarding the plight of those fallen cultivators. After several probing attempts, they discerned the nature of the fearsome maw from before. It was a gigantic, demonic python, possessing only the cultivation of the gathering essence realm. It is settled then. Let Ghost Cry enter. The upper limit appears to be the solidifying realm, as the rumors suggest. The sinister voice from the coffin echoed once more. Yes, master. At that moment, among the 8 individuals lifting the coffin, a young man stepped forward. After bowing respectfully to the coffin, he made his way directly toward the grand tomb's entrance. Useless. Hurry and fetch the inheritance for me. Blood Mad quickly turned to Blood Fury behind him. Yes, master. Blood Fury, maintaining a stoic expression, followed suit. Miss, have you truly thought this through? I sense that danger lurks within. The beautiful matron from the Hawan sect expressed her concern, gazing anxiously at Su Mayer from atop the Bird's Back. What do you mean? Do you think this glamorous beauty cannot handle a mere tomb of the transformation realm? Su Mayer shot the matron an irritated glance. I am merely worried for your safety, the matron replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Oh, what is there to worry about? Just wait for me outside, and watch as I bring the inheritance back for you. Without waiting for a response, Su Mayer leaped down. My lady, please exercise caution, Granny Hua cautioned Hualien gently. Hualien did not respond, merely nodding before plunging into the throng, racing toward the tomb's entrance. Seeing both exquisite beauties enter, the young man from the Flame sect was filled with excitement and hastily followed suit. At that moment, regardless of whether they hailed from various sects or solitary cultivators, all rushed into the tomb, though all remained beneath the solidifying realm. Observing their companions enter, the formidable figures each sought a spot to sit in meditation, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the grand tomb's entrance, an unconventional character was diligently digging. Damn it, with so many experts around, it's better to keep a low profile. Rather than competing with them, I might as well sneak in, Mu Bachin muttered as he continued his excavation. Before long, Mu Bachin reached a wall, adorned with swirling runes, impervious to blades and bullets. Perfect opportunity to test Master S treasure, he thought, retrieving the golden shovel he had found in Ye Nan's repository. Clang! With a single swing, Mu Beichun pierced a hole through the wall. Even the runes that had been disturbed by the golden shovel dimmed instantly. Ah, Master truly is remarkable. Such a fine treasure has fortunately fallen into my hands. Otherwise, it would have been a waste, Mu Beichun exclaimed, kissing the golden shovel with his toothy grin. From there, the process became much easier as Mu Beichun wielded the golden shovel, chipping away at the tomb wall. Soon, he created a hole just large enough for a single person to pass through. Damn it, I've finally made it in. My treasure, here I come. Mu Beichun hurried deeper into the tomb. Unbeknownst to him, the swirling runes within the grand tomb's formation seemed intent on annihilating him. However, as he approached, the runes dimmed and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Ye Nan and his companions leisurely arrived at the heart of the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Upon seeing the mountain he had previously shattered now reformed, Ye Nan was momentarily taken aback. Even Ling Long, beside him, scratched her head in confusion. Surely, this mountain must be the tomb they spoke of. Ye Nan's mind raced swiftly. This must be the place, Yu Xiaozu affirmed with a nod. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Hearing Yu Xiaozu's eagerness, Ye Nan rolled up his sleeves and dashed toward the mountain's base, brimming with excitement. Whoosh! Reacting instinctively, he utilized his swift legs, vanishing from sight in an instant. His speed resembled that of a turbocharged vehicle. Seeing Ye Nan suddenly disappear before them, both Gu Chun and Yu Xiaozu were momentarily stunned. Truly, Senior Yi is remarkable. Such prowess is beyond our reach, Yu Xiaozu remarked in awe. Gu Chun nodded in agreement, yet the group quickly followed suit, racing to catch up with Ling Long. In the blink of an eye, Ye Nan stood before the grand tomb's entrance. Observing the chaotic footprints scattered around him, he anxiously called out, "Disciple, did we arrive too late?" Yet, after asking, no one responded, causing Ye Nan to furrow his brow. Upon turning around, he found only a few individuals staring at him in an ominously shrouded coffin. Where were Gu Chun and the others? Where on earth did they go? Ye Nan felt bewildered. At that moment, Blood Mad and his companions were equally perplexed. They had just been meditating when a sudden gust of wind swept past them. Upon opening their eyes, they found an unfamiliar figure among them. After glancing at Ye Nan a few times, they quickly lost interest. A mere ant in the Qi refinement realm was hardly worth their attention. Blood Mad scoffed coldly and resumed his meditation. After a while, Gu Chun, Yu Xiaozu, and Ling Long finally arrived, panting heavily beside Ye Nan. "Why are you all so slow?" Ye Nan inquired, eyeing Gu Chun and the others. As soon as he spoke, Yu Xiaozu and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Are you not aware of your own speed? Enough, we are all late. Let's hurry inside," Ye Nan urged again. Upon hearing Ye Nan's words, Gu Chun and the others turned to face the profound entrance of the grand tomb. "Senior, I should not enter. I will wait for you outside." Yu Xiaozu hesitated. "Huh? Why not? We have come all this way." Ye Nan replied, perplied. Senior is unaware. Yu Xiaozu recounted some rumors he had gathered. After hearing Yu Xiaozu's words, Ye Nan finally understood. He glanced around, noticing several lingering cultivators, all of whom were formidable, indicating that Yu Xiaozu's claims were likely valid. "What a pity. Very well, you can wait outside for us. We shall venture inside and bring you something good. Shall we find it?" Ye Nan was magnanimous. "Thank you, Senior," Yu Xiaozu expressed, taken aback, bowing in gratitude. After exchanging a few more words, Ye Nan led Gu Chun and Ling Long into the grand tomb's entrance. As Ye Nan boldly walked through, the entrance showed no reaction, leaving Yu Xiaozu utterly astonished. He had expected Ye Nan to employ forceful means to breach the entrance. After all, this was the tomb of a transformation realm expert, with restrictions set by such powerful beings not easily broken. Yet here was Ye Nan, as if nothing were amiss, simply walking inside. Chapter 98. If you have the ability, duel. It appears that I have underestimated Senior Yi. I ponder the true level of strength he possesses. Yu Zaiotzi is utterly unconvinced that Ye Nan is merely a Qi refinement realm cultivator. Upon seeing Ye Nan and his companions enter, Yu Zaiotzi hastily sought a spot to await their emergence. Observing the aura radiating from the bloodthirsty group, Yu Zaiotzi felt a shiver. He had previously overlooked these individuals. Now that he surveyed the area, he realized that most of them were akin to himself, merely a gathering of old fogies. As Ye Nan and his companions stepped through the entrance of the tomb, they were greeted by a gruesome sight of scattered flesh, both human and beast alike. "Master, it seems we have just witnessed a fierce battle," Guchen remarked, squinting at the surroundings. Judging by the essence emanating from the remnants, they were no weaker than himself. In terms of cultivation, they were his equals. Ye Nan, however, was indifferent, merely finding the situation somewhat tedious. He had anticipated an epic clash upon entering. Yet this was all there was? "Brother Nan, I've never tasted snake meat before," Linglong remarked, gazing at a colossal snake head nearby, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "All you think about is food. Look at you, you've gained quite a bit of weight. A young lady should maintain some decorum, you know?" Ye Nan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Hearing his words, Gu Chun and Linglong exchanged exasperated glances. When it came to eating, who could rival Ye Nan? They pressed on, navigating a complex maze of paths, which left Ye Nan in a quandary. Fortunately, Gu Chun was there to guide them. Otherwise, Ye Nan would have likely obliterated the mountain in frustration. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. Judging by its size, it must have contained a wealth of treasures, now seemingly plundered. A few cultivators remained inside, squabbling over the last remaining items. "Damn it, we're late again," Ye Nan grumbled, somewhat displeased. Although these treasures held little value for him, he relished the thrill of the hunt, the sheer enjoyment of the process. In simpler terms, he was simply bored. "Esteemed brothers, may I inquire how long you have been here?" Ye Nan approached the bickering cultivators with a polite gesture. "Oomph. Scram, are you blind? Can't you see we're busy?" One of the cultivators shot back, clearly irritated by Ye Nan's interruption. They could easily discern the cultivation levels of Ye Nan and Linglong. A mere chi refinement cultivator and an ordinary person daring to enter such a perilous place was nothing short of folly. Only Gu Chen's strength was acknowledged, as it was comparable to theirs, which is why they felt emboldened to scold Ye Nan. If it had only been Ye Nan and Linglong, they would have already